Chapter 1, First arrived in Tokyo. Ding successfully clocked in important places, from, acquired skill, proficient in culinary arts. King Yi looked at the dilapidated two-story building in front of him and the number plate next to the door, and then looked at the semi-transparent virtual dialogue box that suddenly appeared in front of him. There was something in his head. Very messy. So I came from this world. A few hours ago. Inside a certain Shinkansen station. Excuse me, please let me. A young man ran in a crowd of people carrying a single box. He kept watching the time left before the start of the car on the hands of the watch. I blame the driver. He thought he was a tourist, but he dared to detour to deceive himself. If it weren't for memory. But fortunately, 1 second before the car closed, it finally caught up. Su Qing, who found his seat, finally sat down. The running this way made him panting, but fortunately he didn't miss it. Thinking of his destination, Tokyo, now he can finally leave his hometown where he has lived in his memory for 16 years. After all, this is something that can't be helped. Although I have lived for 16 years in my memory, what I can be sure of is that my soul has only been awakened for more than a month now. He doesn't know how to get along with Hera's family now. So I discussed with the father and mother, and decided to go to other cities to apply for high school. The reason is to broaden the scope of my friends, although the original memory is an otaku. The final result was that he was entrusted to his aunt and mother's sister who was far away in Tokyo. And the high school I applied for was the high school this aunt worked for. And I heard that this aunt has not been married yet, and has always lived by herself. I don't know if he will cause her trouble if he passes this way. However, I heard from my mother before that this aunt had visited her school once a few days ago, but she didn't know why she couldn't meet. Seeing the scenery flashing through the car window, Su Qing is in a state of anxiety now. She recalled that it has been more than a month since she had traveled into this world, but she still couldn't adapt to it. How could she suddenly come to Japan as a Chinese man? If it hadn't inherited the memory of the original body, I thought I was kidnapped. The original social animal in his 20s suddenly became a teenage junior high school graduate when he woke up. There was no process at all, no car hit and no abductor gave it to God. Do you want to really? The option of living becomes like this as soon as I wake up. Ding, a cell phone ringing rang, interrupting Su Qing's memory. Auntie, the road is a bit blocked. If you arrive at the station, wait for me at the door first. Auntie. It turned out to be the message sent by the aunt, and it seems that he is already on the way to pick him up, but I don't know if the aunt is easy to get along with. The aunt in his own memory has been a matter of many years ago, and now he does not have a complete memory of receiving the successful original body, so many things can't be remembered. Although I don't expect this aunt to really take care of herself, after all, women who are not married at the age of 30 in Japan really dare not say anything about their personality. The boring time passed by. Su Qing stood at the door of Tokyo Shinkansen station, watching the sky outside the door had dimmed, and finally arrived in this other world of Tokyo after a few hours, watching the city under the afterglow of the sun. Su Qing looked at this strange world, and her heart was filled with confusion. He has been waiting at the gate of the station for half an hour, and he has never seen the auntie show up. Isn't it still traffic jam? There are so many cars in Tokyo. Su Qing, who was about to send a text message to her aunt, was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Hi, hello, you are Asama Aoba. Su Qing, who should be called Asama Aoba now, looked in the direction of speaking, and saw a stylishly dressed professional lady staring at him with a smile, with short hair and orange vest. I'm Chihiro, your aunt. Remember to call me Sister Chihiro from now on. Asama Aoba guessed her identity the moment she saw her, and looks similar to her own mother. There are too many places. It's just that, is this really a 30-year-old person? This looks too deceptive. Hello, Chihiro. Sister Chihiro, this is Asama Aoba. Thank you so much for bothering you to come and pick me up this time. I will trouble you to take care of you in the next time. Asama Aoba facing each other squarely, thank you with a slight bow. After all, he has inherited the memory of this body for 16 years, so he also understands the habits among the Japanese, and suddenly asked him to call the other sister Chihiro. He was still a little bit embarrassed. Don't be so restrained, I am your aunt. When I was young, I surrounded my aunt every day and said that I wanted to grow up and marry my aunt. Why do I treat my aunt as a stranger now? Chihiro patted Asama Aoba funny. His shoulders, this kid hasn't seen him in a few years, and he has become so handsome. Hee. This is the original pot, Asama Aoba said that he does not carry it, and you are so worried about marrying. He said to his nephew who is twice as old as he is. Such a thing. Let's go, is this just this suitcase? Why did my sister bring you this thing? Chihiro saw the suitcase next to Asama Aoba. Such a big boy left his hometown and ran to Tokyo to go to school, although not girl, but there are too few things to prepare. I really don't know what my sister thinks. My mother has prepared a lot of luggage for me, but I really can't get it, and I don't want to call a moving company, so I brought some necessities. As for the others, I'll talk about it later. Asama Aoba also knew that she didn't have much. It only needed some changed clothes and books, but didn't bring other things. It was mainly for fear of trouble. Okay, let's go with me, and the car will be parked in a nearby parking lot. Chihiro heard Asama Aoba's explanation, and she understood. After all, she is a boy. Asama Aoba dragged his luggage into Chihiro's car. After he sat down, the car drove out of the parking lot of the station. Looking at the neon lights and high-rise buildings flashing outside the car, the world is indeed the same as his previous life. Looking at this busy city, Aoba finally found a sense of familiarity, compared to the hometown where he stayed before. The city of Tokyo has obviously been able to dilute the strangeness in his heart even more. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com waited for a chance in the future. He still wanted to go back to the city across the sea to see if there was also a person named Su Qing living there. Moreover, he thought that his previous life had just graduated from university, and now he was about to start high school again. His heart was still full of emotion. From the first day he woke up, he seemed to have been living in a dream, because he grew up in an orphanage in his previous life, and he did not have too many impressions of his parents in his memory. As a result, after this journey, he found that he had caring for himself. Parents, this kind of experience also prevents me from thinking about my situation. Now, Aoba, I will accompany you to school tomorrow. This time you are enrolled in the high school affiliated to the Shuming University of the Arts where I work, and I am the art teacher of the school's art department. The opening ceremony will be the day after tomorrow. Don't forget. However, what we are going to now is the place where you will live in the future, which is a dormitory attached to the school where I am the administrator. As for the name, you will know it in a moment, and you need to get along well with other rooms. Oh. Chihiro looked at Aoba, who had been silent since getting on the bus, and suddenly came to Tokyo so far away, without a familiar friend around, and it was easy to feel lonely. I really don't know why my sister let him come to Tokyo alone. Well, don't worry, Chihiro sister, I'm fine. Aoba understands what the auntie means. She is worried about whether she can properly handle the new interpersonal relationship when she has arrived in a new place. After all, this is Japan. It's still very important to get along with each other in school, but the name of the school is so familiar. It stands to reason that I have never been to Tokyo. In addition, while waiting for the traffic light, Chihiro looked at Aoba. Welcome to Tokyo. Okay. Chapter 2, Check in Sakura Village. Here, from now on, this is Aoba's second home. After a journey, Aoba was finally taken to his destination. He looked at the slightly outdated dormitory in front of him, and the main exterior wall could clearly see traces of repairs. Moreover, the door plate with the name written on the door seemed to fall off a bit, and the handwriting was not clear. Aoba can't tell what it feels like in his heart. Although the dormitory looks a bit shabby, it shouldn't be a problem to live in. It should be. The outside yard is not very big. The surrounding wall is simple Japanese stone style, which can provide a certain degree of safety protection. There is a safety first sign next door. From the location of Aoba Station, you can also see a clothes rail for drying clothes on the balcony on the second floor. To the right of the door is an unknown tree, which is already very lush for this season. Aoba looked at the stone path at her feet, the iron gate with some rust in front of him and the garden of about a few square meters on the other side. It seemed that this would be the place in the next 3 years. Let's go, don't stand outside the door, come in quickly. Aunt Chihiro pushed open the outermost fence door and waved to Aoba. Well, please take care of it in the future. King Yi followed Chihiro, and the two of them passed through the courtyard and entered the entrance hall. Ding successful punching in important locations, Sakura Village, from the pet girl of Sakura Village, acquired skill, proficient in cooking. Congratulations to the host, the check-in system is activated, because it is the first time to check in, an extra gift pack will be given. Ding congratulations to the host for opening the gift package successfully and obtaining the item, Ethereal Ring, Storage Ring. After receiving the gift, the host can request it to be distributed at any time, and the item will appear directly next to the host. The skill does not need to be distributed, and it will be directly listed in the host's skill column. Boom! Aoba's brain was stunned, and with the sound of the system, Aoba's thinking fell into a static state, but after a few seconds, after he finally realized what it was, Aoba became ecstatic. More than a month has passed, and sure enough, the standard configuration of each traverser, the gold finger is finally online. Before, Aoba still didn't know how to face the life in another world. Didn't it mean that he had to work hard every day to survive in another world, and he would continue to be a social animal after graduation, and he was still a Japanese social animal. In the end, I would find someone who might not love me? Unbeautiful women get married and live a lifeless life. Aoba was a little unwilling, so that's why he was always at a loss. But he didn't expect that he had just come to Tokyo and gave him such a big surprise. Thinking back to my previous life when I was in college, I used to read novels. No wonder I always felt like I met her from the first sight of my aunt. Although she looked a lot like her original mother, Aoba still felt a little familiar, but she just couldn't remember it. And now with the system's prompt, Aoba finally remembered that an anime that I've seen in the previous life, that is quite controversial, and the anime Sakura Village's Pet Girl with a Pure White Girl, is really unbelievable. Myself, how many otaku dreams of going to the world of anime in a daily episode. Not only that, but also has a golden finger system. Aoba feels that he is full of motivation, and when he thinks of the characters that will appear in this anime, Aoba is even more interested in the future life. Recall the prompt sent by the system just now, check-in rewards. The name clearly expresses its role, the activation is triggered after entering the Sakura Village, and the card is successfully clocked in. It seems that you need to arrive at a specific and well-known place in the animation to trigger the punch-in reward. Thinking of the skills culinary proficiency and ethereal ring rewarded by the system punching card just now, it is understandable that culinary proficiency can play a big role in life, not only can let him satisfy his appetite, but even if he has no hope of learning, he can still rely on it to maintain livelihood. After all, Aoba knows the nature of her own scumbag. As for the ethereal ring, Aoba feels a little strange. Isn't this an ordinary daily fan? How can there be a fantasy item? In other words, he has always lived in a materialistic world in his previous life. Although he is not a secondary second, he has also imagined many times what it would be like if he could own those fantasy objects. And now there was a storage ring from the fantasy world placed in front of him, and it truly belonged to him. At this moment, Aoba felt like a cat scratched in his heart, and wanted to get it out quickly and study its function. But Aoba also understands that it is not convenient now. Aoba, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Chihiro originally took Aoba just entered the entrance, and was about to introduce the place where he will live in the future, but found that the moment Aoba entered the door, he was stunned at the door. His expression changed for a while, seeing Chihiro dazzled. I wondered what was wrong. Did Aoba ate something unclean on the train before? Ahem, oh, it's okay, I just suddenly thought that I had come to live in a new place. And I was a little excited. King Yi looked at her aunt in embarrassment. The system just appeared too suddenly, and she didn't have the heart to prepare for it. Excited and almost forgot the situation. Hehe, I am really a child. I'll be excited later. You should keep your voice down. Don't influence others. Although this is a school-affiliated dormitory, it is privately run. Not all students live here. I will bring you in first. Recognize the room. Chihiro gave Aoba amusedly. She was really worried that Aoba would resist Sakura Villa. Aren't they all students? This doesn't seem to be the same as in anime. Aoba was a little strange. After the two entered the entrance, King Yi found that the inside of the house was quite big, and it was a little bit invisible from the outside just now. Although it looks old from the outside, the interior is still very tidy and clean. It can be seen from the appearance of the entrance. Some people are very careful to clean up, and everything is placed in an orderly manner. On the side of the entrance is a large shoe cabinet, and on the side near the door are several shelves for hanging umbrellas, completely Japanese style. Now, this number 6 shoe cabinet is yours. You can use this in the future. Remember to keep it clean. The occupants of this cabinet have graduated before and have moved out. In addition, the umbrellas placed at the door can be borrowed at will, but you don't damage it, and bring it back intact every time you use it, otherwise you will need to buy another one and put it in. Chihiro pointed to the side of the entrance to Aoba. Aoba nodded, indicating that he had remembered it. Please rest assured. After all, this is a school dormitory. If you don't follow the rules, reading www.yuyugonshu.com will cause trouble for others, and you are brought in by your aunt. If you cause trouble yourself, your aunt will feel embarrassed on her face. Chihiro took Aoba to change his shoes and walked through the hallway. Aoba saw that there was a long corridor on the left and right. On the walls next to each other, there were doors to the house at intervals, and there were a few picture frames hanging on the walls between the doors. Because the light was not too bright, Aoba I didn't see what was drawn in the frame. Ahem, there is one more thing, Aoba, you have to remember. Chihiro's sister suddenly looked at Aoba very seriously. Please tell me. Although Aoba was a little strange, why did Chihiro's sister suddenly be so serious? Although you are a high school student, I can also understand that adolescence is full of curiosity about the opposite sex, but here, Aoba, you must not enter. Did you see the line on the ground? There is a female dormitory. If you break in and get caught, my aunt can only go to the police station to pick you up. Sister Chihiro pointed to the corridor in one direction and said to Aoba solemnly. I wrote it down, I won't break in. Aoba replied without hesitation. He had seen the red line drawn on the ground before, and just wondered what it was. However, Aoba recalled the anime she watched in her previous life. It has been a little longer. I really don't remember whether the girl in that anime lives on the first floor. Why doesn't it have any impression? Well, now the other tenants are either absent, or they are already resting. I will introduce you tomorrow. Now I will take you to familiarize yourself with other rooms. Seeing Aoba respond, Chihiro is satisfied. Nodded, although it's not really that absolute, it's better to at least remind me first, after all, I'm the administrator here. Well, yes, Chihiro sister, please lead the way. Chapter 3, System. Chihiro led Aoba through the entrance, walked to the corridor on the left, and pointed to the door next to him. This is everyone's activity area, like the kitchen, dining room, recreation room, and equipment room. You can use it at will. The refrigerator in the kitchen is used in layers, and there is a compartment corresponding to number 6, which you bought. Don't put things in the wrong place, otherwise they will be eaten. Moreover, we are self-sufficient here. We have to cook our own food. If we really can't cook, we can only go to the convenience store to buy fast food. Chihiro smiled. I took a look at Aoba. A boy of this age should know how to do something, although the taste may not be guaranteed. However, before you came, I also told my sister about the situation. She said you can take care of yourself, but you just don't need to set the house on fire. Chihiro remembered how she had communicated with her sister. I used to live alone for a long time. A little bit of cooking skills is an essential skill for a single dog. Although the taste is not guaranteed, at least it can eat. But that was before I got the skills to be proficient in cooking. Now I don't know how my cooking skills are, I have to try it myself when I look back. King Yi silently thought about the skills he had just acquired, wondering if this plug-in was really powerful. Whether you buy a bento or choose to cook for yourself, you have to eat in the restaurant before you can leave. You can't bring food to the bedroom. This is a rule, don't forget. Well, yes, I took it down. Aoba nodded. Then there are all kinds of reading materials in the entertainment room, all left by the residents of Sakura Village. All kinds of books, if you like, you can bring them to the room to read, but you have to leave a label to tell other people that the book is in my own hands. In addition, there are entertainment supplies such as chess and cards. Everyone else will come here when they are okay. The last room is the equipment room, where some electric switches or some tools are there. Generally, if you are fine, you don't need to go there. Okay, Chihiro sister. Upon hearing Chihiro sister's introduction, Aoba said there was no problem. On the other side of the corridor is the guard duty room. There is my room. As long as I return to Sakura Village from get off work, I will be there during normal hours. These are the public facilities of our Sakura Village. Now I will take you to yours. Take a look at the room. Aoba's room is in the third room on the second floor, and it has been cleaned up. The two of them walked up the stairs of the hallway to the second floor. Aoba followed Chihiro's sister behind, and stood at the door of the room he was going to live in the next few years. Come in, come in. Although the house is a bit small, it has everything complete. If there is anything wrong, you can tell me directly. Sister Chihiro opened the door and entered the room first. Nothing, I'm very satisfied to live here, thank Chihiro sister. Aoba replied gratefully. This is the Sakura village with Sheena True White. If I didn't let myself come here, I don't know. When can I activate my cheat system? You don't need to be so polite. Now that you have set it up, let's take a rest. The quilts and other things are also ready for you. It's in the closet next to you. You can just take care of what you want to eat later. Now, don't forget about the entrance exam tomorrow. Auntie has something to deal with, so she'll leave first, and wait until tomorrow morning to pick you up to school. Take a break early in the evening and don't stay up late. Chihiro walked to the corridor and faced him. Aoba finally ordered. Aoba took the luggage into the room and looked around. In fact, the room was not as small as Chihiro said, it was almost 15 square meters in size. There was a desk beside the window. A blue desk lamp and a multi-level locker next to the desk. On the other side of the room is a single bed, and the wardrobe is next to the bed. The room was cleaned up and there was no dust at all. A new life has begun. Aoba sighed in her heart. The previous confusion was wiped out. Familiar with the plot is the greatest help to the traversers, but now the plot has progressed there. Has Shina Mashiro moved in, and the protagonist of this anime should be called Kanda Sorita? I don't know if he moved in. And this is an ordinary campus daily event, there are no thighs to hold. But now that I have a system plug-in, I am the biggest thigh. Aoba thought of the previous system prompt. Just because I was with Chihiro's sister, I didn't have time to pay attention to it. Now I am finally alone, so I can study what function it has. However, how to open this system? As Aoba's thoughts appeared, a translucent panel appeared in front of her eyes, which looked a bit like a character attribute panel in a previous game. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, Human. Power, 6. Agility, 7. Physique, 6. Intelligence, 8. Charm, 7. Spiritual power, 0. Status, sub-health. Features, none. Skills, culinary proficiency. Item, ethereal ring. Evaluation, a fighter among weak chickens, even ordinary adults can't beat them. Note, the basic attribute points of healthy and strong adults are 10 points, and the basic attributes include strength, agility, and physique. Specially trained soldiers or athletes have basic attributes higher than 10. Note, intelligence and charm are averaged at 5 points. Aoba raised his eyebrows. What a simple attribute panel, like a stand-alone game, and the only skill is the culinary proficiency. But are these attributes considered good? Although there are all the types that should be available, is the 6 points of this strength and physique high? And the state still shows sub-health, which should be related to the fact that this original body has never done any kind of exercise. But how to increase the value of this attribute, and check in rewards? It doesn't always take him to exercise running push ups every day to become stronger, he is not the Saitama Demon King. Then, Aoba noticed the last item in his attribute column. Why does the daily show still have spiritual power attributes? Is there any extraordinary power in this world? I didn't find this information when I watched anime before. But that's not necessarily true. After all, it's just anime, and the story is only played around the stories of several people in this Sakura village. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and now Aoba is in a complete world. Seeing the last comment, Aoba really has no energy to complain about what is a fighter among weak chickens. Although he really can't beat an adult, it's not because he is only a teenager. Aoba shook his head and decided not to look at the evaluation given by the system, but to pay attention to the skills that he had just clocked in. Master of Cooking, skills are divided into Novice, Proficient, Proficient, Master, and Extraordinary. Congratulations, you already have a mastery level of cooking, you have mastered all the proficiency level and below the food processing ability, you have mastered all the proficiency level and below the use and combination of seasonings, you can quickly master any proficiency level and below the way of making dishes, and skillfully produce them. This skill has a passive optimization effect on the chef's ingredients, and has a comprehensive effect on the color, fragrance, and flavor of the prepared dishes. For the ordinary world, you are the best chef. Aoba was stunned. It turned out that the skills were divided into 5 levels. Only when he was proficient in cooking did he reach the 3rd level. There were also masters and extraordinary above them. But Aoba is good enough just to see the evaluation of this proficiency level. For the best chef in the ordinary world, he really wants to know what will happen to the 2 levels of master and extraordinary. Evaluation. The remaining reward just now is the ethereal ring. Aoba found the option of ethereal ring in the inventory, clicked it with excitement, and then another dialog box popped up in front of Aoba. Receive ethereal ring, yes/no. Aoba naturally chose yes, and a faint light flashed, and a black and simple ring appeared on Aoba's left index finger. Chapter 4, Ethereal Ring. Aoba looked at the ethereal ring on her finger, and she felt excited. He rubbed the surface of the ring lightly with his fingers. Although he had been a materialist, the objects he had imagined countless times were on his fingers. At this moment, the materialism was broken. As the saying goes, the traversers who have storage rings are the real traversers. Those who do not have storage rings are incomplete. Even the traversers in many novels that Aoba has read are all start with a storage ring and gradually reach the top. Aoba fixed his gaze on the ring of the index finger, and a dialog box popped up in front of him again. Confirm the activation of ethereal ring, yes/no. After choosing yes again, I saw the dialog box turned into an inventory similar to a third-person simulation game. It seems that the storage ring has also become digitized. This is not bad, at least I can see the ring in my ring at a glance. There is something, but I don't know if there is the kind of overlay function in the game. Aoba looked around, picked up the coat she hung at the door, and stretched it out like a storage window. When Aoba tried to put the coat into it, she felt that her hands were empty and the clothes had disappeared. Hey! You don't need to put it in, just think about it. Aoba looked at the clothes that had already occupied a space in the inventory, and could place items only by thinking, then it was much more secretive. Aoba tried to select a few clothes from her box and put them into the inventory, but the clothes in the ring inventory still occupied one storage space, but a number 9 appeared under the clothes compartment, which seemed to be the clothes of the same category just put in are superimposed, and it really looks like the way of operation in the game. Aoba, who was a little tired from playing, took a look at the messy room he had made and sighed. Forget it, I can clean up tomorrow when I have time, and there will be an entrance exam tomorrow, so I don't know what will happen. With excitement and anxiety, the first night Aoba first arrived at Sakura village passed. The next day, the morning sun shines through the window into this messy room. As the sun got higher and higher, a harsh alarm rang, and a hand slowly stretched out from the bed, clasped on the alarm. King Yi's eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his distressed eyelids, half blocking his hands from the dazzling sunlight, and from the position on the bed, he could see the scenery outside the window at a glance. It is sunny today. Aoba was lying on the bed, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling for a while, recalling the experience of yesterday, thinking whether he was dreaming. So, I'm staying at Sakura village for one night now? My aunt is the Chihiro. And my golden finger is also online, successfully punching Sakura village. Aoba rubbed her aching head, in her heart silently called the system. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, human. Power, 6. Agility, 7. Physique, 6. Intelligence, 8. Charm, 7. Spiritual power, 0. Status, sub-health. Features, none. Skills, culinary proficiency. Item, ethereal ring. Evaluation, a fighter among weak chickens, even ordinary adults can't beat them. Well, I really didn't have a dream, but every time Aoba saw the final evaluation, I got a little angry, even though what it said was true. Aoba, who finally woke up, looked at the time on the alarm clock. It was already 6:35. Aoba moved her numb body, and slowly stood up, but luckily she hadn't overslept. I rubbed my sore eyes. I was so excited last night. I lay in bed and worked hard for a long time and I couldn't sleep until the latter half of the night. I couldn't hold it anymore. Then I fell asleep slowly. Now my mind is still a little dizzy. Aoba put on his clothes, rubbed his messy hair, thinking about what to eat in the morning. He suddenly noticed something behind him. He turned his head and saw a smiling aunt. Chihiro was standing at the door looking at him. I am too thin, do you have a good meal? When this guy appeared, I didn't notice it at all. Fortunately, I didn't take the clothes from the storage ring. If it was discovered, it would be hard to explain how it came back. I can't say that I am doing magic. It seems that when I use the storage ring in the future, I must first make sure that there are no people around. Chihiro's sister looked around the room, looked at the clothes all over the floor and the messy bed. I was so excited last night. I made the house so messy. I quickly put on my clothes and wash my face. After breakfast, we are going to leave. I will go down and wait for you. I will make breakfast for you. Okay. Sister Chihiro looked at the still a little confused Aoba with an inexplicable smile. Yesterday she told this kid to rest early. Looking at the situation in the room, it was estimated that she was excited for a long time last night, but it is understandable. For a child who left home for the first time to a strange place, it is normal to be a little excited. Oh, okay, come right away. King Yi looked at Sister Chihiro awkwardly. Although this is his aunt, she is not as familiar as she often meets. It's really not the case that someone suddenly sees herself naked. So embarrassed. Aoba felt a little bit more energetic. He found a jacket from the ground and put it directly on his head. He opened the door of the room. A burst of bright sunshine filled his sight. He adjusted to the brightness a bit and rubbed it slowly. Eyes, slowly walked to the bathroom that Chihiro's sister said last night. Opened the curtain door, cleaned the clean bathroom, the bright white sink basin, and the brand new toilet in the partition. At first glance, people often clean very carefully. Looking at the mirror, Aoba glanced at the bloodshot eyes in his eyes, and the face with lines already pressed out. I really shouldn't sleep so late. He patted his face vigorously, took out the toothbrush and towel he bought before, and started washing. After finally woke up, he sorted out the things and clothes that he should bring today, and finally checked the room to see if there were no problems, then closed the door and walked to the restaurant. In the restaurant, Sister Chihiro is placing the tableware and chopsticks. Aoba looks at the rich fried eggs on the table, milk and bread, chopsticks and paper towels are all ready. So careful Sister Chihiro, why hasn't she married herself yet? Aoba walked to the table and saw Chihiro's sister put the last omelette on the table. Chihiro looked at the spirited Aoba, raised his hand, motioned him to sit down and eat quickly. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com and Aoba didn't take any more politeness. After all, he hadn't eaten anything last night, and now his hungry chest is stuck to his belly. Aoba folded her hands together and said, Just started to enjoy the first breakfast at Sakura Villa. I'm still in the dormitory this morning. I haven't woken up yet. Let's go first after eating. By the way, I haven't cooked for a long time, so don't care about the taste. Chihiro's sister sees Aoba, who was devouring, laughed. How come? Chihiro's sister made it delicious. From tomorrow, you have to prepare your own food. When you come back this afternoon, don't forget to buy the ingredients. You can cook by yourself. It's okay. Chihiro looked at Aoba, although she said it yesterday. She was still a little worried about whether the child could take care of herself. Well, Chihiro's sister, don't worry, I have practiced cooking officially. Aoba put down the plate that she had cleaned up, and said to Chihiro confidently. Very delicious, thank you for the hospitality. If it was himself the day before yesterday, he really didn't have any confidence to say that his cooking skills were okay, but when he got the culinary proficiency, Aoba couldn't wait to try this proficient level. What is the standard? Well, okay, then clean up the bowls and chopsticks first, let's set off. Chihiro said that he was about to get up and help Aoba's bowls and chopsticks to be cleaned together. Seeing Chihiro's sister's movements, Aoba stood up, neatly packed her and Chihiro's sister's dishes into the sink, and scrubbed them clean. After all, Chihiro made a breakfast for herself, how could she clean the table and chopsticks and let Chihiro do it? Chihiro didn't say anything when he saw Aoba's movements, but his eyes became more tender. Seeing Aoba finished cleaning up, she took him to the outside. Chapter 5, Clock in again. Tokyo is an international metropolis facing Tokyo Bay. Speaking of history, it used to be the seat of the Edo shogunate, but this Edo was renamed Tokyo in 1868. And since the Tokugawa shogun era, it has become one of the major cities in Japan, and has been developed into a hub center in many fields such as politics, economy, culture, and transportation. So now Tokyo has not only become an important city for business, finance, pop culture, and fashion in the country, but also the city with the largest population in Japan. Chihiro's sister did not drive today, but took Aoba slowly along the road, enjoying the scenery along the way. In such a big city, there will always be a place for her to play. However, she has to enroll first. The high school affiliated with Shuiming University of the Arts is not far from us. It is about a few stops away. Usually you can choose to walk there and it will only take you 20 minutes. If you don't like walking, there seems to be a bicycle in Sakura Village. If you use it, you can also choose to ride a bicycle to school, which will be faster. But let's walk over today, and I'll show you the way first. Hearing Chihiro's sister's explanation, Aoba said he understood that it doesn't matter if you walk such a short distance every day, just to relax your brain before going to school. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, it was his first time to come to Tokyo. A closer look at the environment can better satisfy his curiosity. They crossed the tree-lined path and the main road with heavy traffic. In the exquisite commercial street next to them, they also tasted a famous Japanese teiyaki snack. The red bean paste was a bit too sweet, and the green leaves were not too sweet. Habit. The two also passed a famous shrine. From a distance, a tall building stood on the top of the hill. Although it did not look as old as expected, the torii gate at the entrance could still be seen with the lines of the banquet. The endless walkway under your feet is very clean and tidy. It seems that someone has just cleaned it not long ago. Otherwise, in such a place, it will be covered with fallen leaves if it is not cleaned for a few days. Aoba looks up along the road, and the worship hall at the end looks very Edo period style, and Aoba can see that it is really preserved from the previous era, and the traces of renovation from the building are clearly visible on the pillars. Lines. This building has appeared before them over hundreds of years of history. This is Fushimi Inari Shrine. What's wrong? Is Aoba very interested? Usually everyone comes to worship for a good harvest, business prosperity, and traffic safety. It is the most incensed shrine in the Kyoto area. 1. Aoba-kun needs to worship those shrines that bless his studies and love. Chihiro saw Aoba standing under the torii gate for a long time and started to tease him. No, it's just the first time I have seen such a large shrine. Aoba shook his head at Chihiro's sister, glanced at the shrine in the distance again, and started to walk forward. The two of them walked for half an hour during this part of the journey, and finally at about 8:30, they finally reached their destination, the high school affiliated to Shuiming University of Arts. Doorway. The two sides of the school are shaded by cherry blossoms, and the surrounding trees are shaded like a cover, overlapping and overlapping. It cannot be clearly seen from the animation. When Aoba really stood at this doorway, he felt that its area was really big. However, it is still during the holidays and there are no students going in or out. There are only a few people in casual clothes around the school gate. It is estimated that the situation is the same, he just came to take the entrance exam. Aoba looked at the people around him, and suddenly realized what he had neglected in the past few days. He hadn't fully grasped the knowledge of the original body, and he had only traveled over a month, and the previous memories had not been fully understood. According to the original degree of academic ability, it is definitely okay, but I am not. Now I have the memory, I really don't know if I can pass the exam smoothly. I hope I can get a score that is not as shameful if I fail to pass the exam. That's the end of it. How can he explain this? He can't say that he is unaccustomed. I don't know if it's too late to leave. Just as Aoba was sweating on her forehead and struggling to choose an excuse, a young lady walked out of a small door next to the school entrance. Sister Chihiro took Aoba and went straight to the other side. Oh, Mr. Yuko Motohashi, you are on duty today. Chihiro looked at the lady who came out of the school in surprise. Yes, hey. It was arranged by the team leader, and I can't refuse it. Then, this is the child of the sister you mentioned earlier, Asama Aoba. Yuko Motobashi took Chihiro. The form that came over looked at the boy next to him. I heard Teacher Kyunchi said before that he would bring his nephew to take the exam today. Well, hello, my name is Aoba Asama. Today, I came to take the entrance exam. Aoba was very curious just now. Chihiro. What did the sister hand over, but depending on the situation, it should be her own information. Well, okay, then I wish you a good grade in the exam in advance. Hirako Motohashi looked at Aoba up and down, and looked at him with a smile. He looked handsome, but as the nephew of Chihiro. He is so shy, what an interesting boy. Thank you very much, then I will go in. Aoba, who didn't know her embarrassment was considered shy, bowed to Yuko Motohashi, thanked him, and walked in with Chihiro's sister through the small door. After all, I have already come here, it is definitely too late to leave, then I have to bite the bullet. I hope the Japanese exams are not too difficult. Yeah, okay. Yuko Motohashi watched Aoba and Chihiro enter the small gate, thinking of Chihiro's sturdy style in school, and then thinking about what Aoba Asama was in front of her just now. It looked a little funny, and then turned to shout to other people around. All the students who participated in the entrance examination for the high school affiliated to Shuiming University of the Arts today, please bring your own registration form and enter the school from me. Sister Chihiro took Aoba, followed the signs on the road and walked into the teaching building from the right side of the campus, while Aoba silently followed behind. Now he has no intention of admiring the beauty of the campus because when I first walked into the campus, a voice that excited Aoba sounded again. Ding successfully punched in important places, the high school attached to Shuiming University of the Arts, from the pet girl of Sakura Village, acquired skills, high school knowledge mastery. What do I really want? Thank the system boss, otherwise I will really be overwhelmed today. Aoba quickly settled down and checked the skills he signed in this time. Master of High School Knowledge, congratulations, you have mastered all the knowledge of high school proficiently. You can apply any knowledge of high school proficiently. Because high school knowledge is the most advanced skill in the basic knowledge collection, you will automatically acquire nursery school knowledge, kindergarten knowledge, elementary school knowledge, and junior high school knowledge. Master with high school knowledge and gather basic knowledge. Congratulations, you are the most beautiful student in high school from now on. Although I am very happy, but the knowledge of nursery school and kindergarten. Okay, just learn it. Aoba recalled the knowledge that had suddenly appeared in her mind, and the vague formulas in her previous memories, all of which were now clearly visible, and all the knowledge points that she had never had before were all clear. Aoba silently squeezed a fist, turned his head and looked at the candidates who were gradually following up behind him. There was a burst of smiles on his face. Looking at the group of just junior high school graduates, the high school knowledge in my mind was enough. Hang all candidates! Isn't this bullying? Chapter 6, Entrance Examination. Chihiro looked at the silent Aoba. Don't worry, just try your best. Well, I see, Chihiro's sister. Chihiro did not doubt that he had him, and continued to lead the way. Although I knew the teaching level of Aoba's previous school, I can only say it was fair, but it was much worse than the teaching level in Tokyo. Before Aoba came, she also consulted with her sister. About Aoba's performance, the news she got was that she was in the middle grade. However, based on her comparison of the deviation between the two schools, Aoba should be able to perform well. Admitted to the high school affiliated with Shuiming University of the Arts, but the grades are not too high. But it's hard to say if you don't play well. Chihiro thought about it again and again, and felt that it would be better for him to tell him. Aoba, the exam at the high school affiliated to Swime University of the Arts may be a little harder than your previous school, but the problem is not big, you just have a good mind. Well, I will play well, thank Chihiro's sister. Aoba smiled slightly, with a confident expression on his face. If he can't pass the exam smoothly when he hangs up, then he would be too embarrassed to the traversers. What? Aoba sank, and all the knowledge in his mind was as clear as it was flowing in front of his eyes. Various data and formulas were constantly emerging in the brain, and Aoba's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. This plugin is really powerful. My friend, I really don't know how so much knowledge is able to remember all of them clearly, and there is not a single ambiguity. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a confident smile appeared on his face again. It is impossible if he is not sure this time, he just doesn't know how much he can do this time. Chihiro glanced at Aoba, who fell silent again, and was a little worried. Although the other party said there was no problem, she was still a little worried. And Aoba, who was still recalling the knowledge in her mind, didn't realize that Chihiro's sister looked more and more weird when she looked at her. Chihiro frowned, feeling that Aoba's reaction was so strange. Although he was visibly stunned when he first came in, and then he remained silent. It is understandable to be nervous, but now the reaction is really somewhat observable. I don't understand, it seems a little excited, a little dazed, and a little serious. Is it because you forgot to bring something? Aoba, you don't need to bring anything for the test. The test room will provide you with pens and paper. Oh, okay, I see, Chihiro's sister. Aoba raised her head and looked at Chihiro's sister strangely. Why did she suddenly say this? I already saw this in the registration instructions. Oh, okay, that's okay. I can't understand this kid more and more. Is it a puberty problem? In this short period of time, what is in my mind to make facial expressions change like this? Forget it, since this kid has said that there is no problem, then I don't have to worry about it. Anyway, after finishing the exam, the result will be clear. Chihiro led Aoba to the door of a classroom, indicating that this was the examination room. Go, take the exam, I will pick you up when you finish the exam. Aoba responded, turned around and pushed open the door of the classroom, and saw a standard Japanese-style classroom in front of her. Although she had been studying for several years in her memory, it was the first time she really saw it, and it is still the classroom in the anime Sakura Sue's Pet Girl. Aoba pressed her excited heart again and walked in slowly. Cast a gaze over, and saw a female teacher with long hair in a cape standing on the podium looking at him. She didn't look very old, she should be younger than Chihiro's sister, and her makeup was very delicate. Hello, my name is Asama Aoba. I came to take the entrance exam today. I met you for the first time. Please advise me. Yeah, let me see, Asama Aoba, I found it, it is indeed today's exam. After hearing Aoba say her identity, the female teacher looked up the name list in her hand and confirmed it. The other party is the student who came to take the exam today. Okay, please come in, my name is Ono Mieko, the Bishop of Mathematics, today is your invigilator, please advise. Ono Mieko looked up and down Aoba and smiled slightly. Well, thank you. Your seat is number 26, let's go first, the other candidates have not arrived yet, and the exam will start when everyone is ready. Ono Mieko looked at the corresponding seat number on the name list. Aoba found her place and sat down. On the other hand, she didn't know what she was taking today, and she didn't even know which subject and part of the test. Now she regretted not asking Chihiro's sister clearly. But it doesn't matter anymore. With the existence of a plug-in, it makes no difference to him what he tests. After closing his eyes for a while, the examination room was full. Aoba looked around for a week and found that everyone had a heavy expression. It seemed that when he took the college entrance examination in his previous life, there was no such atmosphere in the examination room. Is it really difficult for this exam? But in his memory, the scene of the original taking the exam is also a bit vague. He doesn't know how the Japanese exam is different from that of China, and it is impossible to draw a special exam in the anime. The plot of the plot. Well, now that everyone is here, the exam is ready to start. The first exam starts at 10 o'clock exactly. 2 hours in the morning, and the second one starts at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is also 2 hours. Please everyone come on. Ono Mieko glanced at the time on the clock above her head. It was 9:40 and 20 minutes left. Aoba discovered that after the teacher had finished the exam time, all the candidates in the exam room took out the textbooks and review materials in their bags for the final review sprint. Except Aoba, because he really didn't bring anything. It's really embarrassing. There are still 20 minutes. I don't even have a book with me now. In a classroom where all the staff are madly flipping through books and notes, I can only sit quietly in my seat. Aoba knew that he didn't need to review at all, but in this situation, he really hopes that he can hold the book in his hand, even comic books. The atmosphere surrounding Aoba is a bit embarrassing. Ono Mieko also looked at him strangely, with a very strange expression. Is this kid very good at studying? Not only is he not nervous at all, he even re-reviewed before the exam to consolidate his knowledge. Don't bother to do it. Ono Mieko suddenly admired this kid a little bit. Such self-confidence is indeed a good thing. If people don't have self-confidence, can you reading www.yuyugonshu.com do anything to succeed? Does it depend on gambling? The sun shines in and spills on Aoba's face. At this moment, he is like a general in a tens of thousands of soldiers, looking out the window without squinting, and those candidates who are immersed in their studies are like soldiers and horses under his hand. It's so different. I glanced at the candidates who were still studying hard. This is the gap. Ono Mieko admired it for a while and then turned her head to look at the time on the watch, which was 10 minutes away. And Aoba's mood is only known to him. Why is she staring at me all the time? Aoba was really a little guilty, turned her head and looked out the window, not daring to look at Ono Mieko at all. A little bit of time passed, 10 minutes passed quickly. Listening to the frantically flipping books in the classroom, Aoba finally gradually calmed down, and she was liberated from the embarrassment. Ono Mieko glanced at the other candidates who were pale because of excessive brain review before the exam, and then glanced at Aoba, who was calm and confident. He now appreciates him more and more, and this kind of psychological quality is really amazing. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me so strangely? Aoba looked at the smiling Ono Mieko, feeling strange in her heart. Ono Mieko looked up at the time. Okay, stop, put all the books and mobile phones to the front, and the test is ready to start. Although she doesn't believe anyone will cheat, she still has to follow the procedures. After all the mobile school bags were handed over to the front desk, after receiving the pen and paper, Aoba returned to his seat and watched the teacher split the test papers and then distributed them to all the candidates. Ono Mieko finally confirmed the time, it was already 10 o'clock. Okay, the exam will start now, a total of 2 hours. Chapter 7, it turned out to be a comprehensive comic. Aoba picked up the test paper and looked at it roughly. It should be a comprehensive test paper for several subjects. There are so many contents, and even one article is written. Is it really enough in just 2 hours? However, the answers to the questions I just saw roughly appeared in my mind. It seems that this exam should be stable. Aoba, who didn't dare to waste time anymore, took out all of her energy and put it on the test paper. Now let herself see how awesome her cheat sheet is. Seeing the questions flashed one after another on the paper, a complete and clear idea and answer appeared in his mind. What is the difference between this one directly? It is not challenging at all. With the thoughts in his mind like a fountain, countless answers were written on the paper along the tip of his pen. The only thing left in the classroom is the sound of the pen tip rubbing against the test paper. Ono Mieko glanced at Aoba with satisfaction. She really didn't look away, she could have such a confident look and stable psychological quality. He got a good result, but I don't know how much he can do. The time passed bit by bit, and the speed of other test takers around was getting slower and slower. Several of them were already sitting on their seats with pale faces, looking stupidly at the test papers in front of them. Some of them were already flushed with suffocation, and they tried to check this on the paper, but their expressions were not ideal. Ono Mieko shook her head faintly. Although their high school affiliated with Shumei University of the Arts is more inclined to art development, this does not mean that their school's culture class is not good. Judging from their school's average score, it has exceeded most of them. Of colleges and universities. If the basic knowledge is not solid, it is estimated that this exam will be unfriendly to them. And Aoba is still writing frantically. There is a plug-in in his brain, and he hardly needs to think. When he sees the question, his brain has already figured out the solution, which is not even one. At this moment, he has completed all the answers and application problems, and the final composition has also been written to the end, and there are still 15 minutes left. Time passed quietly, no one noticed it until the alarm on the podium rang. Stop writing! Ono Mieko, who heard the bell, stood up and interrupted everyone directly, and the morning exam was over. Aoba had already put down the pen 10 minutes before the ringtone, and his own plug-in was so powerful that he was ecstatic when he watched the paper full of answers. After Ono Mieko collected the test papers, Aoba stood up and moved her legs that were a bit stiff after sitting for 2 hours. Aoba walked out eagerly. Anyway, the exam has been finished, no matter what the result is, it can't be changed, and there is another one in the afternoon, so I hurried to find a place to have lunch first. Aoba, who did not dare to go too far, followed the signs on the road and found the school cafeteria. After a simple lunch, he returned to the examination room again, waiting for the afternoon test. The examination time starts at 2 o'clock as stipulated. The examination questions in the afternoon are a combination of the other half of the subjects, and there are still a lot of questions. It's just that there were a few fewer candidates in the afternoon test, and there were only a dozen people left in the classroom that was full in the morning. Listening to Ms. Ono's explanation, those few people gave up their qualifications after the morning. And Aoba still writes as fast as the morning, letting go of all distracting thoughts, and there is no way to stop him from any topic. With his full concentration, time also flies quickly, until Aoba hears the ringtone of the end of the exam. He just put down his pen, and the time for the exam is over. This time his speed is a little slower than in the morning. It's just that there was a little episode in the end. A few of the exams were still holding the paper and refused to let go. Seeing their pale faces, they should have been hit hard until they were given a severe warning. Resigned to his fate and let go of his hand. After Ono Mieko collected the test papers, the entrance examinations were all over. Aoba relaxed, holding his things indifferently, and went straight out of the door of the examination room, and saw Sister Chihiro standing at the door waiting. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro with a little surprise. She was so punctual. She had just finished the exam and was already waiting at the door. I have finished the exam, I have been waiting for a long time, Chihiro sister. It just happens that my business has just been processed. How is it, are you sure of this exam? Chihiro glanced at Aoba, who had a normal face. Since there is no nervous and helpless expression until now, it seems that the problem shouldn't be big. Although time is a bit tight, it should be fine to play by yourself. It's a pity that I just finished writing when the bell rang, and there is no time to allow myself to check it. Aoba is still more confident in his performance and has a plug-in master. Now, the accuracy rate should not be low. What? You said you finished? All the questions on the front and back of the paper. Chihiro thought he had heard it wrong. This kid is not joking. She knows the situation of the two papers. It was originally for the purpose of learning from the students. It is a test paper prepared for the selection of questions, the speed of answering and the psychological quality to test the abilities of students. So many types of questions were prepared, and all their teachers never thought that someone would do it completely, because they thought it was impossible. Yes, but the amount of questions is really big. Although the time is indeed too tight, but the last second is just finished. Aoba thought of the horrible test papers just now, but did not expect the learning ability of Tokyo students to be so. Gao, even if he has a plug-in, he has just finished writing. Chihiro didn't know what to say, but looking at Aoba's confident watch, she still couldn't believe it. It's just that his speed is so fast that the correct rate is hard to say. According to the information he learned from chatting with his sister before, based on the deviation value of Aoba Junior High School, in her assumption, completing half of the test questions and achieving more than half of the correct rate is the level he should have. The two who left the school did not go back to the village directly, but took Aoba directly to a family restaurant near the school for dinner. Looking at the restaurant in front of him, Aoba always felt like he had seen it somewhere, but he didn't have the energy to think about it. The exams during the day consumed almost all of his calories. Ling Ling. Welcome. Ding successfully clocked in at important locations, from dining restaurant, acquired skill, proficient in language. Well, I finally know why I am familiar with this restaurant. In fact, Aoba thought about it when he successfully clocked in Sakura Village before. Is there really only Sakura Village in this world? If this is just the world where Sakura Village's pet girl exists, then the check-in function of this system is still it's really not necessarily how many cards can be played. But now it's different. It seems that the world I'm in is a mixed world. As for what I have to encounter it later to be clear. At least the one I've encountered is Sakura Shuang's pet girl and wandering restaurant. These two. Aoba ordered a Japanese-style omelette rice to the waiter. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com used to see it in anime before, and he had never tasted it before. Aoba looked at the decoration of the restaurant curiously. The scenes from the anime were now in front of her eyes, and the waiter who ordered dishes in front of them was the legal lorry planting poplar in the anime. Ling Ling. Welcome. Ah, it turned out to be Yuzong little bird. You are finally here. We are all very busy. Let's go inside and change our clothes. Tandao Biang finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the people who came. Today is too busy. Okay, senior sister. Ding, the important plot character successfully punched in, the little bird Yuzongta, from the wandering restaurant, obtained the item, Yongling knife. It turned out that the protagonist came. Aoba has been guessing about this check-in point before. According to the prompts displayed in the system, every time the check-in is done, you need to encounter those iconic characters or locations in the anime to trigger it. It's just that Aoba also has his own conjectures about this iconic character. It may be the protagonist that can trigger the system. Otherwise, when he meets his aunt Chihiro, he will be prompted to check in successfully, and now he has encountered it. Little bird Yuzong too confirmed his conjecture. Aoba recalled the plot in dining restaurant. There seems to be no clear heroine in this anime. Although many people on the internet in the previous life said that they were planting poplar on the island, some people believed that it was Iwa Mahiru who had male phobia. Violent woman. In fact, some people think that the heroine is Hiromi Soma. Wow! Wow! This should be the foreman with a katana. Koyakiyo appeared. Chapter 8, Digital Food. Chihiro looked at Aoba, who had fallen silent since entering the restaurant, and didn't say much, but continued to order dishes with the waiter next to him. Before, I never heard my sister say that there was a problem with Aoba's character. Why did she often get in a daze? Sister Chihiro, does our school have a rule that prohibits students from working part-time? Aoba looked at the busy restaurant, and thought of her culinary proficiency and the Yongling knife she just got. If she can work in the restaurant, she can do it too. Increase your own income. That's not true. Part-time work is a student's freedom. As long as it doesn't affect grades, what's the matter, are you short of money? Chihiro glanced at King Yi strangely. This is the problem of wanting to work before enrolling. Is there a problem? Is there something unspeakable? I still have something I want to buy and I don't have enough money. If it's something urgent, I can lend you money first. After all, you just arrived in Tokyo and started working part-time. Wouldn't it be a bit too nervous? Aoba thought for a while, and probably understood what Chihiro's sister meant. It stands to reason that she just came to Tokyo and started thinking about part-time work when everything hadn't stabilized. Normally this situation should be due to a sudden shortage of money. Will appear. But lack of money is a little lack of money, but it's not so eager. Wanting to work is just because I want to truly integrate into the world. Like Sakura Village's Pet Girl and Drunk Restaurant are all animes that I once liked. I would definitely want to bring myself closer to the plot, but there is no way to explain the real reason to Chihiro's sister. Oh, that's not the case, Chihiro's sister, I just think I've grown up and I should work harder in life. Chihiro looked at Aoba, who was calmly looking directly at him. There should be no problem. Although he knew that the other party did not give all the reasons, at least the other party did not lie. So she is also willing to accept this reason. Well, okay, but if you really have any difficulties, you must tell me. Let's eat now. With the consent of Chihiro's sister, Aoba immediately immersed himself in the meal, because Chihiro had a richer meal. After eating a meal for nearly an hour, the two people emptied all the dishes on the table. Looking at the dining table in front of him that seemed to have been baptized by a tornado, Aoba was really embarrassed. After eating a little bit, he wiped his mouth with a paper towel, got up and went to check out after a while. After all, Chihiro's sister helped him a lot in the past 2 days, so it should be good to ask her for a meal. Hello, please check out. Okay, please follow me. Aoba watched Tanjima White Poplar jogging to the counter to ask for the bill to the yacho. This scene moved Aoba to tears. For a former otaku, what could be better than letting himself experience the plot in anime? More moving. Hello, please pay the bill here. Aoba followed Tanjima Byang to the counter, and looked at the smiling Boyacho. When I watched anime before, I didn't feel much, but now a real katana appears in front of him, it is somewhat psychologically pressured. Hello, a total of 8,700 yuan was spent. Do you use your card or cash? Humayacho handed the bill to Aoba. Well, yes, this is cash, please take it away. Aoba pointed out 9 notes and handed them over. This is your change, welcome to visit next time. Thank you, Aoba looked at the Boomyacho and Tanjima Aspen in front of him, and didn't know what to say. Is there anything else? Perhaps seeing Aoba's hesitation, Tanjima Byang asked directly. That's it, do you need a part-time job here? My cooking skills are pretty good. Aoba thought about it, but decided to try it. After all, this is also an opportunity. Hey! Really? Well, yes, do you still recruit people here? Recruitment is indeed hiring. Boomyacho and Tanjima Byang looked at each other. Hello, I'm the foreman, Yacho. It's like this. If it's okay to apply for a waiter, I can make a decision, but if you're applying for a chef, you need the presence of the manager, but it's not very convenient today. Mr. Long has left because of something. Humiyacho thought for a moment. There are indeed not enough people in the kitchen. It would be best to have one more helper, but he is just the foreman in the front hall and has no right to cook, so he still has to wait for the shop. Only when you come back you can make a decision. Oh, that's okay. Aoba looked around, but did not find the store manager, remembering that she seemed to be called Shirataji Kyoko. Well, you leave your contact information first, I will explain to the store manager, please come back at this time tomorrow. Hyakiyo pulled out a note from the counter and handed it to Aoba. Okay, this is my contact information, I will be here on time tomorrow, thank you. Aoba left her name and contact information on the paper. Okay, see you tomorrow, Asama-kun. The two left the restaurant one after the other. They walked slowly along the sidewalk to Sakura Village, passing a commercial street by the way. Chihiro's sister brought Aoba to buy some ingredients that they needed later. Chihiro's sister next to him was carefully selecting green vegetables, and Aoba started to be in a daze. Cabbage, weight 1263 grams, medium maturity, picking time 7 days, freshness remaining 1 day, pesticides, none, grade white, corresponding to novice cooking level. Aoba, who was holding the cabbage in his hand, looked at the dialog box that suddenly appeared in front of him. Is the dish also digitized? Aoba turned her head to look at the radish next to her. Carrots, weight 372 grams, high maturity, picking time 4 days, freshness remaining 3 days, pesticides, none, grade white, corresponding to the culinary level novice. Pork, weight 116 grams, medium maturity, type loin, slaughter time 13 days, freshness remaining 3 days, hormone, none, grade white, corresponding to the novice cooking level. Although the contents of vegetables and meat are not the same, the data shows that there is no problem. It seems that all the ingredients are digitized in my own eyes, so the reason should be from the cooking proficiency. Aoba remembered after the introduction of the skill cooking proficiency, the digitalization of this ingredient should be the most intuitive grasp of the ingredients of the proficiency level. Aoba, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong with this pork? Chihiro looked at Aoba holding the cabbage in his left hand and the pork in his right, and started to daze there again. There is no problem with this kid's spirit, right? It has happened several times. It seems that I turned around and asked my sister if Aoba had any trauma. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Oh, it's nothing, Chihiro sister, I just see if this piece of pork is fresh or not, let's go ahead and have a look. The two bought some ingredients and left the supermarket. Aoba was a little absent-minded throughout the whole process. Thinking of what she had just experienced, this skill of cooking skills is really easy to use. All the data on the ingredients can't escape her eyes. Even Chihiro's sister just prepared to buy a fresh pumpkin with a -2 remaining days and was blocked by herself. The value was displayed as a negative number, and the level was grey, which must have been stale. The two slowly walked back to Sakura Village. When they passed a river, Chihiro thought of something. At noon tomorrow, the results will be available, and they will be sent to my phone first. Chihiro looked at Aoba, who was still thinking next to him, and said gently. Oh, so fast. I will know the result tomorrow. I'm really nervous. I don't know if I can do well in the exam. But since there is a system master, there should be no problem, and I have finished writing. If you have any questions, you can be honest, I am your aunt after all. Well, thank Chihiro's sister, I'm just a little worried about my grades, I don't know if I can pass. Those papers are all from the school's own question bank, and the questions are randomly selected. Before opening the papers, no one knows what questions will be available. But it shouldn't be a big problem for you. According to my deviation from your junior high school in terms of understanding. Kyungsoon recalled the Aoba's junior high school transcript that she had seen before. It must be difficult, but it should be fine after the exam. And this kid said today that he had finished writing all of it, which was a little bit beyond his expectation. Aoba was taken aback. Is it random? Chapter 9, Tenant. The two walked slowly back along the river bank. About half an hour, Aoba saw Sakura Village again. The difference from last night was that the lights were turned on in several rooms and saw that the tenants came back today. Aoba, who was about to go home with Chihiro's sister, suddenly noticed that there was a dark figure in front of him that seemed to be squirming, and Aoba directly blocked Chihiro's sister. "Wait, Chihiro's sister, something is ahead." Because the street lights were too dim, Aoba couldn't see what was in front of him. He communicated his mind to the Yongling knife in the system, and if there is any accident, he can immediately receive it. Although he knows very well that once the everlasting knife comes into contact with the blood of a living person, it will turn into scrap iron and will have no effect. But now that Chihiro's sister is behind him, he definitely can't let her have an accident. It's just a kitchen knife. Chihiro looked at Aoba who was in front of him, and was moved in his heart. Although he had only known this kid for 2 days, he already liked the kid. At this young age, he knew that he was in front of him when faced with danger, and he did not hesitate at all. He deserved to be the child of his sister. "Okay, Aoba, it's okay." Chihiro pushed Aoba away from him, walked straight to the creeping shadow, and kicked it directly. Oh! The black shadow was kicked into the light. This was a very sloppy man with unkempt long hair, and even his eyes were covered by bangs that had not been taken care of for a long time. He was wearing loose Japanese-style home clothes and his feet were still stepping on a pair of Japanese clogs. "Mr. Kinosaki, haven't I said it all? Please don't do such scary behavior. Okay, if you do this, I will kick you." "You have already kicked this." "Aoba. You have already kicked this." "Mr. Kinosaki." A voice appeared in the hearts of the two at the same time. "Oh, it's nice that Miss Sengoku is still so violent." Shaking Aoba looked at the man in front of him who was kicked to the ground by Chihiro's sister, and his face flushed. This is absolutely abnormal, and why Chihiro's sister is so familiar with this man named Mr. Kinosaki. He remembered what Chihiro's sister said yesterday, that although this Sakura village is a dormitory attached to the school, it is privately run, and not all students live here. In other words, "Hey, although it's a bit hard to tell, is this guy called Shijin Kinosaki? He lives in Sakura village and is a well-known novelist, your neighbor." Sister Chihiro covered her forehead, really embarrassed to look at Aoba's eyes. Mainly because this guy on the ground is really embarrassing. "I heard that this guy went to find the material for the novel before, but I didn't expect to come back so soon." Sure enough. Aoba actually thought about it too. After all, I met in this place, and Chihiro's sister can still call her name. Actually, you don't need to be afraid. Although this guy is a pervert, he is still a good person. Chihiro reluctantly pointed at the stuff on the ground. "Oh, when I heard Miss Senshi say that, and the contempt in my eyes, I really am, really. This guy is really a pervert." Looking at Mr. Kinosaki, who was flushed, Aoba's heart was frantically complaining. This guy is definitely not a character in Sakura Sue's Pet Girl, there is no such perversion in there. And he is not a certain protagonist, otherwise the system will prompt. However, it is still somewhat familiar. "Kunizaki-kun, this guy is my nephew. He has just taken the entrance exam for the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. If there is no problem, he will live in Sakura village in the next few years, and he is your neighbor." Chihiro watched and stood up Kinosaki, who came here, introduced Aoba to him. After all, the two are neighbors who live next door. "Ah. Hello, I'm Shijin Kinosaki, everyone will get along well in the future. I hope you can stay away from me." Aoba looked at the other party, flushed and wiped his hands on his body, and stretched out to Aoba. "Ah. I can't bear this look at trash. You are really enough." Aoba thought that this pervert would accompany her 3 years of high school life, and if her grades are not good tomorrow, she will immediately buy a ticket back to her hometown. The 3 people entered the Sakura village. After changing their shoes at the entrance, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor on the left, and only a girl in a pink dress came out. King Yi looked up. The woman's light orange, slightly curly short hair, very delicate makeup, slightly shorter than Chihiro's sister. Looking at the other side, she should be ready to go out. This seems to be another guest of Sakura Su, and he is not the character in the anime Sakura Su's Pet Girl. Oh, did you guys just come back? Where did you go? Today I accompanied Aoba to take the exam. Oh, he is what I said before. He came back together when I met Mr. Kinosaki at the door. You should also be back, Watanabe. Are you going out again? Chihiro, looking at the woman who was about to go out, she was used to the other party's behavior. Yes, there is a party tonight, I have to go, but Aoba. The woman noticed Aoba walking out from behind Chihiro. Chihiro. Hello, my name is Asama Aoba. I started staying at Sakura So yesterday. I met for the first time. Please take care of me in the future. Hello. My name is Ayaka Watanabe, please take care of me in the future, Asama-kun. Aoba looked at the other party with a smile and greeted herself, a very beautiful girl, but Aoba always felt that there was something wrong. To each other, Miss Watanabe. Just call me Ayaka, Asama-kun. I know Sengoku said that she will live in with a nephew, but she never said that she is such a handsome nephew, and she won't tell me sooner. Watanabe Ayaka seemed to complain. Chihiro looked over. Although his speech and attitude seemed to be good, Aoba still feels something wrong with Watanabe's body in his heart. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com may be thinking too much. Aoba, don't be fooled by her, otherwise I won't be able to explain to my sister. Don't look at Watanabe like this, in fact this woman. Oh, what are you talking about, Sengoku? I'm going to be late, I'll leave first, see you tomorrow, Asama-kun. When Chihiro's sister seemed to be going to say something, Miss Watanabe suddenly changed her face and interrupted her directly, carrying her handbag, and quickly rushed out of the hallway. Aoba looked at the back of Ayaka Watanabe rushing out with a dazed expression. What happened? It's really fast, in short, Aoba, you will stay away from her in the future. She is not as simple as you see, do you know? Looking at Watanabe Ayaka, Chihiro once again told Aoba, after all, since I'm not here, I don't want to say more behind my back. Let Aoba pay attention first. After all, it's Ayaka Watanabe. Okay, I see, Chihiro's sister. Sure enough, there is a problem, although it is not clear what it is, since Chihiro's sister said so, I will take it first. Well, then let's go. Take these ingredients to the kitchen first. Don't forget to put your things in your own grid. I am so tired today, so I will go back and rest first. See you tomorrow. Chihiro said to him. Aoba waved his hand, motioning for him to do his own thing, and he would not accompany him. Aoba mentioned the things she had just bought, confirmed the location that Chihiro's sister had identified with her yesterday, and turned and walked towards the kitchen. And there is one thing left on the scene that has been ignored by everyone, abnormal. Is it left? That's great. Shijin Kinosaki twisted his body, flushed. Chapter 10, This is Culinary Proficiency. Aoba pushed open the kitchen door and looked around. Well, I seem to remember the position correctly. Aoba found the refrigerator belonging to the boy. It was located just opposite the door of the kitchen. It was a plain white refrigerator with double doors and 2 doors. The surface looked very new, and there was no strange smell after opening. It seems that the refrigerator is often cleaned. After all, it's the place where the ingredients are put, so it's right to keep it clean. Aoba, who was about to put all the ingredients into it, suddenly thought of something, and took out a package of small green vegetables from the vegetables he bought before. Looked at the green vegetables in his hand. Small rapeseed, weight 503 grams, medium maturity, picking time 5 days, freshness remaining 6 days, pesticides, none, grade white, corresponding to the novice cooking level. Well, it's not bad, since I plan to apply for a job, let me experiment first. Aoba sinks his mind into the system to check what he has just obtained. Language proficiency. Congratulations on your acquisition of all human and humanoid language. Language will no longer be an obstacle to your communication. The scope of application is any language recognized by intelligent creatures and capable of effective communication. This skill is so practical, it seems that I don't have to worry about foreign languages in the future. It's just a note of all the human and humanoid terms identified here. Are there any humanoids in this world? Aoba, again I was shocked by my own system. Think back to the languages that appeared in your mind, at least the more official languages like Chinese, French, Russian, German, English, etc. Just thinking about it, you know that you have mastered them proficiently, even Arabic, Latin, Spanish, Greek, Portuguese, and Aoba can also read and write, and what Aoba did not expect is that even the local dialects of China and the terrifying Wenzhou dialect can be used. Looking at the language in his mind, Aoba, who was silly, finally recovered and turned his attention to another check-in item, one of the 8 kitchen utensils from the legend of the Little Master of China. Its shape looks similar to an ordinary kitchen knife, and the handle is a knife handle carved in the shape of a dragon. According to the introduction in the animation, it has the function to restore freshness to any ingredients. Means that no matter how long the ingredient is stored, or even the corrupted ingredient, when the chef it recognizes uses it, the ingredient can be restored to its freshest time. For a chef, the freshness of the ingredients can play a decisive role, but he has the skill of cooking proficiency. When he sees the ingredients, he can see whether they are fresh or not. And the most amazing thing is that when the Yongling knife chooses the chef by itself, when the chef selected by it picks up the knife, a tyrannical pattern will appear on the Yongling knife's knife. Pattern. Such an unscientific kitchen knife was created by a legendary chef using meteorites dropped from the sky in the anime plot. Then it was sealed in a certain temple in Guangzhou in the world of Little Master for more than 100 years, and it was released again after the duel between Little Master Lu Moxing and Ren. But these kinds of kitchen utensils seem to be self-conscious. They have been sealed for more than 100 years after they were created. Could it be a bit more miserable? Aoba ended the memory, and once again focused on the Yongling sword. Yongling knife receive, yes/no. I still don't receive it, forget it, it's a big response to holding this thing in my hand. I should talk about it later if I have a chance, and I don't need it now. Then my own attribute is now. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, human. Power, 6. Agility, 7. Physique, 6. Intelligence, 8. Charm, 7. Spiritual power, 0. Status, sub-health. Features, none. Skills, proficient in culinary arts, mastery of high school knowledge, proficient in language. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit knife, unclaimed. Evaluation, a fighter among weak chickens, even ordinary adults can't beat them. Ignoring the neurotic evaluation, Aoba looked at her updated skill bar and inventory, and waited for her to play a few more times, and things would gradually increase. Aoba prepared the ingredients she needed, took out a wok, and finally rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. Looking at the green vegetables in her hand, she had the blessing of cooking skills, whether it was cutting vegetables or preparing seasonings. All the movements seemed to be very skilled, even though Aoba knew that he had never done this dish before, but now he completely mastered every step. Pick out some broken leaves, remove the skin, cut off the rhizomes, everything is done exactly. The detailed method of making stir-fried vegetables appeared in Aoba's mind. The main thing to pay attention to is the mastery of heat. After heating the oil pan, gently shake it so that the whole pan is completely immersed by you. One hand picks up the greens that have just been suspended in the water. When the oil temperature reaches the limit, add the greens and stir vigorously to fully heat the greens. Then pour the prepared seasonings along the side of the pot and slide them into the pot, and stir-fry with the green vegetables in the pot until they reach the fire. Aoba looked at the greens he had fried in disbelief. He knew exactly what his original craftsmanship was. He couldn't see the color and appearance at all, and the taste was barely edible. But now this dish, each one is crystal clear, like a carved jade. Although there is no golden light rising to the sky, its color and aroma have defeated all the delicacies Aoba has seen in his memory. Thinking back to the process of cooking just now, my brain knows exactly what I should do at each step, and every muscle in my body is cooperating with my brain to do what I should do. There is nothing superfluous. Now it seems that my own plug-in is really too bug. When Aoba was about to taste the taste of this stir-fried greens, reading www.yuyugonshu.com, a small hand stretched out from under the other side of the kitchen counter, towards the greens he had just made. Compared to this dish, but what he wants to say more is, "Hey! Wait! Ah! Hot, hot, hot! I just want to say it is very hot." Aoba looked at the girl who jumped out from under the kitchen counter with some disapproval. She was dressed in the uniform of the high school affiliated to the Shuming University of the Arts, with short brown hair, and the bust that exceeded the standards of high school students. Aoba guessed that she has completed anime memories. Who is this guy? Hot, hot, okay, hot. Wow! This is too delicious, hot, hot, sizzle, how do you do this, my junior, ah! So hot! Seeing that the girl kept yelling and hot, she just stuffed the food into her mouth, and then proceeded with this wave. Aoba really admired her from the bottom of her heart. "Yeah, hello, my name is Misaki Yakusaki, a third-year student, Junior June. I just met Chihiro's sister, I heard about you from her, delicious." Aoba watched and couldn't stop talking, and was filled with helplessness in Yakusaki Misaki, who was filled with vegetables in his mouth. Although he had been mentally prepared for a long time, he knew it when he really encountered this group of problematic teenagers. What is a headache? Oh, no, the pervert just now is not a teenager. "Hello, Yakusaki Misaki senpai, I am Asama Aoba, and I have just moved into Sakura-so, so please take care of me for the first time. After all, it is my senpai, and I still need to be polite." I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good, delicious, my junior. What's the matter, Yakusaki Misaki senpai? Let's get married. What? Chapter 11, Where is Hihi Chuang? Excuse me, Misaki Yakusaki senpai, what did you just say? Aoba felt that she definitely had an ear problem, and she just heard someone propose to her. Let's get married, juniors. Looking at Yakusaki Misaki senpai, who had bright eyes in front of him, Aoba made sure that she had heard it right. Senior sister, my name is Asama Aoba, not Junior Kun. Also, please allow me to reject your marriage proposal. Although Aoba still doesn't know why this is the case, it must be right to refuse. He is very good after watching anime. Clearly, this senior sister is definitely joking. This guy is a very strange personality in the anime. She targets cosmic people every day, but there is only one person she really likes from beginning to end. Hey, is it? It's a pity. What should I do if the senior sister can't eat such delicious dishes in the future? The senior sister will die, really will die. I don't want it, juniors, just don't get married. But can you cook meals for the elder sister for a lifetime? Yakusaki Misaki looked at the stir-fried vegetables on the kitchen counter with tears in her eyes. Is my value so cheap? Aoba suddenly felt angry. Aoba, who knew exactly what kind of personality the other party was, quickly snatched the last green vegetable on the plate, and looked at Yakusaki Misaki senpai, who wanted to the green vegetable from her own hand, and Aoba stuffed it into her mouth. Well, it's really delicious, it's worthy of being a good cook. Okay, senior sister, don't make any jokes, I will do it later if I have the opportunity. Helpless Aoba could only calm down the wronged senior Misaki Ueikuzaki first, and promised a series of unequal treaties. Finally sent away the other party. Aoba, who was already exhausted physically and mentally, cleaned up the kitchen utensils and tableware she had just used, turned off the kitchen lights and doors, turned upstairs and walked towards her room. Aoba hung his coat in the closet and looked at the room messed up by him. I was a little excited last night. I have been studying the use of the ethereal ring, and it turned out to be today, because the exam lasted for a day, and I came back to meet Misaki Yakusaki-senpai, and now I don't have the energy to clean up these things. I really don't want to clean up, forget it, take a shower today and go to bed. Aoba found the clothes to be changed from the ground, got ready for toiletries, and walked out of the room with his arms. Sister Chihiro seems to have said before that the bathing location is next to the bathroom. No one is using it at this time. Aoba glanced at the things in his hands, thought for a moment, and walked towards the bathroom. It should be right here. Aoba stood in front of a door with blue curtains, with mail written on it in large letters. Wow! Aoba felt that he was dazzled, and when he opened the door, he seemed to see a meditator in the middle of the bathroom. Is it too tired for the exam today? I have hallucinations. Aoba rubbed his eyes in confusion. Wow! Oh, it's Asama-kun as expected. Are you coming to take a bath so late? Do you want to be together? Today I am so tired. I have hallucinations. I saw the abnormal Mr. Kinosaki in the bathroom just now, posing naked in the shape of a thinker, and inviting myself with a flushed face. I didn't see the feng shui tonight. It's suitable for a bath, so go to bed early. Aoba silently looked at the door of the man's bathroom, turned around without saying a word, and went back to his room, turning off the light and going to bed in one go. Just when Aoba had gone to sleep, the screen of the mobile phone placed on the table suddenly lit up, and a dialog box was displayed on the screen. Unknown, mobile phone signal connected XXXXX. A few seconds later, the screen of the phone went dark again, and Aoba, the owner of the phone, found nothing. The next day, because of Aoba's negligence, he once again forgot to close the curtains in advance, causing the morning sun to directly shine on his face. It can be seen that it is another sunny day, and Aoba slowly sits up. I took a look at the alarm clock next to me. The time showed 6:20. Although I really want to sleep a little longer, let's just do it. After washing up, Aoba returned to her room again, looked at the clothes in the place and thought for a while before she realized what she needed to do today, but it's still early in the day, so please clean up her house first, otherwise Sister Chihiro would definitely talk about her when she saw it. Except for some clothes that were not in line with the season, Aoba put them in the closet, and he put all the other commonly used clothes and supplies into the ethereal ring in his hand. Sure enough, it's convenient to have a storage ring. Aoba rubbed the black ring on this finger. He didn't expect that the things in the fantasy could be realized. I don't know what surprises will be waiting for him in the future. I looked at the cleaned up house again, and I felt that there was no problem with Aoba closing the door and going downstairs. I ate early for dinner yesterday, and almost all of the stir-fried green vegetables I made in the evening were eaten by Misaki Wikusaki. I grabbed a bite, and now I can't stand it anymore. Just after Aoba got down to the first floor, a figure appeared from the left, just listening to the sound of stepping, and stepping. A girl wearing yellow casual clothes and black trousers came over. The girl with short black hair and a light makeup, looks attentively at the book in her hand. Reading like this, really won't you fall down? Aoba looked at the girl who came by. This should be another guest. With the end of the vacation, these guests have come back one after another. Including the pervert from last night. Ding! Important plot characters successfully punched in. Kiru, from our all of Ka Hwang, Yu reading www.yuncha.com gets a bonus, the basic attribute points of the body are doubled. What? Aoba instantly felt a warm current flowing, something seemed to be activated suddenly in her brain, and her consciousness's perception of the environment became clearer and clearer. Her slightly nearsighted eyes seemed to be wiped with detergent on the glass. Everything began to become alive. The corridors, which were still a bit dim, have also become brighter. Aoba can even feel the muscles under the clothes bulge one after another, and the blood flow in her blood vessels has become more powerful. Now she seems to be able to mobilize every muscle in her body freely, although it's just a feeling. This sudden change caused Aoba to be overwhelmed for a while. He hadn't fully woken up just now, yet he still couldn't accept what had just happened. "Hello, are you?" Just when Aoba was surprised by the sudden punch card, Kiru, who walked out of the corridor, saw him standing alone at the entrance of the entrance, just like a statue. "Oh, hello, I'm Chihiro's nephew. My name is Aoba Asama. I met at Sakura village the day before yesterday. I would like to meet you for the first time." Jump, he wanted to say hello first, but he didn't expect that the system would suddenly punch the card at this moment. "Oh, Chihiro's sister mentioned it before. My name is Kahelu. When we first meet, please take care of me. Also, please don't stand in the hallway, it will affect walking." The girl who finished speaking did not wait for Aoba's reply. "Turn around and leave directly. Is it so cool?" "But, Kiryu? Are all of Kahei Zhuang?" Aoba looked at her leaving back. Chapter 12, Metamorphosis. Kawahiri. Are Kawaii Zhuang? I seem to have watched it, but I can't remember it. Aoba began to recall the memories of his previous life. For this anime, I feel a little bit impressed. The plot of this anime looks similar to Sakura show's Pet Girl, but Aoba remembers that Kawaii Zhuang in the anime should be Kiru's own, and it is not. The high school affiliated to Shimei University of the Arts, so now Sakura Village and Hihi Village have merged? The rating of this anime at the time was average. I should have browsed one side quickly and didn't watch it completely. Moreover, the time has passed for a long time. The specific situation has long been forgotten. If the name of the anime was not prompted by the system just now, I can't remember it at all, even if the Hahili just stood in front of me. Aoba looked at the empty corridors around him, sank his mind into the system, and called out his attribute panel. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, Human. Power, 12. Agility, 14. Physique, 12. Intelligence, 16. Charm, 7. Spiritual power, 0. State, healthy. Features, none. Skills, proficient in cooking, high school knowledge plus, proficient in language. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit knife, unclaimed. Evaluation, a rookie is always a rookie, although you have surpassed ordinary people. Sure enough, the basic four-dimensional attributes have all doubled, and the basic attributes of adults are 10 points. Does that mean that I have surpassed all ordinary people? Aoba looked at his strength and physique at 12 points. It is estimated that people with special training will have this value, such as athletes practicing boxing and sanda, or special soldiers in the army. Aoba tried to slowly clench the fists of both hands and watched the fingers slowly close together. The feeling of full strength emerged directly, the muscles on the arm arched up instantly, and with the strength of his own, ordinary people couldn't bear a punch at all. Well, and his agility is actually higher than strength. Aoba looked at her body up and down. If she took off her clothes, she would definitely not recognize it as her own body. His thin body became stronger, and his waist and abdomen with a small belly even showed 8-pack abdominal muscles. Aoba touched his muscles a bit funny. For this physical fitness, not going to those sports colleges would be a loss for the whole of Japan. However, Aoba saw that his intelligence attributes were already ridiculously as high as 16 points. Yesterday I still need to sync my mind to mobilize skills high school knowledge mastery to use it, but now I only need to think a little bit, countless knowledge will pass through my mind, and even more of it does not belong to high school knowledge mastery, the content of the scope. No wonder there will be a plus sign behind this skill. This should be a bonus brought by the intelligence beyond ordinary people, so now I am still a normal person. He suddenly thought of a role in a certain American drama in his previous life, and quickly reached out and touched his head and hair. Fortunately, it hasn't become bigger, otherwise I will have my heart to die. Aoba breathed a sigh of relief. However, the last two items on his own attribute board have no change in charm and spiritual power. It seems that these two are not the basic attributes of the body and require additional punch-in rewards to improve. And my state has changed from sub-healthy to healthy, which is an unexpected joy. Yo! Isn't this Asama-kun? What are you doing here? Mr. Kinosaki appeared from the entrance of the courtyard, sweating profusely, but he didn't expect this guy to get up so early. Saying that the kawaii I just met is the heroine in the anime are kawaii chuang, then the guy in front of me is likely to be a character in this anime, and he can't be in a small Sakura village. Let's mix it up with the third anime. Saying that, I seem to have a slight impression of Mr. Kinosaki. After all, a perverted character like Mr. Kinosaki is still not common in anime. Hello, Mr. Kinosaki, I'm planning to go to the kitchen to have something to eat. You started early. Now that I know what anime character the other party is from, Aoba also put down his guard, although he is not complete. I've seen the Hihi village of all of us, but at least it is certain that there are no bad guys in it. As long as it's not someone who will cause harm to yourself and Sakura village, what's the problem even if it's a bit abnormal? Oh. This way, I can sleep a little bit. I remember seeing an abandoned bicycle in the courtyard before and I wanted to try if it can be repaired. Then Asama-kun can go to school to ride a bicycle. Mr. Kinosaki. What a shame, thank you so much. Aoba looked at Mr. Kinosaki in amazement. He did not expect that he would take care of himself in this way. He thought of the act of closing the door in the bathroom last night. Aoba. I am even more embarrassed. It's nothing, anyway, I really like to do it. I came here for any damaged things in the village. Now the bicycle has been repaired. Would you like to see if you can take a look? Kinosaki waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care about it. Oh, really, let's take a look. Aoba didn't expect the bicycle to be repaired. What time did Mr. Kinosaki get up? The sun hasn't fully risen yet, and it's just misty. Following Mr. Kinosaki, the two people came to the courtyard of Sakura village. They saw a clean bicycle standing in the middle of the courtyard. Rags and some repair tools were scattered around. How about it, Asama-kun, this is the bicycle, I'm great, it's completely repaired. Mr. Kinosaki patted the seat of the bicycle with excitement. Come on, Asama-kun, look at this streamlined shape, sporty handles, and this comfortable seat, pure foam protection, and this sturdy bracket. There is no problem even if you sit on another person. Come on, Asama-kun, hurry up and try it. From then on, it will be your golden mount, and you will rush toward the hot youth with it. Thank you, but please allow me to refuse. Ah. Why, Asama-kun, don't you like it? Well. Because I don't want to be regarded as a pervert. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. How come, Asama-kun, you think too much? Aoba silently looked at the red rope on the bike body. Although it is normal to have a rope, it is now in a tortoise shell. There is a problem. Aoba looked at Mr. Kinosaki with a look of rubbish. Although he knew this guy was abnormal, he didn't expect him to be so abnormal. Such a look. I really am. Aoba gave up. This guy is no longer saved. I really regret why he didn't watch this anime carefully in his previous life. I really want to know if this guy was beaten in the end. Dead. Aoba, who was completely desperate for Mr. Kinosaki, didn't want to say anything anymore. Aoba, who didn't want to pay attention to him, turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving Kinosaki to stay alone in the courtyard to fix his bicycle. Aoba started to be hungry in the morning. If it hadn't just met Mr. Kinosaki, he would have eaten breakfast now. Aoba, who came to the kitchen, took a look at the ingredients she bought yesterday, and after a little thought, she gave up and took the time to cook something. He found out the instant noodles and eggs he bought yesterday, and just eat some instant noodles in the morning. King Yi found a small pot, opened the bag of instant noodles, and put the noodles in the pot. Then pour the boiling water into the pot and wait for 3 minutes. My grades should be received before noon. I don't know what the results will be, but I hope there's no problem. Unfortunately, I didn't get this attribute doubled yesterday. Otherwise, with the 16-point intelligence, I wouldn't have any worries at all. Aoba looked at the instant noodles in the pot. There was still a minute left. Wow! The kitchen door was pushed open from the outside. Chapter 13, Conquered 0 Stones and 0 Searches. Yet. It was Aoba. Good morning, Chihiro's sister, I got up so early today. Aoba watched Chihiro's sister come in from the door, with a dazed expression, just as if she had just woke up. Aha! Sister Chihiro yawned, and Aoba couldn't help it. After taking a look at the time that has come, Aoba poured the water out of the pot, poured the noodles into a bowl, and squeezed several seasoning packets into the noodles. After stirring, each noodle was in full contact with the seasoning. Pour boiling water again and wait for 3 minutes. You have a peculiar instant noodle technique, Aoba, where did you learn it? Chihiro looked at Aoba's instant noodle technique, which was completely different from what he had seen before. It seems that this guy had even practiced it on purpose. In fact, it's okay. I have seen other people doing instant noodles before. After trying it myself, I found that the taste is indeed a bit different from the conventional instant noodles. Oh, let me make one too, I'm a little hungry too. Looking at Aoba's movements, Chihiro felt that her stomach was suddenly hungry. Okay, Chihiro's sister, please wait a moment. Aoba again took out a bag of instant noodles, boiled the pot and boiled water, and used the same technique to soak a bag of instant noodles for Sister Chihiro, and lay an egg on the way. The aroma gradually diffused. Aoba looked at the instant noodles in front of him. The eggs and noodles seemed to gleam faintly. Although he didn't make it too hard, he still felt that his skills proficient in cooking skills played a role. It seemed that no matter what the ingredients were, no matter how small the production method is, as long as it is included in the cooking, it can be added. Aoba smelled the tangy aroma, and the alluring taste and color. He glanced at Sister Chihiro, who was obviously shocked by the instant noodles opposite, and suddenly felt like crying. This skill is too powerful. You are just a simple instant noodles. Why do you want it? It's like luminous cooking, how does this? Let Aoba explain. Ahem, Aoba, you. Chihiro felt that she might not be awake yet. How can a portion of instant noodles be made like art, and every noodle it seems to be shining? Ah! Chihiro's sister, hurry up and eat, it won't taste good after a while, and I started. The confused Aoba interrupted Chihiro's sister, who was about to ask something, and quickly picked up the chopsticks. Ah! Oh! I started. Chihiro, who saw that Aoba had moved his chopsticks, also put away his complicated thoughts, picked up the chopsticks and tasted the artwork in front of him. Suck and suck. Wow! What is this? How can it be delicious? Chihiro tasted the noodles in his mouth. It was obviously only instant noodles, but now it feels more elastic. Each bite contains thick sauce, and just now the poached eggs are cooked just right, and it feels like eating a chef's meal in a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Chihiro was completely shocked by Aoba's instant noodles. When Aoba made it just now, he saw it clearly by herself. Although the technique is a little different, the brand of instant noodles is something that she often eats. As a teacher, there are often many things that cannot be handled, such as the relationship between teachers and students, disputes between students, and communication with parents. Sometimes they are too busy and I have not eaten in a day. I can't remember, I can only see if I am hungry or not. Not only that, in Japan, she must also keep up with her colleagues, so she can only eat a few mouthfuls in many cases, and instant noodles have become her regular rations. I am used to eating this instant noodle, but it is the first time that it tastes so delicious. Did you change your taste? Kyungsoon picked up the packaging of the instant noodle bag in doubt. Neither, but the instant noodles I often buy. Chihiro was a little dazed, looking at Aoba, who was still eating noodles opposite. Did this guy become an instant noodle expert? Aoba, how did you do it? Ah. Just do it normally. Sister Chihiro, haven't you been watching it all the time? Aoba is also very embarrassed. I didn't expect this skill to play such an obvious role. It's just a bowl of instant noodles. How does it feel? It's even more delicious than last night's stir-fried vegetables. Maybe the doubling of attributes will also increase the effect of skills. This is also true. I will try that instant noodle method myself when I look back. Found that Sister Chihiro finally gave up the idea of continuing to ask. Aoba breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there is no way to explain such a fantasy thing. The two fell silent at the same time, leaving only the sucking sound. After a while, a large bowl of noodles was eaten up, and there was not even a drop of soup left. Oh, by the way, Aoba, please do me a favor as soon as I can. Chihiro suddenly remembered something, and it happened that Aoba was here, so I just arranged to do it directly. Well, yes, what's the matter, Chihiro sister? There is a toolbox at the door of the equipment room. You will get it later. I noticed it when I came back last night. The sign of Sakura Village in front of our door is a bit loose. You can nail it for me. Well, okay, I'll go in a while. Aoba interrupted as she watched Chihiro's sister getting up to clean up the dishes. Sister Chihiro, leave it here, I'll pack it together. Aoba put all the dishes and chopsticks of the two into the kitchen. After washing them, she turned around and went to the equipment room that Sister Chihiro just said, just nailing them. It's just the house number, it's very simple. Well, the equipment room, it seems to be here. After opening the door, this is a room of about 10 square meters. On both sides are shelves with tools, including detachable drying racks and some weeding plants. Tool. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can try to plant something. Isn't there a garden of a few square meters in the front yard? Although I just glanced at it before, it seems a bit abandoned. Go back and ask Chihiro's sister, if you can get it yourself. Come and grow some fruits and vegetables. Aoba inspected it, and found that the planting tools are relatively intact, and there should be no problem in using it. But let's find the toolbox first, and I'll talk about planting later. Well, it should be this one. Finally, Aoba found a blue handbox on the cabinet on the right, with 3 words toolbox written on it. Is obvious enough. Hey! Aoba looked awkwardly at the house number of Sakura Village, which was missing a corner. On the wooden board, the words Sakura Village are written from top to bottom, but the upper right corner of the board is obviously missing a piece. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can see traces of blows around the broken traces. I hope it won't be discovered by Chihiro's sister. Because the bonus attribute points for checking in before doubled, and the doubling of power made Aoba still a little uncomfortable, the result was obvious. King Yi looked at the sawdust on the ground and a bent nail. When he nailed it, it was too hard, so he smashed the nail and the board together. King Yi looked at a few colorful kittens on the wall next to him, shaking his head continuously as he tapped. I heard that in Aoba's previous life, Japan is a country that likes cats so much. No one would harm cats. Even if they are wild cats, people in the community will feed them and raise them well. This has caused the problem of wild cats in many areas of Japan. It's just that this picture now seems a bit familiar. Hey, look, this is Sakura Village. Really, this is the legendary Sakura Village where various problem characters have gathered. Yes, I heard that this is a gathering place for weirdos. Suddenly two voices came from behind, and Aoba turned his head to look in doubt. It was actually two high school girls wearing the uniforms of the high school affiliated to the Shuming University of Arts, pointing towards Sakura Shuang. Although you are right, since yesterday, I met Mr. Kinosaki, who was abnormal, and then I met Misaki Yui Kuzaki who was mentally abnormal in the evening, and then I met again this morning. The Weird Maiden River is in harmony, and this place can indeed be called a gathering place for weird people. But now this picture is so visually sensible, I always feel like I have overlooked something. Wow, boom! My second floor window was suddenly opened. Chapter 14, Results come out. Wow, boom! Junior, you were really amazing last night. At this moment, Aoba's heart to die is all over. Although she went to Igasamisaki-senpai to say something, but the people around didn't know it, and she still shouted it out. King Yi noticed that several neighbors around him suddenly opened the windows, and the eyes of the two girls behind him had obviously started to make up for it. Junior, he abandoned me directly, he really doesn't look like a man. Yui Kuzaki-senpai, you can shut up quickly. Come on, Junior, let's fly to the hot world together. Yui Kuzaki-senpai, do you think I am not famous in Tokyo yet? Haven't you seen those two high school girls shyly run away? And also, that aunt who came out to throw garbage, yes, it is you, why do you look at me like looking at garbage? I said I don't know anything, do you believe it? Don't go, listen to me. It seems that Aoba's rescue will not restore his reputation. The whole person seems to be pale, Aoba suddenly remembered. Isn't this the scene where the plot of Sakura Village's Pet Girl begins? According to my own memory, it shouldn't be the actor Kanda in this position who is standing in this position now. Sora? Why is the leading actor gone? What should I do if Sheena is really white? Aoba tried to recall the experience of the past 2 days. The school is a high school affiliated to Swimei University of Arts, sure. Aoba looked at the house number he was nailing again, and the place was also at Sakura Village. But where did the actor go? He was suddenly fanned by his Colombian butterfly, and he didn't do anything to modify the plot. If the leading actor is gone, there will be one less chance to check in. Didn't he move into Sakura Village yet? Aoba recalled the plot, remembering that Kanda Sora seemed to be driven out of the previous dormitory because of a cat, and then lived in this Sakura Village. If you think about it this way, it might be too early. Squeak. Accompanied by a sudden breaking sound, a mini stopped in front of Sakura Village, and a boy wearing a high school uniform attached to Shuming University of Arts got out of the car. Has short light brown hair, wears rimless glasses, has a very handsome appearance, and the temperament that attracts women. When you see Aoba, you will know who this person is. He is the super in this anime, and Mitaka Hitachi, who has been with 6 working adult women at the same time, and is the winner of life who finally turned Yui Kuzaki Misaki-senpai into Mitaka Misaki. Hey, hello, my name is Mitaka, you are Aoba Asama. Well, hello, this is Asama Aoba. May I ask, Mitaka-senpai, how do you know my name? Although Aoba has thought of the possibility, he still intends to ask. Last night, Yui Kuzaki Misaki sent me an email, telling me that Sakura Shuang has come to a schoolboy who is super good at cooking. Please take care of him in the future, Asama-kun. With each other, please take care of each other in the future. Sure enough, it was the same as Aoba thought. But, wait a minute. Mitaka turned around and kissed the woman in the car goodbye. Next time, please contact me again. No loss is the Night Emperor Mitakaran in Sakura Village. This image and behavior are completely different from ordinary high school students. Well, then the object is, let me see. Mitaka turned around and picked up the phone, and started to check his memo. Tomorrow is the ringhead of the drag racing queen, and then white-collar workers will stay in the United States on the weekend. Time is limited, so the young lady will change it to next week. It seems like that. Aoba, who watched this scene, what else can he say? People are more popular than others. How is it, Aoba, are you done? Chihiro's sister opened the door and walked out of the entrance. Well, it's already done. Aoba confirmed the fixity of Sakura Village's house number. She had just used 8 nails, and each of them drove deep into the wall. There must be no problem in a short time. Well, yes, come in now, I have something to tell you. What? Aoba suspiciously followed Chihiro's sister into the Sakura village, while Mitaka was still outside talking on the phone with a certain woman, and it seemed that he had an appointment again. Aoba followed Chihiro's sister into the administrator room. He was still in the first time. This room seemed to be about 20 square meters in size, almost twice the size of his room. There is also a traditional Japanese-style kotetsu square table in the middle. Looking at the empty beer bottles and snacks on the table, you know what kind of life Sister Chihiro is living. The overall layout is relatively simple. There is a long table next to the wall near the window. There are several monitors on it. Aoba looks at the monitoring picture displayed on the screen. All the angles of the surrounding Sakura village should be visible from here. It seems that Chihiro's sister still works part-time at Sakura Shuang Security. One of the shots of the monitoring screen was facing the door, and now Aoba just saw Mitaka in the screen being picked up by a red sports car. Great guy, there really is an appointment, but this time I can't tell who is on his list. I feel sorry for Misaki Inakusa-senpai for a second. Come on, sit down and say. Chihiro cleaned up the trash on the surface of the table and signaled Aoba to sit down first. The two sat opposite each other at the kotetsu square table, and fell into a short silence and quiet, but Aoba found that Chihiro's sister looked at her with more and more strange eyes, as if she was looking at a monster. Cough. Did you guess what I called you? Sister Chihiro broke the silence in the end. Did my exam results come out? Aoba thinks that apart from this, there shouldn't be anything else recently, right? It did come out, I just received the message. Chihiro nodded to Aoba. Oh, how is it, am I okay? Did I pass the exam? It really is, but why is Chihiro's sister's expression so weird? It's not because I didn't pass it. If it is really brushed down, there is no chance to make up the exam. Pass. Chihiro seriously doubted whether Aoba was pretending. When Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com received the results again, she thought that the other party had sent it wrong, so she called to ask again. Is it a poor test? Aoba looked at Chihiro's sister with a weird expression. Didn't she really fail the test? No, there are system plugins, so she won't be able to perform abnormally, or her skills. Wrong use. I have also experienced the two skills of culinary proficiency and language proficiency before, and the effect is the same as opening up, although this is indeed opening up. It's impossible to have any surprises about this high school knowledge mastery. Aoba, don't be nervous, it's not that the test was bad, but it scared me. Chihiro looked at Aoba, who was lost in thought. When I received your transcript, I thought it was a mistake over there. It was only after I made a few calls with the school again that I was finally sure that the information I received was correct. So it is. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro suspiciously. You have indeed passed the test, and the results are very good, completely beyond everyone's imagination. If it weren't for the school's confidence that the test papers could not be leaked in advance, as well as the invigilator's affirmation and the monitor's shooting pictures, I don't really believe that there will be such a result on that paper. Chihiro took a sip of the water in the glass and suddenly felt a bit dry. Although she already overestimated Aoba's learning ability, she did not expect that she still underestimated him, and underestimated so much. Thinking of the time when I and my sister knew about the situation before, my sister also said to let me help and make up lessons for him, saying that Aoba's grades are very average. This is definitely lying to her, like Aoba's academic ability is still average. Then all the students in their school are rubbish. Chapter 15, Good News. In my original idea, you can complete half of the paper, and more than half of the correct rate should be enough for you to pass the exam. Chihiro looked at Aoba with complicated eyes. Half completion and half accuracy. Doesn't Chihiro mean 1/4 of the paper? Is that paper really that difficult? Yes, it's just that your final grades exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did you complete all the questions on the paper, but the most outrageous thing was that your accuracy rate reached 100%, which means you got a full point of 600 points, but the second place score reached 286 points. You surpassed him by more than double. Chihiro looked at Aoba in shock. Could this be something human did? If conditions permit, she really wants to dig through Aoba's brain to see if there is a computer inside. It turned out to be so, then I can rest assured. My mood was like riding a roller coaster. Sister Chihiro really frightened Aoba. His expression was too serious before, and he thought he hadn't taken the exam. Let her down. If he really hasn't taken the exam, it is not certain whether he still has the face to stay at Sakura village. If I say this, you may not have any idea in your mind. Even if your grades are put in the entire high school affiliated to the Shuming University of Arts, no one can get this grade. It is even said that the entire Tokyo is unlikely to reappear like you. A perverted one, and with regard to the volume and difficulty of the paper, let our teacher do it. It is impossible for anyone to reach the full score within that time. Kyungsoon looked at the young man who was always indifferent in front of him with puzzlement. It stands to reason that people should not be stupid to be able to get such a result, and there is no expression of excitement at all. Ahem. In short, although you haven't enrolled yet, there is no teacher in the school who doesn't know you anymore, and in the evening, it is estimated that all the students in the school will know that you are such a pervert. Even today there is a teacher already. I was robbing you crazy, and I almost made a big fight. You have to know that although this student's grades are tied to the teacher's bonus, generally speaking, it's not too big a disparity, but once a pervert like you appears, then the head teacher the year-end bonus was enough to make him like to mention a car. I was called a pervert. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro speechlessly. There is already a pervert in this Sakura village. Aoba really doesn't want to become the second one. People know, then he has become one of the perverted duo of Sakura village. Now there is still good news for you. Because your grades are beyond imagination, the senior management of the school agreed that you can't let you go, so they decided to exempt you from all tuition and miscellaneous fees, even as long as you can take each exam. To ensure good grades in the first grade, they can also provide you with a scholarship of 300,000 yen per semester. How about it? Isn't it good news? This is indeed good news. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a good thing again. Aoba was finally moved this time. He didn't have much money in his hands, and he didn't want to ask for money from her former parents. I'm always not embarrassed, so I decided to go to work to earn my living expenses. But he really didn't expect to have such a surprise. Not only the tuition is free, but also 300,000 yen in extra activity funds per semester. Although the premise given by the school is that one must always maintain the first position in the grade to receive this scholarship, but because he has a plug-in, I really don't know how to lose. Okay, that's it. I have to go back to school to see what is going on. After all, other teachers know that I am your aunt, and you will have to go to the restaurant for an interview later. Be safe. Aoba watched Chihiro's sister picking up her coat and stood up directly from under the kotetsu table, picked up the handbag at the door and left directly. Now that the grades are known, there is nothing to worry about, so now I should prepare to apply for the job. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say it. If you are fine at night, come back early. A new student will move in. Okay, I'll go now. Chihiro's sister suddenly turned her head and frightened Aoba, but there are still people moving in at this time, who will it be? Forget it, I'll find out at night. Aoba closed the door of the management room and turned back to his room. Since he is going for an interview later, he should dress slightly more formal. I don't have a suit. I used to watch anime. In Japan, I used to apply for a job in a standard black suit, but I was just applying for a chef, so I shouldn't be able to. Aoba looked at her wardrobe and was a little worried. I wanted to find more formal clothes, but when I opened the closet, I discovered that the more formal clothes had been left in my hometown. Forget it, just find one. In the end, Aoba chose a relatively simple style of clothing, took her mobile phone and turned downstairs. Hey! Asama-kun, are you going out? As soon as Aoba walked to the entrance, he heard a voice coming from the door. Oh, it turned out to be Miss Watanabe. Hello, I have something to go out. Are you? Aoba raised her head and looked up. It turned out that Miss Watanabe, who had been seen before, just opened the door and came in. The clothes and handbags were all seen before. It looks like it should have just come back. I just came back. Yesterday I was dragged by my friend to play for a long time, and I was exhausted. Miss Watanabe yawned. It seemed that she had played all night, and Aoba could even see the faint bloodshot eyes in the opponent's eyes. Then, Asama-kun, I'll go back to my room to rest, see you later. Ayaka Watanabe, who was a little tired and unable to open her eyes, greeted Aoba and turned around and walked towards the girls' area. Okay, Miss Watanabe, see you later. Aoba watched Watanabe Ayaka's back walk away, put on her own shoes, and left Sakura village. Location, Vagunaria Restaurant. Ling Ling. Welcome. Ah, it turned out to be Asama-san, you are here. I have already told the store manager about your application, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but please wait for a while, wait for it to be busy. For a while, we're starting to apply, do you think it's okay? As soon as he walked in, Aoba ran into the foreman who was receiving him at the door, Humi Yacho. Although it was the second time, he saw a girl with a samurai sword on her waist appearing in front of her, and she was still a little nervous. Okay, Miss Yacho, then I'll go to the side and wait for a while, don't worry about me. Aoba looked at the busy figures around him, really making a mistake. He forgot that lunchtime would be busy now, and knew that he would be here later. Aoba found an empty spot in the inner corner, and after doing it, it would take a while to see the surrounding situation, but he was not in a hurry, there was nothing else to do today. Hello, please use. Suddenly a glass of water was placed in front of Aoba in a daze. He looked up and found that it was Miss Tanjima. Hello, Miss Tanjima, is this? Hello, Asama-kun, today you are here to apply. I just saw you in a daze here, so I will bring you a glass of water first. The store may have to wait a while to rest, so I trouble you to wait. Tanjima Byang looked at Aoba very sorry, but he did not expect that two family groups came today. Everyone was busy walking around, even the store manager who never worked. Helping. Well, it doesn't matter, please don't care about me, Miss Tanjima. King Yi smiled and looked at Tanjima Byang in front of her, and motioned her not to worry, she was not in a hurry. That, you fill in this information first, I'm leaving now. Tanjima Byang pulled out a form from behind and handed it to Aoba. Okay, Miss Tanajima. Chapter 16, Apply for. Time passed slowly, about 2 hours, the middle planting white poplar came over several times to store water for Aoba's cup, and said that he was very sorry. Aoba responded with a smile. Seeing the guests in the Vagunaria restaurant gradually leave, everyone also started finishing work. I saw Tanjima Biang trotting out from the back of the store. Aoba-kun, it's all right, please come with me, the manager is in the back lounge. Well, okay, please let Miss Tanajima lead the way. Aoba put down the cup in his hand, picked up his belongings, and followed Tanjima Biang into the back hall. Please sit down, Asama-kun, right? Aoba looked at the foreman in front of him, and then at the woman with short black hair next to her. As expected, it was her, the girl who used to be a bad girl. In the anime, she lived entirely on the support of Yacho, and she possessed the talent skills to kick people and people. Call the phone and tell the kid to kick someone. Okay, thank you. Aoba sat down on the chair calmly. Hello, this is the store manager Shirataji Kyoko. Hello, I am the foreman, Yacho. Hello, I'm Asama Aoba, please give me your advice. Aoba bowed slightly to the other party, but why is Yacho interviewing himself? Aoba thought of the store manager's waist in the anime, but he couldn't help but understand. Aoba looked at Shirataji Kyoko next to him, and after introducing herself, she started eating the ice cream in her hand without saying a word, watching that this should have been made for her by Yacho. Well, the information shows that you just came to Tokyo and took the entrance exam for the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. Here you show that you have passed the exam. Well, yes, I have received the notice from the school in the morning, Miss Yacho. This school is a key high school, and Asama-kun has just enrolled, and now he is working as a part-timer. Will he be more nervous about studying? Koyashishi looked at Aoba in doubt, who could apply for part-time jobs right after school started. It's really not much, usually only after the holiday or school starts for a period of time to make such a choice. Well, it's actually okay. I have more confidence in my academic ability, so it will not affect it. Please rest assured. Aoba can understand the other party's worries. This is the case in Japan. Although every school encourages students to work part-time, there is a prerequisite. If the student's performance drops significantly after the student's part-time job, then the school and the head teacher have the right to stop, and the serious situation may be straightforward. Forbidden to work. It's so amazing, I can't study at all. Koyakiyo suddenly lowered his head in frustration, it seemed that he was thinking of some bad memory. Yacho. Shiratori Kyoko looked depressed and slammed Yacho, put his hand on her head, and slowly rubbed it. Miss Kyoko. Looking at the gentle store manager Shirataji Kyoko, she hugged the other's waist with excitement. Miss Kyoko was really kind to herself. Aoba looked at the two people in front of him speechlessly, shouldn't he be interviewing now? What the hell? And Yacho-san, are you really sure that the store manager Shirato Kyoko is comforting you? Ah, sorry, Asama-kun, I forgot you were here. With tears in his eyes, Yacho saw Asama Aoba who was still sitting in front of him, and finally remembered what he had forgotten. Is it really right to apply here by yourself? Ahem, then, why does Asama-kun come here to work? What I said, it must be a reason. I can't say that I suddenly crossed into this world, I am really embarrassed to ask for money from my former parents. And once, as an otaku, after seeing you two-dimensional characters, I thought that since I need to work, I might as well try it and integrate myself into this comprehensive world. If this is said, it is estimated that the interview will be gone, and he will be sent to a mental hospital. Ah, I'm sorry, it doesn't matter if there is something unspeakable, no need to say it specifically. Humayacho looked at Aoba in silence, thinking that he had asked a sensitive topic, and even made up for all kinds of tragic life experiences, such as parents. He died. There was a sister who was seriously ill at home, and there were many creditors who came to collect debts. The poor brother had to live alone with his sister. While taking care of his sister, he had to work part-time. The brother who was planning to quit school. But with his sister with a deadly determination, I can only take care of both school and part-time work at the same time. You so pitiful. Sadness came from the heart of Yacho, covering his mouth and crying. What happened? Did you say something? Aoba looked at the Humi Yacho who was acting in front of him with a black line, completely unaware of what happened, while the shopkeeper Shirito Kyoko next to him still ate the ice cream in his hand with his eyes in a daze. Finally, Aoba waited until the blast of Yacho had finished crying, and his heart was so tired that he almost wanted to leave just now. I'm sorry, I just thought of some other things. After the reaction, Yacho was a little embarrassed to look at Aoba, and didn't know what was wrong with him. Since meeting this boy, his mood fluctuates so much. That's it. Since I chose to leave my hometown and go to school in Tokyo so far away, I just want to make myself more independent and choose myself to earn my own expenses, and I have confidence in my academic ability, and I have even taken advantage of it. I got the scholarship from the school, and I don't have to worry about tuition and fees, so I chose a part-time job, which is enough for my extra expenses. Aoba thought about what he could speak, and after organizing the language, he told Koyakiyo. Otherwise, I really don't know what else she can make up. Hey, can Asama-kun still get a scholarship? From the high school affiliated to Swime University of the Arts, didn't you just take the exam yesterday? You know that there is a scholarship today. Hong Yacho looked at the other side in confusion. UUreading.ukansha.com is such a key high school, it is very difficult to enroll, let alone get a scholarship, and it is too fast. Doesn't Aoba say that the grades are only released in the morning? Yes, because the test scores have reached the full point, the school notified me that the scholarship was granted and the tuition and fees are exempted, so there is no need to worry about learning. Hey! Boom Yacho looked at Aoba in shock, although he didn't know how to study at all, even after working part-time, he didn't go to school much. But I still know about the entrance examination of the high school affiliated to Shuiming University of the Arts. Compared with myself, many of my friends have taken the entrance examination of that school. I heard that the difficulty of the examination is like a nightmare, let alone getting it. If it's full, it's simply impossible. Yukai. Except for this, Koyakiyo couldn't think of any explanation. I'm really a human being. If Aoba knew that the other party would react this way, I wouldn't say this, which means that the exam was really difficult. Moreover, it is very close to the school and where I live. It is very convenient. Aoba gave the last reason. Okay, no problem, then I have finished asking all the questions. Since Asama-kun is applying for a chef, I still have to trouble you to do something to prove it. After all, it is not a waiter. You said Miss Kyoko. Yacho of the information turned his head and looked at Shiritaji Kyoko, the shopkeeper who had eaten the ice cream and had nothing to do with him. Well, yes, and I'm hungry too. Aoba. Then, please go here, the kitchen is here, Asama-kun. Yacho stood up and gestured to Aoba. Chapter 17, Cooking Test. Come in, Asama-kun, this is our Vagunaria's back kitchen. Koyakiyo took Aoba to the kitchen of the store, while the store manager Shirito Kyoko followed them, not knowing where they were. Another bag of senbei came out from the place. Aoba looked at Yacho with a normal expression. She was very used to what Ms. Shirat did. She should have prepared this bag of senbei for Ms. Shirat. Sato-kun, this is Asama Aoba-kun who is new to the chef. Boom Yacho greeted a man with short blonde hair who was cleaning the pot. It seemed that this was the chef Jun Sato. Hello, my name is Asama Aoba, I would like to meet you for the first time, please give me some advice. Aoba said hello to each other expertly. He has been reborn for so long, and he is almost used to their way of speaking. Hey, hello, I'm Jun Sato. Although seeing this Sato Jun speaks expressionlessly, with short yellow hair, he seems to be a bad boy, but Aoba who has watched anime is still very clear that this Sato-kun is just not good at expressing, and his feelings are unexpectedly simple and useless. But he himself is indeed a good man who is careful and gentle. Sato-kun, listen to me, today Miss Kyoko is. Miss Kyoko just finished my sundae, I'm so happy, and I still. Aoba, who has watched the plot, feels sorry for Sato-kun, facing a girl she likes and dare not express her feelings, and what this girl likes the most is he talked about his favorite Miss Kyoko in front of him. This kind of green feeling is really not something anyone can bear. And the other party is still a woman, even if Koyakiyo likes a woman, but this woman can beat Sato-jun emotionally. Although Shirataji Kyoko didn't know anything about it. Aoba looked at Sato-kun's already dark face, and Aoba's tears were almost left behind. It was really pitiful. Well, Yacho, I have to test it for Asama-kun. It's not that Shirataji Kyoko used her own store manager's ability to remind Yacho kindly, but that the senbei in her hand has been eaten, and if Aoba doesn't cook anymore, she will be hungry. Ah! Excuse me, as soon as I talk about Kyoko-san. I'm really embarrassed, Senma-san, please feel free to use it. Boom Yacho, who was interrupted by Shirato Kyoko, finally remembered that he was now what she was doing. She was a little embarrassed at first and quickly moved away. Hey, Asama-kun, put the vegetables and meat here, you see what you need, just use it directly. Jun Sato was finally let go, and he took a look and returned to Miss Kyoko. The Boom Yacho shook his head helplessly, although they are used to it, but after checking around, Aoba found that there are too many types to choose from. Except for those special ingredients, there are almost everything that ordinary families can access. After all, this is a family restaurant, which is normal, and he does not. What needs to be done is too weird, simple is good, in this case. Sato-kun, do you have any remaining rice here? Oh, yes, there are many more in that rice cooker over there. Okay, now that everything is complete, Aoba plans to start. The easiest one is to make an egg fried rice. Aoba recalls the knowledge of various egg fried rice in his mind, and chooses the most famous golden egg fried rice for his own. The goal. Aoba finds the position of the stove, turns on the switch, pours in the right amount of oil to heat the pan, then selects a few eggs, and prepares a portion of rice. Until the oil temperature reaches the standard, beat the prepared egg into the pot skillfully and accurately, and simply stir-fry to make the egg half of the state, then pour the cooked rice next to it at the right time and stir vigorously. Stir the rice and egg thoroughly to ensure that each grain of rice can be wrapped in egg liquid until the whole pot of rice is fried until golden brown, then add a small amount of seasoning and chopped green onion, and the golden egg fried rice is finished. At the same time, a strong scent spread throughout Vagunaria, causing everyone around to start to swallow saliva unconsciously. Looking at the white porcelain plate in front of him, it was like a piece of gold. The composition of fried rice. Each grain was perfectly wrapped in golden egg liquid, exuding a little bit of shimmer. All the onlookers were stupid, staring blankly at the fried rice in front of Aoba, thinking they were dreaming. Golden egg fried rice is complete, please taste it. Aoba picked up the plate of fried rice and put it in front of everyone. Is it really fried rice? Jun Sato looked at Aoba in shock. At this moment, he thought he seemed to be watching a gourmet meal. When could fried rice be made like this? Every grain of rice is like a work of art. You don't need to taste the taste of it. As a chef, just seeing this plate of fried rice and smelling it is enough to clearly understand that it has a taste. What a weight, that is a realm that I can't surpass in my entire life. And, you said you have this kind of ability, why come to such a small family restaurant? If others know your craftsmanship, he believes that no restaurant in the world will reject him. Come on, don't be stunned, it won't taste good when the fried rice is cold. After Aoba divided the fried rice for everyone, he pushed the fried rice in front of everyone. Then, I'll try it first. Sato-jun looked at the golden fried rice in front of him, the tangy aroma even overwhelmed all the smell of oily smoke in the kitchen. Yu reading www.yuucananshu.com. After one spoonful, the rice was scooped up so non-sticky. Jun Sato looked at the fried rice that was still shining golden in the spoon, and looked at the surrounding blasting Yacho who was acting like him. As for Mrs. Shirataji Kyoko, Mr. Jun Sato didn't plan. What's your opinion? Because he saw that the fried rice in front of Kyoko was almost finished by her. Sato-jun slowly opened his mouth and put the scoop of fried rice into his mouth and chewed it slowly to taste the taste. This. How could this happen? In an instant, the fried rice tasted like a volcanic eruption, a strong aroma flowed directly through the body along the heat, and each piece of rice was distinct. My tongue seemed to be sweeping every grain of rice tirelessly, stirring uncontrollably, a fascinating dizziness hit my brain, as if I couldn't distinguish between the real and the fake, and the whole person felt a sense of suffocation. If it hadn't been for Jun Sato to watch Aoba cooking the whole process, he would really think that Aoba is medicine in the fried rice. It's delicious, I adopted it. Miss Kyoko finally finished eating, and directly gave her final decision. Sato-jun looked at the empty bowl in front of him. He didn't even know when he finished eating it. He looked at the young boy who was still smiling faintly in front of him in shock. Is it delicious that humans can make? If he hadn't tasted this golden fried rice here today, he wouldn't even believe it was just a fried rice. He turned his head and looked at the Humi Yacho who was still immersed in it until now. It is really hard to imagine that such a young boy would have this kind of craft. Really, it's delicious, thank you, and I would like to ask for your advice in the future. Sato-jun said dryly and looked at the boy in front of him. The hospitality is poor, thank you for the compliment. Chapter 18, Scheming Man. You will be Vagunaria's chef from now on, Asama-kun. Okay, the manager, I know, but because I need to go to class during the day, I can only come after school. Do you think this is okay? Aoba returned to the staff lounge with the store manager Shirafuji Kyoko and Koyakiyo. The entry formalities have been formally completed. As for Jun Sato in the kitchen just now, he hasn't recovered until a few people left. It seems that the effect of this skill of my cooking skill is really great, and it actually has the effect of mental shock. It seems that I still have to pay attention to cooking here in the future. In case the dishes I cook are silly for all the guests, it will be troublesome. As for the golden fried rice just now, in fact, Aoba himself did not expect that its effect would be so strong. Before that, he was worried about the extent of his skill. Once he was not admitted, he could only say goodbye to the anime. So this golden fried rice is almost the effect he achieved with his best efforts. Well, yes, then you should go after school every day. Shirat Kyoko thought for a moment. There is Sato-jun in the shop during the day, but it is not a big problem, but Asama-kun's cooking skills are a bit too exaggerated, even if anyone who feels slow can clearly feel the gap between the two, so Shirat Kyoko is worried that it will affect Sato-jun. After all, he is the resident chef, and Asama-kun can only exist as a special case. Although to myself, I really want Asama-junin to be there all day, but after all he is a high school student, even if he is willing, his school will not allow it. But let's do this first. If he is gone, he will never be able to eat such delicious fried rice. As for other things, I'll talk about it later. Okay, the manager, thank you. Aoba is actually a little bit at a loss. After all, I have come to apply for a chef, and I can only come half of the time every day to become a chef. Fortunately, the manager knows his own situation and can agree to his request. I guessed that I applied for the job before. The store manager wanted to be a kitchen helper himself, but I didn't expect my cooking skills to restrain everyone. It seems that the effect of the egg fried rice before is indispensable. Okay, that's it, other members, Yacho will introduce you to you. Okay, Miss Kyoko, leave it to me. Koyakiyo very happily agreed to the task that Miss Kyoko gave her, but Aoba felt that as long as Miss Kyoko said, no matter what the task was, let her. Yacho would be very happy to accept it. In addition, Asama-kun, I have one thing to explain about work, that is, don't make any comments to me, you have to be mentally prepared. Miss Kyoko is suddenly so serious. Do you want to solve your own problems at work? Aoba looked at Miss Kyoko suspiciously. No, because I never work. I don't know anything. Even if you ask me, I can't tell you. Miss Kyoko spoke out her reasonable reasons very seriously. Aoba looked at Shirataji Kyoko speechlessly. Well, if you have any questions, Asama-kun, you can just ask me directly. Koyakiyo directly took the place of the store manager. So, I will leave the rest to you, Yacho. After that, Kyoko-san turned around and left the staff lounge. Okay, please feel free to leave it to me. What a great store manager, so frankly saying that he doesn't know anything, Aoba is really suppressed. However, Asama-kun just made fried rice really delicious. I really didn't expect it to be so delicious. How did you do it? Ms. Boom Yacho, after all, everyone is a colleague. I will call me Aoba from now on. In fact, I cook fried rice normally, and there is nothing special. I am indeed making fried rice normally, but I can't. I'm telling you that I have a plug-in bonus. Okay, Aoba-kun, you really shocked me just now. I have never had such a delicious fried rice. You are so amazing, so please take care of it in the future, Aoba-kun. Well, each other, please take care of each other in the future. Then, Aoba-kun, since the application is over, are you planning to start working today, or are you? Hey, are you the Asama-kun who just came to apply for the chef? I just heard Sato say that your cooking is amazing. At this time, a man with short blue hair and a white chef uniform walked in. Hello, my name is Asama Aoba. I just took care of Sato-kun. My cooking is okay. Aoba remembers this guy should be that. I'm Hiromi Soma. I work in the back kitchen like Sato-kun. Please give me your advice in the future. This guy is really the super deep Soma Hiro-chen of the anime center, and many people commented that although he always smiles and communicates with others, he is also very kind and gives a very kind impression, but in fact he has mastered it. The weaknesses and secrets of most of the clerk in Vagunaria were used to persuade others, often threatening others to help. And he often relies on the results of persuasion, and often even his own work is done voluntarily by others, even when everyone is busy, he seems to be very idle. I heard that you only came to Tokyo. How is your life? Are you still used to living? I live in Sakura village. It is so famous there. It is said that they are all weird. Well, it's okay. Although I am a bit uncomfortable when I first came to Tokyo, but overall there is no problem. Aoba remembers that he never told anyone that he lives in Sakura village, and the registration information form when applying here, I just wrote that he lives in the school dormitory. How did this guy know that he lives in Sakura village? Soma Hiro-chen really deserves to be an intelligence dealer in this anime. So today is Miss Koyakiyo to introduce you to the store. Soma Hiromi glanced at Koyakiyo next to Aoba. Well, yes, Miss Kyoko just said it was handed to me. Hey! Soma-kun, where did you go? Jun Sato's voice came from outside the lounge, and he was quite anxious. I'm in the lounge, Sato-kun, is there anything wrong? Soma Hiro-chen leaned out the door. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com asked suspiciously. You guy, what are you doing here? I just looked for you in front of me. I just met Zionio Yejun and Tanjima before I knew that you came to the lounge. I told you before, what you need in the shop later. Are all the ingredients ready? Sato Jun frowned and walked over. Sorry, I forgot. Somahiro-chan looked at Sato-jun in embarrassment. You guy, you know to be lazy, hurry up and get it done. Sato-jun looked at Somahiro-chan helplessly. This guy really didn't look at him for a while and started to be lazy. Okay, Sato-kun, I will start preparations right away, then you two, let's continue. Somahiro-chan picked up the empty bucket placed in the corner and chased him in the direction of Sato-kun. Well, where did we talk just now? Koyakiyo looked at Aoba suspiciously. Let me think about it. We seemed to be talking about working hours before, Miss Yacho. Aoba thought about it, because he was interrupted by Somahiro-chan just now, and he was a little unsure. Oh, yes, then, Aoba-kun, are you planning to start work today or come back tomorrow? I'll come over tomorrow. There will be something to do in the evening, and tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the school. I want to come back after tomorrow is over. Do you think this is okay? Miss Yacho. I thought of Sister Chihiro and confessed that she wanted it tonight. Going back earlier and enrolling tomorrow, Aoba can only postpone her entry until tomorrow. Okay, Aoba-kun, I will tell the manager, then see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Yacho, Aoba left Vagunaria. Chihiro's sister said that a new person will move in today. Who is it? Chapter 19, Porkin 2. Ding! Chihiro, to eat sukiyaki pot at night, remember to buy some eggs, shiitake mushrooms, scallions and green vegetables. The new tenant has arrived, everyone is preparing, remember not to be too late. Aoba, who had just walked out of Vagunaria, looked at the text message sent by Chihiro's sister on her mobile phone. It seemed that she had to go to the supermarket. Aoba recalled the places Chihiro's sister had taken herself to before, looked around for a while, determined her current position, and turned around and walked towards the supermarket. When I go back, I will know who the new tenant is. Cabbage, weight 821 grams, primary maturity, picking time 3 days, freshness remaining 6 days, pesticides, none, grade white, corresponding to novice cooking level. Aoba looked at the cabbage in her hand. Was it picked off before it matured? Aoba put the cabbage in her hand back to the container, and chose another cabbage. Cabbage, weight 1027 grams, high maturity, picking time 5 days, freshness remaining 3 days, pesticides, none, grade white, corresponding to the novice cooking level. This is not bad, the color is very beautiful, and the taste is relatively fresh. Although the freshness is still 3 days left, they will eat it tonight. It doesn't matter, so choose it. Then, shiitake mushrooms, weight 306 grams, medium maturity, picking time 14 days, freshness remaining 8 days, pesticides, none, grade white, corresponding to the novice cooking level. The picking time of shiitake mushrooms is not short, but this is a fungus, but it is understandable, and the maturity is also okay, so let's do this. Green onion, weight 185 grams, medium maturity, picking time 5 days, freshness remaining 7 days, pesticide, no, grade white, corresponding to the novice cooking level. Well, there is no problem. Aoba put the selected green onions into her basket. Eggs, weight 537 grams, quantity 12 pieces, collection time 11 days, freshness remaining 7 days, hormone, none, grade white, corresponding to novice culinary level. The egg information doesn't show the degree of maturity, but the freshness is still 7 days, and there is no problem. Forget it, let's just pay for it and leave. Aoba looked at her basket, and then compared the ingredients that Sister Chihiro asked herself to buy. They should have all the ingredients, and there is nothing missing. Aoba, who didn't feel any problem, took the basket directly and prepared to pay the bill. If he didn't go back, Chihiro's sister probably wanted to find herself again. Just when Aoba turned around, he put Aoba on his head facing him. His strength was not small. What? Hey! Aoba felt that just now, it happened to hit her chest. Although it didn't hurt, she was held back in one breath, and it didn't get over. What kind of iron-headed doll is this? And the head that bumped into, or the girl who bumped into, was not so lucky. With a painful cry, she flattened the sand and fell off her ass. King Yi touched her chest, took a breath that had just eased, turned her head to look at the culprit, and saw a short-haired girl in a black veil sitting on the ground, rubbing her head with both hands. "Woo, it hurts." The girl clutched her head and looked up to see what she had hit. Aoba looked at the ground. "Funny, it was you who hit me, so why did I feel wronged first?" "It's just, what's the matter with the blindfold on the eyes?" Ding! An important plot character successfully punches in, the bird swims in Liu Hua, from Let's Fall in Love with the Second Disease, and obtains a special item, the Seed of Spiritual Power. Aoba was silent. What kind of horrible world is this? How many worlds are mixed? Liu Hua, I told you that you have to divide your delusions, so get up as soon as you have nothing to do. While Aoba was in a daze, a tall, cold beauty came over and lifted the bird to swim Liu Hua from the ground. "Oh, long-winded, holy regulator, the evil king's true eyes won't be at your mercy." After Zionaiao Liu Hua said, he pushed aside the black long straight beauty, and picked up the umbrella that fell on the ground to block her body. Before the black, long, and straight beauty glanced helplessly at little bird Liu Hua, ignoring her reaction, turned her head to look at Aoba next to her. "I'm very sorry, this guy is my sister. I just accidentally bumped into you. I'm very embarrassed." The black long straight woman bowed and apologized to Aoba, because she just walked behind and saw herself completely. His younger sister ran straight into Aoba, who was choosing things on the shelf. This was because she was not strictly disciplined as her older sister, and was her own negligence. There was nothing good for her second sister. "Oh, it's okay, I'm not doing anything, no need to apologize." This black long straight beauty is indeed the beautiful sister of the little bird with 10 flowers and 6 flowers. However, I can't remember the plot of the anime well. I only know that little bird Liu Hua is a severe secondary disease. Then she and another former secondary 2-boy Tomigashi Yuta look for the invisible horizon in the memory of little bird Liu Hua. A relationship full of middle and second breath. The sister of little bird Liu Hua only appears in the anime as a supporting role in the story. Looking at bird Shiwa who turned and left, Aoba felt a pity in her heart. It was obvious that her sister was so much more beautiful than her sister, bird Liu Hua, but she could only be reduced to a supporting role. "Ah! By the way, I have to go back to Sakura village as soon as possible." Aoba hurriedly walked to the counter, and after buying the order, walked to Sakura village with 2 large packages of ingredients. At this time, the sun has only its afterglow. "By the way, what is the spiritual power seed that I just got?" "It's actually a special item, then my own, hey." Aoba, who was about to check his attribute column, suddenly looked to the side in confusion. Aoba walked to the bank of the river that Chihiro passed by yesterday. The sun was slowly sinking into the distant horizon. The building on the other side of the river was illuminated by only a black outline, and the afterglow of the sun painted the surface of the river. The red coat, and now it can be used as a beautiful oil painting scene, but there is a back figure full of alcohol on the bank of the river, and there are countless beer cans and bottles scattered around. Aoba can compete with her sister Chihiro, looking at her drinking capacity. Only. It's getting dark, why is there a woman sitting here alone with a suitcase next to her? This might not have just ran out from somewhere. King Yi looked at the woman's back in confusion, hesitating to herself. "Do you want to go over and remind me? It will be dark soon. It looks like I need to prepare to drink it." Aoba, who was hesitating, saw that the other party opened up another beer. Suddenly, Aoba noticed that the woman who had been emotionally stable before stood up excitedly. "You reading www. Yuyuganshu.com pulled out his ring forcefully from his hand. Okay, now Aoba can completely make up for what happened. In the current scene, by the river under the sunset, alone, with the suitcase, and beer bottles in one place, including the woman who just took it from her hand. The act of pulling off the ring. And now that the woman wants to throw the ring into the river and is unwilling, this scene completely sets up a bitter drama in which a woman is abandoned by a scumbag. The feeling of being broken in love is too obvious. But Aoba can't guess the reason for the time being. Kenji, you scumbag. It turns out that the scumbag is called Kenji. Aoba silently watched the woman yelling frantically towards the other side of the river. There are so many people around at this time, it's really for her to be able to do such a thing. Asshole scum, go to death. This person is really amazing. Kenji, you wait for me. When you get married, I will definitely go over and pretend to be your friend, and then I will tell you in front of everyone, the two inflatable doll company that used to buy stocks before, Comrade Kenji, you are really good at seeing people. The wife you chose is really a good wife who knows the air inside the stock, ha 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 ha. As the saying goes, men are only through marriage to lose their immaturity and grow up. They just had surgery a few years ago and cut off what should be done, so please be careful. Kenji scum, you see, I will send a message to tell everyone at that time. Poor Kenji, I sympathize with you. Aoba could not bear to look straight. Chapter 20, Regretful Aoba. King Yi looked at the woman who was swaying by the river, as if she had finished venting. She felt helpless. She really didn't want to care about her, so she should go quickly. Hey, be careful. Aoba, who was about to turn to leave, watched the woman on the bank's foot unstable and almost fell into the river. That place is very dangerous, and the sun is going down soon, please don't stand in that place, and you are already unsteady. Aoba still stopped the woman by the river. If she didn't see it, it would count. Now I have appeared in front of my eyes, I can't watch others fall into the river without saying a word. Hey! The woman turned to look at Aoba. She was too devoted just now, only to find a boy standing behind her. Hey! I'm not down to the point that I need a little devil to comfort me. The woman turned away like Aoba with disdain, and stopped looking at him. I just remind you of the danger. The veins on Aoba's forehead were almost out of anger. I really don't want to care about this troublesome woman. Woo, oh, don't even such a virgin kid take herself seriously anymore. The woman couldn't help crying, covering her mouth with her hands. You can jump quickly. While the water is still hot, jump down quickly. If you don't jump, I can go over and give you a kick from the back. It's free. King Yi has never seen such a troublesome woman, including the more than 10 years in the memory of his previous life or this life. Looking at a woman who is obviously a little drunk, such a poor wine is also rare in the world. The madness of the wine made Aoba really a little bit overwhelmed. Although he turned around and left directly, his past and present lives added up for decades. Aoba, the good guy, couldn't convince herself that she could relax and leave. Well, it's definitely not because the other person's appearance is very online. Hey! What are you going to do? Aoba grabbed Mekong's woman at her feet. Let me go, and see if I drown a little bit, can I make you feel self-blaming? The woman struggled madly. Aoba really regretted why she had to take this road home, if she could not meet it. To this guy, you don't see or bother you, whoever loves to meet whoever meets. Even a kid can ignore his perfect figure and beautiful appearance. What good is it for me? Then you do it yourself. Aoba complained in a frantic heart, and when he was dumped by a man, he started to get drunk, even if the wine was not good. But eldest sister, although I just grabbed you, since you want to jump down with such a strong desire, then you just jumped by yourself. What are you doing while pulling me? I don't want to jump. Let me go, let me drown. Then you let it go. Fortunately, Aoba's attributes have doubled now, and his strength has become much greater. If it was the previous one, it is estimated that he has been pulled into the river now. Okay, I have an idea for you, really, believe me, I really have an idea. Aoba said that he surrendered. Anyway, after today, everyone will not have any more intersections. The big deal will not be in the future. Isn't it okay to go this way? Really? The woman gave up the struggle, stopped on the bank of the river, and looked at Aoba suspiciously. The young lady is indeed very attractive, but, this burden is for me, that. It's too heavy a burden. Or something. Although Aoba is forcing herself to say something to alleviate the current situation, her own brain is already a little confused. Are you saying that they are heavy? You. What? Damn it, but a kid whose lower body is still a new product dares to be so arrogant. The woman looked at the opposite Aoba in tears with a look of anger. Aoba felt that she couldn't control herself. I'm talking about it, how did you know that it is a new product? Don't say that you haven't used it before, maybe you guessed it wrong. Although it is indeed a new product, Aoba said that if you lose, you can't lose, so you know it in your heart. He had been a single dog from his previous life until he crossed over. He grew up in the orphanage where he would have time to think about dating. He can eat fast food for 5 yuan, but he would not consider 10 yuan. If he has no money and no looks, he goes to fall in love. Isn't that a lie? And before he crossed, his predecessor was a relatively lonely child, and there were not many friends in his memory, let alone the opposite sex. Hey? Aoba remembered that when her predecessor was in junior high school, she seemed to have 2 close friends, but the memory of her predecessor showed that these 2 people still had severe secondary disease. After graduating from junior high school, my predecessor, I crossed over soon, and I also wanted to avoid the embarrassment of meeting or being seen by acquaintances, so I never contacted again, and now I am leaving my hometown directly. Arrived in Tokyo. Lying. The woman looked at Aoba who was running away with disdain, her face was like that, even a kid like you wanted to lie to me, it was 10,000 years ago. You better dance, I'll help you. King Yixin is so tired, what kind of evil did he do to meet such a troublesome guy? Hey! I'm hungry. The way of thinking is too big. I really want to eat, barbecue, curry rice, beef rice, fried hamburger meat. The woman was ready to leave without taking care of Aoba, resisting beer. Hey, wait a minute, you forgot your suitcase. Aoba dragged the suitcase and chased it up. What? Luggage, you forgot, take your suitcase. King Yi squeezed the suitcase into the woman's hand, ready to turn around and leave this place of right and wrong, stay away from her, it's best to never again in this life can't see. Just as Aoba was about to turn around and leave, the woman grabbed Aoba's hand. You guy, nice guy. A burst of aroma mixed with strong alcohol came head-on. The woman hugged Aoba's arm and looked at Aoba with a red face, while Aoba was stunned with a dazed look. There is still this kind of good? Look carefully, the little brother is quite handsome, how about it, do you want my sister to teach me how to get along with women? The woman's eyes were fixed on Aoba, and she hugged his arm tightly, completely unable to do so. Move. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Aoba looked helplessly at the woman holding her in front of her, struggling for fear of hurting her. Now Aoba has no clear concept of her own strength. And to be honest, this woman is indeed very beautiful, so now he is also a little surprised, why such a beautiful woman would be dumped by the man named Kenji, what did you do to force the other party to say that they broke up? However, Aoba thought of what the woman had done before, and then looked down at the look of Ranjun picking in front of him. Aoba seemed to understand Kenji's choice again. Having such a girlfriend is more difficult than training a bear kid. Right. Snapped. A thump interrupted the woman's movements, and Aoba was also freed. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked behind the woman. He wanted to see which hero rescued him. I saw it just now. What the are you guys doing in this big court? The visitor looked at Aoba and the woman next to him with an angry expression, but Aoba always felt like he had seen her somewhere. It hurts. The woman rubbed her beaten head and looked back. What? It turned out to be Lee. The woman found out that she was an acquaintance, so she could only greet her helplessly. Lu. Aoba started looking for a woman called LV among the people she knew in her mind. Aoba finally remembered, isn't this the indifferent literary girl that I met this morning? It seems to be called Kahe Lu, the heroine in the anime we all of us Kahe Zhuang. How could she be here? The woman in front of her is someone she knows, so in other words, this woman is also very likely to be? Chapter 21, Head on Elbow. Really, what are you doing when you beat me? The woman rubbed her head and looked at Helu. You are ashamed to ask me, but you guys, what are you doing here? Although Kahiri still has a cold expression, Aoba can still tell from her tone and eyes that the other party is already in an angry state. If she can't get a good answer, she might be even more angry. Cut, if Lee interrupts me later, I just have to add one more sentence at the end. Little devil, you think too much, I'm joking. You can successfully make this little deer bump into the little deer in the little devil's heart. The woman was full of regret. You have interrupted my good deeds, and you are responsible, completely disregarding the expression of Aoba behind you who wants to eat people. This woman is indeed a scumbag. It smells so bad, Miss Ma Gong, you are so drunk, why have you drunk so much again? Ha-He Lee covered his nose and avoided the hug that the woman asked for, with a look of disgust. Hey! It's all because you interrupted me suddenly. It looks like I'm taking the initiative to attack now. The woman who was called Miss Ma Kong by H.A. Holly hasn't forgotten what she just planned to play Aoba. It's more like that, in my opinion just now, you have actually started it. Ha-Hello held his nose, and he really couldn't stand Miss Ma Gong's drunkenness. I'm sorry, Asama-kun, this person will start all kinds of madness once he gets drunk, so it's safer not to approach her. Kawaii Ryu turned around and looked at Aoba who was already stunned next to him. Thank you very much for the late reminder. Aoba thought that she had almost endured all the drunkenness of that lady Sakyong just now. It would be great if Ms. Kawaii Ryu could show up sooner. So, since Ms. Hahaoru is so familiar with this person, then sure enough, this person is. Aoba found desperately that she seemed to be unable to avoid this person, according to Ms. Hahaoru. In the conversation with this Miss Ma Gong, this is definitely a familiar person, and in terms of age, it is impossible to be a classmate of Miss Kawaii's school. Ah, sneeze. Boy, I feel like you were thinking about something impolite just now, can I suddenly want to punch you? The woman rubbed her nose and looked back at Aoba with a look of confusion. Is this guy so sensitive to age? Yes, although I am very embarrassed, this person, Miss Ma Gong, she is, indeed. Ha-Hello said with a face of shame. Hey, the two below, look here. The shocked two turned their heads and saw that Miss Ma Gong, who was just standing by and talking to them, did not know when she had appeared on the embankment paper, and sat down on the metal handrail in the middle of the stairs. On. This looks very fun, oh. Miss Ma Gong was riding on the armrest with a look of excitement. Looking at the two of Aoba, she definitely wanted to do something that would affect the city's appearance. Miss Ma Gong, what on earth are you going to do? Ha-Hello angrily looked at the swaying Miss Ma Gong above the steps. Hello everyone, I'm the number 1 player, Jinyi Hemp Bao, even if sparks are ground from the bottom of the butt, the Hemp Bao will win the first place, ha 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 ha. How much trouble is this guy going to give up? Aoba looked at Miss Ma Gong, who was full of excitement on her face, and was ready to play with the metal handrail as a slide. However, this is dangerous enough. I'm already drunk and wobbly. If I play a slide like this, I will definitely fall out when I land. Alright, Ma Gong number 1, let's go, ha 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 ha. Was about to go up to stop Ms. Ma Gong's Aoba, and found that Ha Hello dropped his school bag and stood directly at the bottom of the stair railing, opening his hands to block the sliding route. Ms. Ka Hello usually looks very cold and has no expression when she speaks. When something happens, she can still see that she is a very kind person. Aoba thought so, and walked to the front of Ka Hello. After all, her strength would definitely be greater than hers, so if she did it herself, it would be easier to take over Miss Ma Gong safely. Otherwise, if she slips down with Miss Ma Gong's weight, he will definitely knock Ha Hiryu down together. I'm so kind, I should really let Miss Ma Gong rush into the river to get sober. Miss Kawaii, you are very dangerous like this. If you really hit it, you will definitely be injured in your position. Let me come, don't worry. Aoba smiled and said to Kira behind her. Ha Hayul looked at Aoba's smiling face suddenly, and she looked particularly charming in the sunset. She suddenly turned red when she thought of this, and turned her head and did not dare to look at Aoba again. Aoba looked at Ha Hello with some confusion, not knowing what was wrong. Ah! It's too scary, let's forget it. Miss Ma Gong sitting on the armrest suddenly fell down, changed her attention, and didn't want to play the slide. Aoba! Kiru! I have had enough, why should I use such a terrible thing to violate myself? I don't understand it at all. Miss Ma Gong looked at her hands with sadness. Aoba! Kiru! King Yi feels embarrassed. The other party does not follow the routine at all. This Miss Ma Gong completely ignores the two people below and entertains herself on it. Aoba, who was considering how to put her arms open to look less embarrassed, found that Kawaii Ryu was angrily rushing to Miss Ma Gong's body behind her, and that appearance was obviously exploded. It can make a literary girl who is usually so indifferent to make such a big fire. Miss Ma Gong, you are really amazing. Aoba put her arms away and looked at the two people who were about to fight on the steps. Her heart was filled with helplessness. Today, she just came out to apply for a chef and go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. I came across such a mess. Wait, Lil, what are you doing? Oh! Miss Ma Gong, who was a little unconscious, was chased by Hilu, who was so angry that she lost her mind. She had nowhere to hide because she was wearing clothes. The solace of the high-heeled shoes stepped on empty, and directly sat on the armrest. And the brain was so mad that Hahili didn't expect this to happen. She was still holding Miss Ma Gong in her hand, but she was taken on the handrail by her, and the two rushed down like a slide. Hey! At this time, Aoba was turning around to get the ingredients that she had placed on the ground. Suddenly she heard the exclamation of Miss Ma Gong and Kawaii Ryu coming from behind, turning her head in doubt. Boom! Ah! Aoba only felt as if he was being rushed head-on by a black bull that had escaped from Spain, and hit his face directly. When his eyes went dark, he didn't know anything. In the darkness, Aoba seemed to have heard something, but he was confused in front of him but couldn't react. Chihiro-san, Asama-kun, are you okay? A very guilty voice came into Aoba's ears. www.novel.com. What is this voice? Miss Ma Gong, I have already said that, try not to drink outside, you don't know how your wine is. This voice, Chihiro sister, have you returned to Sakura village by yourself? How did you come back? Sister Chihiro is almost the same as me, and the wine is not very good. The voice really belongs to Miss Ma Gong, but she has become more guilty. It sounds like she knows Sister Chihiro, but it is Sakura village. Tenants. Hey? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything. Chihiro's sister is so domineering. Even if my wine is not good, I won't go crazy after drinking outside, let alone knocking someone to the ground with an elbow, and even calling for an ambulance. If it weren't for me passing by, I don't know what will happen yet. It turns out that I was stunned by an elbow. It's just whose elbow hit, and it hurts so much. It's like when I was knocked down by a cow, I was stepped over by the cow. But this sound, it sounds like Miss Chihiro, who just happened to pass by, stopped by Miss Ma Gong, who was really about to call an ambulance, and then brought herself back to Sakura village. But Aoba feels embarrassing enough. He walked out in the morning and was carried back in the evening. The same is true for the law. You should pay attention next time. You all know that Miss Ma Gong will be crazy after drinking, and dare to rush up alone. It's all to blame, and suddenly rushed to hit me. Sorry, next time I will hit you directly with a book. This is the voice of Kahiru, and it seems to be nothing. Hey! Stop arguing between you two. Chihiro looked helplessly at the two who were about to pinch up again, and quickly stopped them. Chapter 22, The Magical Miss Sword. By the way, Miss Ma Gong, I remember that you went on a trip with your boyfriend before. According to the time you said, it should end tomorrow. Chihiro suddenly thought of something and looked at each other suspiciously. Aoba didn't dare to open his eyes anymore. This question was too sensitive. According to his previous experience, it is definitely a thunder to talk about this topic now. You, Miss Ma Gong, who was watched by the crowd, cried out. Hey! Everyone was obviously shocked. Chihiro glanced at each other with Kairi and Mitaka. Everyone was a little embarrassed. It seemed that they had guessed what happened. Hey, Miss Ma Gong, are you? Mitaka asked helplessly after looking at Yui Kuzaki Misaki and Sister Chihiro. Miss Ma Gong wiped her tears, gritted her teeth and nodded, exactly as the people present thought, otherwise she would not violate the agreement with Chihiro and drank so much alcohol outside. Well, Chihiro-san, I and Yui Kuzaki Misaki will go out to help first. Mitaka felt that the scene was getting closer to what he remembered, so he decided to go out with Yui Kuzaki Misaki first. After all, the kitchen needs manpower. Are you okay, Miss Ma Gong? Sister Chihiro was also very helpless. This is not the first time. Everyone is a little used to it. Every time this kind of thing happens, Miss Ma Gong will basically do a similar behavior. Looking at Mitakahi and Yui Kuzaki, who are currently leaving, they also know what will happen next. After all, the people present have encountered this kind of thing several times, except for Aoba lying there, and now in the kitchen. Newcomer. In the morning, I accidentally saw his text message on his mobile phone. Aoba feels that she is still waiting for everything to end before waking up. The scene is more embarrassing now. Looking back on the bitter dramas I saw in the previous life, the plot that Miss Ma Gong encountered is probably almost the same. It should happen to see an ambiguous text message sent by another woman, or directly a more straightforward greeting between intimacy. That guy, carrying me on his back, pedaling 2 boats. Sure enough, as Aoba thought, although the plot itself is a bit unclear, the plot convention will certainly not deviate much. I really didn't expect him to be that kind of person, I trusted him so much. Hearing Miss Ma Gong's cry, Aoba couldn't lie down a bit, but he also knew that if he got up now, he would be easily beaten again. Hey! Miss Ma Gong's male luck is really bad, there is no way. Chihiro said to Kahiru. Hey! Is Chihiro's sister actually reacting like this? Aoba was shocked. What I think is that Miss Ma Gong doesn't have any eyesight. Kairi also looked at Sister Chihiro blankly. Hey! Miss Kawaii actually responded like this. But, Miss Ma Gong, you forgot, your previous boyfriend used 3 boats, and the boyfriend before this one used 4 boats, so don't be discouraged, there is still progress. Hey! This seems to be Mr. Kinasaka's voice. However, is Miss Ma Gong so good? This is simply a scum collector. Can you choose so accurately every time? Aoba suddenly remembered a senior sister from her university. She was very beautiful, but she was a little grumpy. Many people like her, but she is not a celibate, and she also has boyfriends. But every time I get along is not long, the longest one, I heard that it has not been more than 3 months. And the reason is that every time she chooses a boyfriend that is almost always among the men who chase her, the most scumbag is the real scum collector. So since this senior sister became popular, a standard has been circulating in the school. As long as it is a boy that senior sister likes, he is definitely a scumbag, without exception. Therefore, all the boys who chased the senior sister, as long as they were not selected by the senior sister, finally found a good girlfriend. At that time, the best way for school girls to check whether a boy was a scumbag was to ask the boy to chase that senior. If the senior was interested in him, then this must be a scumbag. If you don't see it, it means it's not. This method later became a touchstone for school girls to choose boyfriends. And now this Miss Ma Gong, maybe, is approaching the level of the senior sister from the previous life. You guy, why are you so excessive? It's comforting me. After hearing Mr. Kinasaka's words, Miss Ma Gong was furious again. This guy is obviously a pervert, and he dares to look down on himself. Ms. Ma Gong grabbed Kinasaka's collar and shook it vigorously, almost shaking out the afterimage. If this is the second dimension, then Mr. Kinasaka's brain is rotated up and down like a rotary engine. It's okay, don't make the noise, Aoba, you have been awake for a long time, can you continue to lie down? Chihiro said while looking at Aoba next to her. Aoba is panicked now, don't know what to do, wait online, urgent. Get up quickly, I found you awake a long time ago, and you are still lying on the ground and pretending to be something. There was no way. Aoba slowly opened his eyes, and what caught the eye was the joking expression on Chihiro's sister's face. Cory looked at Aoba with a little anger. He obviously didn't expect that he would wake up a long time ago, but he was lying next to him all the time. As the culprit who stunned herself, Miss Ma Gong was still a little embarrassed, and she didn't know how to face Aoba. And Mr. Kinosaki, forget it, Aoba didn't want to watch it, that guy was incidental. Hehe, Chihiro's sister, I just woke up. You. Forget it, don't talk about you, how can you say you are also a victim? Sister Chihiro gave King Yi a blank look, did you think I couldn't see when you woke up? She was secretly listening over there. For a long time, Miss Ma Gong woke up just before she cried, but she has been pretending to be unconscious next to her. Okay, that's it. I believe that the kitchen is almost the same. Let's eat in the past. Shaoxi pot today. Chihiro's sister smiled and stood up and walked away. Kira glanced at King Yi faintly, and opened her mouth as if to say something. After a long days, he got up and left. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Asama-kun, I haven't introduced myself today. My name is Makino Kino. I'm really sorry for what happened during the day. It's because I lost my mind before. I'm sorry. Miss Makyu apologized to Aoba with some embarrassment, her eyes looked. I didn't dare to look at King Yi's purple face at all. It's okay, Ms. Jin Yi, understandable, please don't care. King Yi looked at the poor Miss Ma Gong in front of him. After all, everyone was dumped by men today. They are already so miserable. What else can I say? Didn't you react and was hit by an elbow? Aoba felt her slightly aching face. It was not that her body was fragile. At the time, Aoba did not react at all, and it was an elbow blow from the gravitational acceleration of the two women. And it happened to hit the face, and I was able to wake up so quickly, thanks to my physique reaching 12 points. Hee, maybe you two should just stay together. Kinosaki looked at the man and woman in front of him. Couldn't the unfolding of today just be the beginning of a story? One who was just abandoned is a broken-hearted girl, and one was just saved. Isn't this a perfect subject for the high school student of a broken-hearted girl? It seems that I can use this for my next book's inspiration. Hey? Kinosaki, what are you kidding about, do you want to die? Come with me. Miss Ma Gong blew up when she heard Kinasaka's words, and pulled Kinasaka's collar out of the room. Ha ha ha, then, Asama-kun, let's go first and wait for you in the restaurant. Kinosaki, who was dragged away by Miss Ma Yum, did not forget to remind Aoba. Since no one is there, then my current attributes. Seeing that all the people were gone, Aoba sank into his system and began to check the character column. Chapter 23, Sorita Kanda. Aoba lowered his mind and looked at the character column. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, Human. Power, 12. Agility, 14. Physique, 12. Intelligence, 16. Charm, 8. Spiritual power, 1000. State, healthy. Features, none. Skills, proficient in cooking, high school knowledge plus, proficient in language. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit knife, unclaimed. Evaluation, a rookie is always a rookie, although you are no longer an ordinary person. The charm has actually increased a bit, and the spiritual power attribute has changed from 0 to 1000. Aoba did not find the spiritual power seed in the inventory. It seems that it was directly converted into the attribute value and entered the spiritual power calculation. In addition, the charm has increased. Aoba did not hear any hints before. It should be this. The value of spiritual power is related. It seems that while gaining skill rewards, certain attributes will also increase the value of a certain relationship, but what is the use of this spiritual power? Aoba looked at her hands, and she didn't feel any in her body. Trying to focus her mind on her body, there was no difference. It was exactly the same as before. Does it require specific skills to use spiritual power? After Aoba tried all the methods he could think of, he finally gave up tossing it. Aoba moved his gaze to the end, and the evaluation of the system became different. Originally, it surpassed ordinary people, but now that he has the seed of soul, the evaluation is no longer ordinary people. This is really enough. Direct. However, in the case of spiritual power, if you can't use it now, let's talk about it later, you have to leave quickly, otherwise Chihiro's sister and the others will wait in a hurry. Aoba tidied up some of his messy clothes. During the period, he even noticed that there were several dark palm prints on his clothes. Not only that, Aoba also found several obvious shoe prints. Look at the size of this foot. Don't even think about knowing who it is. Is this she doing a tap dance on herself? Aoba silently watched the coat she changed in the morning, a little speechless, thinking of the way he was hesitant to talk just before Hello left, probably just to say this thing. Aoba took off the coat, which was really unable to pack up, and held it directly in his hand. Let's do this first, and then put it in the washing machine later. Aoba looked at the coat in his hand, communicated with the ethereal ring, and sent the clothes in. Aoba turned and walked towards the restaurant. Yeah, Asama-kun, you are finally here. Mr. Kinosaki first noticed the arrival of Aoba. Asama-kun, the sukiyaki pot is ready, let's sit down. Mitaka, who was preparing the dishes, also saw Aoba. Junior, you have finally come here, I'm so hungry when I wait. Yui Ikusumai senpai, Mitaka-san, and Kinosaki, I'm here. Who? The kid found his shirt. Miss Ma Gong really remembers whether she eats or not, and forgets the pain when she is injured. Doesn't she remember who is the culprit? I'm sorry. Kawaii Ryu blushed and looked at Aoba. Aoba was a little surprised. It turns out that this literary girl can still have this expression. Asama-kun, I heard that you are so brave today. You actually caught Miss Ma Gong and Ryu-chan with your face. Watanabe Ayaka looked at the blue and purple on Aoba's face and was so funny. It was such a funny thing today. It's a shame not to be able to see it. Ms. Watanabe, you're back. Aoba saw Ayaka Watanabe sitting with Ms. Mayu. He didn't expect that Ms. Watanabe was dressed so delicately even at home. Okay, Aoba-kun, sit down quickly, everyone is starting to eat. Chihiro's sister looked at Aoba who had been standing, and motioned to him to sit down quickly, and if he didn't start it, everything in the pot would be boiled. Okay, Chihiro sister. After Chihiro's sister greeted Chihiro, Aoba sat between Mitaka Hitachi and Chihiro's sister, and next to them were Yukyusaki Misaki senpai, Watanabe Ayaka senpai, Mayumi-san, Kawai Ryol Mr. Kinosaki, and between Chihiro's sister and Mr. Kinosaki is. Oh, yes, Aoba-kun, you were not here before, so let me introduce to you, this is a new tenant today, and you are Candace Sorita who is also enrolled in the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts this year. Chihiro suddenly discovered I forgot something, and finally remembered the new tenants around me, only Aoba hadn't seen him. Ding, an important plot character successfully punches in, Candace Sorita, from the pet girl of Sakura Village, acquires the skill, Yufeng swordsmanship. Fuck, who? Candace Sorita? Isn't this the protagonist in Sakura Village's pet girl? Why has it appeared now? Although Aoba had previously guessed whether the new tenant would be Candace Sorita, he didn't expect it to be him. But... fuck, this wind swordsmanship skill is not the ability of Yasuo, the strong wind swordsman, right? I can actually get the skills of the game characters. This system dad is amazing. Aoba thought of the skills in Imperial Wind Swordsmanship, Steel Flash, Wind Barrier, Front Slash, and the final big skill Gale Breathing Slash. No matter which one they are swordsmanship beyond common sense. However, even if it is used in front of people, Aoba still doesn't want to be harassed by people with malicious purposes. Even if she is not afraid, the people around her can't stop those people from pervasive. Aoba visualizes the wind swordsmanship in his mind. All the movements and power use skills are as familiar as they have been used for decades since childhood. Aoba felt the sudden power in his body. Everything around him seemed to be no longer so strong. If he wanted to, Aoba could cut it open even with the steel metal frame around him. Even under his perception, the air around him is no longer in an unpredictable form, and Aoba feels that as if he can manipulate them. Although Aoba wanted to try his newly acquired Yufeng swordsmanship right away and experience the feeling of a swordsman, he is not allowed to play on this occasion. Hello, my name is Candace Sorita. For some reasons, I moved into Sakura Village today. I will meet you for the first time. Please take care of me in the future. Hearing Chihiro's sister's voice, Candace Sorita stood up directly. Oh, hello. My name is Asama Aoba, I moved in 2 days earlier than you, please take care of me in the future. Aoba turned her attention away from Yufeng swordsmanship, turned to look at the protagonist, and smiled. Said to Candace Sorita. I heard Senshi-san today, this Asama-kun is the legendary full point, really amazing. Candace Sorita who sat down remembered who this Asama Aoba is, and he went to the school to handle it today. When the dormitory was changed, the school had gone crazy, saying that a monster had actually completed all the papers used by the school to test academic ability, and got a lot of horrible results. Candace Sorita heard about this test when he was in junior high school. The difficulty of the test paper is enough to make any person who has taken the test a psychological shadow. I heard that there have been candidates who even experienced self-defeating school weariness. From the earliest time that the test paper appeared, no one thought it could be completed, even the teachers in the school. Fortunately, Candace Sorita was too relieved, because he was promoted from an affiliated junior high school, so he didn't need to take the exam. Is indeed Sakura Village, composed entirely of monsters. Although it was called Sakura Village by others as a containment center for problem characters, he knew very well that everyone here was very good in certain areas. And myself, just an ordinary person who was driven out of the original dormitory by the school because of raising a cat, can I really live like this among a bunch of monsters? Thinking of Candace Sorita here is a little inferior. Speaking of monsters, Kandasora remembered the look that Asama Aoba had just looked at him. Suddenly, he had a creepy feeling, as if he was facing a sharp sword with a blade, but this feeling was instantaneous. Passing away, it may be that I have hallucinations. Everything is here today, except for the guy Akasaka Ryunashuk. Wait a while for Mitaka-kun, don't forget to send him some. Well, okay, Mr. Chihiro. Mitaka finally remembered the guy who was basically faceless. Today was a bit chaotic. A new tenant just arrived in the afternoon. As a result, the new tenant Asama-kun the day before yesterday was actually the one who was carried back, gave him and Misaki Wikusaku a shock. Hey? Akasaka Ryunashuk. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro suspiciously. Is there anyone at Sakura village? Oh, yes, there is indeed another person who has completely forgotten. In this anime, there is also a mysterious character Akasaka Ryunashuk, a computer genius who has always stayed in his room. Yes, a cocoon who has been staying in his room, but he should have contacted you on his cell phone. Haven't you received it? Chihiro's sister took a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Ding! A text message was sent to Aoba's cell phone. Chapter 24, Deviation Plot. Ding! Aoba's cell phone received a text message. As soon as Chihiro's voice fell, the screen of his mobile phone on the table suddenly lit up, and a dialog box appeared on the screen. Unknown, hello, Asama-kun, I'm Akasaka Ryunashuk, please thank you. Hello, I am Maid-chan, an automatic reply mail program developed by Ryunashuk Akasaka. Please take care of me in the future. From the maid. Aoba looked at the two strangely displayed text messages on the phone. Sister Chihiro, is this? Although Aoba probably remembered what was happening in Akasaka Ryunashuk in the anime, but now, Aoba still has no idea what to show. Oh, Maid-chan, Akasaka Ryunashuk is a computer technology genius. This is a program written by him. Generally, the text messages we receive from Akasaka Ryunashuk are forwarded by it. Great! Chihiro drank after taking a sip of beer. Aoba asked herself suspiciously about this weird way of sending text messages. Oh, that's how it is. Yes, Junior-kun, Ryunashuk Akasaka is super amazing. He never leaves his room. No one but Chihiro's sister has seen what he looks like here, even men and women are not sure. Ueikuzaki Misaki kept stuffing meat in her mouth, and explained to Aoba while eating. In fact, she was also very curious, but Aoba looked at Misaki Yakusaki-senpai, whose mouth was full, and was still talking forcibly. You should just swallow it before talking. Yes, Asama-kun, I heard that Akasaka Ryunashuk has signed a programmer's employee contract with a super large company. Mitaka handed a glass of water to Ueikuzaki, who was choking and breathless. Thinking that Aoba didn't believe what Ueikuzaki said, so she continued to explain what she said. Aoba looked at the atmosphere between Mitaka Hito and Ueikuzaki. The relationship between you is so good, why don't you get together early? But he can't say that, and this kind of thing is not what he should interject. Meow meow. Aoba felt her legs rubbed, and looked down. A white cat was circling around the table foot. There were several cats with flowers and markings nearby. Wouldn't these be? Ah! Xiao Guang, why did you get here? Didn't you all prepare cat food for you? Kandasora looked at the cats in a circle around his feet in surprise, probably because he was attracted by the fragrance on the table. Sure enough, these cats. Aoba thought in her heart. It seems that these are the reasons why Kandasora moved. Before, she saw a few stray cats outside, but none of them appeared here now. The cats should have been brought here after Kandasora moved in. Sorry, Asama-kun. Kandasora bowed his head to apologize to him. For him, Asama Aoba should have just learned that he had brought a few cats in. Oh, it doesn't matter, I also like cats, but Kanda-san. Aoba looked up at Kanda-Sorita. What? Why did Kanda-kun choose to move to Sakura so? Although Aoba knew the reason Kanda-Sora moved in, the time of moving in was several days later than in the anime, and the plot was off, so Aoba wanted to find out why. Oh, this, I used to live in the school's standard dormitory before, but... Kanda-Sora was a little embarrassed. But... I have been complained. Kanda-Sora lowered his head too much, and his expression was a little frustrated. Although it is impossible to determine who made the complaint, what is certain is that it must be it's someone you know, maybe even your own friend. It is very sad to think of Kanda-Sorita here, and I don't know if this is betrayed. Complaint. Yui Ikuzaka Misaki, Nishino Meiju, and Watanabe Ayaka were all surprised, and they just heard about it, and they didn't hold back shouting. Chihiro's sister knows why, even she knows who the reporter is. After all, she was responsible for changing Kanda-Sorita to Sakura Village, and Aoba knew the reason for a long time. As for Mitaka Hito and Kaworu, although they are surprised, they are relatively calm. After all, for them, people who move to Sakura Village will have some problems, for example. Well, yes, I was complained about raising cats in the dormitory. I couldn't help but I was reluctant to abandon them, so I could only choose to move out of the original dormitory. Kanda-Sorita was also very frustrated. There was a prohibition on keeping pets, but he was not sad because he was kicked out of the dormitory, but because he might have been reported by friends and acquaintances, and suddenly he couldn't accept it. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki, Mitaka Hitachi, and others looked at each other. After all, everyone is not a fool and can hear what Kanda-Sorita said, but no one can talk about this kind of thing, after all. The school rules are there. Aoba patted Kanda-Sorita on the shoulder to express comfort, and said nothing. To be honest, even if he is from the point of view of the whistleblower, he can't say that the other party has done something wrong, but as a whistleblower, and the relationship between a classmate and a friend, the whistleblower's behavior is somewhat shameless. Later, I received the final notice from the school principal. One was to throw the cat away, and the other was to move from the normal standard dormitory of the school to a special dormitory, which is Sakura Village. Kanda-Sora recalled that he was in the principal's room before. What happened? Although Ching Shan-Ki helped himself to explain what happened at the time, it turned out. Aoba put a piece of meat in his mouth, thinking you are nonsense. In fact, even if no one reported it, it is a violation of the regulations for you to keep pets in the dormitory without authorization, and the school has the right to expel you directly. But they didn't do that. Instead, they gave you two choices, which is humane enough. Aoba thought of some schools in his previous life. This kind of violation of school rules would be possible in the end. I really couldn't throw away Ziobai and the others, so I chose to move out in the end, but at the time I planned to find the manager of Sakura Village directly, Mr. Kyunchi, but someone told that Mrs. Kyunchi was not at school before www.novel.com take a few days off, so, I just moved in today. Kanda-Sora finally finished talking about his experience and is planning to continue eating. He found the meat and vegetables in the pot and didn't know when it was empty. Oh, I do know that before I received news from my sister, I went back to my hometown to help Aoba handle school affairs. I happened to encounter something important there, so I stayed for a few days. I just returned to Tokyo. Sister Chihiro drank the last sip of beer in the jar and remembered what was the reason for her previous leave. At that time, Chihiro suddenly received news from her sister that Aoba was planning to leave her hometown to go to Tokyo to study high school, so she was shocked, so she just found an excuse and took a few days off, and went back to her hometown to find out the situation. But I only talked with my sister for a while, and after I confirmed the matter, I went to Aoba's junior high school to retrieve information. Then I ran into an old friend I hadn't seen for many years, and until I returned to Tokyo, I forgot to see Aoba. Of course, she definitely couldn't explain this reason, otherwise it would be too shameless. It turned out to be like this. Aoba finally knew why when he moved in, Kandasora, who should have been living in, did not show up because of his sudden appearance. Sister Chihiro was not in Tokyo at the time, so Kandasora couldn't check into Sakura so that he would appear today. Okay, let's stop here today, Aoba, I'll leave it to you to clean up. The others will rest early. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony. Don't be late. Do I have textbooks to write? I won't accompany you. Chihiro's sister stood up, took her bowl and chopsticks into the kitchen, and turned around and left. Chapter 25, Hey 8 Swordsman. Ah! That, Asama-kun, let me help you, sizzle. It's hot. Kandasora stood up and was about to pick up the pot on the table in a hurry, but he didn't expect the pot to be still hot. The instantaneous temperature almost made him throw the pot on the ground. It's okay, Kanda-kun, you just let it go and let me clean up. You just moved in today. There must be a lot of things in the house that you need to clean up, and there will be a school opening ceremony tomorrow. I'll be fine here. Chingye glanced at Kandasora, who was holding his hands, and motioned that he could go back to the room first. Okay, Asama-san, trouble you. Kandasora took a look at the swelling on his hands, and said nothing more. Indeed, he still has a lot of luggage that has not been sorted out. The boxes that I brought over today are almost ready. The door was blocked. If you don't tidy up, it will be difficult for you to sleep tonight. In addition, Miss Kawaii, it's okay, you just leave it, and I will pack it up. Aoba watched Kawaii and stood up without saying a word, and directly began to help clean up the dishes on the dinner table. The atmosphere was really embarrassing. It might as well have come by yourself, and after Kandasora left, now the whole restaurant is left with 2 people and a few cats on the ground. Kawaii Ryu turned his head and looked at Aoba intently. Aoba is helpless, what this Kawaii-san is going to do? Kiryu kept looking at Aoba without speaking. Well, Miss Kawaii? What's the matter? As long as you are not embarrassed, will others be embarrassed? Hello. Okay, let's clean up together. The situation is like this, what else can Aoba say? It is good. Aoba looked at Kahiluo, who was starting to do it, and fell silent. As expected, she was waiting for her to say this. Aoba thought a little bit in her heart. Maybe she was still a little concerned about what happened in the afternoon, so she was not as embarrassed, so she stayed and helped herself to clean up. Others might have noticed it, especially Chihiro's sister, who would be so awkward. Leave without returning. Someone would help it faster. It didn't take long for the 2 of them to clean up the dining room and kitchen, and put the unused ingredients in the refrigerator, and wait for them to be used next time. Aoba washed his hands, dried the towel and turned to look at the silent Kahelui who had been beside him. Aoba looked at the other person in a puzzled manner. It's all over, why is she staying here? This afternoon. Kahelui looked at Aoba with a reddish face, not knowing how to speak. Oh, it doesn't matter, it's mainly Miss Ma Gong's drunkenness, everything is an accident, please don't care. Kiryu raised his head and glanced at Aoba faintly, turned and left, and soon disappeared into Aoba's sight. What's the situation, did I say something wrong? Aoba looked at the back of Hello in confusion, a little dazed, and it was really hard to understand. Aoba turned around and found that there was nothing to clean up, so he left the restaurant and turned upstairs. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, human. Identity, Hey 8 Swordsman. Power, 14. Agility, 24. Physique, 18. Intelligence, 18. Charm, 8. Spiritual power, 1000. State, healthy. Features, none. Skills, proficiency in cooking, mastery of high school knowledge plus, proficiency in language, swordsmanship of the wind, slashing steel flash, wind barrier, stepping forward, violent wind cutting. Items: ethereal ring, eternal spirit knife, unclaimed. Evaluation: you have left the realm of a rookie, and since then you are no longer immortal. Aoba looked at his character column, and sure enough, there were a lot of changes. First of all, the strength increased by 2 points. Aoba clenched his fist. Although there were not many, every bit of it felt very different. Especially the agility can be increased by 10 points suddenly. This is very scary. I did not expect that the wind swordsmanship will almost double the bonus. Physique also increased by 6 points. I felt it when I just packed the dishes. Kandasora was burned at the pot. When Aoba went to pick it up, I didn't feel at all, and I was shocked by Kawaii. Intelligence was originally 16 points. This time the increase is not much, and it is understandable, but now he has added an identity attribute to his character column, marked as Hey 8 Swordsman. I don't know if I can get other skills by punching in the future, whether it can stack. Imperial swordsmanship, originated from the heritage of a certain world. Jianhao is not an identity, but a kind of power, a state of life. When you become a swordsman, all swords will bow your head in front of you. When you hold a sharp sword, nothing can stop you. Affiliated skills include slashing steel flash, wind barrier, slashing forward, and slashing with breathless wind. Aoba saw that his saliva was about to drain. This skill is simply not too cool. Cuckoo. Hey, I'm not full. Aoba was lying on the bed and touched her stomach. She had been chatting before, and she was not full, and since her physical attributes doubled, her appetite seems to have increased a lot. The ones just eaten can only give him a little bottom. Aoba thought for a while, but decided to go out and buy some snacks. He looked up at the alarm clock. The time was almost 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. The nearby convenience store seemed to be open 24 hours a day, so there should be no problem. King Yi put on a clean set of clothes again. The one he wore during the day was full of dust and footprints, and he had just thrown it into the washing machine. Well, when I come back from shopping, the clothes should be washed. Aoba took the coat, turned off the light and walked out of the room, turned and went downstairs. Except for the lights in the corridors, the entire Sakura village was dark. It seemed that everyone had returned to the house. Aoba changed the outdoor shoes at the entrance and walked out of the Sakura village directly. Hey? Aoba, where are you going so late? Chihiro looked at Aoba suspiciously. Sister Chihiro, I went to the nearby convenience store to buy something, and I will be back soon, but Sister Chihiro, who are you? Aoba didn't expect that she just came out when she saw Sister Chihiro standing alone in the yard. Fortunately, Chihiro's sister talked to herself, otherwise she would really think she was sleepwalking. Oh, me, the textbook has a headache. Come out and smoke a cigarette to relax. You have to go to the convenience store, and bring me a dozen beer back. Sister Chihiro, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, have you forgotten that I am still a minor? It is impossible to sell me wine in other stores. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro helplessly and asked him to buy it. What do you think about wine? Oh, I forgot, forget it. Chihiro finally realized that Aoba had just started high school and was still a minor. He completely forgot. Am I very old? I can forget it. Then, Sister Chihiro, I'm leaving now. Aoba looked at the silent Sister Chihiro, feeling strange these past 2 days. Well, okay, pay attention to safety. Chihiro looked at the back of leaving and was silent again. When can I get married? Are you going to go on a blind date again? Chihiro thought about the phone call from her mother just now, mainly about who and who is married, or who and who gave birth to twins, just here. She has been single for so long, and she is very anxious. Besides, can you worry about this kind of thing? Many of them are force majeure, which is not what she can say. Chihiro thought of the friendships he participated in every time. He was always caught by one of the remaining ones, and he was speechless for a while. He was not ugly, and he couldn't marry him. He could only say that the men's eyesight no, it has nothing to do with her, so this can't be said to be her fault at all, it's the world that is wrong. Chihiro thought of her friend Shizuka Hiratsuka. As in her situation, although she is a few years younger than herself, she is still alone now. With these close friends with her, there is nothing to worry about. Forget it, I don't want to, I went back to bed, I got up too early in the morning. Chihiro yawned, turned, and went back to bed. After all, she had everything in her dream. Chapter 26, Kidnapped Girl. Aoba recalled the strange reaction of Sister Chihiro just now, and always felt that she seemed a little absent-minded. Could it be that she had encountered some difficulties? Aoba followed the street light and found the convenience store in his memory in a short while. Dingling. Welcome. Aoba found the snack area and looked around. He had heard that there are many very special snacks in Japan before. For example, the cheese cubes are like small pieces of cheesecake. There is also the super famous matcha chocolate wafer, which seems to have become popular all over the world, but the taste of the Japanese version is slightly different. Oh, and the Three Brothers of French fries. This Aoba has seen the advertisement. Aoba looked at the red and white square box in his hand. You can buy this and try it. Finally, there are these two honey butter potato chips. And the creamy maple syrup flavored potato chips, they seem to taste strange, but the evaluation is quite high. When I first entered the store, Aoba even saw their advertising at the door. Satisfied, Aoba came to the checkout counter with a basket of snacks. Welcome to visit next time. Damn it, never come again, this time it's really a mistake, I didn't expect these to add up so expensive, my living expenses have gone a lot. Aoba, who regrets infinitely, stood at the entrance of the store, hesitating whether to go in and push off some of the products. A few minutes later, the tangled Aoba still couldn't pull his face off, went in and returned the merchandise, and left the convenience store with a black face. Well, it's a bit more expensive. This potato chip is really delicious, eh? Aoba used his actions to verify the true fragrance theorem again. Ahoy! To shut up! A entangled sound came into Aoba's ears, it didn't sound like something good. Aoba looked at the dark alley next to it. Although it was dark and there was no light, with Aoba's current ability, he could still see a few men in the alley dragging a person deeper. Judging from the voice, it can be determined that it is a girl. However, it's impossible for a few men to drag another man into the dark at such a big night. Do you play fencing in the big night? Aoba is suddenly horrified at the thought of it. But even at such a distance, Aoba still saw a pair of desperate eyes from the gap between a few people. The other party clearly saw Aoba, but when the owner of these eyes saw Aoba alone, his eyes, just the light that emerged, dimmed completely. Well, it's such a coincidence, I was still thinking about how to experiment with my new skills. I didn't expect God to give such a gift to myself who was worrying, haha. Aoba turned around and walked towards the place where the few people moved. Unlucky for you guys today, no matter what you plan to do tonight, it will end here. The voice drifted slightly with the wind. Brothers, hold her, dragon, TMD, dare to bite me. Huang Mao looked at the bleeding teeth marks on his hands, and when he just covered his mouth, he didn't pay attention and directly let the other party take a bite. Huang Mao was already annoying enough today, but it didn't go smoothly when he asked for the account yesterday. Although a few people broke the boss's leg, he was responsible for not getting the money. As a result, when I returned to the company at night, I happened to bump into the good things of my girlfriend and eldest brother. TMD himself had to accompany the smiling face to close the door for the two of them. Thinking of the bitch's disdainful eyes before going out, Huang Mao felt that he was bothered. It's going to explode. Huang Mao looked at the girl in front of him. He had just finished drinking with a few of her companions. On the way home, she saw this woman walking alone. Several people with alcohol and courage went straight up to strike up a conversation. She didn't expect this woman. She actually dared not give face so much, and even wanted to run. Huang Mao was angry and squeezed her with a few of her companions. And when he saw the mole on the girl's eyes, he became even more angry, because his also had a mole in the same position on his face. Huang Mao thought of the look that gave him during the day. Directly he gave a look at a few of his companions, and dragged the girl into the alley. Call again, even if you break your throat, no one will come to rescue you. If you are acquainted, just give Lao Tzu a little comfort, and I will spare your life. You guys are holding on to Lao Tzu, when I'm done, the rest will be yours. Huang Mao glanced at the same unbearable little brothers around. Lao Tzu hasn't been on yet, you are what do you want? Ah! Oh, good boss! Huang Mao looked at the despair and fear in the girl's eyes, and her heart became even more fiery. Under the tearful gaze of the girl, she gradually stretched her hands towards the girl's skirt. Oh! I seem to hear someone calling me. Who? The excited Huang Mao was suddenly interrupted by the sound behind him. His anger instantly burned his brain. The angry Huang Mao turned his head to look in the direction of the sound. Who on earth dared to disturb him unconsciously? It's me, didn't you just call my name? Huang Mao and a few younger brothers looked at them suspiciously. By the lights in the nearby houses, they could barely see that it was a young boy standing not far away with a bag of things. Call your name? When? Huang Mao and his little brother looked at each other. Did he call someone just now? And this young boy is naturally Aoba. He sighed with relief when he saw that the girl among the few was still in good condition. Although Aoba could see that the girl was a bit guilty, and there was a lot of dust on her clothes, it should have been left behind by being dragged forcibly. Fortunately, I didn't come late, otherwise even if I killed a few people, I wouldn't be able to change anything. At this time, the girl also saw the other person, and after realizing that Aoba was the person she had just seen, the hope that had just been ignited was shattered again. After all, there are 4 adults here, and the other party is just a young man. The girl's heart was filled with despair and regret. Today because something important appeared, it's just that the place is a bit far away, and the time is late. On the way back, she was really worried about the situation of the 2 younger sisters at home, so she took a shortcut that she had never walked before, but she did not expect that she would encounter such a thing. Even if she survived today, and what is the difference between death? Aoba glanced at the girl with a smile. www.novel.com. Knowing that her last look was to beckon her to leave, she did not expect to be such a kind girl. She did not think about her situation first, but worried about her stranger. That being the case, Aoba couldn't let go of these gangsters. Yeah, didn't you just call the broken throat? I called the broken throat. King Yi's eyes were cold, and he looked at several people with a smile on his face. TMD, kid, you dare to play with me, do you want to die? Huang Mao, who was dizzy and lost his mind, took a knife from his trouser pocket and rushed up. Hehe, since I don't have a sword in my hand, I don't know if I can carry the sword with my fingers. Aoba took a deep breath and looked at the rushing Huang Mao. Go to kid. Hey! Huang Mao noticed that the kid who was in front of him suddenly disappeared. Where are you looking? What? Ah! A voice came from behind to Huang Mao's ears. Turning his head, he found that the little ghost who should have been standing in front of him just now did not know when he appeared behind him and was about to say something. Huang Mao suddenly interrupted all his thoughts with a sharp pain, and fell to the ground with a plop. King Yi faintly looked at the blood flowing out of Huang Mao's body, and thought of the front cut that he had just used. It might be because of too much force, and his fingers stuck directly along Huang Mao's ribs. King Yi looked at the blood on his fingertips, and finally realized that his strength had reached this level. The three rascals who were still restraining the girl looked at Aoba like a ghost. Just now, in their sights, they saw Aoba's figure flashing by, and his yellow-haired boss fell to the ground. Not knowing whether he was dead or alive. But they looked at the red liquid flowing from under Huang Mao's body, and they naturally knew what it was after cutting people. Blood. Chapter 27, 9 Animi. You, don't come here, come again, we will kill her. The three people who were frightened had long since stopped restraining the girl. Several people hid behind the girl, and one of them took out a dagger was placed on the girl's neck. Only in this way could it give them a sense of security. However, Aoba didn't intend to talk nonsense with them. Oh! With the voice, Aoba's figure disappeared from their eyes again. Really? When they heard the boy's voice again, Aoba had already appeared in front of them, and they also felt that their power seemed to be emptied and gradually lost consciousness. Aoba looked at the three people who fell to the ground, and there was no pity in his eyes, but this time Aoba took a little bit of his hand. With the lessons of the previous Huang Mao, he did not poke his finger in this time, just smashed it. It's just a few ribs of each of them. After the crisis was resolved, Aoba turned his head and looked at the girl who couldn't tell whether it was frightened or stunned. Hello, are you okay, can you stand up? Are you a human, a ghost? The girl asked tremblingly, her brain couldn't react to the rapid change, and she fell into despair just now. In the middle of the self, I think there is really no way to be saved. She had already decided to commit suicide, but the scene that happened later made her think she was dreaming, and she didn't even know what was going on. The few people who had just pressed her, suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. And this man is standing in front of him now. Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost? Ding! Important plot character successfully punched in. 5 Watch Li Yulai, from How Can My Sister Be So Cute, get a special item, Yayadao Village Mosses / Yayadao G, not activated. Is your mouth open, only to ask me if I am a man or a ghost? I drew a demon knife. However, this guy is actually Wujing Li Yulai? That super popular girl with a second-degree illness called herself Chiba's fallen saint Black Cat, or Black Cat's radio girl for short. I didn't expect this world to be mixed into this anime. At the beginning, this anime was very popular, and I chased it from beginning to end. Since the 5th watch Li Yulai can punch in, it seems the system also judged her as one of the heroines. Of course it's a human being. Are you scared? Aoba decided not to say too much, because she didn't want to lie too much. After all, a lie needs more lies to round out, and behind this punch card tool person there are more punch-in tools, such as the two brothers and sisters of Kosaka Kyosuk and Kosaka Kirino, and Ayase Aragaki. At least these characters in this anime must be able to bring him punch card rewards. So I still have to deal with the relationship with Wujin Li Yulai, which is of great importance to whether I can meet other characters in the future. But you just now, suddenly appeared and disappeared. Wukang Li Yulai looked at Qing Ye in surprise. After all, what happened at night caused a very big impact on my soul. Falling into endless despair, I kept begging the gods to save myself, and the sudden appearance of Aoba made Li Yulai a little confused about reality. You really think too much. I just practiced kendo, so the speed is relatively fast. Aoba was helpless, and I met bad guys just now. If you don't want to go home or call the police, you must be entangled here. Is he a man or a ghost? Also, even if I didn't show up just now, someone would save you, right? I've been behind you since the beginning, won't you come out? Aoba shifted his gaze to the shadow behind him. Hehe, have you just practiced kendo? But the speed at which you have just shot is not the realm that ordinary kendo masters can reach, are you right? Accompanied by the voice, a woman wearing a black kimono walked out of the shadows, about 16 or 17 years old, with long straight black hair draped behind her, and an unsheathed samurai sword in her left hand. It seems that he is not an ordinary person to appear in this image at night. Hello, I am Mickey Cookie, this is my first meeting, please take care of me. As the girl walked in, Aoba gradually saw the other person's appearance, and now there was only one sentence in his heart. Is really beautiful. There really is no ugly girl in the second dimension. A clear sound came from the girl's hand, which was precisely from the knife in the girl's hand. Nine Ghosts Mickey turned her head to look at the knife in her hand in shock. With such a powerful force, everyone around felt that the girl almost twisted her head off. Aoba didn't know what happened, but Cookie Mickey knew very well that the knife she had in her hand was not a commonly made knife, and her family's ancestors have passed it down to this day. Only each generation of patriarch or heirs of the patriarch can hold a knife, a real one. The ancient sword, at the same time, it is also a famous demon sword in history, the Boike Anzuna. There are countless records of this knife in the family. But there are very few records of its sword Ming. Only in the first few pages of the family record are some words written, and there will be no more records in the subsequent records. Any records about Jianming information? Because it hasn't made any sound for hundreds of years. There is only one possibility to cause the sword sound of the Boichean gang, that is, when it perceives, or appears within a certain range of a certain type of person, it will trigger the sword sound, and this kind of person has only swordsmanship. Grandmaster, or Jian Hao. Thinking of the 9 ghosts, Mickey has a layer of chicken skin all over her body. As the heir to the contemporary patriarch of the 9 ghosts, she has been trained in kendo since she was a child, so she knows exactly what kind of realm a swordsman is, and that's definitely for the sword practitioner. A dream, a sweet dream, a dream that can never be realized. In the history of Japan, it has not been heard of the birth of a swordsman for hundreds of years. Even though it was hundreds of years ago, it is only recorded in the wild history that there are people who may be swordsmen, and there is no the exact records and information. Even many people in later generations believe that the records of the ancestors and the information passed on by word of mouth are actually false. But 9 Ghosts Mickey doesn't think so, because she knows that there has indeed been a sword hero in history, who is the first owner of their 9 Ghosts family, and the first owner of Tongzik Anzuna. Since she was a child, she has been working hard in the direction of Jian Hao, hoping to become the first female Jian Hao in hundreds of years. Unfortunately, dreams are wonderful, and reality is often cruel, until she tried her best. Only then did I know what is the moon in the mirror, how illusory Jian Hao is, and the distance from her made her feel desperate. But what happened to her today was completely unexpected. She was sitting on the caravan going home, but suddenly saw a few punks trying to treat a girl in a bad mood. She was in a bad mood and decided to vent her. After all, she was nearby. She can't allow anyone to be so presumptuous. While holding the Boike Anzuna just got out of the car, she suddenly saw a guy who looked like a hot-blooded boy rushing in. It felt very interesting at the time. I didn't expect that there are such people now, so curiously she wanted to see what the young man had to save the young girl, and then followed in. What she didn't expect was that the teenager let herself see the end of kendo. Then this scene just happened. 9 Ghosts Mickey really did not expect that the young man in front of her who might be about the same age as her would actually be a swordsman. 9 Ghosts Mickey's heart was full of envy and some jealousy. Hello, Miss Mihime Kuki, this is Aoba Asama, I'm seeing you for the first time, so please give me your advice. Chapter 28, Inheritance Genre. Hello, I'm glad to meet you, Master Asama. 9 Ghosts Mickey bowed slightly to Aoba. After all, it was the sword hero in front of her, and she subconsciously demanded that she must maintain respect. Asama is fine, this adult. Aoba looked strangely at the 9 ghosts in front of her. What a strange name, she called him an adult. Yeah, okay, Asama-kun, I don't know if I can ask a question. Kuki Mickey looked at Aoba somewhat cautiously. Although she knew that this might cause discomfort to the other party, it was her or her own clan. People have pursued a goal for hundreds of years, and this goal appears before their eyes. Well, yes, what's the matter? Aoba is getting more and more weird. How can she feel that she often meets some strange people as long as she comes out? King Yi turned her head and looked at Wujin Liulai, who was still bewildered behind her, and sighed. It is estimated that she can't recover from the encounter that happened so quickly, so let her slow down first. I was fortunate to see what you did just now. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited and I can't see clearly. But after I was trained in Kendo since I was a child, I can clearly feel that what you do is indeed swordsmanship, so I wonder if you can tell your swordsmanship. Which famous sword sect comes from? Mickey Nuke really wants to know which genre can teach such a young swordsman. All the Kendo sects in Japanese history are basically familiar with her own family, and their ancestors also know each other. There is communication between them, and I have never heard of this person. Even now, there is no way to inquire except for some scattered little sword sects that have completely disappeared. Could it be the apprentices of those 5? 9 ghosts? Mickey shook her head, unlikely. According to the news of their 9 ghosts family, even that one could not break through to the realm of the swordsman, and she had never heard of them accepting apprentices. In addition, there may be only that place. The 9 ghosts family covers a very large area all over the world, and there are many people they come into contact with. Moreover, their 9 ghosts family is still a martial arts family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the dark side of the world. Some things will have some contact, and even extend to deeper communication. It's just that based on the family's intelligence, it was only known that the man was attacking the realm of Jianhao, but more than 10 years passed, and he still hadn't heard of him breaking through this legend. That's why 9 Ghosts Mickey was completely confused. Where did this person come from? Sword school? Are you asking which type of sword you use? Aoba probably understands what Miss 9 Ghosts mean. From the way the other party is holding a long sword, maybe the family also teaches Kendo in the dojo, and maybe even owns it. The kind of dojo where a single family inherits swordsmanship. Well, I use Imperial Wind swordsmanship. As for the genre, I am not sure about it. As far as I know, I am the only inheritor of Imperial Wind swordsmanship. Aoba thought for a while. This can't be said that he is a system stream plug-in. Yes, Aoba knows how awesome the swordsmanship handed down by the gusty swordsman of another world is. But he didn't know whether the swordsmanship in this world could achieve his level. Aoba didn't intend to say too much when the information between the two sides was not equal. Imperial Wind swordsmanship. 9 Ghosts Mickey was stunned. It was not that she was suppressed by her name, but she had never heard of the genre of Royal Wind swordsmanship, and this name had never appeared in her family's records. Is it a lie? This is impossible. Mickey the 9 Ghosts killed it right away when she just started thinking. A sword tyrant is in front of him. He doesn't have to say it, but there is no need to deceive himself on his swordsmanship genre. Then there really is this sword school, but what is Yufeng swordsmanship? 9 Ghosts Mickey suddenly remembered a genre hundreds of years ago. The swordsmanship and name of that genre were somewhat similar to the moves and name of the swordsman before him. But is that genre really inherited? That Flying Imperial Sword Flow. May I ask if the ancestor of your sword school is called Hikoshi Juro, or Himura Kenshin? Mickey Kuki looked up suspiciously. Is it really a descendant of that genre? This comprehensive world, once again refreshed his own knowledge, originally thought it was an ordinary world, but even Rurouni Kenshin ran out. If there is something, dare you come together, let me see. King Yi silently wiped a mouthful of saliva. This is definitely not because of the temptation of rewards. No, I haven't heard of this genre. Aoba directly denied it. I really don't know this genre. As for watching anime in the previous life, it was in my previous life and has nothing to do with my current self. Now I am called Asama Ching. Yet, I didn't have this name in my previous life, so I didn't lie. So, Nine Ghosts Mickey lost the clue, but she didn't intend to continue to ask questions. She might be a swordsman in front of her. What qualifications do she have to ask the other party to give her own answers, and then continue to ask questions? Going down is not knowing what is good or bad. And Nine Ghosts Mickey still doesn't understand the other party's character. Once there is any unnecessary misunderstanding, neither herself nor her family can withstand the anger of a sword tyrant. Forget it, I'd better go back and explain the situation with my grandfather first, and I have to make sure whether my guess is inconsistent. As for the rest, I can only talk about it later. I'm really sorry, because I really like kendo so much that I couldn't worry about the situation on the scene. Please forgive me. As an apology, you can see that I will take you two home. I apologize. The car is in the alley. Waiting outside, I don't know if I can. Cookie Mickey bowed to Aoba again, saying that she was sorry for the interruption just now. I don't need it anymore. I live not far from here. It is the Sakura village nearby. If you want to send it, this girl may need help. Aoba directly refused. After all, there are only 2 streets. But Wujin Liulai might need it. After all, she had just encountered such a terrible kidnapping. And she would definitely be a little scared if she continued to walk the night. So Aoba looked at Wujin Liulai, who was struggling to get up, and gave her the right to choose. I don't need to, thank you. Wujin Liulai finally eased from the fear she had just received, but she didn't expect that she would meet tonight. Encountered this kind of thing, if something really happened to yourself, what should the 2 younger sisters do? Thinking of the 5-watch Liulai here, she looked at Aoba gratefully. Although the 9 Ghosts Mickey on the opposite side explained that she would send herself home, but Wujin Liulai couldn't tell where she was. The other party's target never paid attention to herself, even if she was the protagonist who was kidnapped just now, except for sending her back when I went home. I glanced at myself. From the time I first appeared, all my attention was on the mysterious Asama Aoba in front of me. Wujin Liulai, who escaped from despair and fear, has once again restored her original character. If she cannot trouble others, she definitely doesn't want to trouble others. www.novel.com, let alone the 9 Ghosts Mickey, who obviously doesn't like herself, but... Wujin Liulai looked at the dark alley in the distance, and remembered her previous experience. She trembled. Her legs that had just calmed down began to tremble uncontrollably again. She slowly raised her hands and grabbed it forward. The other's sleeves, his eyes asking for help, looked at Asama Aoba. Well, it seems that I wanted to deliver it by myself, so I just handed her to Mickey Cookie, who doesn't know the details. In fact, he is not at ease, but he can't make the decision directly for Wujin Liulai. Now that she has made such a choice, she doesn't have to refuse. After all, she has to rely on her to meet a few people in the plot. Well, if this is the case, then I will leave first. I will arrange to take these people away. Please don't worry, Asama-san will never cause you trouble. Then I will leave today. After 2 days, I will come to visit you personally. Mickey 9 Ghosts saw that both of them had refused her escort, and she didn't say anything anymore. She had already thought that this would be the result, at least the other party. If he refused, he was not impolite. But I got very important news. Asama Aoba-kun lives in Sakura village. It seems that he is the same as himself. 9 Ghosts beckoned, and several men in black uniforms walked out from behind. They stretched out a hand to drag a few people away from the ground. One of them took out a bottle of spray from the handbox and sprayed it on the ground. The blood that Mao shed was completely invisible. With the sound of leaving footsteps, Mickey 9 Ghosts and several others disappeared into the darkness. King Yi and Wujin Liulai were stunned. They were too skilled at this level of business. Chapter 29, Unexpected. King Yi and Wujin Liulai face each other, and the atmosphere calms down. You Hello, my name is Woojin Liulai, thank you so much for saving me today, otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Woojin Liulai, thinking of everything that happened before, my heart was full of fear. Hello, my name is Asama Aoba. Aoba smiled and looked at the nervous girl in front of her. After all, she was so young and didn't cry when she encountered such a thing. She already had a good mental quality. And Aoba looked at each other's clothes. Woojin Liulai is probably still a junior high school student, and I don't know if the plot has started, but as far as I know, the animation hasn't been abused throughout, so there is no reason why she would encounter such a thing, and never heard of her encountering similar things in the story. If I didn't show up here today, maybe what would happen? Could you ask, why are you still outside so late? Aoba looked at Woojin Liulai in confusion. It wouldn't be her own responsibility again. Oh, because I was enrolling in the cram school, and I said that I suddenly got a paper. Ask everyone if you are interested. People who need it can buy it. It was the test paper for the high school attached to Shimei University of Arts. I've learned about it before, but this time it is said that someone who got the full point came out. Hearing the cause from Woojin Liulai's mouth, King Yi's mentality collapsed, and he was actually his own pot again. He was the culprit who caused everything. If it wasn't for himself, then it would be fundamental. There won't be this full test paper, and Woojin Liulai will not appear here at all at this time. After all, someone with a lot of grades wants a copy of his paper, so I went there. I queued up in the afternoon and didn't get it until the evening. Then I chose because I was worried about the situation at home. An untraveled road. Woojin Liulai's voice became smaller as she talked about it. She felt that these were her own reasons. If she could go there early in the morning, if she didn't choose a dark stranger when she went home again. The road will not encounter these situations. Aoba knew the bitterness in his heart. How could I say this? Aoba sighed. Now that the matter is resolved, let's take her home early. Can you still go? I will take you home. No. No need, how embarrassed to trouble you. The somewhat shy Woojin Liulai lowered her head. Although her heart really wanted to get along with Aoba for a while, she was already deep in her second form of psychology. She is even more irresistible to this kind of plot of heroes saving the beauty, and the other party is full of mystery. Woojin Ruri looked at the smile of Asama Aoba in front of her. She felt that she was about to fall. So don't say anything about going home. As for the sisters? What is that? Isn't there a mother at home? Now she only wants to be with Aoba, but when the words come to her lips, she just turns them into words of refusal. Woojin Liulai, who wanted to cry without tears in her heart, was completely desperate for her own temperament, and she had already refused, so he must have already left, and her tears were about to fall if she didn't dare to raise her head. Suddenly a voice stopped the tears that were about to overflow her eyes. What are you talking about? It's so late, how can I rest assured that you will go home alone? Aoba thought inwardly, it's this time, and I haven't rushed to brush up on my sense of existence and favorability, and how will there be any intersection afterwards? Woojin Liulai raised his head in an instant. It turned out that he was still there and didn't turn around and leave. She didn't dare to say more, and nodded shyly. The two left the alley together, and a gust of wind blew across the ground, as if nothing had happened before. Aoba stood in front of a small independent wooden house. From the outside, it looked a bit dilapidated than Sakura village. Even the wall at the door, Aoba can clearly see the cracks in the masonry. It should be here. The fifth watch is Liulai's home. The two walked for more than half an hour. What Aoba didn't expect was that Woojin Liulai's home would be so close to Sakura village. Although the directions were different, it was only a few blocks away. No wonder she did it before. Choosing to walk through the street just now, it really is the closest road. King Yi glanced at the quiet five-watch Liulai next to her, feeling very strange. In the anime, she should not have this kind of personality. Except for occasionally asking a few sentences at the beginning, she only gave a few answers, and didn't have a single sentence. Is it because she hates herself? But she shouldn't. Aoba recalled vigorously whether he had done anything rude. Woojin Liuli was blinded all the way, thinking that she could get along with Aoba for a while, but she didn't even think about how to get along with each other, and she had no experience of getting along with the opposite sex. So she stayed silent all the way, did not speak, although the other party said a few words to herself, but what was the one she just answered? Woojin Liuli was in a breakdown. What did she do? Not only did she say nothing but even had a cold expression on such a good opportunity, she was really finished, and he would definitely hate herself. Well, now that Miss Woojin Liuli has arrived home, then I should go too. I thought it would be better for Aoba, who was disgusted, to leave first. After all, it was a big evening. Yes, a girl and a boy standing outside, letting a nearby acquaintance see it will definitely affect her badly. Then it is even more unrealistic for those friends who want to know her in the future. Yes, thank you tonight. Although Woojin Liuli said so, but... What? Don't leave, talk quickly, say stay, or invite Asama-kun into the house as a guest, but at this late hour, will he feel that he is very frivolous, and will he see his family feel that it is? Wouldn't it be unhappy to be brought to see the parents, and my room has not been cleaned up, I have not yet taken a shower, but, I really want him to stay, but at least. Well, I really don't know how to thank you, can you, your email, can you exchange it? Woojin Liuli took out her last courage and took out her mobile phone. He stretched out tremblingly to Aoba, as if he was a patient of Parkinson's. Well, okay, this is my email. Very happy Aoba and Woojin Liuli exchanged email addresses. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com seems to have made no effort tonight, and it finally has something that can bring the two sides together, so lucky. Well, please go slowly, thank you very much today. Woojin Liuli watched Aoba's back disappear slowly, and turned and entered her house. Ah, what did I do? Woojin Liuli sat down in pain with her head in her arms. She really wanted to slap herself a few times. Why is she so stupid? She couldn't even say the invitation. It's terrible, but at least. When she arrived at the email address, she looked at the phone in her hand, very happy in her heart, completely forgetting that she had just been kidnapped. Recalling the previous conversation between Asama-kun and the Nine Ghosts Mickey, he currently lives in the Sakura village. In terms of age, he should be a student at the high school affiliated with Shuming University of the Arts. I thought of the 5 Gang Liuli here, touched the photocopy paper I received today in my school bag, and thought that I haven't taken it out to read it. Isn't that the paper from the high school affiliated to Shuming University of the Arts? There is no school choice, but there is one now. As long as I can study and understand this full test paper, I have a chance. Sure enough, it's really amazing. Let me see what this person's name is. Woojin Liuli took out the test papers in her bag, and the densely packed answers were almost invisible. When she went to some blank place, when she saw the signature of the paper, she was completely shocked by the name in front of her. Asama, Aoba, I hate it, what is my sister yelling, it's all night. A little head awakened by the shouting gave her elder sister who was sitting at the door suspiciously glanced. Chapter 30, Demon Sword Princess. Half an hour later, Aoba finally returned to Sakura village. The snacks he had just bought were thrown into the locker of the restaurant before he went upstairs. He was really in no mood to eat snacks, and now he just wanted to check it quickly. Aoba lying on the bed recalled everything that had just happened. It was really lucky. Every time I went out, I would encounter a check-in reward, and it was a special item. Aoba looked at her character column. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, human. Identity, Hay-8 Swordsman. Power, 14. Agility, 24. Physique, 18. Intelligence, 18. Charm, 8. Spiritual power, 1000. State, healthy. Features, none. Skills, proficiency in cooking, mastery of high school knowledge plus, proficiency in language, swordsmanship of the wind, slashing steel flash, wind barrier, stepping forward, violent wind cutting. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit sword, unclaimed, demon sword village mosses / monster sword girl, unclaimed, inactive. Evaluation, you have left the realm of a rookie, and since then you are no longer immortal. Looking at the unchanged attribute value, the new items that check in will not cause attribute changes. Only check-in rewards and new skill rewards will have attribute changes. Aoba moved his gaze to the newly acquired demon sword. Demon Blade Village Mosses / Monster Blade Princess, not activated, receive, yes / no. It is natural to choose yes. I saw a red light flashing, and a simple red and black long knife fell into Aoba's hand. An instant raging cold air came from the knife, and the faint red mist on the knife slowly drifted around. Aoba, who has the inheritance of the strong wind swordsman, can see that the surrounding area is about to condense into a substantial cold, and the red mist that gradually spreads on the body of the knife. These should be the fierce aura of those bloodthirsty weapons. And only when you have seen a knife that has killed people in blood can you cultivate this evil spirit, and the number of people killed by this knife is definitely not a small number, several thousand? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? Of course, it is possible to kill not just people, but other things. King Yi clenched the knife in his hand. The cold air and red mist that were still spreading seemed to have been pressed by the rewind switch, and they were all retracted into the blade in an instant, as if nothing had happened. He breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at what looked like an ordinary long knife in his hand. At present, apart from the exquisite and simple appearance, he did not see how fierce it was just now. Fortunately, it was recovered in time, otherwise the power just now spread. At least there may be no living people in the area of Sakura village. From the memory of inheritance, everyone who is affected by the evil spirits will become foolish, and at the worst, they will collapse and die. They don't even need Aoba to use a knife. It is a dangerous weapon. Although it is fierce, the first sight of the long knife from Aoba makes me love it deeply. The black wooden scabbard is wrapped in dark gold metal and is bound with a red and black ribbon. The style of the knife handle is similar to that of the scabbard. As for the blade, Aoba still dared not pull it out. It was not because of his own safety concerns. Moreover, he was so angry that he hadn't been out of the scabbard. Not necessarily what will happen. Aoba loves to look at the long knife in his hand, and gently touches the carving on the surface of the blade with his hand. After carefully appreciating it, he turns his gaze to the introduction of the knife. Demon Knife Murata. According to legend, a demon knife was picked up under a barren tree. After picking up the knife, he would look for a living person to try the knife. The user would become more and more addicted to the knife. All the living creatures that appeared were slashed frantically, and in the end, the blood was sucked by the demon knife and died under the barren trees. Therefore, it is said that once a person takes the Murata Masadeo, he will lose his mind, cut the people around him, and even himself will be backlashed. Demon Blade Form, Sharp, increased spiritual power. After the monster blade is out of its sheath, the whole body can automatically form a fierce evil, causing double mental and physical damage to the enemy. Will consciously the blood or spiritual power of the enemy, deny the holder, heal its own injuries, and double the denial delivery for every person killed or injured. Demon Swordsman Form. After the demon sword is activated, it assumes the form of a ghost race, possesses self-awareness, and carries skills, Ominous Blade, Illusion, Yufeng, and Killing. Can move freely, there is no time limit for activity, activation requires a lot of blood, or 1,000 points of spiritual power. What is this? The more you fight, the more courage you get, the more you kill, the more spirit you get. On the contrary, the enemy becomes weaker as he fights. This can be regarded as a battlefield weapon. From the perspective of career planning, it belongs to the meat outfit. Aoba looked at the demon knife in his hand strangely. He thought it was just an attack weapon, but he didn't expect it to be so resistant. Forget it, don't think about it. There will be an entrance ceremony tomorrow and you can't be late. Aoba put the demon knife into the ethereal ring, turned off the light, and lay down and fell asleep. The next day, Aoba turned off the alarm clock that was swinging wildly, rubbed his distraught eyes, and looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. MD, I forgot to draw the curtains again last night. I found the school uniform that Sister Chihiro gave me yesterday. I haven't even torn off the label. I wanted to try the size when I came back last night. But one thing happened and everything was forgotten. Brushing his teeth, Aoba sees himself in the mirror. This is the same image he maintained before he crossed. Now he is a little tired of seeing it. To say that his predecessor is really worthy of being a second-year junior, unknowingly. The hair is so long. This is also in Japan, where personal freedom is advocated. Not only I didn't realize it, but no one said that I had long hair after so many days. It's not surprising. At the same time, Aoba also thought of Kanda Sora, who is similar to him in Sakura Shona. With Mitaka, let alone Akasaka Ryunashuk who appeared in anime, that guy has long hair directly. King Yi scratched her hair irritably. It seemed that she had time to tidy her hair. After washing, Aoba packed up her things, took her backpack and turned downstairs. No matter what, she still had to eat breakfast. Thinking of her past life, she often skipped breakfast in order to squeeze time at the beginning, but later had to borrow money to spend it. Tens of thousands went to the hospital for treatment of gastric problems, even if they hadn't completely recovered from their stomach problems just before they crossed. So just after crossing over, he found that his body is healthy and there is nothing wrong with it, which made him extremely cherish after experiencing physical weakness and disease, and every day after that, he lived like a regimen. Hey! Asama-san, good morning. Good morning, Asama-san. Junior, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Kanda-san, Mitaka-senpai, Yakusaki Misaki-senpai, Kawasaki-san. Aoba who walked into the restaurant found Kanda Sora and others who were already having breakfast. He didn't expect that he was the latest one. After knowing that everyone is a school yesterday, the monarch he called has become a classmate or senior, and when he went to the village to follow the common customs, Aoba had to slowly adapt to his original memory. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Aoba still made instant noodles for breakfast. The tangy aroma made a few people who had just finished breakfast feel hungry again. Even if it wasn't for the senior Mitaka, the senior sister Yui Ikuzaki would have to grab it. Asama-kun, your craftsmanship is really amazing, even if it's instant noodles. Mitaka was surprised to look at Aoba who was eating instant noodles. Before I heard Yui Misaki said that this junior cooks super well, I didn't care too much. After all, he and a few girlfriends often went on dates for dinner in various high-end restaurants. Naturally, I saw a lot of food. But thinking that Asama-kun is so unreasonable, he is still unheard of, unseen, and it is really hard to believe how he did it. Asama-kun, I'm leaving with Yui Ikuzaki Misaki first, and you eat slowly. Also, I met Mrs. Chihiro before, and she said she wanted to find a good man first, so she left early. Mitaka Renra Misaki Yakusaki bid farewell to a few people. If he does not leave the restaurant that he is currently leaving, his saliva will remain. His long-standing image of a will be completely ruined, and if he does not leave again, he will not be able to take it anymore. I live in Misaki Kusaki. Aoba really doesn't want to comment on herself as Chihiro's sister. Now the remaining 3 people are all new students today. I'm ready to eat. Hahelo put down his chopsticks, got up and stood up, washed the dishes and chopsticks, and left the restaurant. Asama-san, shall we go too? Seeing Kawai leaving, Kanda Sora turned his head and asked Asama Aoba next to him. Okay, Kanda-san, I just finished eating too. Aoba picked up the tableware and brought her own things, and left Sakura's show with Kanda Sorata. Chapter 31, Opening Ceremony. The morning sun is the same as before. Aoba looked at the cherry blossoms flying in the breeze all over the sky. The roadside has been covered with petals in the whole morning, as if it was laying a pink carpet on the ground. Aoba and Kanda Sorata walked on such a road. As the two of them progressed, gradually halfway through the road, more and more students in the same school uniform, some familiar have already got together in 2s and 3s, and some seem to be with him. The same freshman walked alone on the way to school, and because of the large number of people, Aoba didn't think that lone travelers would be prominent. By the way, Kanda-san seemed to have been promoted directly from the attached junior high school. Hey? Ah, yes. Kanda, who was absent-minded, was startled by the sudden noise of Aoba. Have many junior high school students in Kanda choose to go straight to high school? Didn't you see any acquaintances? Aoba looked strange at Kanda, as if hiding something. Oh, in fact, there are not many familiar ones. They basically live in the ordinary dormitories of the school, so from the position, and Sakura village is not the same direction. In fact, Kanda is hiding from people he knows. Because Sakura village is a weird den for ordinary students who need to stay away from, he is still worried whether he will meet some acquaintances who have a bad relationship and will say some unpleasant words. Oh, that's it. Aoba didn't say much. After all, he still knows the reviews of his own Sakura village very well, and ordinary people can't avoid it. It didn't take long for the two of them to walk to the gate of the school, only to see the convoy of several black cars slowly leaving the gate of the school, leaving only a lot of crowds onlookers standing there. Wow! It's the president, it's really as beautiful as the rumors. Yes, I was really lucky to see the legendary president appear early this morning. Aoba glanced at the two people who were still standing in front of the school and whispering. Judging from their uniforms, they should be senior students. They sounded like they were the ones who got off the convoy before talking about them, but Aoba didn't care. Let's go, Kanda-san, I will be late for the opening ceremony. Okay, Asama-san. Kanda Sora glanced at the leaving motorcade too, his expression moved slightly, as if he had guessed whose car it was. The opening ceremony of this world is exactly the same as what Aoba saw in the anime in the past life, all of which are customary. First of all, the school leader's opening speech. Our high school affiliated to Shimei University of the Arts is mainly divided into 2 parts, general subjects and art subjects. The art subjects are divided into fine arts and music. A speech ended, everyone was drowsy. Next, I would like to have a speech from the president of the student council of the high school affiliated with Shimei University of the Arts. Wow, 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 wow. Okay? What's the situation? Aoba, who was almost about to fall asleep, was awakened by a strong roar around him. He looked at the excited classmates around him suspiciously, with a dazed expression on his face. Kanda-san, what's the matter? Aoba turned to look at Kanda Sora. Ah! Oh, yes, because Asama-kun has just transferred from another school to the high school affiliated to Shimei University of Arts, you don't know. In this school, there are 2 mysterious characters, and this student council president is one of them. 1. I did not expect that this time the opening speech was actually her. She is a legendary figure in the school. Not only did she rank first in her performance, she beat the second place with an overwhelming victory every time she took the exam, and she was even the last year in Japan. He won the gold medal in the youth kendo contest, and the person is also super beautiful. I heard that the son of a president of a big company spread flowers all over the school in order to chase her. As for the result, I am not sure about the result, but just let it go. But there are gossip rumors that someone suppressed the incident. Aoba looked at Kandasora, who was still talking, feeling a little helpless. I didn't want to ask you so much. So, what is her name? She called. Hello everyone, I am your student council president, Mickey Kuki. Wow 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 wow. The scene boiled again, and even Kandasora stopped talking, looking excitedly at the woman who appeared on the podium. Aoba looked at the woman who appeared on the stage strangely. He didn't expect that this world would be so small. It was a coincidence that Kandasora had just been fascinated by her for a long time. I just don't know how Kanda would react if he knew that he had met this person when he went out last night. Good morning everyone, the new students in the beginning of the school season. Mickey Kuki stood on the stage, calmly reading the manuscript snatched from the original freshman representative. In fact, the freshman gave a speech she didn't need her to preside, and in the original plan, she still had many important things to do this morning, and even attending the entrance ceremony was not arranged in her schedule at all. But the situation has changed. The person I met last night disrupted all her arrangements, the person named Asama Aoba. According to his investigation, his name is indeed Asama Aoba. For some reason, he has just moved from his hometown to Tokyo. His aunt Chihiro works in the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts and is in charge of the administrator of Sakura Sho. Currently, Asama Aoba lives in Sakura Sho and has taken the entrance examination for the high school affiliated with Swimei University of Arts. Kyuki Miki thought about seeing the information last night. At that time, she almost thought that her subordinate had made a mistake. She even cursed and asked to investigate again. She really didn't expect that there will be such a person in the world. The opponent is not only a swordsman who has only appeared for a few hundred years, but also the academic ability he possesses can reach the full score of that kind of paper. At the same time, Mickey Kuki is very confident about the school's security measures and does not believe that there will be the possibility of missing questions or cheating in the test paper. www.novel.com. After reading the information, she is full of curiosity about this Asama Aoba. So she temporarily cancelled all the itinerary and attended today's opening ceremony, just to confirm the authenticity of this person. 9 Ghosts. Mickey looked around from the new student, and she found the man as expected. Asama-san, Asama-san, did my eyes dizzy just now? I seem to see the chairman smile at me. Aoba looked at this scumbag with a black line. No wonder, in his previous life, he saw many people on the internet saying that he was a scumbag. He clearly understood Kikai and Genbei's feelings for him, but he remained silent. In the two people, they are both left and right, even worse than the average harem hero. Other male protagonists are generally uncertain or do not know the feelings of the female protagonist and others towards him, but Kandasora knows that he not only consumes Kikai's feelings, but also consumes the true white feelings, completely ignoring the two people's efforts, but he every day I blame myself. In the end, Genbei, who was originally in the altar, fell into the mortal world. After Genbei changed for him, he broke up with Genbei again, which can be said to be really scumbag. Aoba believes that he definitely knows Aoyama Kikai now, and even thinks that he should have noticed Aoyama Kikai's feelings for him before he moved to Sakura village, but then the appearance of True White made him fall in love with another girl. And now, this guy is still excitedly telling him Nukyuki Miki. Aoba really doesn't want to look at him anymore, afraid that he can't help but punch him. Time passed quickly, and the student council president Mickey Kuki had also left after the entrance speech. Apart from the last slightly deep look, Aoba knew that she was looking at him. However, the scum next to him was too excited. So far, the opening ceremony is over. Chapter 32, Aoyama 7c. Ah! I'm exhausted, but he. Aoba watched Kandasora lying on the table constantly twisting, is this Mr. Kinasaka's soul possessed? And he kept laughing. He felt like he was mentally contaminated. Just before the beginning of the school opening ceremony, he learned about his class status through the class list on the notice board. What he didn't expect was that he was actually on the same class as Kanda Sora. Yeah, it's Kanda. I didn't expect it will be the first class this year. I heard that, you are miserable enough now. Aoba, who was interrupted in contemplation, found that a boy with a hippie smile came from the back of the classroom and stood next to Kanda Sora and chatted. Seeing that they were familiar with each other, they should be his former junior high school classmates. Oh, it turned out to be Miyahara-kun. Kanda Sora looked up weakly. It turned out that it was his junior high school classmate, but he was also classified as average. If you want to live in a weird lair, you can't survive without superhuman mental power, Kanda-kun. Aoba was speechless. So you just said in front of me that I was a weirdo. Do you really think I can't lift the knife? Although I don't know it, it's not an exaggeration. Kanda Sorita also reacted, turning around and looking at Aoba embarrassingly. This is like calling someone a bald donkey in front of the monk. Ahem, although that's the case. Kanda really wanted to admit that he just stayed for one night. He already fully felt that the weird people in various senses, if it weren't for Aoba, would be behind him. He seemed to hold Miyahara-kun and cry for a while, and then tell his grievances. So, when is Kanda-kun planning to live in Sakura-so? At this time, a nice female voice intervened in the conversation between the two men. Hey! Aoyama Nanami! You are here too! After hearing this voice, Kanda Sora raised his head in surprise. Ding! Important plot character successfully punched in, Ching Shan Kiai, from the pet girl of Sakura Village, acquired skill, instrument proficiency. Aoba, who was drowsy due to the communication between Kanda Sorita and others, was instantly awakened by the system's punch-in sound, and he turned his head to look at the person who made the sound. It's her. Aoba looked at this girl who appeared suddenly. Her iconic light brown hair was tied into a nice ponytail and left behind her head. This is so much that she likes the scum. Aoyama Kiai, who has not dared to confess for a long time, really does not understand why the women in the second element have such bad eyesight. To be honest, there is nothing that can be put out except a seisai. Highlights. Aoyama Nanami frowned, looking at Kanda Sorita, who was tired on the table. Is Sakura Village really as serious as the rumors? Only one day, the state is already so bad. If Aoba knew what Aoyama Nanami was thinking now, he would be very wronged and called injustice. What does this have to do with their Sakura Village? Obviously Kanda Sorita was too excited to see the 9 ghosts during the entrance ceremony. People are prone to fatigue after being extremely excited, so they don't remember this pot. If you don't move out now, you will regret it later. Aoyama Kikai looked at Kanda Sora with a little distress. Although he understands why he made this choice, after all, he has followed him for so many years, but Sakura Village. Obviously, I have never found anyone willing to take in Hikaru. Since that day, it has increased to 6. Aoyama Kikai looked at Kanda Sorita with some helplessness. He really should stop him that day. Wow! Kanda-kun, you really can do it. Bring a female into your own house if you have nothing to do. Miyahara started to tease Kanda with a weird smile. Although he had heard of it directly, he didn't expect this guy to be so capable. Don't say anything that can easily cause misunderstandings, and I am still living in Sakura Village. Others will definitely feel crooked when they hear it. Kanda Sora was too embarrassed to be said, and he looked around and found several. The eyes of the girls nearby showed him more and more disgusting, while the eyes of the boys became more and more weird. Hey, sure enough, I should really. At that time, Kikai Aoyama looked at Kanda Sora who was arguing with Miyahara-kun next to him, and remembered that when they met Xiaoguang before, they suddenly felt a little bit regret. It was also a holiday afternoon. She and Candace Orita had just finished their school activities when they went out. On the way back, they encountered a full-body white kitten, who should have been abandoned before they were born. I have decided, I want to take it back. That's what Candace Orita told her at the time. Hey? But students are not allowed to keep pets in the dormitory of the school. Although Kikai Aoyama tried to persuade. I will desperately find owners for it, I just take care of it before it meets its owner. My own persuasion didn't work, Kanda's eyes were completely focused on the kitten in his arms. But Kanda, what happens after you find it? I was still full of doubts about his decision. Let's talk about it if you find it. It seems that he has made up his mind. Although Aoyama Nanami knew. She knew very well that Kanda Sora did not think of the future at all, and now he only cares about the kitten in his hand. So, in the end, he still couldn't stop him. On that day, Kanda Sora brought back a white kitten named Xiao Guang. Until the moment he was discovered by the school, in the principal's office, he finally got two choices. What he didn't expect was that he was still chose Sakura Village to be with his cat. She understands that if the cat is not sent away, he will never be able to move back to the ordinary dormitory. Aoyama Nanami finished the memory, and turned to look at Kanda Sora who was still arguing. However, since I adopted Xiao Guang, there have been cardboard boxes with kittens appearing in front of my eyes constantly, meowing and shouting at myself, so that I can only adopt them in the end. Kanda Sora too was a little broken, in fact, he didn't want to be like this, but he didn't know why he always encountered it. Aoba looked dumbfounded. Kanda, are you talking human language? You don't want kittens to bark, and you want them to be like dogs. Do you bark at you? Or that you Kanda intends to force the kitten to speak human words? Kanda, get out, we don't need you to adopt it. Will you give up? You are definitely cursed, Kanda-kun. Miyahara looked at Kanda Sora who was starting to go crazy. Whether it is cursed or not, I can't let it go. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Aoyama Kikai also looked at him helplessly. After all, it was Kanda Sorita, who had known each other for so many years, so she still knew something about his personality. In some sense, it is indeed a weird person. Anyway, if you really want to move out, you have to think of other ways. You can't keep going like this. Well, I know, but... by the way, Kanda-kun, this is for you. It was left from my part-time job. It was not allowed. Qingshan Kikai suddenly remembered something, and took out a bag of bamboo rolls from her drawer. To Kanda Sorita. Wow, thank you, Aoyama-san, but have you been working now? Is the CEO of school so expensive? The surprised Kanda Sora looked at the things Aoyama Kikai had handed him, and could add vegetables again at night. Then he suddenly remembered that Qingshan Kiai had been doing several jobs. Kanda Sorita heard her talk about her dream before, hoping to be a voice actor, so she came to Tokyo from Osaka for a long distance. Not only did she insist on attending classes during the day, but she also worked a few part-time jobs during the rest of her spare time with full salary. Used for myself to go to CEO school. Yes, because there are more opportunities here in Tokyo. Although the tuition is very expensive, the CEO school here is better, and I also have the opportunity to dub Yukusaki Senpai's anime. For ordinary people, this is a very rare experience. Then, or maybe you just live in Sakura, so there will be Senpai Uei Kyuzaki Misaki and Senior Mitaka Hito. Kanda Sora looked at Aoyama Nanami, who was full of dreams, and his heart was slightly shaken. Aoyama Kikai, better than myself. Chapter 33, Errand Task. These are two different things. Kikai Aoyama looked awkwardly at Kanda Sora who made the suggestion. I'm not as talented as Yakusaki Senpai and the others. The small step they take is often a big step for other ordinary people, and I need it. It is different from their efforts. Qing Shan Qi looked at the sky outside the window. Although she said so, she was still full of confusion about the future development, which she had never expected before. Once she was full of confidence in the future, thinking that she could do anything as long as she worked hard. Until she came to Tokyo, everything changed. Even if she doubled her effort, she could still feel the difference between ordinary people and geniuses. Kanda Sorita looked at Aoyama Nanami and thought of himself. Now he feels the difference between himself and others more directly, especially senior sister Yui Kiyosaki, senior Mitaka, classmate Kawai Ryu, and Mr. Kinosaki Shijin. The animation produced by Misaki Kiyosaki, from setting, storyboarding, painting to editing, can be done by one person, and it is even now commercialized. Senior Mitaka is in charge of the animation script of Yui Kiyosaki Misaki Senpai. Although Kawai Ryu is only a literary girl, it is said that she has read enough books to fill a library. Although Shijin Kinosaki is a pervert, he is already a novelist in a well-known publishing house. There is. Kanda Sora turned his head and looked at Asama Aoba, who had been in a daze next to him. He didn't look like an ordinary person. At the moment when his eyes met last night, even if I look back now, I still feel a little frightened. Could it be the underworld? But when I think about myself, Kanda Sorita lives in Sakura village, but because he can't abandon Hikaru, he is forced to move in. Comparing himself with the others in the village, he was just an ordinary person. Therefore, compared with other people's rumors about Sakura village, this inferiority complex is the reason why he is eager to move out of Sakura village. Kanda Sorita looked at Asama Aoba, who was staying at Sakura so just a day earlier than himself, and there was a gap now. Aoba didn't fall asleep in the end. Although I worked hard for a long time, everyone around was too noisy, and. Hello, are you Asama-kun? I'm Tominagari, can you exchange email addresses? King Yi looked helplessly at the two classmates standing next to him asking for contact information. How could he refuse this? Doesn't it mean that he doesn't have a mobile phone? Then what is the brick on his desk now? Then. I met you for the first time and I am very glad to meet you. I am Asama Aoba, but I'm sorry, I don't have a mobile phone. Aoba said that it was definitely not because the girl in front of her asking for contact information was at least 200 jin. This one on Asama-kun's desk. The woman hesitantly looked at the one on Aoba's desk. Cell phone. Oh, this is just a brick. Aoba looked at the two with a smile, indicating that he really didn't have it. Oh, sorry. Aoba breathed a sigh of relief, and the two girls finally left disappointed. Asama-kun, your reason is really too powerful. Kanda Sora looked at Aoba's operation in shock. It was really very human, and he could not change his face like this. Ding! The notification sound of the mobile phone message reception sounds. Aoba picked up the brick on the table and the screen lit up. Sister Chihiro, Aoba, whether you are busy or not, come to the teaching room, urgent matter. Chihiro. Aoba glanced at the information on the screen, then glanced at the blackboard with the name Miyu Miyazaki on the podium just now, and next to him, it is obvious that he will be the head teacher for the next year. Then glanced at the phone screen again, then glanced at the podium again. Forget it, let's talk about it after class. Hello everyone, I am Miyu Miyazaki, your class teacher for the next year, now the class will start. It's too slow, Aoba. Chihiro looked at the guy in front of him angrily. After sending the text message for so long, he actually came. It was an urgent matter. I'm at a work meeting, Chihiro's sister, on the first day of enrollment for new students today, you can't let me skip class directly in front of the head teacher. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro helplessly. What's wrong? Is there nothing wrong with the entrance ceremony today? It doesn't matter at all at the entrance ceremony, but I didn't meet a suitable man. Chihiro sighed helplessly. Although her mother was urging her in a hurry, it was not what she could say. Although I have met a few good men, they are all married or divorced men, but I have already exchanged emails with them. Sister Chihiro, although I know you are very anxious, but this is too. King Yi was full of black lines. Can you still be regarded as a teacher? The consciousness of the priesthood. Well, Sister Chihiro, let's not talk about your standards for men. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Aoba can't listen anymore. If the mother of her original body hears Chihiro sister said so, it is estimated that she will directly rush to Tokyo, holding her ears to scold her. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot what I called you to do. Chihiro finally remembered why Aoba had appeared here, and had just been thinking about how to find her blind date, completely taking care of that important thing. I forgot it, it's really fortunate. You are enough, almost thought Chihiro sister you called me to tell me about your blind date. Here, this. Chihiro rummaged in his pocket for a while, found a photo, and handed it to Aoba next to it. Aoba was stunned. Everything in her sight seemed to fall into a static state. Only this photo gradually occupied the entire field of vision. It was a lovely girl with a white straw hat sitting quietly on a bench, wearing a shallow body. The blue corset dress, in a trance, the fallen leaves in the picture seem to be moving with the breeze, maybe you can reach it by reaching out, while the girl looks blankly at the person taking the picture of herself, as if through the photo, looking at Aoba. This is Shina Mashiro, more beautiful than the two-dimensional image in the anime. Although Aoba just guessed what it would be like Chihiro sister looking for herself www.altnovel.com, but when I got the photo, I still felt in my heart a little excited. Is this regarded as taking away the actor's girlfriend of the plot? I suddenly feel a little sorry for him in my heart. However, Aoba thought of that scumbag's show operation again. Shina is really white, I will protect you this time, and I will never give you to that scumbag. What are you laughing at, Aoba? Let me tell you that she will be living in Sakura village starting today, so it's my cousin. Chihiro glanced at Aoba with a strange expression and ignored him. I just came from England, his name is Shina Mashiro. Aoba, this task is left to you. Aoba responded, although she knew that Chihiro's sister was too lazy, so she gave him a task of running errands. Meet in front of the station at 6 o'clock, hurry up to pick her up after school. Chihiro reminded. It's actually 6 o'clock. It seems that today's plan for part-time work has been ruined again. There is no way. After all, Shina is really important. It seems that I can only say sorry to the foreman for a while. Okay, I see, then Chihiro's sister, do you have other things? Aoba looked at Chihiro's sister, who started to flip through the magazine, and compared with other busy teachers around him, he was embarrassed to say something. Well, that's it, don't forget it. If that guy doesn't answer, something will happen. Chihiro waved his hand to Aoba, indicating that he can leave. Okay. Aoba turned around and left the teaching room. He looked at the photo in his hand and thought silently. Shina is really white, the last character of this Sakura Su pet girl is finally about to appear, and it is also the most important one. Chapter 34, Color. Kong, bang, bang. The train whizzed past in front of Aoba, and I just rushed to Yacho with the foreman. Today, there is no way to pass the special matter. Although the other side said that there is no problem, I did not intend to let him be the same as Sato-jun and other chefs. That would be too wasteful. Yi's craftsmanship is gone, so it doesn't matter. Although Aoba heard Koyakiyo say this, he felt even more apologetic. But the leeks still waiting to be harvested should be the male phobia Iwa Mahiru. Aoba looked at the reddish sky under the setting sun, the cherry blossoms slowly fell, and the surrounding neighborhoods became more and more popular. Standing at the entrance of Xiaodian Street, Aoba suddenly thought of something and turned around and walked in. Boss, do you have fresh tuna? Come one. Aoba came to an aquatic product shop and shouted at the busy boss in it, "Sheena is really white today, so let's have a hot pot as usual." "Okay, brother, what do you think of this one?" The boss happily picked up one and handed it to Aoba to see. Tuna, weight 1673 grams, medium maturity, type of marine fish, fishing time 1 day, freshness remaining 3 days, grade white, corresponding to the novice cooking level. "Boss, the fish is so fresh, just this one." With the skills proficient in culinary art, he can tell whether it is fresh or not, and it is just caught. The boss is really good. "Okay, brother, I know you are good at it at first glance. Let me look at the weight. A tuna fish totals more than 3 catties, even if my brother is 3 catties." The boss heard the little brother praise his own fish, smiled from ear to ear, and wiped it away. "Thank you, boss, I will take care of your business next time." Aoba smiled, really a boss who can do business. "Okay, let's go slowly, see you next time." "Boss, hello brother, what do you want?" "Well, let's have a croquette, boss." Aoba looked around, and finally decided to choose the freshly baked one. "How'll take it well, brother." "Thank you, boss." Aoba took the croquette, and looked up at the clock above the snack street. It already showed 5:47. "Well, almost, let's go now." A few minutes later, King Yi looked at the empty square in front of the station. It was already 6:03, so people should have arrived. So, where is this legendary Sheena Mashiro? A slender figure appeared in Aoba's sight, with pale yellow hair and a cold expression, sitting blankly under the cherry blossom tree in front of the station, with a brown suitcase standing next to it, a bit like a classic British drama suitcase. Such an iconic appearance, who else can be Sheena besides Mashiro? At this time, Aoba suddenly wanted to scold the Chihiro sister in the anime. How dare she entrust such a child to the scumbag of Kanda Sorita, it really deserves her not to marry. Akut Chihiro touched her nose, "Have you caught a cold?" Sheena Mashiro is described as coming from a family of artists. He has been living in the world of painting since he was a child, and he is relatively slow to everything in the outside world. He has a gentle personality, naturally dull, brainless, and extremely dependent. He has no ability to take care of himself, and has a thinking circuit that is very different from ordinary people. Because of this, under the operation of Kanda Sorita, he fell from the altar of the art world. It's not that she wants to be that way, or that she herself is resisting to be that way. It was only because of Kanda Sorita's so-called gentleness that Sheena was restrained by dependence. Even Aoba felt that it was Kanda Sora's various sudden operations that caused her life to have changes that she had never faced before, leaving her ignorant and fearful, causing her to be blurred in the later stages of the plot. Because of her own sense of dependence, she actually didn't really like that Kanda Sorita, so everything was the fault of the minister, cough cough, it was all Kanda's fault. Aoba looked at the girl's hair slightly blown by the wind, and as the girl's pupils slowly rose, her appearance gradually appeared under Aoba's sight. Sure enough, Aoba still felt that she was the real Sheena White now. Aoba walked away slowly, looking at the photo in his hand, and comparing it to the girl who was quietly doing it in front of him. Although he knew the plot, Sister Chihiro, you are really not afraid that he won't be able to find it? Is Sheena really white? Sheena is really white, right? Sheena Mashiro just looked at Aoba so quietly, without any expression. Now, what color do you want to be? Aoba said it was not easy, and finally spoke. Ding, an important plot character successfully punched in, Sheena is really white, from Sakura Village's pet girl, acquired skill, master painting. Ding, the pet girl of Sakura Village has successfully clocked in all the characters in the important plot locations. Congratulations on the completion of the world achievements in the first clock, and the system can be upgraded, waiting. Fuck, this Aoba really didn't expect to get the punch card reward for sure, because she is Sheena really white, but what Aoba didn't expect is that in this movie, after all the important characters in the anime have clocked in, there will be an achievement achieved, and a system upgrade prompt will appear. It turns out that it can be upgraded. Aoba is full of curiosity about the future of this system. If you can ask this question, it seems that you are full of confusion about your surroundings or the future. Aoba smiled at Sheena and didn't directly answer the question just now. In fact, he knew that the girl's first sentence must be this, and Candace Orita said in the anime that he is now a giddy insect. This is because he is full of disgust with his inferiority complex. Among the residents of Sakura Village, the shining points of the surrounding people illuminate him even more. Low self-esteem. Please think about it. The girl still hoped to get an answer. If I really want to say it, I think I am colored now, and I will be more dazzling colorful in the future. That is actually true. After all, he has the system plug-in, and he has this infinite possibility in the future. He can do whatever he wants, achieve any seemingly impossible achievement, or even beyond everything. With unlimited possibilities, he has the ability to change everything, so Aoba will say that he is colorful. Color. Sheena felt that this might be the first time she got this kind of answer, and she looked at Aoba suspiciously when her thinking was somewhat stagnant. Yes, color. I believe that I have unlimited possibilities. I don't intend to be one of the colors among all living beings. I don't want to be a filler for it. Yu reads www.yuyugonshu.com and thinks more about it. Only then can the world be stained with my color. Aoba smiled and looked at Sheena, who was stunned. Now he is not lacking in self-confidence. Sheena was a little surprised at Aoba. Originally, for her, there were only two types in this world, one is her and her paintings, and the other is outside her. The world, her inner heart that had never been curious about the world. After hearing King Yi's answer today, there was a wave of waves in her heart, and a little light seemed to light up in the godless pupils. Then, what color do you want to be? In the future, I don't know, but I should be white now. Sheena was silent. She never considered this. Although Aoba's answer made her yearn for, but her own well. Then the future will be white. You are you. You don't need to change yourself for other people. It is enough to do what you want. The color of the future depends on your current choices. My heart told Sheena to be really white, just like she said, like a white, nothing white. White is very beautiful, it is flawless, simple, and unique. But it is easy to be stained. The color of the future depends on my choice now. Sheena Mashiro looked at Aoba faintly, she still didn't quite understand what Aoba meant. No one had ever said something similar to herself, and some were just what they expected. Hello, my name is Asama Aoba, I was asked by Chihiro's sister to come and pick you up. Aoba handed out the photo, and compared to Sheena in the photo, she was still so cute when she grew up. Hello, I am Mashiro Sheena. Well, please take care of me from now on, Sheena is really white, let's go, and go back to Sakura Village. Chapter 35, Hot Pot. Welcome to Sakura Village. Welcome, really white. Thank you, cousin Chihiro. Aoba took Sheena Mashiro back to Sakuraso, because she was curious about everything around her, and Aoba accompanied her all the way to the Sakuraso, and when they arrived at Sakuraso, she also transported Sheena's moving truck. Arrived at the door. Sister Chihiro bought a tuna along the way, and the newcomer moved to Sakura Village. How about eating hot pot at night? Aoba handed the vegetables she bought to Sister Chihiro and took a look. That's right, Aoba, this fish doesn't look too small, so let's say that, hot pot at night. Wow! Great, Junior, do you come to make it today? Misaki Yakusaki looked at Aoba excitedly. After tasting Aoba's dishes 2 days ago, everything I eat always feels almost tasteless, even though Yakuseo Misaki didn't know it, but it was actually a dish that Aoba tried to cook casually. Now that Chihiro's sister said that Aoba is going to cook, Yeni Kyuzaki took a sip of the saliva she had kept for 2 days. Then I finally have a chance to taste it this time. Mitaka thought about the instant noodles that morning. With his personality, he definitely couldn't do the casual behavior of Uei Kyuzaki Misaki. Oh? The kid still cooks? Is it really that delicious? Kino Majel looked at Watanabe Ayaka suspiciously. She knew that Aoba can cook, and she had no real concept in her heart. Well, I don't know, but Misaki's appearance doesn't look like a fake. Watanabe Ayaka has just returned to Sakura village. She is usually very busy and will not be in the village most of the time. The same is true tonight. It's just that the gathering with friends was suddenly cancelled, and she chose to come back when she felt bored. As a result, she met Mitakahi and others at the door helping with the luggage and Aoba who had just returned. Actually, it's okay, I know how to do it. Aoba smiled. Asama-kun, do you need my help? Kinosaki Shijin looked at Aoba with a reddish face, but his current vision was a little low and he couldn't see Aoba's appearance clearly. Don't bother you, thank you, I can do it myself, but Mr. Kinosaki, this is... Aoba looked at Kinosaki, who was flushed. Sir, as well as his body that was gradually buried in the suitcase by Jinyi Magong, King Yi had to sigh with emotion. The people in the city can really play, and people from small places like him can't understand it at all. Miss Magong, don't play with the suitcase. Haheli's face turned red and looked at the happily playing Nishino Mayu and Mr. Kinosaki. They have been in this state since they played a game of chess and card in the afternoon, and Mr. Kinosaki has won, and they have been having trouble all afternoon. Kanda Sorita. Kanda-san, are you okay? Aoba found that since she returned to Sakura Shuang, Kanda has been watching Sheena really white. This kid is not going to stage a love at first sight, this will bring Aoyama Kikai. Did you forget it? Oh, ah. What are you talking about, Asama-san? Kanda Sora, who finally reacted, looked at Aoba, as if calling himself just now. However, who this girl is, I don't know why, when she appears in front of her, she is the only thing left in the entire world, just like a white light suddenly appeared in her own world. Maybe, she is even older than the senior student council leader Nukamai Senpai. 2. No, Kyuji Mihime Senpai is more beautiful. Okay, don't all gather here. Chihiro glanced at the people who were still getting together, and kicked Mr. Kinosaki who was still stacking wood with boxes on the ground by the way. Aoba, go and prepare the ingredients. The others, Mitaka Hito and Kanda Sorita, help Gen Shiro and move her luggage in. After assigning the job, Chihiro pulled the dazed Sheena Shirai and turned and entered Sakura village. Aoba came to the kitchen and looked at the tuna in his hand. Since I bought it for so long, it has always been alive and kicking. The fish's eyes are bright, the whole body is glowing with a faint cyan, and the light is shining with perfect color. Aoba can also smell the faint fishy smell on the fish. Pressing the fingers up, the meat is tight. No matter how you look at it, it is a good fish. Japan is a country that loves to eat fish. It has developed a variety of ways to eat fish, and the most famous is the way of eating sashimi. Although the earliest sashimi culture was passed down to China thousands of years ago, the way of eating is relatively monotonous. Later, after being introduced to Japan, sashimi made them play tricks even more. And the most famous fish in fish sashimi is tuna, which is tender and delicious with high protein content, which is very suitable as sashimi. And now the tuna in Aoba's hands is actually tuna. A good fish must have a good knife skill, otherwise the meat quality of the fish will be lost. First slap the fish faint, otherwise the meat will be easily damaged when the knife is cut. Aoba cleans up the entire fish body, cuts through the abdomen with a knife, and cleans the internal organs in the belly of the fish. Then wipe off the water stains on the surface with a paper towel. Aoba touched the smooth body of the fish, cut off the pectoral fins on both sides. Then chopped off the head of the fish along the front edge of the gills, put it in a pot that had been prepared on the side, fry the fish head on both sides and put it in the casserole again, add the prepared seasonings, boil it to the high fire and simmer the white soup, which is used to make the bottom of the hot pot. Although it can be served directly with water, Aoba's cooking skills does not allow him to be so hastily, and today it was the first day Shina Mashiro came to Sakuraso. King Yi glanced at the soup that was still boiling, turned to look at the remaining fish, and after removing the left and right gills with 2 knives, the rest of the fish could be eaten. Then he lays the fish flat, the knife cuts into the belly of the fish at a perpendicular angle to the fish body, and cuts straight back. Aoba pressed the back of the fish with his fingers, found the gap between the fish bones, and cut into the back of the fish at the same angle and cut it straight down. After cutting, the green leaves lightly lifted, Yu reading www.yuuganshu. 2 complete pieces of fish meat were easily cut off by Aoba, leaving only a whole fish bone on the cutting board. Although a set of procedures is relatively simple, the fish bones can be removed without harming the fish at all. It's a test of knife skills. Because the evening is to prepare for the hot pot, Aoba cuts the fish into 2 pieces of fish and puts them on the plate separately. You can definitely have a good time. Aoba looked at the white simmered fish soup, prepared the ingredients for various collocations, the fish fillets were ready, everything was ready, and it was ready for dinner. June, it smells so good, how are you doing, can you serve dinner? Yike Misaki, who was attracted by the fragrance, was almost unable to help it, how could it be so fragrant? Aoba watched Ikuzaki Misaki-senpai with her head stretched out and kept watching, she looked into the kitchen hard, she couldn't even wipe her saliva. Hey! Umkusa Misaki-senpai, saliva, quickly wipe your saliva, it will almost fall into the plate. Aoba is helpless to this senior, not that she has any opinions, but appreciates her character very much. And will come here from time to time an old Akina driver, but unfortunately, Aoba knows her very well. Senior sister Ikuzaki is a giant in language and a soft egg in action. From her emotional experience with Mitaka Hito see it. Sister Misaki Yurei, go call everyone down, let's have dinner. Aoba wiped the water in her hand, and finally put the green onion, shiitake, cabbage and other ingredients into the pot in batches, and topped with the white fish soup. The fish hot pot of a broth seafood pot is finally completed, and the fish fillets can be placed when it is ready. Okay, juniors, leave it to me. Ikuzaki wiped out a slobber, and immediately responded to the task given to him by Aoba, and rushed out of the restaurant to call others. Chapter 36, What Relationship? Asama-kun, I really didn't expect you to be so amazing. Mitaka was completely shocked by the hot pot in front of him. At first he thought this schoolboy was very mysterious, but he didn't expect Aoba to have this kind of ability. Yet, Asama-kun, you are no longer at the level of cooking, right? Kandasora looked at the hot pot in front of him with the same surprise, the crystal clear milky white soup, the delicate fish dishes, every slice flashed with luster. The moment Asama opened the lid of the pot, a strong scent spurted quickly permeated the entire room, making everyone quiet, even if it was the brocade that would continue to be noisy when they met together. Yamagong and Watanabe Ayaka all talked about their attention shifted to the hot pot in the middle of the table. Kandasora rubbed his eyes too much, did he feel dazzled? Just now I saw a ray of light when I opened the lid, could it be the light overhead? Aoba, you actually lied to me, is this called just being able to do it? Really, my sister doesn't tell the truth, she keeps telling me that she is worried that you can't take care of yourself and can't eat well. Chihiro sees Aoba, who was smiling in front of him, suddenly became a little annoyed, and then thought of the instructions that sister told herself before Aoba came over. Is there such a deceit? Although Aoba is her own son, she is also her own sister, so why not lie to her? Junior, you marry me, now let's go to the marriage registration, it is said that there is a 24-hour window. Not now, I have to finish this meal first. Yakuza Misaki said directly to Aoba and Fishpot. Stop diverting attention. In her heart, perhaps Aoba and Yukio at this moment are the relationship between bear's paw and fish. Aoba doesn't want to answer at all. To the language giant Misaki Inakusa-senpai, can such a joke be taken seriously? Aren't you afraid that Mitaka Hitachi will explode directly on the spot? Well, it's fragrant. Kawahiro looked at Aoba beside him in surprise, full of mystery. Today she heard that Asama-kun is the monster who got a full score during the entrance exam. Now that the test paper has been passed on, she naturally saw the copy of the test paper, so she was so shocked. Not only is academic ability so terrifying, but even cooking can be so good. Asama-kun is a boy, yes, but is this considered a burst of female power? Although I haven't tasted it yet, the scent I smelled at the tip of my nose is definitely not deceiving. Kaihoki thought of being at the riverside that day. Because of his gaffe, he and Miss Magong slipped and knocked down Asama classmates. Not only that, but because of excessive tension, he stepped on him several times. If not for the last Miss Magong to pull if he took a hand, he might have been standing on top of him at the time and didn't know how to step down. Since that day, I haven't been able to get along with him alone. I just want to formally apologize to him and thank him at the same time. If he hadn't stood in front of him at that time, I and Miss Magong would probably rush directly into the river. Asama-kun, it seems that you are Sakura-su hiding the deepest. Shijin Kainasaka's hair-covered eyes flashed with thoughts, and he looked at Aoba with a deep meaning. Although Mr. Kinosaki has no sense of existence in Sakura Show, everyone thinks that he is a more abnormal behavior, but he can be regarded as the richest person in Sakura Show's social circle. His identity as a well-known novelist can make him know many different things. People in the circle occasionally attend some large gatherings and have seen some chefs who are proficient in culinary skills, but the ingredients they use are all top-notch. But to make this effect with the simplest ingredients like Aoba, at least Kinosaki thinks it is very difficult to do. He also saw the fish at the door just now. It can be bought in an ordinary market. Variety, the only advantage is that it is fresh. Therefore, Mr. Kinosaki believes that Aoba's cooking skills are definitely one of the few in the world. He can say responsibly that if Aoba's cooking skills are known to those big people, fame and money are simply at your fingertips. Kinosaki Shijin thought of a party he had attended with his friends before, and there was a special guest who was the of the shrine, and the organizer of the venue respected him from the heart, and there were even a few people who were usually difficult to follow. The presidents of big companies who met all gathered around the Divine Lord. I heard from friends that the organizers specially invited the world's top chefs to make dishes for him for the sake of this god. It is said that it was only possible to invite them with a lot of price. Wow! What is this? What is this, Asama-kun? How can it be so fragrant? You are too powerful. Watanabe Ayaka looked at Aoba with a lovely face. This boy was so shocked that she thought he is just an ordinary high school student. At best he is about the same as Mitakahi and Misaki, but now it seems that this should not be a level that he can reach at his age. It's like ordinary people are still playing with paper models. Geniuses like Mitaka and Misaki can reach the level of electric models, but Asama-kun is like launching a rocket directly into outer space. She thought of the people around her, except for showing off her appearance every day, showing off those vulgar and funny ways of chatting, she almost vomited, and also her college students, who had some achievements, thought she was herself. Saved the world. Compared with Asama-kun now, it's really harder to compare. I really didn't expect the juniors to have this kind of ability. They used to say that if you want to tie a man's heart, you must tie a man's stomach. In fact, this sentence is also valid for women. If you don't succeed, it's just that you are not skilled enough. Boy, you're too exaggerated, I didn't expect it at all, kid. Look, what's your sister's figure? Do you want your sister to be your girlfriend? Jinyi Magong looked at the hot pot in front of him, it made people want to stop. The scent of scent is constantly touching her heart. As for what the two are strong and the three are good, what kind of ghost is it, can it be more scent than the green leaves in front of me? If you can keep Aoba close by, are you afraid that you won't be able to eat good food in the future? Watanabe Ayaka looked at Jinyi Magong next to her silently, and based on what she knew about her, these words were half true and half false. This guy is definitely looking at each other's looks and craftsmanship. Aoba looked at Jinyi Magong and didn't want to speak. And Shina Mashiro next to him looked at Aoba silently. Only Mashiro Shina sat between Aoba and Chihiro without saying a word, just looking at him so quietly, but Aoba noticed the expression in his eyes. "What's the matter, Ms. Shina?" Aoba smiled, and then knowingly asked Shina to really white. It seemed that he wanted him to serve himself a bowl. To say that it was Shina, it was very funny. Shina Mashiro continued to look at Aoba silently. Aoba noticed that Shina's white eyes began to fluctuate, and his heart became more amused. Aoba looked at Shina Mashiro for a while at the pot in the middle of the table, then at him, and then at the hot pot. If it weren't for him, Aoba felt that she was about to laugh. It was too hard to be true, and Aoba forced it to be like this. And according to the current familiarity between the two, Asama Aoba shouldn't be familiar with Shina's character www.novel.com, so he can't do anything directly. "Aoba, Genbei is waiting for you to help her serve a bowl." Chihiro also found out about the situation next to her, but it was her fault. She only asked Aoba to take her back, and didn't tell him anything else. About Shina Mashiro. "Aoba, it's really white about Shina. Because of her family, she has almost no friends she can touch since she was a child. She has a little personality and is naturally dull. Moreover, she grew up with her grandfather and has always had people take care of her daily life, so she herself is very slow to react to the outside world, lacks basic common sense of life, and has almost zero self-care ability." "So, Aoba." Chihiro glanced at it. "Aoba and Shina are really white. From today, you will take care of Shina's daily life." Chihiro made a decision. "Me?" Aoba glanced at Shina, who was watching him silently beside him. Although she knew that Chihiro's sister would give him this task, it was true. "Is it okay, are you really her cousin?" He actually threw an innocent girl to him, a boy like this. Thinking of Aoba here, he glanced at the side. After hearing Chihiro-san asked him to take care of Shina Shirai, Candace-Sora's expression dimmed instantly. "What the do you want to do? Believe it or not, I will put you in cement and sink into Tokyo Bay." "Sister Chihiro, it's not very convenient. After all, I am a boy." Aoba still intends to refuse. Although he needs to prevent the scum from getting too close to Shina, he does not need to go. After all, Sakura Village is not an anime. The Sakura Village is now. Have you forgotten the relationship between you and Genbai, so you don't take care of who will take care of it?" Chihiro glanced at King Yi with a weird smile on her face. Chapter 37, Jealous. Does the younger generation have anything to do with Mashiro? Yui Ikuzaki Misaki looked at the two Aoba with piercing eyes. "Boy, don't you?" Jinya Magong thought of a lot of love and hatred in an instant. Mitaka Hito, Candace Orita, Kawai Ryu, and Kinosaki Shijin all looked over in confusion, and they were also very curious about the relationship between the two. "Chihiro's sister, you?" Although Aoba had just thought of this, he still wanted to try to prevent Chihiro's sister from speaking out. "I'm Genbei's cousin, and you are my nephew, so from a seniority point of view, you should be Shina Genbei's little aunt." Chihiro thought about the ordering. "This is really messy. Hey! Everyone!" Aoba thought of this too, but when faced with a girl of the same age who called the other aunt, Aoba really couldn't do it, although it was indeed such an algorithm. A light suddenly appeared in Candace Orita's eyes. Since Asama-kun and Sheena are relatives, can I? Thinking of this, Kandasora looked at Sheena Shiro, who was sitting next to Asama's classmates, and an emotion called excitement rekindled in his heart. He knew that just now, he was seeing the other person at the first glance, so he didn't. The controlled desire intersects with her. I don't know why she has always been attracted to her. Kandasora thinks this is destiny. At this moment, the Mitaka who was next to him suddenly glanced at Kandasora, then at Aoba, smiled and did not speak. The eyes of Nishinomaru and Watanabe Ayaka are even more strange. Originally, I thought there was a relationship dispute between Aoba and Sheena Mashiro. They turned out to be relatives, so boring. Little aunt. Sheena Shiro looked at Aoba, who was in embarrassment next to him, with a slightly questioning look. Is this good-looking boy his relative? But what is the little aunt? Sheena Mashiro has been living in the UK since he was a child, so he still doesn't know what this term means. Aoba looked at the eyes around him looking at him, and Sheena really white, whose eyes were full of question marks around him, her head grew big. Although this is indeed the case, it is still somewhat unacceptable. In the end, can only look back at Sister Chihiro, who was the instigator. Well, it's just from the perspective of generation, the blood relationship between you is very far, and you don't want Aoba, you have to be Sheena Mashiro aunt. I really can't stand Aoba's poor eyes, so I still come forward to help. He resolved this embarrassment. And Chihiro felt that Aoba couldn't really call the exit called by the little aunt. Hearing Chihiro's sister's answer, Aoba finally breathed a sigh of relief. This would be the best, otherwise Tian will be followed by a real white who wants to call her little aunt. Aoba estimates I have the heart to transfer. And when Aoba looked at the side, because she heard Chihiro's sister say that she could not use the so-called Sheena Genbei, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Genbei was definitely imagining the situation of asking herself to call her little aunt. Up. But, Aoba, even so, in this Sakura village, apart from me, only you have the closest relationship with Genbei, so you still have to take care of her. Chihiro looked sideways. Aoba, kid, I don't want you to call her little aunt, see what else you can say. Sister Chihiro, although it's okay to give it to me in school, but how can I say it? I am also a boy, and it is really not convenient to live in the girls' area. Aoba thought for a while. After all, he still has to worry about it. Now, it's not just Sheena Mashiro who is here, but Aoba who is talking about this is looking at the other girls like Makino Kino. Let me. Kandasora's gaze has been watching Sheena Mashiro. It would be nice if he could take care of her. When he heard Asama Aoba's refusal, Kandasora suddenly spoke out, hoping to let him. I will take care of Sheena Mashiro. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned to the person who was speaking, and it was Kahelu. I'm a girl, I will take care of Genbei when she is in Sakura village. Kahiru said categorically. She saw Aoba's embarrassment, and had been thinking about ways to thank him before. It happened to be taking care of Genbei. She can help. Although the specific reason is not clear to her, she subconsciously does not want to see Aoba and Genbei. But, Lee, I just said that Genbei is completely capable of self-care in life. Chihiro has already said that, she believes that Lee can understand, take care of Genbei and take care of one. Toddlers are almost the same. Was given to Aoba, one is because they do have relatives, and the other is that he knows who he is. Although she also believes in Lee's character, after all, she has nothing to do with Genbei, so Chihiro can't understand why Lee made this decision suddenly. Is it because of this kid? Chihiro looked at Asama Aoba beside him with a strange expression. Probably not. Isn't it just 2 days of knowing each other? I'll take care of her. Kahoriel confirmed his thoughts again. Okay, this tone is in line with the character of Kahelu, since she said so, so be it. Don't worry, Chihiro, I will help too. Kainyi Meiji Soritsu's determination, and Sakura Shona said that she had the best relationship with her, although she also felt it was abrupt, since Ryu said so. I must help myself. Well, if that's the case, then Genbei will be handed over to you in Sakura village, Lee. Chihiro had said that when he saw Lee, and she couldn't say anything else. If it wasn't a matter of her own work, she wouldn't give it to you. It's really in vain to leave it to other people to take care of it, although it's really not convenient to leave it to the boy Aoba. Only Kandasora lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly, his expression constantly changing, a little unwilling. What Kandasora didn't notice was that Mitaka had been paying attention to him, and his expression was a bit solemn. Asama Aoba and Kandasora both entered Sakurasa one after another. The relationship between the two and him is similar. It is not to say that he is more biased, but now he thinks Kandasora's thinking is a bit irrational. Shina is indeed very beautiful, there is no denying that. However, Shina Mashiro was originally a member of the Aoba and Senshi Sensei family, how to arrange the housework that belonged to others, and Kandasora was not only an outsider, but also a boy. No matter what he did, he was a little transgressive. For Mitaka, there are too many things like this. He had discovered before that when Kandasora saw Shina really white, his eyes became strange, perhaps because he was attracted. For a boy who is restless during adolescence, this is normal, but this should not be the reason why he can't figure out his position. When he has several girlfriends at the same time, such boys often appear, and they lose their normal sense due to jealousy. If Shina Mashiro and Kandasora are childhood sweethearts, or have known each other for a long time, it is natural to be jealous of Asama. But when Kandasora is just a stranger to Shina Mashiro, his jealousy towards Asama Aoba is absolutely groundless. Originally, Mitaka had always regarded Kandasora as his senior's feeling for his junior. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, but now when he looked at Kandasora, there was a sense of distance in his eyes. Somewhat disappointed, he stopped paying attention to Kandasora, and sighed in his heart. Little Aunt. Shina was really white, tugging Aoba's sleeves, her eyes always looking at him. Aoba is helpless. Ms. Bai, why are you still struggling with the name of this little aunt? Do you like this name so much? Aoba was relieved to see that the dust had settled on taking care of Genbei. If he was really asked to take care of Genbei, she would not be able to take care of it, but Genbei would inevitably go in and out of the boys' dormitory frequently, and she would not be able to take care of him unconsciously. If something embarrassing happens, it will be difficult to deal with. And Aoba Yugwang looked at Kandasora. Aoba saw everything he wanted to say in his expression. Even Mitaka's enthusiastic eyes on Kandasora from the very beginning have just gradually become colder. With Aoba's current perception, he can see clearly. In fact, Aoba feels guilty about Kandasora. If there is no accident of his own intervention, things will definitely go on according to the development of the plot. So in a sense, Aoba is green Kandasora. After all, he took away the heroine. But when Aoba thought of Kandasora's sorrowful operations in the plot, it almost destroyed Shina Shinero, who had almost ascended to the altar in the art world. So Aoba was more determined to keep Shinero away from the poison of Zeta. Since he has come to this world, then this world must make changes for him, not for him. Cough. Okay, a few minutes is up, the fish should be cooked, everyone can eat. Chapter 38, Kanda Kanta. How can this fish? Chihiro tasted the shock of the fish in his mouth. When I first entered, the expressions of everyone on the table were instantly frozen, even Shina was really white. Everyone's complexion turned rosy, and the whole person seemed to be sublimated, full of happiness. The cooked fish should look soft and waxy, but when they bite down, the fish is full of firmness, and the teeth can clearly feel the division of the fish. The taste of the fish mixed with the soup burst out in the mouth, and the other ingredients in the pot have been simmered for just a few minutes, making the whole hot pot seem to be a whole. You are me, I am you. One bite the fish meat, as if it contained all the flavor in one bite, but it would not feel strange and unpalatable. After finally swallowing the fish that was lingering in his mouth, Mitaka's gaze at Aoba became even more weird. What kind of family is this to cultivate such a top chef? He is really a mysterious student. This kind of technology is definitely not accessible to ordinary families or ordinary people. He had already overestimated the skills of Asama-kun in his heart, but he did not expect that he still underestimated him. It was almost impossible for Asama-kun to reach this level at his age. Mitaka looked at the crystal-clear fish fillets on the chopsticks. Even after he had been out of the pot for so long, the texture of the fish was still delicate and firm. Anyone who has eaten hot pot fish should know that the taste of the cooked fish will become worse and worse as it cools after being out of the pot for a period of time, but the one made by Asama-kun does not. It definitely undergoes special treatment before entering the pot. This kind of knowledge can't be learned in some chef schools, and its value is that you can't buy it for any amount of money. This Asama-kun is so deep. Mitaka smiled. He liked this junior. This kind of technology worth tens of thousands of dollars was willing to share it with everyone. This kind of disposition is not comparable to ordinary people. Yes, and. Mitaka-ren looked at Misaki Ueikuzaka who was eating the soup next to him, and couldn't wait to plunge his face directly into the pot. Mitaka showed a happy expression. On the other hand, Mitaka looked at Kanda Sora who was eating silently and shook his head. To be honest, Aoba really didn't know that he had become so noble in Mitaka's mind. After all, after learning the skills, many things were beyond his control. Now it is harder for Aoba to make a disgusting meal than for him to make a perfect meal. Cooking proficiency. This skill not only optimizes all his cooking methods and techniques, but also automatically optimizes the ingredients when he washes vegetables and cuts meat. Simply put, this skill is a bit like a passive skill with a youngling knife. Even after Aoba prepares the dishes, this skill will provide a comprehensive service of color, fragrance, and flavor, so it is unlikely that the dish is unpalatable. Mitaka totally misunderstood Aoba. Ho ho! Jun, how did you cook this dish? It's so delicious. I have never eaten such a delicious fish hot pot in my life. What did you put in? Yakuza Misaki kept filling her mouth with this fish, and it was really hard for her to say such a long sentence. This. Mitaka was stunned. Ueikuzaki didn't understand what she meant, but he knew. Asama-kun's technique must already belong to the category of secret arts in the chef industry, so Ueikuzaki Misaki's words are inquiring about other people's business secrets and family background, although Mitaka knows that Ueikuzaki does not mean that. She didn't have the brain to think about it. But normally, this behavior is very serious. He looked at Misaki Uekika with some worry. Even if Asama-kun could forgive her, an apology is definitely inevitable. No one can simply ignore this behavior of asking others' family status, so he looked at Aoba. Kyungsoon's expression paused, did not say anything. She is not stupid, although the style is not normal, but this does not mean that she does not understand anything, although she is also very strange. Where did ya learn this secret technique? Although his family is relatively rich, the direction of management and development is different, and he is not a professional cook. Even so, she can still see the value of this technology, so now with Ueikuzaki's words, she can't make a decision for Aoba, so she looks at Aoba. Shijin Kinosaki took a bite of the fish, feeling the firmness of the fish in his mouth, and glanced at Misaki Yakusaki, who had just been silly. His expression became weird, and he really admired this carefree character. It's hard for Mitaka to like her so much. He believes that since he heard the meaning of this sentence, it is impossible to understand the meaning of this sentence with Mitaka's ability and insight, but it depends on Asama-kun how to solve the matter. Really? Thank you for your compliment. If you are interested, you can come to help me if you don't mind when you do it another day. If you don't understand, I can teach you. Aoba looked at the happily eating senpai Ueikuzaki Misaki senpai, and she was very happy when she heard her compliment. At Mitaka Hito, Chihiro, Kinosaki Shijin, and others. What's the situation, is that it? The brains of the three people are all messed up. Originally, in the lightest situation they imagined, Asama-kun might be silent, or might mock Yakusaki Misaki's meal. In severe cases, it might even directly cause the division of Sakura Show's internal relations. How could this be the result now? The three of them thought about breaking their minds and never expected this kind of development to happen. Although they had not known each other for a long time, with their understanding of Asama-kun, they absolutely did not believe that Asama-kun's IQ was unexpected. The importance and value of this technology. www.novel.com. Mitaka can't understand Asama-kun again. What kind of disposition can make him say this kind of thing? Does he really care about it? He could see that Asama-kun was not perfunctory, and he didn't like Kamikasa Misaki anymore, so he was shocked. Chihiro suddenly wanted to take a look at Aoba's brain and take a good look. I really didn't understand what he thought, but this was Aoba's own knowledge and had nothing to do with her or the family behind him, so she didn't write to block. But she didn't want to stop it. This was Aoba's decision, his own way of being in the world. Chihiro was just proud of it. She didn't expect this child to have such a temperament after not seeing him for so many years. The more he looked at Aoba become gentler. Among the other people, Ayaka Watanabe, Mayu Kino, and Kawai Ryu had never been in contact with such things. Therefore, the sudden changes in the expressions of the Chihiro people did not make them feel any different. After all, their social circle will never have access to this kind of knowledge. But Shijin Kinosaki knew everything, so he really admired Asama now. If the matter just changed to his line, it would be as if he had just written a book by Shijin Kinzaki. After seeing his outline, a friend suddenly asked himself for the manuscript of the novel, but he gave it out in the end. Kinosaki glanced at Asama-kun, who had already begun to explain the fish pot method to Yakusaki Misaki, and didn't care if others heard it, and then glanced at Kanda Sora who was eating silently. He was so popular. That's probably the case, senpai. If you don't understand, I will show it to you later. Aoba looked at Misaki Yakusaki who was still taking notes and eating fish. Can this be remembered clearly? Chapter 39, Gap. It's so complicated. It's much harder than drawing an animation. I don't want to. Eat quickly. Otherwise, I will be robbed for a while. It's really white. Yakusaki Misaki, who chose to give up after a while, greeted and moved slowly. Shina's true white rejoined the fight for food, and this pot of fish was almost gone to others. Aoba also smiled, repeating the recipe from the beginning is actually very complicated, just telling her how to cook is very simple, but it is difficult to make a difference in taste. From the choice of dishes, the angle and thickness and quantity of each knife, the sequence of each process, the grasp of the time of entering the pot, the grasp of the seasoning, the way of placing the ingredients, the level and concentration of the water level, the adjustment of the heat and temperature, the overall cooking time. Every time the chef makes a good meal, even if the fire time is 1 second different, or a piece of meat is added, the taste will change differently. According to different adjustments, there may even be thousands of different tastes. Actually, Aoba had already sensed the slight changes in the looks of the others at the table, but he didn't take it seriously either. With a personality like Yakusaki senpai, saying this is just curious about his taste. But they all think too much, there is really no special way to deal with it, it is completely the effect of the skill. So even if he tells all the people in the world about the method, it is impossible to have a taste comparable to his, not to mention that the food he makes has system bonuses. And everyone underestimated him. In other words, even if it had any special secret skills, Aoba didn't care at all, he didn't even want to hide it, and he didn't want to show others. Aoba doesn't think that his future value lies in this at all, so in comparison, he is more willing to teach others, so that he can relax a little when everyone has a dinner together. So when Aoba talked about the cooking process, there was no place to perfuse the misaki in a Kusaki senpai at all. As for other people comparing him with Kanda Sorita next to him, Aoba was even more surprised that the other party would actually be shot for him while lying down, otherwise Aoba would still mourn for him for a second. It's so white. Do you know that in Sakura Shuang, the convention for the welcome party for newcomers is a hot pot party? Thanks to the ingredients bought by the younger generation, Chihiro did not say that she will come today at all. He stood up on his seat, scooping the fish fillets in the pot. Poor Kanda Sorita, Yui Ikuzaki Misaki has forgotten that he brought some of the ingredients back. Hey, I patronized the fathers who seemed to be richer today to contact them. I really forgot to tell you in advance. As a teacher, Chihiro said without shame what she had done today. He drank a bottle of beer in one bite, turning a blind eye to the few guys around with contemptuous eyes. Ding! Hey? A text message from Ryunashuk. A text message was received on Mitaka's cell phone. Akasaka Ryunashuk, it's so fragrant, is Asama-kun cooking today? Unfortunately, Lord Ryunashuk still has a code to rush tonight. Please put a separate copy for Mrs. Ryunashuk on a plate, and cover it with plastic wrap. No green onions, thank you. From the maid. Does this guy Ryunashuk just want to eat fish? You want to be beautiful, and Aoba made this, but, give him some shiitake mushrooms and bamboo rolls. Chien-sun pointed at the few fish fillets left in the pot. It was so delicious just now. Everyone was robbing them, completely forgetting that there was another person upstairs. Look, it's really white, this green onion is also delicious, bite it down, it's white, tender, and slippery, but be careful when it's really white. You must bite it gently, otherwise the hot soup will come out directly. Yet. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki used chopsticks to hold a piece of green onion and slowly stretched out towards her true white mouth. Wow! Kanda-kun, you are actually blushing, what more are you thinking about, ha 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 ha. Kanye Meiju saw the flushed Kanda Sorita and laughed wildly. It's so innocent, Kanda-kun, I'm so surprised. Watanabe Ayaka dragged her chin with one hand, and looked at Kanda Sorita interestingly. Kanda, your reaction is too false. Chihiro looked at each other helplessly, this kid actually reacted so much to Zhenbai. Kanda-kun, I'm excited about vegetables, so I can only go to secondary too. This is the custom. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki turned to look at Kanda Sora, whose face was getting redder. Kanda Sorita. I just heard from teacher Chihiro, Shina Mashiro, you are from the UK, and you are enrolling in the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts, right? Mitaka recalled that Mr. Chihiro asked Aoba to help take care of Mashiro at school. But now this time has just passed the opening ceremony, so what about the entrance examination? Well, join the class. Shina Mashiro looked at Mitaka who was talking. Shina Mashiro will directly join the first year of the art department. The entrance exam was completed in the UK before Mashiro came to Japan. The online exam. Chihiro answered the question for Shina Mashiro. Fine Arts Department. Kanda Sora looked at Shina Mashiro with too much doubt, why is it not a general course? Oh? Real Shiro is coming to the art department, I will be my school girl from now on. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki looked at Shina in surprise. So, Zhenbai, if you have any school problems, you can also consult Misaki. Chihiro turned to look at the indifferent Zhenbai and exhorted, the child was naturally dazed and worried. Yes, please come to me if you have something to do. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki patted her chest. Kanda Sorita blushed and glanced at Misaki Yui Ikuzaki's movements, then turned to look at Shina Mashiro who was expressionless. Then, the next thing is. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki stuffed the last piece of fish into her mouth, and after drinking the remaining drink in the glass, she slapped the table and stood up, waiting for everyone's gaze to be behind him. Now you can start. The show is to welcome my younger generation, then Kanda-kun's animation change, and then to the final change animation made for True White. Yui Ikuzaki rushed to the TV in excitement and found the remote control. Aoba was also full, put down his chopsticks, and watched the actions of Yusaka Misaki-senpai. He thought of the next plot, but he just heard the final change of Yusaka Misaki-senpai, and almost made Aoba laugh. It's sprayed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It seems that the elder sister has worked hard again when she learned that the True White is coming today. This is indeed a bit difficult for Misaki Wikusaki. This animation was actually prepared when I heard Aoba's arrival before, and then learned that Kanda Sorita was staying in, and made some urgent changes, but I did not expect tonight. I learned about the arrival of Genbei. So the final finished animation was made when everyone helped Genbei carry the luggage, and he hurriedly modified it and made it. However, Yui Ikuzaki is very confident in the quality of the animation. Hey, when did Senpai do it? Did you know that Shina Shiro will be coming today? Kanda Sora looked at Senpai Misaki Yukike with too much confusion. Shouldn't everyone just learned about it just now? Is it true that Shiro is here? Even Asama did not know until this afternoon. When did the animation come out? Aoba actually knows why Kanda Sorita asks this way, because for those who know a little about animation, every animation is a long and time-consuming project, even if it is a few minutes of animation. From the plot, various processes, such as shaping, splitting, composition, color and dubbing, require a lot of time to produce. That's why Kanda Sorita thought it was Yui Ikuzaki-senpai who knew the arrival time of True White a long time ago. It's just that Kanda Sora doesn't understand what a genius is. In many cases, ordinary people's inertial thinking cannot understand the gap between themselves and a genius. Then let's start. Yui Ikuzaki did not answer Kanda's question, but directly pointed the remote control at the TV and went on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. Chapter 40, Master Painter. Asama, Kanda, really white. I saw 3 jets of colored smoke flying across the screen on the TV screen, while Yui Ikuzaki Misaki picked up the microphone and started dubbing the animation's narration, although Aoba didn't think the narration and the screen could match. On. Sakura Village is waiting for your arrival. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki said affectionately. The background of the screen is full of various cute and colorful graphics. I saw the 3 planes combined into a fighter robot cat, and then opened countless doors and shot out a full screen of missiles. Cracking, booming, booming. Aoba looked at her with a dark line on her face and watched Yui Ikuzaki Misaki trying to simulate the sound of the shells. It was really embarrassing for her. Her saliva was sprayed onto the TV screen. I saw countless missiles that had just flown out and started chasing another huge spaceship, flipping and jumping without stopping. Then, in the dubbing of Yui Ikuzamisaki's explosion, the scene turned into a Gundam robot rushing out of smoke. Everyone must get along well in the future. It's crackling. There were continuous explosions in the TV screen. After the missile was destroyed by all the Gundams that appeared, it opened its chest, and a huge muzzle appeared from it, shining with light. Then a laser beam that penetrated the entire screen shot out, hitting the fighter cat on the center of the target, and shot it down to a cosmic planet, causing a huge explosion, and the resulting flash occupies the entire screen. Cracking, crackling, 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 crackling. Please much care. Photo. Yui Ikuzaki's magical narration dubbing finally ended at the same time when the screen went dark. It's amazing how the animation and voiceover dubbing are inconsistent. Chihiro said while watching Yui Ikuzaki Misaki, who was still excited in front of the TV. Where is the welcome animation? Kanye Majel looked at Misaki Wikusaki with a weird look. While watching the animation, she also had a magical narration. In order to forcibly imagine the combination of the two, she felt a moment. Headache. Didn't you understand? Misaki has already demonstrated that he understands very well. Hemp, you are not sober in your mind when drinking. Watanabe Ayaka likes to taunt Nishino Hemp when she has a chance. Hey? You say it again. Jinyi Magong angrily looked at Ayaka Watanabe next to her. Aoba looked helplessly at the two people who started to quarrel on the opposite side. He actually understood just now. The fighter cat is the three of them, and Gundam is Wika Misaki. The bombing was a dialogue between several people. The planet where the fighter cat fell in the final scene was Sakura Village. It's not bad, right? It's rushed, but what do you think? Yui Ikuzaki looked back at the crowd, hoping to get some advice. The microphone was first aimed at Kanda, who was seated farther away. Ah, this, that. It's better to say, it's very powerful. Kanda Sora was too stunned. Unexpectedly, Yui Ikuzaki senpai would suddenly ask him this. I was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He really felt so powerful with his abilities, and he had been shocked just now when the senior sister made this animation. Hey, that's it. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki didn't get any useful information and was very disappointed. By the way, the final explosion time, did you feel that it was 4 frames short? Mitaka saw Kanda's embarrassment, and knew that he didn't understand the animation series, so he interrupted the embarrassing situation. Is that right? I also think it's a bit faster. It would be better to insert a few frames in. Yui Ikuzaki thought about the last picture. Yukusaki Misaki looked at Mitaka who came by, and gave up the idea of continuing to ask questions. It feels that the laser hits the fighter cat's picture hard, and the color is used to have a blooming effect. Although the fantasy effect is improved, it is better to try to modify the color of the robot to a complementary color, so that the whole body will be deeper. And the first 3 planes you can try to adjust the angle of appearance of Misaki Yui Ikuzaki by 15 degrees. This will make it easier to make the composition of the picture have the beauty of the golden section. Finally, the 3 planes will be launched directly after the missile is combined, and the color will be lost. If you can insert one more here, the picture will be better. Aoba thought about the animation that he just saw. Although he did a good job, he has a lot of opinions. In addition to the interesting plot, the color composition and the cutscene effect, Aoba will quickly watch it. Can't go down. Originally, Aoba didn't understand color and painting, but before he met Shina Shiro, he was rewarded with the skill painting master by the system. Through the effect of this skill, Aoba is very sensitive to color and composition. So when he started playing the animation, Misaki Kamui, a bunch of problematic paintings appeared in front of him. Mitaka Ren. Misaki Yui Ikuzaka. Kanda Sorita. Chihiro. Shina is really white. Junior, do you know animation? Yui Ikuzaki looked at Aoba sitting behind the desk in surprise. Recalling what Aoba said just now, with her experience, she can quickly understand what the younger generations are expressing. If you modify it again according to the suggestion of Jun, the effect can definitely become more perfect. At the same time, Yukusaki Misaki felt a little frustrated in her heart. Although it did rush out of time, it was indeed her own finished work. Even if there were some problems, she did not expect that there would be so many. Now that I heard Aoba's answer, everything suddenly became clear. I didn't expect that the younger generation could find so many questions just by reading it once. This was a blow to Yui Ikuzaki, who had always been very confident. I didn't expect my juniors to cook so well and have such a high sensitivity to animation. The hit-stricken Yui Ikuzaki Misaki thought. Mitaka was also completely shocked. He did not see the problems that Asama-kun just mentioned. After all, he is not an expert in this area. Although he has always cooperated with Misaki and has been exposed to this knowledge, it is not enough. Let him see the problems in Misaki's animation, and when he saw Misaki's shocked expression, he knew that Asama-kun could not be nonsense. Mitaka has known Misaki for so long. Although the other party's personality doesn't care about anything, he is definitely very professional in animation production. So if someone talks nonsense and degrades her work, even if it is Misaki's character who doesn't care about anything, she will get angry and lose her temper. And now that Mitaka Hitachi looked at Misaki's shocked and agreeable expression, it was enough to prove that everything Asama-kun was talking about. You reading www.yukanshu.com. He looked at Asama-kun, who smiled faintly in front of him, what kind of person he is and why he knows so much, and not only knows, it is like a deeper level of mastery. Keek Aoba, when did you also know that knowledge of? I did not hear how my sister mentioned that you also have received the knowledge of the fine arts. Chihiro, just surprised, almost choking to breathe a beer, but out of anger, she looked at the nephew next to her, who had just recovered, suddenly became a little strange. Moreover, my sister and brother-in-law are also ordinary people, not a culinary successor or a family of artists like Genbei. Just now these words were said by Genbei, she wouldn't be too strange, but those words are indeed what Aoba said. Some can't understand it. Chihiro was originally an art teacher, so she knows exactly how professional Aoba talked about. However, she didn't find that there are so many problems in Misaki's animation. It might be possible to find something if she watched it multiple times, but Aoba was able to talk about all the problems that had arisen after the broadcast ended once, and every one of them convinced Misaki. She is Misaki's teacher. What kind of character is Misaki, the way of nature? So Chihiro felt a little horrified. Is this really the cub of their Asama family? And this is the most straightforward explanation. You don't need to look at Aoba's painting skills. At least his theoretical knowledge is probably better than Chihiro herself and Misaki. Maybe it should be, it is possible to remove these 3 words. Chihiro thought so. Hey, Aoba! What's wrong, Chihiro's sister? Come on to the art department. Chapter 41, The Difference Between People. So, can Sister Chihiro convince my mother? Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro with a smile, and she really dared to think, not to mention whether her mother would agree, but even his general teacher would not agree. The full points of grades are transferred to the art department, and the leaders of the school are expected to directly and kindly find Sister Chihiro and ask her to drink tea. Hey, this is the same. Chihiro had no choice but to give up after thinking of something, but... By the way, Aoba, you come back to the art department, let me see how you write. Well, good Sister Chihiro. Aoba never thinks that there is nothing good about hiding and tucking, and pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is a plot only in the novel. If you don't reflect your self-worth in reality, then everything he did was useless, so when Aoba got the system, he made up his mind. Unless it was something beyond common sense in the world, he didn't mind letting himself become the child of the other person among all his parents. As for the male protagonists in some novels, they hide everything they do. I'm afraid that others will know that he is very powerful. He is really too tired. Although there are indeed reasons to be afraid of trouble, it also means that he has a like to pretend to be inwardly. Aoba knows how to draw. Sheena's white eyes revealed light, and she understood Aoba's theory. Originally came to Japan from England because she pursued manga and wanted to draw manga. But it is undeniable that Sheena Masaki spent more than 10 years in her previous life with oil paintings. In the past, her world was only painting. When first came to Japan, everything around her was unfamiliar to her. Without the school she was familiar with, and the studio she was familiar with, everything was unfamiliar colors. So Sheena Mashiro has always been at a loss, but when she met Aoba for the first time, what he said successfully attracted her attention. She wanted to understand who Aoba was and why he said I am colored. Until the evening, when cousin Chihiro talked about the identity of Aoba, it turned out that he was still the nephew of cousin Chihiro, and he was also related to herself. Sheena Mashiro felt more intimacy in her heart. played an animation with someone named Misaki Uei Kyuzaki just now, and Genbei saw the color and picture problems, but what really surprised Genbei was that he didn't expect that he could find the same problem. When Genbei was in the UK, she had never met someone her same age around him. Genbei didn't understand why those people couldn't do it, and explained to her what was a matter of course, while others looked at herself with strange eyes. Even the roommate and friend who took great care of him in life would always form a strange circle every time he appeared, separating others from him. Until one day later, Genbei's grandfather explained her doubts, because only she is special, and not everyone can do what she thinks is very common. Maybe Genbei will never encounter the same thing. People. At that moment, it was really white to know that my own world was only myself. And now Genbei knows why he has been paying attention to Aoba, because he has the same aura as himself. Genbei finally met someone who can walk into this circle, Grandpa. Yes, really white, I know how to draw. Aoba looked at the expression on Genbei's face finally changed, and was a little relieved. He did this deliberately in the behavior just now. He has watched anime, so he knows that Genbei has been doing it for a long time. Before painting the picture, she has always been lonely. No one of her age has ever been able to outdo her, but with her own existence, she will never be lonely again. Junior-san, take a look again, what else is wrong? Uei Kyuzaka Misaki's eager voice came over. The advice Aoba gave just now was very useful, and she and Mitaka also re-examined it. If you follow the younger generation's statement, at least you can make this animation directly surpass her own previous level. Well, okay, Uei Kyuzaki Misaki-senpai. Aoba left the seat and walked towards the two. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Uei Kyuzaki Misaki jumped to one of the shots and looked at Aoba. There are some problems with the composition here. You project these dimensions with this position as the center point, darken the color of the back by 1, and then change the auxiliary color of the mecha to. Aoba looked at the screen and explained to Uei Kyuzaki Misaki one by one. Hey, it's no good. The two people would have been discussing endlessly when they got together. Now they have joined a green leaf. I guess it won't be over in a short time. Chihiro took a sip of wine and shook her head helplessly. In addition, here you add a frame of hitting special effects from the side, it will be more rhythmic. Aoba Kakukaku's transition is a bit blunt, so he told Uei Kyuzaki-senpai of the suggestion. Yeah, that's how it is, Uei Kyuzaki nodded, and this modification was completely different. By the way, will it be better to add a little light effect to this place? Uei Kyuzaki Misaki turned to look at the two people. It's okay, what do you think, Asama-kun? Mitaka asked Aoba. Yes, but you need to modify the parameters of the light effect rendering, and then rearrange the composition of the Doraemon and the blasting room. It should be fine to move here. Aoba thought about what they meant. It was indeed a good idea. Hey, I don't know what will happen if these three get together. Although Uei Kyuzaki Misaki and Mitaka Hitachi are two restless guys, they are very dedicated to production. Now with Aoba's help, it is estimated that they will be produced. Good results. Kyungsoon looked at the three people who were discussing intensely. It seemed that she was the right choice to bring Aoba to Sakura village at first, but now the other person doesn't know how he will position herself. Chihiro looked at Candace Orita, who was a little bewildered next to him, and sighed. Before he moved in, although she had persuaded Candace Orita, it had no effect. He still doesn't know the situation of Sakura Sho. And now when Aoba and Shina Mashiro moved in, Sakura Su really became a monster's lair. Chihiro then took another look at the noisy Watanabe Ayaka and Nishino Meiju. These two are the most normal tenants in Sakura village. It would be nice if Kandasora can find his place like the two of them, otherwise Jiansun really doubted how long he could live in Sakura village. For ordinary people, this is hell. Kandasora stood there too awkwardly. Ever since Mitaka-san interrupted him, he had been standing here, not knowing whether he should sit down or what else he could say. The current Kandasora does not dare to make any noises or make any movements. www.novel.com. He is very afraid that someone will look at his body. Now he only feels embarrassed, and his face is full. It was about to burn, and the sweat on his forehead slipped from his face drop by drop. Kandasora suddenly complained a bit about Mitaka-san, why suddenly interrupted him. If he could say anything, maybe he wouldn't stand so embarrassed. Even Kandasora is a little bit jealous of Asama Aoba. He is obviously a peer of the same age. Why do you exceed so much? It is normal for Mitaka to be a senior, but why would you understand Asama? You are not the same as yourself. Is it a general student? Kandasora clenched his fists too tightly. He was very unwilling to be compared to someone his age. Not only did he score very well, but he could also discuss with Mitaka Hitashi Yokyusaki senpai. Kandasora looked at Asama Aoba in front of him, and his unwillingness and jealousy grew in his heart. And Kandasora is a little bit afraid to look at Shina Shiro now. At first glance, he paid attention to this girl who was always out of place with her surroundings. Such an embarrassing thing happened in front of the person he cared about. He felt that his emotions were a little broken, and he was very emotional. I'm afraid that when I turn my head now, I will see Shina Masaki looking at herself with questions with her pure eyes, as if asking him why he is different from others. However, Kandasora still couldn't control his impulse. He wanted to know what he was like in Shina's eyes. Oh, it turns out, is it just like this? Kandasora ridiculed himself, and when he turned his head to look at Shina Shirai, he realized that Shina's eyes were always looking at Asama Shirai. Yet, never kept his sight on him. I seem to be a fool. Chapter 42, Master Shock. Night. The previous dinner was really too much. Aoba touched her a little bracing belly, regretting that she shouldn't eat so much, but the fish pot that she made is really delicious. Although it is made by herself, it is online only by relying on it. Before it was made, Aoba himself didn't know what it would taste like. So, it was the first time for Chihiro's sister, Mashiro, and others, and it was the first time for myself to taste, and then I couldn't control my mouth and ate a lot. Aoba thought about the appearance that senior sister Misaki Yokyusaki just wanted to take him back to the room and discuss it in depth. Aoba's legs were frightened. It wasn't that the other party really wanted to do something to him. Aoba is even clearer. Yui Ikuzaki Misaki senpai and Mitaka Hitachi love each other, but because of various reasons, Mitaka Hitachi did not dare to accept the confession, and it became like this. And to be honest, Aoba's style of behavior for the senior Mitaka in the anime is actually very complicated. From the perspective of women, he is a scumbag, but from the perspective of Misaki Wikusaki, it's really hard to evaluate from the top, but overall, Mitaka's character is still good, at least much stronger than Kandasora, and I don't want to cause any misunderstandings. It's still a lover who finally gets married. However, Yui Ikuzaki Misaki senpai was also really focused. Just now, I and Mitaka-san had almost accompanied her through the anime from beginning to end several times, and the obvious problems were almost solved. As for Chihiro's sister who ran away shortly after eating, she was obviously trying to avoid cleaning up the mess. Nishino Magong and Watanabe Ayaka were drunk a long time ago, and it was a real loss for them to have so many minors on the scene. Kinosaki Shijin later received a call from an editorial agency and left early. Kawaii pulls Shina Mashiro, who has long been drowsy due to jet lag, to go back to wash and go to bed. Aoba thought of the first night Shina Mashiro came to Sakura's show in the anime, and was a bit silent for the unknowingly Kawaii Ryu, but the two are surprisingly similar in some aspects, maybe they can get along well. Aoba suddenly remembered today's check-in rewards, and still had no time to check it out. Thinking of this, he once again sank his attention to his character column. Name, Asama Aoba. Race, human. Identity, Height swordsman. Power, 14. Agility, 24. Physique, 18. Intelligence, 25. Charm, 8. Spiritual power, 3000. State, healthy. Features, none. Skills, proficient in culinary arts, mastery of high school knowledge plus, proficient in language, wind swordsmanship, slashing steel flash, wind barrier, stepping forward, violent wind slashing, instrument proficiency, painting master. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit sword, unclaimed, demon sword village mosses / demon sword girl, not activated. Evaluation, you are a very tasteful rookie, since then you are no longer immortal. The system can be upgraded, waiting. The first is that the intelligence has changed from 18 points to 25 points. This has increased a lot. No wonder Aoba just saw the animation of Yui Kusamisaki senpai, and directly automatically detailed all the pictures he saw in his mind. Splitting can make you more clearly observe the details of each frame in the picture, even the trajectory and exploding position of each missile are clearly visible. Then the spiritual power actually tripled, from 1000 points directly to 3000. After all, this spiritual power can activate the demon sword fairy, and the use of the various skills of Yufeng swordsmanship also consumes spiritual power. Naturally, the more spiritual power points, the more powerful the skills he uses. Then, Aoba turned his gaze to the new skills he acquired today. Instrument proficiency, skills are divided into novice, proficient, master, and extraordinary. Congratulations that you have mastered the instrument of the proficiency level. You have mastered all the instrument usabilities of the proficiency level and below. You have mastered the performance of all the music of the proficiency level and below. You can quickly master any music score of the proficiency level and below, and performed skillfully. This skill has a passive optimization effect on the instruments held by the musician, and a comprehensive bonus effect on the music played. For the ordinary world, you are the best musician. The remarks are similar to culinary proficiency. Aoba recalled the music knowledge that suddenly appeared in his mind, as if they were already in his own mind. Aoba looked at his hands, and it was obvious that he had never touched any musical instruments himself. Even with the 20 years of his previous life and more than 10 years of memory in this life, Aoba has not touched anything that has anything to do with music. The most common instruments, even the most common guitars and flutes. But Aoba looked at her white and tender hands, and there was a strange and familiar touch and memory on his fingers. His hands seemed to have practiced various instruments thousands of times, no matter which one they are now. For the musical instrument, even if Aoba closes his eyes, his fingers can instantly enter the state, and he can play the tune without any pressure. It seems that the endless chapters of music suddenly appear in my mind, whether it is the familiar Mozart, Beethoven, and Liszt's tunes, or those unknown country tunes, as long as it is sung by someone, the music is preserved. There are corresponding memories in Yi's mind, and he can play them out naturally. Aoba is full of curiosity about the system once again. What exactly is it from? It has such a convenient ability. All the knowledge is not instilled into her mind like a duck, but it makes her mind more of those. Self-learning and possessing the mental and physical memory of the complete learning process can make him truly exert 100%. Painting master, skills are divided into novice, proficient, master, and extraordinary. Congratulations, you have mastered the master level of painting, you have mastered all the master level and below the art equipment usability, you have mastered all the master level and below the painting art, including sculpture, oil painting, ink painting, printmaking, watercolor painting, etc. Kind of expression. You can quickly master any master level and below level painting skills, and use them proficiently. Therefore, the skill is a master level, and its skill adds additional attributes, automatically attaching an immersive effect to the painter's paintings, with a fake effect. The immersive effect is confusing, making the painting easier to arouse the viewer's mind. The false and true effect can make the viewer of the painting confused between reality and illusion. For the ordinary world, you are the painter closest to God. After reading the new skill painting master www.novel.com, Aoba suddenly didn't want to speak. He was afraid that he could not help but shout with excitement. This is too powerful. Master level skills are not comparable to those of master level skills. Master level skills are at least in the ordinary category, and master level skills have almost surpassed the limit that ordinary people can reach and entered the extraordinary. At the end of the master level painting skills, there are two additional effects, immersive and fake. These two attributes are the symbols that truly make this skill extraordinary. Although Aoba has indeed heard that there has been or existed in the world, some master level performances can attract the attention of birds, or some master level paintings can arouse the emotions of onlookers, but that is a rare one. Seeing achievements and legendary works were created by some masters who broke the limit by chance and exceeded the mortals' works. Aoba guessed that in this world, there should be master painters, but the number will not be too many. Some painters may be on the verge of breaking through the master level. One step is a master, but the difference between this step is heaven and earth. Difference. However, most of them may only be proficient or higher than the proficient artist. As for Shina Mashiro should be on the verge of being a master class, Aoba vaguely remembers a scene in the anime. Her grandpa or tutor told her that she was one step away from the limit of an artist in this world, so she asked her to seek for herself. Breakthrough, but it's a pity that she met the scumbag, not only failed to break through, and even almost pulled the scumbag to the end. Thinking of this, Aoba cursed Candisorida again in his heart, and then looked down and turned his attention to the newly appeared option. The system can be upgraded, waiting. Chapter 43, Unexpected. The system can be upgraded, waiting. Looking at this option, Aoba got into entanglement. Usually in those systematic novels, by paying a certain price, after upgrading the system, there will be some changes that are different from before, but Aoba spent a long time in his system and did not find any tips about upgrading, just an option for Aoba, too monotonous. Aoba, who can't help it, can only regain his gaze on the upgrade option. Since there is no choice, then the system can be upgraded, waiting, yes/no. Then I can only give it a try. In the end, Aoba decided to confirm. The system upgrade has been confirmed, the spiritual power consumes 2000 points, and the upgrade begins. It turns out that the cost is the consumption of spiritual power. I thought it would be something else, but you just said it. It made me entangle for so long. Aoba breathed a sigh of relief. The upgrade begins, 1%, 5%, 35%, 68%, 83%, 97%, 98%, 100%. The system upgrade is completed, and the system data starts to update. The system data update is complete. Thank you for your support to the system. Congratulations to the host, the system has been successfully upgraded, rewards for the first upgrade, and special skill packs. Ding, the system characteristic skill reward package is successfully received, and the characteristic skill, Heavenly Space Gate, is obtained. Aoba saw that the system was finally updated, and with the thoughts in his mind, the character attribute bar quickly appeared in front of Aoba. Name, Asama Aoba. Power, 14. Agility, 24. Physique, 18. Spirit, 3. Charm, 8. Spiritual power, 1000/3000. State, healthy. Characteristics, the gate of heaven and space. Skills, proficient in culinary arts, mastery of high school knowledge plus, proficient in language, wind swordsmanship, slashing steel flash, wind barrier, stepping forward, violent wind slashing, instrument proficiency, painting master. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit sword, unclaimed, Demon Sword Village Mosses / Demon Sword Girl, not activated. Evaluation: you are a very tasteful rookie, since then you are no longer immortal. Aoba read the changes to the character attribute column, and the race data disappeared directly. I don't know what the system means, is it unnecessary, or it's not sure if he is a human. The standard three-dimensional data of the body hasn't changed much, but the intelligence attribute is directly replaced with the spirit. It is because of the spiritual power bonus, so has there been any change? Then, the spiritual power value can display the upper limit, and it also clearly shows the value consumed by the previous upgrade. But when it comes to consumption, Aoba felt the situation in her body, but she didn't feel any obvious difference. Finally, Aoba looked at the bonus that this upgrade brought, the characteristic skill. Zushin Space Gate, congratulations on the completion of the system upgrade. The special skill Zushin Space Gate can open the door to the random world. After the space gate is opened, the space coordinates will be automatically located. After reading the introduction, Aoba took a long breath and made a major contribution to the world's greenhouse effect. I originally thought that this system was powerful enough, but I didn't expect it to be more exaggerated after the upgrade. This is no longer a plug-in level system. This is simply a plug-in on the system. I really didn't expect to get such a skill. Although it is a random choice for the world that can be traversed, it is too powerful. Now even if a nuclear bomb hits his head, Aoba is not afraid of it. Even if he can't beat you, he can still run. But you? Moreover, Aoba noticed the coordinate function suggested in the introduction. It seems that this skill can support Aoba to repeatedly traverse between the same world. In this way, its practicality is even greater. However, Aoba discovered that the skill is still grey, can't it be used yet? But don't worry, after all, it's an unknown random world, and he can't be sure if the other side of the door is safe. If it's a doomsday world like zombies or some world in war, once he appears there unpreparedly, it is easy to lose herself too. Aoba does not want to try whether her body can withstand the invasion of viruses or attacks from powerful weapons. It is even possible to appear in a radiant Jedi after opening the door. Forget it, I don't want to do so much, let's talk about it when I'm ready later. Aoba looked up at the alarm clock, and the time had already been displayed until 22:43. The entire Sakura village has been quiet, and everyone has rested, so go to sleep. As the light turned off, Aoba slowly closed her eyes. At the same time, Tokyo is in another direction. This is a natural forest area more than 20 kilometers away from the city. It may seem uninhabited, but from a distance, there seems to be a dense light in the middle of the forest. I saw a few black cars driving in along a road leading out of the city, passing through a post, and you would see a brick and stone fence that could not be seen, and there were street lights every few meters along the fence. Brighten the lights from outside the wall. After passing through the guard post, the convoy continued driving for a few hundred meters and stopped to a gate guarded by several guards in black. The carved brown wood door panels, the metal frames fixed on the four sides, and the reddish-brown rust. If someone carefully observes the hexagonal rivets, you can even find some traces of sharp weapons on the door panel, but from the change of color, it may have gone through a century of history. At this time, a guard under the door came out, and after checking with the driver of the lead car, he used the walkie-talkie to notify the person on the opposite side to open the door. With the entry of the convoy, it was discovered that this place was originally a large manor with the wind. On the left side of the entrance is a garden lined with strange stones. The dense stone forest and shrubs are a single entity. If you look closely, you can even find some small animals poking out from under the shrubs. And the one on the right is a pool surrounded by irregularly shaped blue stones. The first time you see its size, you might think it is a swimming pool, but the fish tails that splash out from time to time, and the water in the distance, the clumps of lotus, show that this is just a fish pond. The convoy drove forward 100 meters again, passed through the flower bed and circled the island, and then stopped in front of a Japanese-style pavilion. Even at this time near midnight, the entire manor was still brightly lit. Under the railings on the side of each corridor stood a guard who was always vigilant and watchful. Even the two closest to each other did not appear to talk to each other. Yuyuganshu.com. So people are doing what they should do. Several beautiful maids wearing white aprons and black undershirts will often pass by in the corridor. Everyone who walked by was inevitably scrutinized by the people in black who were responsible for guarding the safety, but none of the women felt uncomfortable, because they had long been accustomed to these sights. Suddenly, a young woman in a full-body black suit appeared in the corridor. As she walked by, every maid in a white apron and a guard in black would lower their heads to show respect, and even dare not look. The look of a woman. And this woman walked through the corridor naturally, without squinting her eyes, and calmly accepted everyone's respect, without any fluctuations in her expression. These behaviors seemed to her to be taken for granted. Until the woman walked through the two corridors and came to the door of a single-family house closer to the apse. The woman looked at the door and confirmed that she was looking for the correct location, and then gently knelt down. In front of the door, he stretched out his left hand and knocked on the door frame a few times. "Miss, the master has returned to the manor, and has now reached the Nuon Pavilion in the front hall, whether the lady decides to see the master now." The woman's voice sounded, carefully asking the people in the house. Wow! The wooden door was pushed open from the inside, and a young woman who was also wearing a black suit appeared at the door. The woman outside the door bowed her head as soon as she saw her appear. "Good evening, Miss Miyagawa Yuaki." The woman outside the door respectfully said. "Kawasaki Mommy, it's you." After confirming that the woman outside the door was Kawasaki Mommy, she turned her head to look inside the house again, waiting for the person who was called the lady before, and made decided. Chapter 44, Kendo has been cut off for 0 years. Well, since Grandpa is back, then I will go to see him. After all, I still need to ask Grandpa about this matter. Although it is a bit late, if Grandpa learns the news, he should be very happy. A young woman, the voice came from inside the house. "Okay, miss." Hearing the voice inside the room, Yuaki Miyagawa turned to look at the figure inside the room. Then, "Let's go, Yuaki." I saw a figure walking out of the darkness, a slim-fitting kimono with purple prints, a beautiful and smooth long straight hair casually left behind by him, holding a quaint samurai sword in Kawasaki Asami's sight. If Asama Aoba, when he appeared here, he would directly recognize this woman. 9 Ghosts Mickey. Soon Kawasaki Asami led Yuki Miyagawa and Mickey the 9 ghosts to the door of a side house in the front hall of the manor. Asami Kawasaki knelt in front of the door as before and knocked on the door frame a few times. "Master, the lady is here." Asami Kawasaki lowered her head and said softly. After waiting for a while, an old voice came from behind the door. "Well, come in." Hearing the sound, Kawasaki Mommy slowly opened the door and signaled that the lady behind him could come in. Kyuki Mickey looked at the wooden door that was pushed open and was about to enter, suddenly thought of something, stopped, turned to look at Miyagawa Yuaki, who was still following her behind her. "Yuaki, wait for me outside the door." "Yes, miss." Miyagawa Yuaki's expression did not change in any way. He directly lowered his head and said that he stayed outside the door with Kawasaki Asami. After seeing Miki Kunomiya in, he pushed the wooden door back up. This is an empty room. The floor is all made of rectangular log-colored Japanese rattan mats. It is a typical Japanese-style bedroom. From the entrance, there is a piece of about 1 piece on the left and right sides of Miki Kuki. Meter-high brass-colored metal lampstands. Each lampstand is lit with a white candle. The light of the candle can only illuminate a small place under the lampstand. For the newly entered Miki 9 ghosts, it looks a bit dim. Besides, there is nothing else indoors. 9 ghosts Miki walked to the middle of the room, then slowly knelt down and sat down, looking at the dark shadow deep in the room, without making any sound. Ahem, Mickey, calling Grandpa back so anxiously, did something happen in the family? An old voice sounded. An old man with white hair sat up from the shadows, his white beard almost drooping to his chest, and those bulging muscles were clearly visible under the seemingly thin clothes, which made people unbelievable. A figure would belong to such an old person. If you observe carefully, you can even clearly see the part of the scar that was exposed because of the inability to completely cover the place where the collar of the old man was exposed. Nine Ghosts Mickey watched the old man slowly sit up, and when she opened her eyes, two dazzling divine lights directly penetrated the darkness in front of him, and a sharp aura rushed towards her face, even if it was Nine Ghosts Mickey. Still a little uncomfortable. Sure enough, he is known as the strongest kendo master in Japan, and the strongest closest to the swordsman. However, it may not be any more now. A figure appeared in the mind of Nine Ghosts Mickey. It's not that there was an accident in the family, Grandpa, or even if it was an accident in the family, it doesn't matter now. Mickey Nuji raised her head and looked directly into the eyes of the old man opposite. He is his grandfather, the head of the entire Nine Ghosts family. The strongest kendo master Kuki Takeo. Oh! The old man Kuki Takeo was stunned for a moment. Doesn't it matter if something happens to the family? If the words in front of him were not what his granddaughter said, he could have someone drag him out to a mental hospital. And only because he was his granddaughter did he understand the character of Nine Ghosts Mickey, knowing that she could not talk nonsense, and his heart was full of doubts. Kuki Takeo recalled the information he received today, as well as his own understanding of the changes in various events in the recent period. He has not heard of anything happening. If there is any problem or emergency in the country, before that, Kuki the family will definitely receive detailed news. But it would not be a trivial matter for Mickey to say that the family is not important, and that Mickey is so anxious to see herself today. But I just returned from the dojo of my old friend. As myself and my old friend. There is no commotion in the world under the bright face. As for the underground world, the only major event was that a few years ago, the apprentice taught in that place suddenly betrayed the master gate and turned the underground world upside down. That time, even in the family of the Nine Ghosts, there were a lot of troubles at that time. Apart from this incident, the most recent is only a few months ago. A martial arts trader from that big country in the west came to Japan not far away, seeming to be looking for someone, although he is not sure whether he has found it. But there were still many problems in the process, but for the Nine Ghosts, it was just a small matter, and it has now been solved. Kuki Takeo looked at the Kyuji Mickey who was sitting on her knees in a puzzled manner, and after thinking about it for a long time, she couldn't imagine what happened recently that would cause Mickey to pay such attention. He slowly picked up the teacup at hand and took a sip. This girl wouldn't be a fuss. Kyuki Mickey looked at the Kyuki Takeo who was full of questions in front of her, knowing that her grandpa couldn't guess why she said that. But even if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Mickey Kuki would not believe it. Nine Ghosts Mickey hesitated a little. This matter is very important to her, it is also very important to her family, and it is even more important to her grandfather. She took a breath, and put the samurai sword that had been behind her before she came in. Daozaki Anzuna put it in front of the two, and looked at her grandfather solemnly. Grandpa, first of all, I want to confirm with you that in the family records, the content of the sword sound is true or false. Mickey Kuki erected the knife in her hand and looked at the Kuki Takeo not far away. Hey? That's the question. You actually called me back at night. The content in this family record was personally written by every head of the family from the ancestors. The only rule is that false information is not allowed to be recorded, otherwise expulsion from the family. Isn't this what I told you when you were very young? www.novel.com. Kyuki Takeo looked helplessly at Mickey Kuki. On this point, I dare to say that it is more important than the existence of the family. Is the task assigned to her recently too onerous, causing the child's mental problems to start? Do you want to relax her or call Dr. Harada to come? Come home, that guy seems to be a doctor of psychology. So in the first episode of this record, this Jianming recorded Jianming is a worldless swordsman. This sentence means that the owner of the family held the Boikai Gang, which caused the sword to become a worldwide unparalleled swordsman. Mickey understands it right. Nine Ghosts. Mickey didn't care about Grandpa's rhetorical question, but more directly confirmed the contents of the record to Grandpa. Mime, you are a bit presumptuous. That swordming was written by the first generation of our Nine Ghosts family patriarch. That adult is only one of the swordsmen who have only had one palm in history. That's why we are here. The family of the Nine Ghosts, so you must maintain the respect you deserve, Mickey. Takeo Kuki looked at the Nine Ghosts in front of Mickey severely, and he hadn't cared for a while, why he started to be so presumptuous. Sorry, Grandpa, Mickey knows that she was wrong. Nine Ghosts. Mickey lowered her head. Although she was anxious to confirm the content of the book, her questioning method was a bit presumptuous. Well, it's good to know. I feel sad when I say this. Hundreds of years have passed. Since the death of the last swordsman, no swordsman has been born in the world. Is the future of Kendo really broken? It's... Every time Kuki Takeo thinks of this place, every generation of the Kuki family is working hard for this goal. As for those secular businesses, they exist to support this goal. It's a pity that the severance of the road of Kendo caused all the efforts of the Nine Ghosts to become an illusory bubble. Chapter 45, Jianhao. Kuki Takeo himself is already very old, and his body can only support his Kendo to this point. Although the eldest son has a talent for Kendo, it is a pity that he lost the possibility of continuing on the road of Kendo because of an accident when he became an adult. And his youngest son, Miki's father, Kuki Takeo, gets angry every time he thinks of him. As a member of the Nine Ghosts family, he actually gave up the goal of the Nine Ghosts family. Although his daughter, Miki, possesses the best Kendo talent of the Nine Ghosts in the past hundreds of years, it is up to her as to where she can go. The current Nine Ghosts is no longer the former Nine Ghosts. He didn't want to put this heavy burden on her, after all, his eldest son was also. Kunuki Takeo sighed and took a sip from the teacup again. Grandpa, the road to Kendo is not cut off, Miki, met the swordsman. Miki. The Nine Ghosts looked up at Grandpa, her eyes gleaming with inexplicable light. Puff. Cough 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 cough. Kuki Takeo was frightened by Kuki Miki's words and took a sip of tea into the trachea, and it spewed out in an instant. The extreme cough caused the brain to dizzy, and there were all Venus in front of him. This sip of tea almost sent the strongest Kendo master Kuki Takeo away. A few minutes later. Cough cough cough. Miki, what are you saying? Say it again. Kuki Takeo raised his hand and pointed at Miki Kuki tremblingly, and it took a long time before finally uttering a complete sentence. How old is it? It took so long to reply. Grandpa, the road to Kendo hasn't been cut off yet, Miki has met the swordsman. Miki. The Nine Ghosts looked directly into her grandfather's eyes and said affirmatively again. Kuki Takeo, who was overwhelmed, looked at Miki in front of him, reminiscing word by word about what she said just now. He understood every word, but they were connected together. I don't understand why. Kuki Takeo was completely lost in thought, and Miki Kuki did not interrupt the other's thoughts. Miyagawa Yuki. Kuki Takeo shouted at the door. Wow! One hand pushed the door open from the outside, and Miyagawa Yuki appeared at the door. Although she was a little confused, she did not speak, but waited quietly. Miyagawa Yuki, what's the date today? Kuki Takeo asked Yuki Miyagawa when he looked at him. Today is April 8th, but it will be April 9th in 1 minute, sir. Miyagawa Yuki looked at the time displayed on his watch as 11:59. Isn't today April 1st, are you sure? Kunuki Takeo asked again. Miki. The Nine Ghosts looked at her grandpa with a weird expression. What is going on with you, are you not sure what date is today? Besides, What kind of Mickey I am like personality, Grandpa, don't you know yourself, and when did you see me joking with you, let alone April Fool's Day on April 1st every year? Kunuki Takeo also noticed that Miki's eyes were getting more and more weird, and his face was a little reddish. He did think that his granddaughter suddenly knew how to make a joke. Yes, sir, because the new semester starts today, the young lady also attended the freshman entrance ceremony, so I am pretty sure today is April 8th, oh, sorry, it is April 9th. Miyagawa Yuaki saw that the time was already it's 12:01. Ahem, that's okay, you can go out. Kuki Takeo made sure that today is not after April Fool's Day, so he told Yuaki Miyagawa to close the door, but he got an interesting news, Mickey. He was actually going to attend the school's entrance ceremony today, which surprised him. You must know that Mickey has never participated in a school event since she was a child, because she has been very sensible since she was young, and she is also very talented in doing things, so she always took her to deal with family affairs when she was very young. So there was no chance for her to come into contact with the childhood of ordinary children, which made Mickey become the character she is now. She will remain calm and sensible in the face of everything, so she can rest assured that she will hand the family into her hands. It has been more than 10 years since she was born. Apart from family matters, the only thing that interests her is kendo. Sometimes I think, with Miki's character, it may be unrealistic for her to fall in love in this life. I can only wait for the time to find a man with good senses for her, and join them in the House of the Nine Ghosts, and for this on the one hand, he can confidently say that no one can refuse. Yes, sir. Yuaki Miyagawa closed the door from the outside with a question mark on his face. Then, Mickey, if you say so, then the evidence is there. Kunuki Takeo looked at Mickey, who was quietly kneeling in front of him, recalling Miki's firm eyes just now, and a sense of eagerness suddenly appeared in his heart. It was him I haven't felt the feeling for almost 30 years in my life, maybe it's true? Kyuki Miki handed the knife in her hand to the grandpa, who inquired about herself in front of her. This is, boy Kiriyazu. Kuki Takeo looked at the sword in his hand in confusion. Why did Miki give this to herself? Could it be? Kunuki Takeo thought of a possibility. A story recorded in his family records, and Kuki Miki just asked her own question. Yes, Grandpa, the boy and Tsuna made a sword sound. Miki Jugong gave the answer. Ha 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 ha. Kyujitake stood up in shock, panting for breath. At this moment, his spirit rose instantly, and the light in his eyes became more and more bright. Unable to control the blood in his body, they rushed across the blood vessels like a surging flood. There was even a buzzing in his head, which made him unable to sort out his thinking. You must know that for a kendo master, this is basically impossible. In the decades of Kuki Takeo's life, apart from the death of his favorite person that year, even when his eldest son was lying in the hospital forever, even when he found out that his second son had given up on inheriting the family business. At that time, he had never been as confused as he is now, so he can fully imagine how shocked he is now. Suddenly, tick tick tick. A drop of water dripped on the scabbard. Kuki Takeo reached out his hand and touched it. I didn't know when. His eyes were blurred, tears flowed down like a broken thread. Nine Ghosts. Miki looked at the tearful old man in front of her. She understood her grandfather's mood very well. Their Nine Ghosts family was not the same as other family powers. It was not for power or money. There was only one education they had been exposed to since they were young, and everything was only to break the hundreds of years of faults, so that the world could regenerate swordsmen, and prove that their Nine Ghosts were right. No matter what their Nine Ghosts do, whether they are in business, whether they are in office or in power, www.novel.com, all their efforts are to pave the way for those who have the opportunity to become swordsmen, but hundreds of years have passed. With the efforts of countless generations of their Nine Ghosts, they have never been able to appear a sword tyrant, and all of them are filled with despair, and even doubt whether that realm really exists. Even though Grandpa is now known as the strongest kendo master in the martial arts world, no one in the world can beat him in kendo. Even so, Grandpa knows very well in his heart that his talent may not be a swordsman in his life. Being able to stand outside the magnificent gate forever, although it is only a step away, but this step is already a difference between heaven and earth. A few minutes later, Kyoki Miki saw that Grandpa's mood finally stabilized. She smiled in her heart and lowered her head, saying that she didn't look at what he was just now. Ahem, Miki, what's the matter, please tell me in detail. Takeo Kuki knew what she meant when he saw Miki, who bowed her head and always knelt down, and couldn't help but blush. Embarrassed inside. If it were other times, he would definitely choose to hide his face and escape, but now, if he doesn't figure out what happened, even if he is dead now, he can't look at him. One of the subsidiaries of the Nine Ghosts group had business problems that day, so I went over to deal with it urgently. When it was over, it was already night. On the way Miyagawa Yuki sent me back to the villa. I occasionally saw a little gangster plan to kidnap a girl, and then saw one. Miki Kuki recalled the details of what happened that day. Although it was only a day, she was still able to clearly recall every sentence of that boy. What, boy? Chapter 46, 3 Views Collapse. What, boy? Miki, are you sure that you are not mistaken? At this moment, Kuki Takeo feels that his 3 views have been challenged. Could it be that the kendo he has practiced in his entire life has been practiced on dogs? Went? He had never thought that he would tell from Miki's mouth that maybe the Jianhao would be just a teenager. When his granddaughter just talked about it, he thought he would be an old man about his age. Younger, maybe the age is not too different from him. But he didn't expect to know from his granddaughter that this swordsman would be a teenager similar to his granddaughter. At this moment, Kuki Takeo's heart is broken. As for what he has always been proud of, any kendo talent and the strongest kendo master are a fart compared to this swordsman. Kuki Takeo recalled that he spent decades practicing kendo, training hard every day, and sweating. Needless to say, even the blood from training in this life didn't know how many people could be rescued, not to mention that he had been with opponents countless times. Fight between life and death to find the first-line opportunity to break through. And now, a teenager who is only a teenager has reached a height that he has never reached in his entire life, and he can't imagine how awkward Kuki Takeo is now. As for why I've only come to tell you until now, it's because since yesterday, Miki has mobilized all the forces that can be mobilized in the Kuki family, whether it is the face of the face or the underground world, and I fully investigate this man named Asama Aoba Jianhao, and it is a group of continuous repeated investigations to avoid any mistakes, until not long ago to complete all the information integration, and this is the last information I got. 9 Ghosts Miki will hold the information. Ben handed it out. Kyoki Takeo could no longer maintain the kendo master demeanor at this moment. He took the information from Miki's hands and looked down, and saw that the content of the first line was Asama Aoba, gender, male, age, 16 years old. Fuck it. Kyoki Takeo suddenly wanted to cry again. He felt that his heart might be about to last, mainly because this reality was really too exciting and cruel. Then he continued to look down. Shuiming University of Arts High School affiliated high school senior student. If I guess right, you should go to the entrance ceremony of the new semester to make sure that this person is the swordsman you met that night, right? Kuki Takeo looked at his granddaughter. Yes, Grandpa, although the Sword Lord Sama has told his name without any secret that night, it's a matter of great importance, so for the sake of accuracy, Miki still wants to confirm it with her own eyes, and this is called Asama. Aoba's master Jianhao should have recognized me at the entrance ceremony, but he may also be surprised that I will be in the same school as him. However, according to the attitude of the other party, it should be, and I won't care about Miki's behavior. 9 Ghosts Miki recalled the details of what happened today, and told her grandpa about her analysis. Kunuki Takeo nodded, and then continued to look down. Target once studied in, after graduating from junior high school, his temperament changed and he chose to leave his hometown. The reason is currently unknown. He came to Tokyo a few days ago. Miki, is there any result of the investigation of this temperament change? Kuki Takeo turned his head and asked. According to the news report, several possibilities were discovered, but because they were not certain, they were not included in the report. One of the guesses was that the target had a crush in junior high school and thought it might be a relationship problem. The goal is to stay away from her hometown. Miki Kuki was puzzled. She really couldn't imagine what kind of girl could refuse such a boy. Although she was not very handsome, she made Miki Kuki who only met one side. All were attracted by the special temperament of the other party. The other guess is based on some basis. When the target was in junior high school, some of his behavior was considered by people around him to be a severe form of secondary disease. The crowding out among his classmates caused a change in the target's mentality, so he chose I came to Tokyo to go to high school, but according to some data in the family records, the goal was probably to break into the realm of swordsmen during that time. After all, some strange behaviors in the early stage of the breakthrough of the warrior are still recorded in this regard. Kyuki Miki put down the notebook in her hand and concluded her conclusion. After listening to the analysis of his granddaughter, Takeo Kunuki feels that there is indeed a possibility in this regard. According to the records in the book, before the breakthrough of the realm, the martial artist's physical and mental fluctuations will be very large, and it will be like changing a person. The Eastern Kingdom has a name for this situation, which is the invasion of the heart demon. And the greater the level of breakthrough, the more serious the inner demon will be. Not to mention that the target character is still making a breakthrough at the swordsman level, and the strange behavior can be explained in this way. Actually, if Aoba was here now, he would probably laugh out. I was really embarrassed and guessed wrong. Because Aoba had just passed through at that time, and the memory of the original body had not been fully received, so the behavior would naturally be a little weird. As for the second illness in junior high school, Aoba has indeed found the memory. The original body is indeed a severe second illness. The classmates did not wrong him, and it was true that he was excluded. As for why he came to Tokyo, this has been said a long time ago, but I don't know how to continue to face the original parents. At that time, he just crossed the road. In front of the original parents, Aoba always felt that he killed his son, and even accounted for it. After the body of the other person's son, coupled with the daily kindness and care of the parents, the embarrassment in Aoba's heart is not to mention too uncomfortable. So I chose to leave that place far away and come to Tokyo to go to high school. What I didn't expect was that my aunt was Chihiro and lived in Sakura village. However, since coming to Tokyo, the system has been activated, and even helped Aoba sort out all the memories of the original body, so if the parents of the original body appear in front of him now, the current him and the original body will hardly be too big difference. On the day when the goal came to Tokyo, I moved into the dormitory Sakura-su of the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts. The next day I took the school's entrance exam for freshmen and got a full score. Kuki Takeo was dumbfounded again. Is this goal still a schoolmaster? You must know that the school was originally an industry under the family of the Nine Ghosts. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. So I have also learned about the school's intelligence system, and I also know how the questions it selects from the question bank come from. Every time a question is presented, it will be reorganized and replaced by the data through the intelligence system, so it is impossible to have similar questions as before, and some people who avoid deliberately brushing the questions, hoping to brush the similar questions, so as to maximize the test of each student's learning ability. In addition to the school's security measures before the papers are opened, as well as the shielding and monitoring equipment in the classroom, the possibility of cheating is avoided at the source. Although he has not seen the questions on the test papers, based on the reports and statistics he has received every year for so many years, he knows very well how difficult the papers produced by his school are. It is impossible to complete it within hours. Mickey, if it were you, would you be able to get the full score? Kunuki Takeo felt that when he practiced kendo every day, did he get out of touch with the society? Did that paper have become very simple? Or do the kids nowadays are so good? How is it possible, Grandpa? Even me, I still can't get the full score in that situation. Miki Kuki gave her grandpa a blank look. Although I can guarantee that my family business and my studies are not delayed at the same time, I can't be so exaggerated. I am just an ordinary person. So when I learned about this result, I thought it was his subordinates who were perfunctory, and they almost dragged him to Tokyo Bay to sink into the sea. Aren't you always number one in your grade, and you can't do it? Kuki Takeo confirmed again. I can't do it. 9 Ghosts, Mickey said decisively. Chapter 47, Can only be a monster. Then how can the goal be to become a master of swordsmanship while still being a master of study? Kuki Takeo touched the white hair on his head. He felt that his brain was not enough. He knew the road of kendo very well. How difficult it is, and the goal not only reached this point at the age of 16, but also academically. Miki Kuki didn't want to speak. Goal, on the day the results came out, I went to a family restaurant called Vagunaria to apply for a chef, and even successfully applied for it. According to the survey, it is said to be very delicious. So the target is not only a swordsman, a schoolmaster, or a chef. Mickey, are you sure you are joking? Or is I already demented and can't read the text on the material? Kuki Takeo's eyes were dull. Look at his granddaughter. 9 Ghosts. Mickey turned her head. She had known how Grandpa would react when she saw it, although she was shocked when she saw it for a long time before she recovered. However, it is not difficult to understand that the target will look for part-time jobs. After reading the previous pages, the target's family situation will know why. So, the other party is probably short of money. Kuki Takeo realized this by combining the previous information. Yes, according to the survey results, he is indeed not rich. This is very easy to find for their Kuki family. Very simply, all the bank records of the target were investigated. Asama Aoba, except before coming to Tokyo, except for the living expenses paid by his parents, his bank card did not receive any payment information. Well, then this point is a breakthrough. As long as there is a need, there is a way to contact him, but you still need to pay attention to the contact method. Mickey, after all, the target is a swordsman, although the records on him are more detailed, but it is not yet certain what the character of the other party is, and our 9 Ghosts family just hope to have a better relationship with him, and don't do anything that shouldn't be done. So, no matter which way you choose to contact the target, you must pay attention to the way of communication. Although Kuki Takeo believes in his granddaughter, he really understands Miki's arrogant temperament too well. The other party is a person of her age. The young man who had reached the realm of swordsmanship, he worried that Meiji would not be able to accept it. I know, don't worry, Grandpa. 9 Ghosts. Miki gave her grandfather a blank look. Although her character is not well evaluated among those subordinates, she still knows the measure. In addition, even though I have not taken care of things in the past few years, I have also heard some bad news. Some people under our 9 Ghosts family relied on the face of the old man, only to satisfy their own desires, and even some people's hands. The stretched a little longer, not only betrayed the family's interests, but also did things that shouldn't be done. So Mickey, those hands that are touching everywhere, no matter who they are, just cut them off. Taken Kuki Takeo. Glancing at Mickey, the 9 Ghosts. Let them know that my patriarch is not dead yet. Regardless of family matters, it doesn't mean that I don't know. Those who rely on the status of the elderly in the family or those who have an old relationship with me really think I will be jealous. Face it, so, what should you do, Mickey, don't care about me. Takeshi Kuki thought of the information that his subordinates had told him before. If it wasn't because I was only interested in proving the goals and hopes of the Kuki's family, I concentrated on searching for it. The opportunity to break through the swordsman will not let the scourge exist in the world. Yes, Grandpa, Mickey knows. Mickey the Nine Ghosts responded. She had long wanted to deal with those people. Although she had been restricting those people, she did not do too much to take into account the face of Grandpa. Too harsh. The company that was involved in the accident was also caused by the only child of an elderly person in the family. It used toxic raw materials to produce life-saving medical equipment and other products. It even used shoddy materials to commit a mess with a hospital until a few incidents occurred. After the fatal accident, the family of the deceased went to the company, but the guy didn't know how to solve the problem. Instead, he found some people to solve the problematic family members. As a result, the trouble got worse and he could only come out himself. You know, when Mickey Nine Ghosts heard the news, her favorite teacup in her angry handle was smashed. You must know that the tea set was made by a craftsman of a certain dynasty in ancient times. The value of the orphan product cannot be calculated at all. Although the matter was settled, the man was only sent to prison symbolically, but what is the use of the kind of imprisonment that comes out at any time? If it were not for the idea of Grandpa, God knows that Mickey Kuki saw him at the time. At that time, I was full of thoughts about how to break his body into pieces. So just after hearing the words of Grandpa, Mickey Kuki was very happy. It seems that it's not too late to kill him in the past. If his arrogant father and mother stop her, then Mickey Kuki will not mind letting him. Their family walked neatly and cleanly. By the way, Mickey, if it is determined that this young man from Asama Aoba is indeed a swordsman, then certain financial projects in the family can be stopped because it is unnecessary. Kunuki Takeo thought about his family, a practice that has been maintained since a few generations ago, because their nine ghosts don't care about who can break through the swordsman, they just want to prove that the swordsman is real. So 100 years ago, their nine ghosts started funding some people with good kendo talents. As a result, these 100 years have passed, not only that no one can get to that point, but even they still have the money and power of the nine ghosts. As for fighting and killing people, there is nothing that needs the nine ghosts to help them. Wiping the buttocks was originally just because the nine ghosts cared about their kendo talents, so they turned a blind eye to their behavior, but they won't need it in the future. Miji, please take a good look. Those who are funded by the family, if they have good conduct and talents, bring them back to the family to train them. As for those with poor conduct, go out directly, and those who have made mistakes, even some these unforgivable sins were finally suppressed by the Kuki's family. Those who should be sent to prison are sent to prison. The Shenhai who should be Shenhai doesn't need to care about the talents or mercy. Takeo Kuki has long seen some people upset. Originally, they were not killed because they were still useful, but not necessarily in the future. Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. Mickey the Nine Ghosts nodded. Yeah, good. Takeo Kuki looked down at the information in his hand again. He had almost all his experiences from childhood to adulthood. He was even bullied by neighbors' children when he was a child, bullied by school classmates, and reading www.yunsha.com beaten him. How many times have been vaccinated, how many times have been sick, so far I have not had a girlfriend. Almost no matter how small things are recorded, it is hard to imagine that such detailed background information can be investigated in one day, but the one important piece of information that I didn't see is. It's just that, Mickey, did you not get all of this information before? Why are there a few pages missing? Takeo Kuki took the information book, patted it in his hand, and looked at Mickey Kuki, this girl strangely. There has never been a negligence before, but how can I commit such a problem in such an important place? There is no missing page count, and Mickey has checked many times with the people involved in the complicated investigation, and she can't go wrong. Cookie Mickey guessed why her grandpa would ask, and when she first saw it, she thought so too. Then, why didn't I see the target's teacher or the record of practicing kendo in the data? Cookie Takeo was puzzled to flip through the information again, read it a few times, but still did not find anything, even if the target is talented, no matter how talented he is. It stands to reason that there should be long-term uninterrupted kendo training. Yes, Grandpa, according to our investigation, we did not find any of the target's teachers, nor did we find that the target has conducted any kendo training. Of course, it is also possible that the target's teachers are too concealed and powerful, leading to the intelligence personnel can't find effective information. Mickey Cookie thought for a moment. As for kendo training, we can be sure that the target has not been engaged in uninterrupted kendo training for a long time. If it is only a short-term and very few kendo training, we can't be completely sure. Mickey Cookie will see herself the conclusion reached after this information told Grandpa. How can that be? Chapter 48, Take Care of Genbei and number 039, S first day. But how is this possible? You can explain it like this if you can't find a teacher. After all, there is nothing wrong with investigating ordinary people with the ability of our 9 ghosts intelligence personnel. And for the masters of my grandfather's realm, said, as long as I don't want them to discover my existence, they will never be aware of my existence, and they can teach a swordsman, and the worst must be a kendo master in the realm of Grandpa. Kunuki Takeo thought for a moment. Said that they can understand that their intelligence personnel can't find the target's instructor. But kendo training takes a lot of time to accumulate, so it's impossible to find information about the target for training. According to the records, the target is a very honest child, almost a 2-point line at home from school. There is almost no way to hide any information, and there is no record of no home or disappearing overnight, so without considering the mentor, there is only a chance to have a small amount of intermittent training, but how can a small amount of training be done? Kyuki Takeo has a headache, he really doesn't understand, but there is a clear and comprehensive information record on the data. Grandpa, then you can only think that the target is someone who is born for the swordsman, or a monster. Miki Nokoi thought for a while, compared with the efforts of her family for hundreds of years, isn't this a monster? Monster, is it? Kuki Takeo nodded. Hehe, I can only think about that, 16 years old, hehe. Kuki Takeo laughed mockingly, then sat down, watching the boike Anzuo in his hands silently, thinking back to his life for decades before. His father and grandfather held this cut the boy down and spend his entire life chasing that illusory goal, until death cannot be achieved, and then replaced by the next, and continue to pursue that goal. Now that this generation has reached him, Kuki Takeo thought he would die with regret like his ancestors. What he didn't expect was that Jianhao really appeared, although it was a pity that he did not come from his own family. It's just that Kuki Takeo looked at the 16-year-old shown on the data in his hand, and felt a little inexplicable in his heart. If he died now, it would be really hard to say whether he could look at him. Mime, you try to invite the target tomorrow, let's come to the house of the 9 ghosts together, I also want to determine whether the other party is a real swordsman. After all, the 16-year-old swordsman, let alone he doesn't believe it according to family records, the youngest and most talented swordsmen who have appeared in history were almost 70 years old when they became swordsmen, and the goal recorded in this document in his own hand has just been compared with the age of 16 years old. The difference between the two is more than 50 years old, the difference between the world and the earth. Well, yes, I will try to invite it. Miki Kuki thought for a moment. Okay, let's do it. Kunuki Takeo finished the conversation and lay down again. Then, Grandpa, Miki will leave. Wow! Seeing her grandpa with her back to her figure, Miki Kuki closed the door and left the room. Miki Kuki understood her grandfather's feelings very well. She was only a little broken after working hard for more than 10 years and struggling towards her goal. The grandfather of decades is even more difficult to accept for a while. Hey! Yuuki, let's go back to the house. Miki Kuki sighed. Yes, miss. Miyagawa Yuuki replied. The next day. Jin, wait for me, I haven't had the breakfast made by the younger generation. Yui Kuzaki screamed and rushed out of the gate of Sakura village. Misaki, that's Asama-kun's own breakfast. If you eat, Asama-kun won't have breakfast. Okay, let's hurry up. The editor-in-chief is already waiting for us. Mitaka looked helplessly. Behind him, Kusaka Misaki, when she first came downstairs, found that she was walking around with Asama's younger brother, and wanted to trouble the other party to make the same breakfast for her, and even wanted to eat the breakfast in Asama-kun's hands. Unable to stand him, he forcibly pulled Misaki Wikusaki away. After the three people discussed together last night, Mr. Asama's words gave him a lot of inspiration, so in the middle of the night, he urgently contacted himself and the animation editor of Misaki Yui Kuzaki. He needed to talk again, so he was so anxious. Go out with Yui Kuzaki Misaki. In the restaurant, Aoba looked at the two people who ran out noisily, and he was relieved. It's not that he didn't want to make one more. The main reason was the appearance of Misaki Wikusaki walking around him, which made Aoba a little bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, Senior Mitaka appeared in time and took away the senior sister. Well, this taste is okay, it should be better than ordinary chefs. Aoba looked at the fried rice in front of her and said, the attempt last night made him feel that if he did his best, he would make it. The thing is a bit too exaggerated, so he wanted to try. Under the effect of this skill cooking proficiency, can he make an ordinary dish, and the fried rice in front of him is the result of the experiment. It seems that the process can still be controlled, although the final product still has the effect of skill bonuses, but this time the cooking process gives Aoba the feeling as if it has calculated 1 + 1 = 3, and I know it should be equal to 2. But I changed the result forcibly, not that I couldn't, it was just a little awkward. After eating breakfast, Aoba, who had packed up his dishes, was about to go to school, and saw Kawaii Ryu pull the dazed Shina Mashiro out of the girls' area. Good morning, really white, Miss Kawaii. Asama-kun, good morning. Kawaii also saw Aoba, and an unnatural expression flashed across his expression. Good morning, Aoba. Shina answered weakly. Aoba looked at the two weird people, and the dark circles of Kahili's eyes came out. He was not very mentally and his hair was a little damp. And Shina Mashiro also yawned as if he was not awake. And the clothes were a little wrinkled, and there were several patches of wet water. No way. Aoba thought of some possibilities in her heart. Miss True White, are the watermarks on your clothes? The morning wash, the water is not very obedient. Shina said that she was the truth. Aoba looked at her white face unconvinced. Do you think she is a baby of water coefficient code? Miss Kawaii, are you all right? Although Aoba probably knows what happened. It's okay, but I didn't expect that the lack of common sense in life and self-care ability that Chihiro's sister said would be so serious. www.novel.com. Kawaii looked ugly thinking about what happened in the White Room this morning. Aoba turned her face, this matter is really not very good. Well, it's okay, Asama-kun is going to school, you go first, you will be late, and I will bring Real White to school in a while. Kawaii checked the time displayed on his watch. Well, okay, Ms. Kawaii, then I'll go first. Aoba directly took the school bag and prepared to change shoes and leave. After all, in Japan, for these girls, except for certain boyfriend and girlfriend or two people who are very close, seldom there will be people of opposite walking side by side on the road, which is easy to be discussed. However, Aoba always felt that when Kawaii-san looked at herself in the past 2 days, her expression was always strange and unnatural. It makes Aoba think whether he is wearing the wrong clothes, or which zipper is not closed. Basically, every time Kahoryu appears, Aoba will subconsciously check his clothes. Oh, by the way, this is for you. Chihiro's sister asked me to pass it on to you, because Genbei may need to do some feeding behaviors by he contracts school. This is for her food. Aoba patted it, thinking of something. He took out a few banknotes from his pocket and handed them to Hiheli. Even though I said that, Aoba prepared the money. It's not bad for Chihiro's sister to remember that there is such a cousin. I can't count on other things at all. So when he remembered how he was eating bread in the original plot, he temporarily prepared the money. Well, okay, I get it. Kawaii Ryu simply accepted the package without saying anything. She understood what Senema-kun meant by feeding. Then I'll leave first, see you at school. Aoba turned around and went out when he saw that the contract was accepted by HA. Chapter 49, What is Sushin? Kori looked at the back of Aoba's departure, then turned his head and glanced at Shinamaki who was next to him. His face was full of expressions that he wanted to follow. Thinking back to herself last night, she also didn't quite understand why she was so impulsive to take care of Shina's next task, and Chihiro's sister said so clearly. Although it was a bit beyond my imagination, I went to wake Genbei in the morning. The moment I opened the door, I almost wanted to call the police. I thought that a thief came in and the whole room was covered with clothes. She searched for a long time, and finally found the sleeping real white under a pile of clothes, and she was still naked. Thinking of Kahiru here, I'm glad that I took care of it by myself. If it's Asama, then this morning. Then she dressed Genbei as if fighting a war, and just brushed her teeth and rinsed. The result was like taking a bath. Genbei got wet from head to toe, but she had no choice but to change Genbei again. After I got down, I saw Aoba walking out of the restaurant. Kawaii Ryu didn't quite understand the reason why he forcibly replaced Asama-kun to take care of Genbei, but thought of the smiling face that Asama-kun showed on the river bank that day, and then thought that if Asama-kun took care of Genbei, a special feeling would appear in her heart. Irritable emotions. Hahelu, who couldn't understand, shook his head, gave up his random thoughts, and looked at Genbei next to him. Let's go to school too, it's really white. Asama-kun, good morning. Good morning, Kanda-kun, I left early this morning. Aoba, who had just entered the classroom, looked at Kanda Sorita, who was already sitting in his seat. When he just got up in the morning, he saw him carrying him on his back. The school bag is out. Yes, something happened in the morning. Actually, Kanda Sorita hasn't been able to rest well last night. He got up early in the morning. Asama classmates shocked him last night. It was so big that I lived in for 2 days, only to find that in the entire Sakura village, I was the only one who seemed to be an ordinary person. Yawn. Kanda-san, did you have a rest yesterday? Aoba covered her mouth and yawned. Although with his current ability value, even if he doesn't sleep for a few days without rest, he won't be tired, but it will last 2 lifetimes. I'm used to it, how can it change so quickly? So Aoba still keeps her original sleep time, and she keeps yawning during the day. It's okay. I used to stay up late and I got used to it. Kanda Sora scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He couldn't say that it was because everything last night was too shocking for him. So that you can't sleep. Ding ling ling ling. Aoba, who was about to continue talking, suddenly rang the class bell. Okay, let's start class. Mayu Miyazaki, the head teacher in a white suit and skirt, walked in with the teaching materials and announced the start of class. Listening to what the teacher said, Aoba was a little drowsy, not because of what the teacher said, but because the problem of being sleepy in class was passed down from the previous life. Asama-san, Asama-san. Aoba, who was almost going to sleep, heard the teacher's teaching herself, and looked up, only to see Miyazaki Mayu standing on the podium looking at herself angrily. Asama-san, can you come up and answer the questions on the blackboard? Mayu Miyazaki looked at the drowsy Asama-san, feeling angry in her heart, and dared to sleep in her class on the first day of school. He came up to answer the question, sober and sober. Aoba looked at the gloating boys around, and turned to look at the question written on the blackboard. With the complexity of the question, it shouldn't be a question that students like senior high school students could touch. He knew it clearly. It seems Miyazaki Mayu wanted to punish his behavior, but he didn't care. After all, it was his fault. Aoba stood up, walked to the podium in a daze, and stood silent on the podium. Do you think Asama-san can't do it? A girl whispered to another girl next to her. Asama-kun, so pitiful. The worried girl. Humph, I dared to go to class and sleep, I deserve it. The jealous boy. Can this kind of problem really be solved by us? There is no idea at all. A school bully muttered to himself. Asama-kun. Kanda Sorita. Well, Asama-san, just write a simple idea. Miyazaki looked at the classmates who were beginning to whisper, and started to complain about his impulsive behavior. It's not that I really wanted to punish Asama, but he was a little angry, but he started to sleep in class the next day after enrolling. I was also worried that the question he just asked temporarily was too complicated and it would bring a big blow to Asama. As for the source of this question, it's really not something she can give out by a high school class teacher. This is what her current university tutor found out to test her level. Even she took a whole day to solve it reluctantly, although it is the knowledge that only needs to be applied to high school students, but it is still too high for senior one. Well, don't worry, Ms. Miyazaki. Aoba smiled and looked at Mayu Miyazaki next to him. He didn't mind, and he knew that the other party only cared about his learning attitude. As her head teacher, she may have heard that Aoba has scholarships, but the premise is that she must remain the first in grade. If she fails to study well, it will directly affect her scholarship. But Aoba couldn't tell her that he was carrying a plug-in. Moreover, Aoba did not feel the slightest malice from Miyazaki Mayu. Since Aoba received the reward of Yufeng swordsmanship, he can always vaguely feel the kindness or hostility of others towards him. For example, now Miyazaki Mayu the strong apology from his body, for example, the strong jealousy from Kanda Sora last night. All were invisible in front of Aoba. Then, I will start to solve the problem. Aoba smiled at Miyazaki Mayu, picked up the chalk and wrote to the blank space on the blackboard. After more than 10 minutes, Aoba looked at the question he had solved with satisfaction, and by the way looked at Miyazaki Mayu who was a little dumbfounded next to him. Aoba, who was about to put down the chalk in her hand, and return to her seat, suddenly paused, thinking of something, looking at the stunned crowd and Miyazaki Mayu next to him. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he picked it up again. After finishing the chalk, continue to write to the other blank spaces on the blackboard. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. www.ltnovel.com. The entire classroom was only left with the sound made by Aoba writing on the blackboard. Everyone was stunned at the Asama classmate who was struggling to write on the stage, including Mayu Miyazaki, whose facial expression was about to collapse. Nearly 20 minutes later, Aoba put down the chalk in his hand, and looked at the blackboard with satisfaction that was almost full. In addition to the original problem-solving method, he wrote 3 more problem-solving methods. All 4 problem-solving methods of the problem were all written on the blackboard by him. Miyazaki-sensei, I have finished answering. After finishing speaking, Aoba didn't wait for Miyazaki Mayu's response, so he turned around and got off the podium and returned to his seat. Mayu Miyazaki watched Aoba write 4 ways to solve the problem after almost 1 class, and was completely shocked because he had just done this problem. I know how difficult it is and how complicated the knowledge involved is. Aoba not only solved it, but even wrote 4 methods for solving the problem. Recalling that it took me a whole day to think of a way to solve the problem, it was a moment of grievance, and people would really die. If his university tutor knew about it, Miyazaki Mayu was worried about whether he would be expelled directly from the teacher gate. At this moment, Miro Miyazaki looked at Asama's figure as if it was emitting a dazzling light, as if suddenly two huge words "study of God" appeared, floating on the top of Asama classmate's head. Ahem, Asama's writing is very good, but let's not talk about this first, it is a bit super class for the rest of you. Now turn to page 12, let's continue to talk. Gongsaki Mayu gave up the struggle, and the realm of learning gods was not something they could understand by such a pseudo-genius. Chapter 50, Recess. Although it is said that, but Miyazaki Mayu is actually a schoolmaster, otherwise she would not be qualified to enter the high school affiliated to Swimei University of the Arts as a head teacher at such a young age. She used to be the #1 leader in junior high and high school. Even after going to college, there are more talents around her. She can still maintain herself in the top position among her classmates in her entire major. Unfortunately, there are also differences between Swiba and Swiba, and the gap between Swiba and Sushin is even greater. Ahem, Asama-san, I really wonder if we all go to the same school, and why the gap is so big. In fact, it's okay. I've seen similar questions before, so I can solve it so smoothly. Aoba smiled and looked at the classmate who talked to him behind him. The name was introduced in the class meeting, and it seemed to be called Kono Yuzuki. With "Hey, a student like you can't realize the pain of our scumbag at all, and I feel that it will be more effective to pay respect to Asama before each exam in the future." Yuzuki Kono touched his chin and thought deeply. Get up, after all, now there is a Sushin sitting in front of him. Please don't, I will be told that I am engaged in a cult. Aoba has been helpless, this guy really dared to think about it, and he didn't seem to be joking, he felt that this guy really has that kind of thinking. If this guy really made an act of incense to himself, if others see it, I really don't know what it will be like. Kanda Sorita looked at Asama Aoba who was talking with Yuzuki Kono. He thought that he was just like everyone else in the class. He was an ordinary person in society. But looking at it now, it's not that I am the same as others, but that some people are different from him. Kanda Sora looked at Asama Aoba, his face was a bit lonely, and some jealousy inevitably appeared in his heart. Why are you so good, but still staying among ordinary people? Because of this, I will appear to be incompetent. If it's not you, maybe I could meet Shina Masaki by myself last night. Just when Kanda Sora was caught in a whirlpool of jealousy, he failed to notice that Kikai Aoyama had been watching him silently from behind. Kanda-kun. Aoyama Nanami is a voice actor. It is a basic course for studying the facial expressions and psychological conditions of the characters on the screen, so she feels that Kanda's current mood is not right. Is he jealous of Asama? Why is that? She couldn't understand, although classmate Asama was indeed very good, just thinking about the topic just now, did Aoyama Kikai feel a headache, let alone thinking. For her, who has always had an average grade, it is simply not a problem she can solve. However, Aoyama Nanami looked at Kanda Sorita and Asama Aoba suspiciously. Aren't they all the companions of Sakura-so? But why? Kanda Sora's gradually unfamiliar expression has become more and more distant from what he remembered. Recalling the day he picked up Hikaru, he watched Kanda-kun holding Hikaru and said that he would take good care of him until he found the owner who really loved him. Kikai Aoyama admitted that she was too excited for Kanda Sora at that moment. Perhaps at that moment, she felt that she might like the boy holding the cat a little bit, although she was sure of her inner thoughts and did not try to talk to him. Face your confession. But Ching Shan Kikai looked at Cheng Kongta's expression, and suddenly there seemed to be a voice in his heart. Maybe he was just an illusion at the beginning, maybe he didn't confess that it was right. Dingling, jingle, jingle. Okay, today's class is here. Please go back and remember to review it. See you tomorrow. Miyazaki Mayu turned around and picked up his own textbooks, smiling with the students underneath, and then walked out of the classroom. After the course, Aoba has been in a lazy state, but in the English class, Aoba was called by the teacher in charge of English to translate the text in English. As a result, Aoba was fluent in local English, which almost made him just a British university. The English teacher who returned from graduation thought he met a British student who came to Japan to study. It was not until Aoba explained for a long time that he believed that Aoba was a native of Japan, but in the end he still didn't believe in Aoba's self-taught remarks. What happened in the physics class was not so peaceful. At that time, Aoba, who was a little sleepy, went directly to the table and fell asleep. The physics teacher who was in the class found out, and directly trained Aoba and asked him to come on stage. After answering a physics question that I just talked about, Aoba did not write after reading it for a long time. Just when everyone thought that Aoba was not good at physics, and the physics teacher was about to make a mockery, Aoba directly marked a number on the title, indicating that the teacher made a mistake. And the teacher who thought Aoba was messing around at the time naturally didn't believe it, but after checking the calculations a few times, he found that he was indeed wrong. As a result, the bald physics teacher blushed with a thick neck, like a red sweet potato, and rushed straight out. After leaving the classroom, Aoba also apologized afterwards. Except for those girls in the class who look at Aoba's eyes more and more fiercely, that is, the jealousy that Candace Sola is around is getting stronger and stronger. Other than that, everything else is fine. After all the morning classes were over, Aoba took the fried noodle bread he bought at noon and sat on the garden bench in the school atrium, eating the bread in hand with a look of despair. Hey, the fried noodle bread that was blown up in the anime doesn't taste very good, and it's still sticky. Aoba really regretted it, so she had bought pineapple buns if she knew it, at least it tasted good, as a result. After I saw this famous fried noodle bread in my purchase, I bought it cheaply, and now I can't help but eat it. Yeah, Aoba, it's obviously happy lunch time, why stay here alone? King Yi looked up. It turned out that it was Sister Chihiro, who had just patronized the bread in Toko's hand, and didn't pay attention to when she came over. It's nothing, I can get a sense of the daily life of high school students by myself. Yes, Aoba really thinks so. You must know that in the heart of an otaku, high school is the most important period in every anime, and many important things are basically it happened during the 3-year period of high school, because junior high school students can access too few things and the restrictions are relatively large. And college students are already at the adult level in Japanese otaku culture. Although there are many works, the popularity is still a little less. Therefore, the 3 years of high school in the animation is also called the 3 years of gold. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Aoba's previous life is also a deep otaku, and he has a lot of interest in Japanese high schools, especially the high schools that are currently in anime plots. Although the class process is a bit boring, he is still very excited on the whole. By the way, how is Zhenbai? I left too early in the morning and couldn't see her. Chihiro finally remembered the cousin who had been forgotten by herself. For this question, Chihiro's sister, you should ask Hajingsu. It's not that I'm taking care of Zhenbai, but I saw them too in the morning. Hajingsu looks a little haggard, and there are a lot of watermarks on the really white clothes. Aoba recalling the scene that I saw in the morning, and then looking at the Chihiro sister in front of me, she was a little speechless. It was clear that you were entrusted by Zhenbei's parents. And you're still a true white cousin, so you are so relieved that you handed true white to someone else, and Chihiro's sister is not as familiar with the character of the people around you like Aoba, it is really unimaginable. So, I told you to take care of it. It's so pretty, so why don't you want to? Chihiro looked at Aoba with a smirk. First of all, I am a boy, and my daily life is very inconvenient, and it is still in the girls' area. Second, don't forget that you are a true white cousin. Are you now selling his little aunt to your nephew? Aoba itchy looking at Sister Chihiro with contempt, she really dared to think. In fact, now, Aoba has always wondered why Chihiro's sister in the original plot would be so relieved to leave Junbei to Kanda Sora to take care of. As a result, the accident happened very suddenly, and the scum was too thorough the next day, and it was repeated several times. Even if her cousin is not very clear about the specific situation, she shouldn't simply hand her cousin to a boy. Chapter 51, Awkward Sakura Village. I can't help it, I don't have time at all. After all, I have to go to work, write teaching materials, and deal with disobedient students in the school, such as Aoba. Chihiro looked at Aoba. Weird. Hey? Me? What's the matter? Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro strangely. What else was this talking about? In the teaching room today, I heard that your head teacher Miyu Miyazaki was mocked by you, the master of study, using 4 problem-solving methods, and then your physics teacher was directly pointed out by you in class. Wrong, challenged the authority, and walked out in a shameful way. I haven't been able to calm down until now. Chihiro looked at what you still hide. Aoba looked at Sister Chihiro speechlessly. The physics teacher glass heart, is it his fault? Moreover, the question itself was wrong, so what could he do? He was also very entangled at the time. Okay, don't look at me like this. I didn't say anything about you. The noon time is almost over. I have to get ready to go to class. If I have time in the afternoon, I will go and see Junbei. Aoba looked helplessly at the Chihiro sister who left the pan, and then at the half of the fried noodle bread in her hand. After hesitating for a while, she threw it into the trash can. It's still too ugly. Kanda-kun, did you hear that you live in Sakura-so? Aoba, who had just entered the classroom, heard a few people yelling around Kanda Sorita, what's wrong with Sakura Village? Aoba looked at the group of people in a circle in the middle of the classroom in confusion. Well, yes, I live in Sakura Village. Kanda Sora was a little embarrassed to answer this question. Although he strongly asked to live in before, the original purpose was only for Xiao Guang, but he did not expect that he would be completely unable to live into their world. Then Kanda-kun, you must know Mitaka-senpai and Yui Kuzaki-senpai, how is the relationship? In Aoba's memory, the speaker seemed to be Yamada Hiraki sitting behind Kanda Sora, and he had no communication with them. Well, fortunately, I just moved in for 2 days. The seniors and senior sisters are very good and take good care of me. Why did you suddenly ask them? Kanda Sora thought for a while and gave it was an affirmative answer, expressing his doubts. By the way, he was a little surprised why Yamada-san suddenly asked him these questions. Look, this magazine, they are on the cover again, the latest information report of Mitaka Hitachi and Misaki Yakusaki. Yamada Hiraki took out a magazine and handed it to Kanda Sora with excitement. Hey! Aoba was surprised. It was those 2 people who reported it. Aoba walked over with curiosity, standing behind Kanda Sora and his eyes, looking at the magazine in each other's hands. Hey! Asama, you are also interested in the information of the 2 seniors. Yamada Hiraki looked at Asama Aoba in surprise. In fact, Yamada Hiraki didn't know much about Asama. Said something. Since the series of things that happened in the previous class, everyone, boys, feels that Asama-kun is a little uncomfortable. Well, yes, Yamada-san, I am also very curious. Aoba smiled and said that he was only interested in the information Yamada-san knew, but did not say that he knew the 2 seniors. Kanda Sorita. Haha, yes, let me tell you, because Asama just transferred to another school, it's not clear. Those of us who have been directly promoted from junior high school know these 2 seniors. They are not only a pair of very famous geniuses, and I heard that I grew up with childhood sweethearts. Yamada Hiraki recalled the information he knew, then picked up the magazine and turned to one of the pages and pointed it to Asamato. Look, this report, here is the genius female high school student appeared, and there is also a specific report on Mitaka Hitachi. Although the two people usually behave abnormally, they are really two people. An extraordinary genius, they are really amazing, Asama-san, don't you think so? Yamada Hiraki looked at the report's explanation of the two people's information with exclamation. Yeah, yes, Mitaka Hitachi and Uei Kyuzaki-senpai are indeed very good and serious. Aoba looked at the group photo of the two who occupied almost the entire cover of the magazine, and very much agreed with Yamada Hiraki's evaluation. It is indeed very rare for high school students to get such achievements and evaluations. I remember the future goal questionnaire that the school made before, and the goal that Misaki Uei Kyuzaki actually filled out, saying that she hopes to become a cosmic person in the future. I heard that the person in charge of the senior is already an old man in his 60s. I have to go directly to the infirmary. But it's a pity, why did such two super capable geniuses live in the Sakura village where the weird people are concentrated? Yamada Hiraki was puzzled, looking at the photos of the two in the magazine in his hand. Said puzzledly. Aoba doesn't know how to say it, why Sakura Villa's reputation is so bad. And if you say in front of Kandasora that Sakura Village is a place for strangers, is this a scolding or scolding him? Kandasora feels a little bit painful, and always feels that Yamada-kun has been caught off guard at his vital point. With a dark face, he looked up at Asama Aoba who was still silent. Yamada-san, actually Asama-san lives in Sakura-so, just like me. Kandasora, who felt that the pain alone was not as painful as the others, still said that Asama Aoba is the same. The fact of living in Sakura village. Yamada Hiraki was silent, turned his head awkwardly to look at the smiling Asama classmate. Are you so skinny? Why didn't you say it earlier? If I said, I have never had a chance to say it, can you believe it? Aoba looked at the embarrassed people next to him, but didn't care. After all, Sakura Villa's reviews are well known. Letter. Believe you a ghost, Yamada Hiraki complained in his heart. Is Asama Aoba here? Someone is looking for it. Suddenly a voice came from the back door of the classroom, interrupting the boys who were in an embarrassing situation. This is, really white. Aoba looked at him suspiciously, and a familiar figure stood at the door, staring at him blankly. Hey, Shina-san, why? Kandasora looked at the cold figure outside the door in a little surprised. He didn't expect Shina to come to their general classroom, let alone see Asama Aoba. Asama-kun. Kandasora looked at the leaving back, his heart is complicated, why didn't Shina Mashiro come to him? www.novel.com. He looked at him and stared at him closely. Looking at the figure of Asama Aoba, as he moved, his eyes moved along with him, directly skipping everyone in the classroom and himself. Even if he sat next to her at the dinner party last night, he could not let her. His eyes stayed on him for a second. It's really white, why are you here? Aoba looked at the girl in front of her strangely, and she scratched her hair in doubt. Is there something wrong? Little aunt. Shina Mashiro tried to correct Aoba's name. It's really white. Aoba's face turned black in an instant. This is exactly Chihiro's sister's pot. What Aoba said. Shina Mashiro said softly. Aoba was even more puzzled. Did she forget something she said? Said Mashiro was taken care of by Aoba during the day. Shina Mashiro stated his memory. Oh, yes, I did say, what's the matter is really white, is there something? It turned out to be this. Aoba breathed a sigh of relief, he was really afraid that Genbei would say something strange. Hear it. It's okay, Chihiro's sister told Aoba's location, Genbei came over to confirm it. Shina Genbei explained her purpose. Oh, this way, it's so white. Aoba's arm just raised, after thinking of something, quickly put it down, so it hangs. Being really white is too deceptive. It's not about the age of appearance, but the expression and attitude of speaking. Sometimes it's as cute as a little girl who has just been sensible. Aoba almost didn't control it. Directly I started rubbing Genbei's head, so I had better react to it in time, otherwise Aoba would not be able to explain to the gossiping classmates behind him. Chapter 52, Part-Time Job. Then, it's really white, do I need me to send you back to the classroom? Aoba asked back, after all, the school is quite big, and it's really hard to find if you get lost. No, I have to go to see Li. Zhenbai shook his head, indicating that he was okay. Oh, what about the contract school? I see, she is next door. Hearing Zhenbai's answer, Aoba reacted, and reached out to the classroom in the other direction of the corridor, indicating that the contract school was there. Zhenbai turned his head and looked at the place where Aoba was pointing, but did not speak, then looked back at Aoba. What's the matter, is really white? Aoba wondered, is there something else? After school, do you want to go together? I really said what I thought. No, there are some things after school. Genbei will first contract with he to learn back to Sakura village. Aoba was about to agree, and suddenly remembered that he had to go to the restaurant to work today, so he could only refuse Genbei's proposal. Although Genbai was always expressionless, Aoba could still clearly feel that the little girl opposite was unhappy. She was of the same age as herself, and he had to coax her. Ahem, it's like this, it's really white, I had a place to apply for a job before, and I made an appointment with the people in the shop tonight, and I have to go to work. Okay. Sheena gave Aoba a glance before turning around and leaving. Aoba looked at the white back with a question mark all over her face. Which one is better for her? Wow, that's so cute, that kid. A girl exclaimed, although what you said is true, really white and cute, but your speech is very strange. It's really white and everyone is the same age. Having said that, Aoba thought that she was almost affected by the white cuteness just now, so she subconsciously rubbed the other's head. Same maid Asama, who is this beautiful girl, who knows you so well? Kono Yuzuki hooked Aoba's shoulder wryly, his face was full of expressions that made people want to punch a few times. Ya has a headache. It's just a friend of Sakura Sho, what do you want to say? Aoba, who was a little helpless with Yuzuki Kono, wanted to throw the guy behind him. It's just a friend, then can I? Yuzuki Kono laughed cheaply. Do you want to die that way? Do you need me to take you to the express line? Aoba, with goosebumps, pushed Kono Yuzuki away. I really couldn't stand this guy. Although I know this guy is joking, but to be on the safe side, still warn this wretched man to stay away from his home. Suddenly, I really want to move into Sakura-so. Not only are Mitaka Hito senpai and Yui Kuzaki senpai, but also such a cute and beautiful girl. Yamada Hiraki looked at Aoba and Kanda Sorita with envy. Don't look at me like that, I just know two seniors, A&D. A&D. Shina-san, we are not familiar. Kanda Sorita with a bitter expression on his face. Hiraki Yamada didn't care about the aggrieved look in front of him. In fact, Kanda Sora also felt that although Asama moved into Sakura-su only one day earlier than herself, the relationship between Asama and the others in Sakura-su is much better than that between herself and others. Although it is only one day away, I can clearly feel that Mitaka Hitachi and Yui Kuzaki senpai, Kawai Ryu of the same age, and Ms. Nishino Mayumi and others, they will be very close when they treat Asama classmates, as if they were very familiar with each other. Even Shina Shiro, who had just moved in, was the same. Everyone's eyes were on Asama-san, and he was always out of the circle. Kanda-kun. Aoyama Kikai looked at Kanda Sora, with a complicated expression in his eyes again. Dingling, jingle, jingle. School is over as usual, and Aoba is very honest in the afternoon. After all, Chihiro's sister reminded herself at noon. The following lessons are like other students. Aoba gave the teacher enough respect and did not sleep in class, but as to whether it was true after listening to the lecture, I knew it by looking at King Yi's dull eyes. Hey, I didn't sleep all afternoon, I'm really sleepy. Following the flow of people, Aoba slowly walked downstairs. Aoba was changing her outdoor shoes at the entrance. Hearing that the pair of men and women next to him could hardly be separated, the man hoped that the two could go on a date, but the woman the face sadly told him that his family had a limited time to go home, and he would be scolded when he was late. The man was disappointed when he heard the news, and then he turned his eyes and quietly said something in the girl's ear, which caused the girl to be agitated for a while. Hit him embarrassedly. It's a pity that Aoba's ears are too sensitive. I heard the boy quietly asking the girl if he could lie to his father about going to the female classmate's home for review, but he actually went to his own home for the night. It's really youth. King Yi was not lamenting the passion of the two youths, but lamenting that youth makes people mentally retarded. It was only the second day of school today, and it was only yesterday. The class meeting is only, so you want to review? What the hell, do you really think the girl's father would believe it? Aoba shook his head and walked towards the school gate. Hey? Why is Genbei here? Aoba, who was about to walk to the door, found that Genbei was chatting with a woman and slowly leaving from the school gate. In terms of age, she should be older than Genbei and younger than Chihiro. Sister Chihiro mentioned before that Genbei has an acquaintance in Japan. Is it her? But why did she come to school to find Genbei? It's not the time to think about this now. If you don't leave, the store manager should urge you. Aoba, who reacted, glanced at the time on his watch, and left the school in a different direction from Genbei. Ling Ling. Welcome. Ah. It turned out to be Asama-kun, you are finally here. Tanjima Biang looked at Aoba, who appeared in front of him in surprise, but didn't see him coming yesterday, thinking that Asama-kun gave up. It was a pity for a while. Miss Tanjima, hello, it's still so cute. As soon as Aoba opened the door and came in, he saw Tanjima Poplar welcoming guests at the door, still looking cute. Ah! Asama-san, go and change clothes, the store manager will be anxious. Tanjima Shiba urged Aoba. Yeah, foreman, how are you? This is... Aoba, who was about to enter the lounge, saw the foreman Koyakiyo and the male protagonist Yuzongta Kodari talking about something. Oh, it turned out to be Asama-san, here you are. This is also the little bird Yuzongta who joined last week. This is the Asama-kun who applied for the chef a few days ago. I will tell you, Asama. Ma-kun's cooking is very delicious, and Miss Kyoko likes it very much. When Yacho talked about the store manager Kyoko, she became excited and couldn't help herself. www.novel.com. Hello, I'm Little Bird Tour Zongta, this is the first time we meet, please take care of me. Little Bird Yuzong looked at the man in front of him. He thought he was applying for a waiter like himself, but he didn't expect that the applicant would be a chef. Hello, I am Asama Aoba. I just applied for the chef. Please take care of me in the future. Aoba smiled and looked at the man in front of him. When he first watched this anime, he was also affected by this man. The Lord's special preferences refreshed the understanding. At first everyone in the shop thought he liked planting poplar, but this guy actually said that he just likes creatures too small to take care of him, and planting poplar in his heart is like water fleas. Is not even a human being. Although the Daphnia is the hero's favorite creature, it is really pitiful as an island poplar that is compared with the Daphnia by an innocent one. Originally in the late stage of the plot, many people thought that Tadao Biang would be the heroine. Now Aoba looks at the system and shows that this Tadao Biang is not a heroine, so the only thing that Aoba hasn't seen is the heroine. That one. Foreman, did something happen? Aoba looked at the two in confusion. Oh, it's like this, because there is one thing in the front hall that is used up. I am asking Zionio Yujun to move it in the back warehouse, but it is a bit heavy and the place is a bit high. Hayakiyo was a little worried, and he moved the goods before. Because of the convenience, the master piled it directly on the top of the shelf. Now it is very difficult to take it down. Oh, it's just this matter, it's okay, leave it to me, but I don't know which one it is, can you please come over and help me make sure? Aoba heard that it was such a trivial matter. Compared to other people's heavier weight, Aoba's current body value is nothing. Chapter 53, A Bird Tour with Life Hanging by a Thread. Then I'll leave it to you, I'm really sorry. Koyakiyo looked at Aoba very gratefully, watching Asama-kun is a head taller than Kotoryu-kun, if it wasn't for Asama-kun here, Kotoryu-jun can only take the stool up. It doesn't matter, don't worry, then, Zionai-aou-jun, is this place? King Yi is still not familiar with this place. When applying for the job before, he only turned around, and then there was a lot of brain burning. I can't remember things clearly. Following the bird, Yuzongta came to Aoba in the storage room, and looking at the big box above his head, he knew it must be it. With such a large size and weight, no wonder the two were so worried just now. Hey! So I got the things, little bird Yu-jun, let's go, will this be directly handed over to the foreman? As soon as Aoba stretched out his hand, he lifted the box down and looked at the shocked little bird Yuzongta next to him. Although he knew what he was thinking, he didn't intend to explain, it was too much trouble. Ah? Oh. Yes, let's go. Tori Yuzong glanced at Asama-kun's thin body and his arms that weren't stout. He couldn't figure out how he could have such a big size. Power, Superman. Hey, Asama-kun, look at the schedule, there is one more person in the schedule today. Just after passing by the entrance of the lounge, Yuzong Bird looked at the changes on the schedule too strangely, the person who had been empty before. Actually there is a shift this afternoon. Crack. A door rang came from the locker room. Hey? You are? The bird Yuzong turned his head too much and was about to say hello, but only saw an oncoming fist. Ah. There are men. Boom. Yuzong Tori closed his eyes too tightly. He just saw the fist that came in front of him, but he didn't feel the pain in his body. Hey, what's the matter? Didn't it happen? Yuzong Bird opened his eyes too carefully. I saw a figure standing in front of him, his left hand firmly caught the fist that had just been hit, and his right hand was holding the box he and Asama-kun had just obtained from the storage room. A box? Asama-kun? Bird Yuzong looked at the figure in front of him in shock. When did he come in front of him? Asama-kun, you. Oh, are you okay, Zionai-aou-jun? King Yi looked back at Zionai-aou-jun behind her. Just now when Zionai-aou-jun saw the scheduling form, she said that there is another person's schedule today. Then Aoba suddenly thought of the person who hadn't appeared yet, and subconsciously stopped in front of Tori Yuzongta who felt no danger at all. Aoba turned to look at the girl whose fist was easily blocked by him. If the power of this punch was to hit Yuzongta Kotori, it would probably fly out directly. Even if it was himself, he would still feel a slight pain. I really don't know this. How did the guy develop this kind of power? Does it mean that no loss is the second element? I'm fine, but what the is this? Yuzong Tori looked at the girl in front of him in horror. Who is this, so suddenly, is he going to kill him? Small, Toryu-kun, Asama-kun, are you all right? Tanjima Byang heard the voice just now, immediately put down the things in his hands, and ran in panic. Student, senior sister, we're all right, but a little frightened. Yuzong Xiao Tori was really embarrassed to say that, looking at Asama-kun who stood in front of him. Without him, the punch just now would definitely hit him, and it would be hard to say that it was all right then. However, this is... Yuzong Tori looked at the frightened girl with trembling too much. Yes, she was frightened. A hitter was frightened after hitting someone. Up. Ding, an important plot character successfully punched in. Iwa Mahiru, from dining restaurant, acquired the skill, armed and domineering. Sure enough, she is the heroine. I didn't expect to get this skill. How should I say, it is too in line with the temperament of this Iwa Mahiru, and this skill reward is really suitable for the situation. Ah, Iba-chan, why are you, but Iba-chan, calm down. Tanjima Byang looked at Iba-chan, who was posed in the distance and was about to rush up, shocked again and again. Call to stop. The panic finally calmed down. Iwa Majiru saw the situation clearly, clasped his shoulders with both hands, and looked at the three people facing him tremblingly. Okay, it's terrible. Iwa shivered non-stop. It's you who is terrible, Yuzong Tori shouted out directly. Are you qualified to say that others are terrible? If it weren't for Asama-kun, Yuzong Tori could imagine how his parents and two sisters arranged their own morning haul. Oh, it really is Mahiru-chan, what's the matter? The confused foreman finally arrived at Yacho, and looked at the chaos in the lounge with a strange expression. Foreman, there is nothing wrong with Yuzong Kotori. Aoba looked at Yacho, who walked in with a knife, and explained a little bit. Ms. Yacho, there are men, and there are men here. Iwa Majiru, who saw the foreman appearing at Yacho, pointed to the two men at the door in a panic. Oh! This one is Yuzong Kotori, who started working here not long ago, and this is Aoba Asama, who has just applied for a chef 2 days ago. Humi Yachide Siang was shocked to see what happened. Iwa Mahiru introduced two people. And this is indeed their mistake. They forgot to explain the situation of Mahiru-chan with Tori Yuzongta. I hope they will not resign directly in fear, otherwise they will not have enough staff. Miss Yacho, there is a man, it is very dangerous, Miss Yacho, maybe he will carry a weapon. Iwa Majiru tightly grasped Yacho's sleeves, always looking at Yuzumi Kotori with horror. Aoba between the two. Aoba was speechless. So you dare to say that boys are dangerous? As for carrying weapons, can't your eyes see that the samurai sword on Miss Yacho's waist is dangling by you? Little bird Yuzong looked at this orange-haired girl too angrily. It's you who is dangerous, right? You are the weapon. Mahiru-chan is really not good at dealing with boys. After understanding the situation, Koyakiyo was also a little helpless, and looked back at Iwa Mahiru behind him. Well, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, are you two okay? Koyakiyo looked at the two in doubt, and suddenly felt very strange. Often the boys hit by Iwa Mahiru would get a punch directly, and now both of them are fine. Standing there, nothing happened. Although little bird Yuzong looked a little frightened, he didn't see any injuries. I'm okay, if it wasn't for Asama-kun to catch that punch for me, I might not be the case. Yuzong Tori still looked at Iwa Mahiru with some fear, just too dangerous. Moreover, the violent woman in front of her is obviously mentally problematic. How would a normal person see a man hit it directly, and her heart is full of complaints? What? Asama-kun caught Iwa's fist. Koyakiyo looked at Asama-kun in surprise. She still knew well about Iwa's situation. After all, the two had been together for a long time. For Mahiru-chan, even if it is a thin steel plate in front of her, Iwa can hit a dent with obvious marks when he punches down. Boys with lighter weight can even be beaten up and fly. Several people who came to work part-time before. People quit their jobs because of Maji-chan, which is also a headache for myself. And now the newly recruited Asama-kun can catch Iwa Mahiru's fist. Could it be that God arranged for him to help Miss Kyoko? Yes, and Asama-kun caught it with one hand, and the other hand was still holding the box in his arms. Yuzong Tori recalled the scene just now. Asama-kun was so handsome. One-handed. Boom Yacho was even more surprised, and he couldn't see that Asama-kun had such power at all. It's not that difficult. Maybe it's because I often practice kendo, and my arm strength is relatively strong. Seeing the surprise of Koyakiyo, Aoba casually gave a reason. After all, this is the reason that suits his situation best for him. Up. 54 Be careful not to be killed. Hey, it turns out that Asama-kun has practiced kendo. Really, it's a coincidence. Our family also operates a dojo and a knife shop. It is an old store with a heritage. If Asama-san wants to practice in the dojo, or if you want to build your own knives, you can come to me directly. Humiyacho looked at Asama-kun in surprise. He must be someone with a high talent in kendo to possess such exaggerated arm strength. Unexpectedly, I don't know which kendo genre Asama-san learned from. Will Asama-san be free tomorrow? Do you want to come to my dojo? Let's go. There are only two things left in this world that can excite Yacho, one is Miss Shirat Kyoko, and the other is related to kendo or swords. Ahem, Ms. Yacho, that, now it seems inconvenient to say these. Tu Yuzong Xiao Torai interrupted the excited foreman with a little embarrassment. After all, there is still a threat to his life. Iwa Mahiru was present, and although Asama-kun was not afraid, he was really scared. Ah, I'm sorry, when I talk about these things, I feel a little bit. Koyakiyo, who reacted, was also a little embarrassed, and the old problem was committed again. Then, let me introduce to you, this is Iwa Mazura, who also works here, but she suffers from severe male phobia. She may be too scared and directly attack men. It doesn't matter to Asama-kun, but Kotori-kun must be careful not to be killed by her. Koyakiyo explained to Kotori Yuzongta, after all, he is currently the only man in danger of life. What? Don't be killed by her. Yuzong Tori looked at the foreman blasting Yacho in horror. Yet, Iwa Mahiru is really strong. It's just a bit weird. The store manager Ming Ming said before that, for fear of life accidents, I won't arrange you and Iwa Mahiru on the same day. Humiyacho touched. Maki Iwa's hair looked strangely at the schedule at the door. Hey? Is there a shift for Iwa today? The store manager Shirafuji Kyoko couldn't find Yuyacho in front. Some hungry began to wander around, and finally saw a chaotic lounge, while Iwa Mahiru was hiding behind Yuyacho tremblingly. You are wrong. After checking the schedule, Kyoko Shirat looked at several people around him innocently. Hey, don't make a mistake about things that will hang people's lives. Tori Yuzong looked at the store manager Shirataji Kyoko in disintegration. Even if you say that. Shirateng Kyoko looked at Yuzongta Kotori with some embarrassment. After all, this time it was also caused by her own mistakes, but the fault is not with me, because I am the store manager. I didn't do anything in the first place, Iwa, you should almost get used to it, and it's been so long. Shiratori Kyoko looked at Iwa Mahiru, who was hiding behind Koyakiyo, and directly passed the responsibility to her. You made a mistake. Little bird Yuzong couldn't help but vomit, and the store manager, you are too much to throw the pot like this. Aoba looked at Shirataji Kyoko, really worthy of being the store manager. But, Miss Kyoko, I really can't do such a thing. Iwa Mazuru looked at Shiratori Kyoko, who was shirking responsibility with grievances and tears. What do you get with a man? A man is really too dangerous. Iwa Mazuru tremblingly glanced at the surrounding bird Yuzong Tehi shallow. Ma Aoba yelled and complained to Shirat Kyoko about the man's crimes. It's too dangerous or something, don't you think it's not appropriate? Yuzong bird is too mentally disintegrated. Is it possible that the dangerous party is actually himself? Isn't it supposed to be you, Iwa Mahiru, who is still making a fist and ready to punch anytime? That's true. Shirataji Kyoko agreed. Aoba looked at the store manager helplessly. Is it appropriate for you to say this now? Kotori Yuzong patted the dust that was accidentally stained with fear just now, and looked at Iwa Mahiru a little puzzled. By the way, Miss Kyoko, how does she work in the store in a state like Miss Iwa? Whether it is in the back kitchen or the guests in the front hall, it is all a man, Miss Kyoko. If Miss Iwa hurts the customer with a punch, but the shop will be closed. Yuzong Zionio really didn't understand it. Since Yuzong Takodori entered this restaurant to work, he has encountered many strange things. The foreman with a samurai sword, the shop manager who does nothing at all, Soma Hiro-chen who is lazy every day but nobody talks about it, and Tanjima Byang who is like a schoolboy. And now there is actually another Iwa Mahiru who suffers from severe male phobia. For Yuzong Takodori, who has participated in countless part-time jobs, he is really unimaginable how this shop opened. You are too rude. I have been working for a long time, and the work, all can be done smoothly. Iwa Majiro tremblingly leaned out from behind Hyakiyo. Retorted to Zionio Yuzong too harshly. So, how on earth do you get along with the boys in the store? Yuzong Tori looked at each other suspiciously. Just, try not to touch, after all, boys are so rude. Iwa looked at with the appearance of Yuzong Tiao, tears were about to flow out. Although she knew it was her own problem, she really couldn't help it. Every time a boy appeared in front of her, her brain would go blank, and then her fist would be gone. Subconsciously hit the past, and even because of this, Iwa Mahiru paid out a lot of medical expenses. Fortunately, he has not killed anyone yet. Little bird Yuzongta. Forget it, little bird Yu-jun, since Miss Yubo is like this, I can't help it. I'm fine in the back kitchen, but little bird Yu-jun, you are in the front hall with her, so be careful, don't dead. Seeing the last, Aoba knows that there is no solution to this matter at all. And in the end he will still accept that Yuzong is too accepting to stop it. Little bird Yuzong glanced at Asama-kun who patted his shoulder too much, and his heart was full of tears. Of course, brother, you are not afraid, after all, you have such a high force value. But I can't. If that punch is really hit head-on, I am really not sure whether I can survive it. Okay, that's it, let's all go to work. Shirat Kyoko clapped her hands and signaled that this is the way things are. Let's go to work as soon as the others in front are too busy. Sato-kun, pass me rosemary. Aoba skillfully used a small spoon to pour the fat in the pot onto the steak over and over again. The surface of the whole beef exudes an attractive luster. Aoba cuts the garlic and the rosemary passed by Sato-kun. The incense is put in the pot, and the hot oil is soaked to make the aroma and the steak fully merge. Aoba will look at the surface of the steak. For him who has the cooking skills, he can know the internal maturity just by observing the color of the surface of the steak. Yu reading www. When yuyugonshu.com felt that the heat was almost the same, Aoba directly picked up the spatula and gently placed the steak in the pot on the nearby plate to avoid damaging the burnt body on the surface of the steak, which would affect the taste of the steak after it was cut. Then add a little water, then fry the starch and black pepper into the pot until the soup appears in the pot, and Aoba slightly dip a small spoon to taste it. Well, it's okay. Aoba looked at the caramel-colored black pepper juice with satisfaction, and poured it onto the self-cooked steak, wiped off the dripping oil on the side of the plate with a paper towel, and added it. After some decorations made with green vegetables. Well, the black pepper fillet is complete, Sato-kun, let someone serve it. Aoba looked at the dish she had just made with great satisfaction. The color and fragrance were good, and she suppressed that skill. It was perfect. Feeling the air is too quiet, Aoba turned around suspiciously. Sato-kun, what is this, what's wrong with you? Aoba, who turned around, saw the pair of wide-eyed glasses behind him. Hey! Asama-kun, you are so amazing. Every time I watch you cook, it is as beautiful as a performance, and the dishes made are incompetent in terms of smell and color. Picky. Sato-jun looked at the faintly shiny black pepper fillet in front of him and exclaimed. Sato-jun looked at the dish in front of him, and every cell in his mind sent a strong signal that he wanted to eat it. He shook his head. This was the order from the customer in front. However, is this really a level that can be reached at Asama-kun's age? Sato Jun, who did not understand, finally just sighed and slowly picked up the artwork and looked around. People still onlookers. Chapter 55, Basic Operation. What are you doing? Don't you work? As the chef Jun Sato is still qualified to manage the staff of the back kitchen, but facing Asama-kun, he really dare not have any dissatisfaction. After all, there is such an incredible thing. The chef can work in his own kitchen, which is a great opportunity for Jun Sato, who makes a living by cooking. Asama-kun, where did you learn cooking from? Soma Hiromi asked curiously. According to the information he got, he didn't see that Asama-kun had ever been trained in cooking, so look. With Asama Aoba, who was fascinated all over, Soma Hirochen couldn't help but asked. And Sato Jun, who walked to the food delivery counter, stopped at this time, pricked his ears and listened. He was also curious as to where Asama-kun learned such a craft. That's not the case. I usually like to study the cooking by myself. With this kind of technique, you should be able to do it with just a little practice, the basic operation. Otherwise, what can Aoba say, although he is also very happy with himself? The system can be so powerful, but he hasn't thought about how to explain it, and doesn't intend to explain it. It's just that if someone really asks, simple lies are easier to expose. If it is someone else, it would be better to explain, but in the face of Soma Hirochen, ordinary lies will only make it more obvious that Aoba is hiding something, so it is better to just say that it is a basic exercise. Listen, people say no. The back chef just watched the Aoba cooking process, and almost screamed in his heart. Hey, Iwa Mahiru, what's the situation? Why did you bring it back again? Suddenly Jun Sato's voice came from the window, interrupting a few people and still thinking about what kind of technology is not the basic operation of Asama-kun. What's the matter? Aoba also looked at it suspiciously. No, I can't do it, Wuo. I saw Iwa Majiru standing outside the window, crying, holding a ramen made by Mr. Sato in his hand. Aoba may have thought of what happened when he saw this situation. I guess the customer was a man. I really can't do it. Just wanting to hold back the urge to beat him is the limit. Iwa Majiru rubbed his eyes aggrievedly. Why are men going out? Isn't it good for all men to stay at home? As for the situation that would happen to Iwa Mayu, Aoba thought about it before. As for Iwa Mayu's horrible wish that all men disappear outdoors, everyone in the kitchen is not clear. Iwa? Yuzumi Kotori just returned from a delivery. Iwa rushed in and his legs softened. At the same time, he found that Iwa was holding the ramen he was going to serve. He probably guessed what happened. What should I do, Sato-kun? I can only look at Sato-kun helplessly. I don't know what the situation is today. There are so many men who come to eat. Like Iwa Mahiru, there is no way to go out to work. Hey! It's still the same. For old employees like Jun Sato, this is already the norm. As long as Iwa appears in the store, this situation will definitely happen. As expected, Sato-kun, it still doesn't work. Yuzong Tori looked at the shivering male assassin Iba in the distance too speechlessly. Hey, I'll leave the rest to you, little bird Yu-kun. Jun Sato looked at Xiao Bird Yuzong too. After all, he was in charge of the back kitchen, and there was no good way to do this, so I had to leave it to the little bird in the front hall wandered around. It can only be this way. Yuzong Tori said while looking at Iwa Shinhiro. Then, let me take this ramen. With that, Yuzong Kotori moved to the ramen step by step, and the moment he picked it up, he ran out like an escape, and he hung up behind him. Feng Feng reminded the Tyrannosaurus beast behind him to punch again. Aoba looked at the little bird Yuzongta who was nearly hit by Iwa Mahiru. What else could he say? After all, he is also a chef, although he is not afraid of Iwa Mahiru, but I can't manage it myself, so I should do my own thing. Asama-kun, the steak you just made just now was praised by the customers in front of you. Many people are asking who made it. With a baby voice, Tanjima Byang rushed in from the front hall excitedly. Oh, isn't it? That's good. Aoba took it for granted after hearing the reaction of the guests in the lobby. After all, he is very confident in his cooking. Although he has not tasted it himself, don't forget. All of his dishes have skill attribute bonuses, and the effect can be imagined. Sure enough, but, Asama-kun, did you think that it might cause? After Sato Jun heard the words of Tanjima Aspen, he was not surprised. After all, he just watched Asama all the time. Jun's cooking is nothing more than. So, the menu has been added, 26 black pepper fillet, it's hard work. Tanjima Byang excitedly handed out the menu ordered by the guests just now. Aoba was shocked, he didn't expect this to happen. It will cause the possibility of additional. Sato Jun had such an expression as expected, and shook his head helplessly, looking at the stack of orders in Tanjima Byang's hand. Asama-kun should be a chef who has never worked in a restaurant, so he may not know much about this situation. In fact, in many high-end restaurants, why the price of the same dish varies a lot after being handled by different chefs. In addition to various costs, technology is actually a kind of consumption. If the same materials are used by high-level chefs and ordinary chefs cook dishes at the same price, so everyone will choose the dishes made by this chef. So in those high-end restaurants, the price difference of the same cooking is to avoid this situation, and use high prices to persuade most people to avoid exhausting the chef. Thinking of Jun Sato here, he looked at Asama-kun's more and more desolate back. I hope Asama-kun will not become that exhausted chef today. The restaurant was finally closed. Aoba sat in the lounge and watched the thick orders in his hand. Although the order for the black pepper fillet sent by Tanjima Byang was completed before, it was added later. After receiving 12 identical orders, if it weren't for the foreman, Mr. Yacho, to tell the customer that the ingredients have been used up, and it's close to the closing time, I don't know how many orders will be sent in. After all, dishes like black pepper fillet are generally not ordered by too many people in Japanese family restaurants, so there are not too many ingredients prepared every day. No one thought that such a situation would happen today. Thanks, Asama-kun, today is really eye-opening. Soma Hiromi, who was finishing the cleaning work, saw Asama-kun who was resting www.novel.com in the back kitchen before. Asama-kun, I'm cooking all the time, and most people get tired and get down. Well, it's actually okay. In fact, with Aoba's current physical fitness, I don't feel much about the workload of just a few hours, but I didn't expect this to happen during the first day of part-time work. After all, Aoba was not a foresight person in his past and present life. Although I have a system in this life, and my intelligence has also been added, this does not mean that Aoba can directly become a monster with far more scheming than everyone, and everything can be expected in advance. In fact, Aoba in the previous life was also curious. Like in some novels I have read, he was just an ordinary person with an average mind in his previous life. How could he become a Superman with superhuman intelligence when he crossed over? The soul still changed a mind. It's time to get off work, Asama-kun, the front office is also cleaned up. Iwa and Tanajima Aspen have already left. Sato Jun wiped the water on his hands and saw Asama-kun and Soma Hiro-chen return. Talking on the side. Well, I have worked hard today, Sato-kun, then I will go to change my clothes. Aoba-chang nodded and checked the time on the watch before leaving. See you tomorrow, Asama-kun. Well, see you tomorrow, Soma-kun. Aoba stood outside Vagunaria's door, looking at the darkened restaurant. The feeling of part-time job on the first day was pretty good. Although there was a little accident during the part-time job, it didn't matter. What I didn't expect is that I met IWA today and received an unexpected reward. I thought of this. Aoba glanced at her character column. Chapter 56, Meet Again. Name, Asama Aoba. Power, 24. Agility, 24. Physique, 24. Spirit, 3. Charm, 8. Spiritual power, 2647/3000. State, healthy. Characteristics, the gate of heaven and space. Skills, proficient in cooking, mastery of high school knowledge plus, proficient in language, wind swordsmanship, slashing steel flash, wind barrier, stepping forward, violent wind slashing, instrument proficiency, painting master, armed color domineering. Items, ethereal ring, eternal spirit sword, unclaimed, demon sword village mosses / demon sword girl, not activated. Evaluation, you are a very tasteful rookie, since then you are no longer immortal. Oh? I actually increased my strength by 10 points at once. Aoba squeezed a fist, feeling the doubling of the strength in his body. No wonder he felt something different in his body when he was just cooking in the back kitchen. It seems that the sudden increase in strength will also affect the coordination of the body. Then, there is no change in agility, but his physique has increased by 6 points. Now his body's three-dimensional attributes are all 24 points. Just an armed and domineering skill can actually improve himself so much. Aoba, who pondered for a while, looked at the skill introduction. Armed color domineering. The basic method of using the armed color can make part of the body surface cover the armed color domineering, and the color becomes black, so that the body has a hardness comparable to steel, which can greatly improve its own defense and attack power. At the same time, it can also be used on the weapons it holds, and its defense power and attack power have a bonus effect. The skills are from One Piece. Seems to be just a low-level version of the armed color domineering, and does not have the ability to send out. However, now that I have this skill, ordinary swords and close-range ordinary pistol strikes may have no effect on me, but the powerful semi-automatic and fully automatic rifles and machine guns are still uncertain, and Aoba does not dare to go. Feel free to try those dangerous experiments. Although I really want to try the effect of the skill, but now. Come out, staying here at night, are you looking for something to do with me? Aoba looked at the figure in the darkness in the distance. It's you. A pleasant female voice slowly emerged from the darkness along with a figure. I remember you, Miss Mihime 9 Ghosts. Aoba looked at the person who came, and it was the beautiful woman in a kimono with a sword that appeared the night before, and she was also the goddess in the mouth of the student council president of her school and Candace Sorita. Good evening, Master Asama Aoba, I am here to wait for you. Miki Kuki looked at the harmless Asama Aoba in front of her, but she did not dare to show any disrespect in her heart. Then, our student council grows up. Is there anything going on waiting for me here at night? Aoba looked at the sudden appearance of Mihime 9 Ghosts, from the other party's clothes that night, and those fast-moving hands. Looking down, although I don't know what kind of power she is, it stands to reason that she shouldn't have any intersection with him so quickly. And since Aoba was willing to tell her name that night, she guessed that she would meet one day, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. There is something, Mickey, please forgive me. Mickey the 9 Ghosts hesitated. After all, she also has the certainty of her grandfather. This is definitely a legendary swordsman. If it is not done well, it is likely to cause a catastrophe. And 9 Ghosts Mickey didn't think that the bodyguards in the car behind her could keep herself safe when facing a sword tyrant. Suddenly, Mickey the 9 Ghosts regretted a bit. Today was too hasty, because after the identity of the target was confirmed with Grandpa last night, she really couldn't wait for even a minute. Now she seems to be lost in the desert a lot. Skywalker, suddenly an oasis appeared in front of him, how could he care about its safety? Asama is all right, the name of an adult is too weird, even if there is a respectable name, after all, I should call you a sister. Aoba interrupted and continued to speak. Gee, according to the information that Kandasora had learned, this student council president should not be such an intimate character. He just speaks with respect. For Aoba, he is still a bit uncomfortable. Even if you say that, then call you Asama-kun. Kuki Miki also saw that the other party was already uncomfortable with her name, and she had a hint of curiosity in her awe. Asama-kun was a little different from what he had imagined. In the more than 10 years of Kuki Miki's current life, the types of education she has received cover almost everything that humans can reach. Even if she can't do her best, her theoretical understanding must be superior to others. Many people I don't quite understand it. People who feel rich and powerful will be very relaxed, spend money like water, and hug them wherever they go. But in fact, many things are just the opposite. The richer people may be more tired in life. If rich people want to keep everything they currently have and don't want to be swallowed up by competitors, then they need to work harder than others. Otherwise, it will only be crushed by the changes in the world. So since the story of Mickey 9 Ghosts, she has been learning, constantly learning knowledge, learning family management, learning company operations, interpersonal relationships between sisters, and also learning the kendo of the 9 Ghosts family. I didn't relax for a moment. I said that it sounds good. I am the heir of the 9 Ghosts family. It's not good to say that Mickey is just a brick to continue the history of the 9 Ghosts. Maybe because she is the heir of the family owner, this brick may be bigger than others. Now Kuki Miki is curious about Aoba. Among the people she knows, anyone who can accomplish something in a certain field or possess what others don't have will have a mental state of superiority. This may be the pride in human nature. The manifestation of this should be the instinct that everyone has. Even those rice bug wastes raised by their own 9 ghosts, just the surname of the 9 ghosts is enough to make them feel that they are superior. Although 9 Ghosts Mickey thinks so, after all, the 9 Ghosts family has only had its current scale after a few hundred years of development. The glory of the ancestors will naturally bring glory to the younger generations, and pride is a natural thing. Kuki Miki did not deny that she would feel that she was superior, even when she was in the company that day, the entire company was in charge or above, and all people regardless of age apologized to herself. She did not think there was any problem, because Miki Kyuji thought that's right, even the leader is named Juji, but that's the difference in status. Regardless, the glory of their family of 9 ghosts for hundreds of years cannot make Miki the 9 Ghosts have any pride in front of Asama Aoba. Even if the other party is only 16 years old, he is also a swordsman. www.mtlnovel.com Her family of 9 ghosts has pursued the realm of swordsmanship that she has not been able to enter for hundreds of years, so she believes that Asama Aoba should be proud. He set foot in the legendary realm at the age of 16. He also has enough reasons to be proud. In reality, Asama Aoba's attitude gave her a sense of contrast. Then, it's rude, Asama-kun. Looking at Asama Aoba who looked indifferently in front of him, Miki Kuki gritted her teeth and convinced herself not to worry about that problem anymore. I unexpectedly saw your marvelous swordsmanship that day, and Miki couldn't be excited by herself. Although Miki is a woman, she has been trained in kendo since she was a child, but she knew her gap after seeing Asama-kun that day. 9 Ghosts Miki said respectfully, thinking back to the scenes she saw that day and completing sword skills beyond her understanding, is that the realm she has always dreamed of? It seems to be close at hand, but it is far away. It's not as exaggerated as you said, it was just a few gangsters that day. Aoba shook his head, he still didn't understand why Miki the 9 Ghosts cared so much. It stands to reason that Miki the 9 Ghosts should be rich. Although I don't know how powerful the power is, there should have been people like myself. You are humble. And Because Miki's grandfather also dedicated his life to kendo. When his old man learned about you, a kendo master, he was very pleasantly surprised and made Miki, it's a bit rude to invite you to be a guest at home, but please consider it. Kuki Miki bowed to Aoba, looking forward to Aoba's answer. However, Miki the Nine Ghosts did not feel that she had deceived Asama Aoba. Her grandfather did let herself invite Asama-kun back home, and he also showed enough respect. So strictly speaking, Miki it just didn't make it clear. Chapter 57, Aoba of Self-Reflection. Aoba looked at the tense Kuki Mihime in front of him, and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Although in perception, Aoba did not realize that the other party had any malicious intentions, and his pleading attitude was very real, but Aoba still didn't understand. Is she really worthy of her solemnity? Okay, I see. You don't need to bow like this. It's not a big deal. It's no problem to see it, so when will it be? After thinking about it, Aoba felt that it would be fine to see it. Ask about other things. Really? Asama-kun, you agreed. Kuki Miki looked at Asama Aoba in surprise, and she thought she would return without success today. If the opponent has a bad temper, the most serious one may even bring the injury back. What Miki Nine Ghosts didn't expect at all was that, as a swordsman, she had such a peaceful mind, just like an ordinary person. Could it be because? Miki Kuki turned red when she thought of some possibilities, and she quickly calmed down when she looked at the clear-eyed Asama Aoba in front of her. So Asama-kun, what do you think of tonight? Kuki Miki's face flushed again, always feeling that there was something wrong with her words. Tonight, if it is convenient, I can go to your dojo. Aoba checked the time displayed on the watch, and directly agreed to Kuki Miki's proposal. Then, Miki will lead the way for you. Please go here. The car is ready. After hearing Asama Aoba's consent, Kuki Miki was overjoyed, stepped out, stepped away and moved behind, towards Asama Ao. Ya made a gesture of please. Aoba fell silent while looking at the brightly lit building in front of him. Is he such a tyrant? Please come in, Asama-kun, although it is a little bit small here, please forgive me, because it is the nearest mansion of Kuki's within Tokyo. I am worried that the driving distance will affect your mood, so I'm sorry for you. Kuki Miki looked at Asama Aoba with some shame. After all, Tokyo is not the base camp of the Kuki family. Seeing that this is talking about human words, Aoba looked at the Nine Ghosts Miki silently next to him. You brought me here to make sure you want to discuss swordsmanship, and don't you want to show off your wealth? Actually, for Miki Kuki, this place is only built in Tokyo. It was originally because she went to school in Tokyo and needed to deal with some Tokyo company affairs at any time, so she lived here. Moreover, as a member of the Nine Ghosts family, she experienced every stage in her life, which was written on the family tree, and no one could violate it, even if she was the heir. Because it's not an important place, it's not too particular about the residential environment and facilities, and many places are a bit rudimentary. It can't be compared with the manor house built under the hundreds of years of history of the Kyoto Nuke family's main residence, but now it's just a moment. Isn't it talking about the field? Aoba looked at the girl next to him in shock. Didn't he say to go to the dojo? How could he come to a mountain villa, saying that Tokyo is such an inch of land, although this is not an urban area? But Grenier recalled the scenery he saw as he drove all the way. This place was not much cheaper. Yes, the dojo is inside. Please come in. Grandpa will be waiting for you in the dojo. Miki Kuki motioned to Miyagawa Yuki who was following, and she can go in and inform her grandpa. Originally, Aoba thought that the place this girl took herself to was a certain dojo station in Tokyo. At most, it might be a certain mountain with private land. In the inheritance-style dojo, Aoba never expected that what the girl said would be a private dojo in a large manor. This is like Aoba and a classmate who said that the roller coaster he went to Disneyland was thrilling, and then the student said that he knew what was more exciting. As a result, Aoba was taken to his home by the classmate, and he still looked normal. Introduced the bigger roller coaster built in his garden. This wave of operations by the girl really showed off to Aoba. If he was not confident in his perception, Aoba would almost think that Miss Mickey was joking. Now Aoba suddenly wanted to ask, if your family still lacks a son-in-law, he thinks he can. What's the matter, Asama-kun? Suddenly found that Asama Aoba's eyes were a little weird, Kujimi Miki's face flushed, and her heartbeat rushed like a wild horse again, and she looked at herself nervously. Where is it? There is a problem. Ahem, it's okay, then Miss Nine Ghosts will lead the way. Aoba knew that she was thinking too much again, and quickly withdrew her cranky thinking, and looked at the brightly lit building in front of her again. It's just Aoba's heart, hee, these rich people. Kyuki Miki took Asama Aoba almost across the entire manor, and finally came to the door of the dojo that she said. Aoba's expression was tense, and he felt a little nervous. From the blackguards and the maids in white aprons that he met along the way, and the respect they looked at after seeing Mickey the Nine Ghosts, he really discovered this moment. My previous thoughts were too naive. This is not a local tyrant at all, this is a sacred tyrant. At this moment, even Aoba felt that Mickey the Nine Ghosts seemed to emit a dazzling golden light, and all of them were symbols of money. But having said that, although I still don't understand what Kuki Miki and her family do, she is already so rich and powerful, and she can still go to school with other people like an ordinary female high school student, Aoba admire from the heart. Recalling that not long before he got the system, Aoba even thought about whether to give up school directly. With the skills he possessed, no matter what he did, he would be more productive than being a high school student, so he was once in entanglement. But now after seeing Mickey Kuki, a contemporaneous person, Aoba suddenly stopped tangling. Although, as a traverser, he also received the help of the system plug-in, but now he is only a teenager. In fact, apart from the powers that he has received due to the system rewards, he is just an ordinary person. Without the help of the system, it is most likely that the person who has just crossed over has not been able to integrate the knowledge in the original mind due to incomplete memory. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com caused him to fail to pass the Shuming University of Arts. It's not impossible for the affiliated high school to take an entrance exam, so you don't even have to think about getting to know Sheena and others. May directly return to his hometown in a desperate manner, and maybe an ordinary life from then on. Thinking of Aoba here, looking at the Nine Ghosts Mickey, who has been leading the way, at least for the moment, there are still a lot of things to learn. No matter what kind of power he has, his mentality is the most important. That's it, Asama-kun. The Nine Ghosts, Mickey, who walked to a door, stood still, turned to face Asama Aoba, and suddenly felt nervous in her heart. She had never thought about her family. There really is a chance to welcome a swordsman. Wow! Asama-kun, please come in. Kuki Miki stopped Yuaki Miyagawa, who wanted to open the door for the two, but chose to open the door for Asama Aoba herself. Thank you. Aoba nodded at Mickey Nine Ghosts, and walked in directly. Asama Aoba and Kuki Miki entered the dojo, and what appeared in his line of sight was a standard Japanese training dojo. Seeing the floor that was so bright and reflective, there would be no such thing if it was not often taken care of by people. This kind of effect, but with the financial resources of the Nine Ghosts, Aoba didn't think it would be the Nine Ghosts Mickey herself. In the middle of the dojo, an old man was sitting there, his pale hair was neatly combed behind his head, and the grey patterned kimono was worn loosely on his body, but it looked very imposing. There are still 2 cushions in front of him. If there are no other guests coming tonight, it seems that these 2 cushions should be prepared for both of them. Grandpa, Mickey is here with Asama Aoba-sama. Chapter 58, Knife. Hearing the voice of Jugong Miji, the old man's eyes slowly opened, and 2 rays of light seemed to flash in the void. At this moment, The aura of the old man seemed to be condensed into substance, like a tide rushing towards Ching standing at the door. Yet and Mickey the Nine Ghosts. In the sight of Mickey Nine Ghosts, the grandfather at this moment seemed to suddenly become tall like a mountain. She gritted her teeth to resist the grandfather's aura. Years of kendo training also made her firm. Despite her pale face and with sweat dripping down her forehead, she can still see her difficulties. It's been a long time since I saw such an excited grandpa. I didn't expect my grandpa to be so old and still possess this kind of aura. Although grandpa once said that his talents are stronger than him, Kooky Mickey looked at the oppressive figure in front of her, even if she was more than 10 years old. Uninterrupted efforts, still completely unable to see grandpa's back, can only be said to be worthy of the strongest kendo master. Speaking of the strongest kendo master, Nine Ghosts Mickey turned her head and looked at Asama Aoba next to her. Maybe this is the one. I saw that Aoba still maintained the original calm expression, as if he didn't feel the grandfather's aura at all. And Nine Ghosts Mickey felt that this was definitely not impossible, maybe just not caring. Even those people would raise the spirit of 12 points to deal with when facing grandpa. If the world can still ignore his old man face to face, it may be just the Master Jian Hao. Nine Ghosts Mickey looked at her grandfather, wondering what she would do next. Kuki Takeo solemnly looked at the young man in front of him. Originally in his imagination, as the strongest kendo master in the world, if he did his best, he should be able to use as much as possible. He must face it seriously. But now, Kuki Takeo sadly discovered that even if he raised his aura to the extreme he could achieve, the other party still seemed to have nothing happened. If it weren't for him, he could still see Miki's pale face. Kuki Takeo almost thought he had become an ordinary old man. Is there such a big gap between himself and Jian Hao? This gap is really an insurmountable difference between heaven and earth? Is my hard work over the past few decades really useful? Have you stepped forward, or have you been standing still? Compared with Miki Kuki, who has not yet reached the end of kendo, Kuki Takeo can feel this feeling of despair better. He put away his aura, his whole person is like a dying old man. Welcome to the family of the Nine Ghosts. I am Takeo of the Nine Ghosts, the current owner of the family of the Nine Ghosts. Welcome to come. Hello, the first time I met, I am Asama Aoba, please give me some advice. At the sign of Kuki Mickey, Aoba sat down in front of the old man with her. However, Aoba felt a little strange, and it stands to reason that he had never seen this old man. How could he stare at him with such big eyes since the moment he walked in? However, this is the grandfather of Kuki Mickey. He didn't think he had a special relationship with Miss Kuki, and wondered if he did something to his precious granddaughter, so he glared at him so much. But, didn't Ms. Nine Ghosts say that the old man invited him to come? What a strange old man, do you want to explain? Kuki Takeo, who didn't know what Aoba was thinking at all, looked at Asama Aoba, whose expression had never fluctuated, and he felt a sense of failure in his heart. But fortunately, the old Nine Ghosts didn't know what Aoba was thinking, otherwise this sense of gap might make the old man take a look at him directly, and could he be a bit like a sword tyrant? All three of them fell silent for a while, and Nine Ghosts Mickey didn't dare to say anything. After all, she was just a junior, and she could not speak first on this occasion. However, Nine Ghosts Mickey looked at her grandfather with suspicion, and she clearly asked herself so much expectantly last night that she must invite Asama Aoba, but now that the people arrived, she didn't say a word. As the patriarch, Kuki Takeo was also very helpless. He really didn't know what to say. The goal he had pursued all his life appeared on a 16-year-old boy. Although kendo is really talented, you are really at your age. It's a bit outrageous, it's completely flying with the plug-in. Although Aoba is indeed driving the plug-in. Kuki Takeo recalled the daytime today. A few hours ago. Inside the Kuki villa, inside a separate Japanese-style bedroom, Kuki Takeo looked very solemnly at the same serious old man in front of him. Hello, I am Kunuki Takeo. Kuki Takeo glared at his bloodshot eyes because of his lack of rest. Hey! No, isn't it a bit impolite to do this? After all, the other party is a swordsman. Kuki Takeo touched his chin, looked at himself in the mirror with a headache, and learned about Asama Aoba from last night. After the existence of, I have been restless, and I don't know how to receive each other at all. It's okay if it's an old friend or an old friend's apprentice who breaks through Jianhao, but the problem now is that I can't find out where the other party came out. I'm not familiar with the other party, and I don't know how his temperament is. Hello, in the next 9 ghosts, no, the old man is also the patriarch of the 9 ghosts, the world's strongest kendo master. How can he keep his breath in such a low voice? Kuki Takeo's mentality is about to collapse. Even if his ancestor popped out of the coffin, he would never think that there would be a 16-year-old swordsman in the world. He really doesn't know how to talk. Almost no matter in the open world or the underground world, his Kuki Takeo is a very important figure. To put it in a very realistic way, if his Kuki Takeo stomped a few feet, whoever doesn't tremble, 9 ghosts can teach him to be a new man. You are here at last. The old man is the Kunio Takeo, neither, nor, what if the other party thinks he is provoking? Although I don't know how powerful the sword is, but in case of a fight, if the old man can't hold it, this old face will be gone. No, no, no. Kunuki Takeo is worried. He has been practicing for several hours, and his smile is almost stiff. He has lived for decades in his life, and he has never experienced such a nervous feeling. Usually, even if people like the Prime Minister of Japan come to visit, the old man will not see him if he doesn't see him. He never thought that he would wait for the arrival of a teenager. And my heart is uneasy. Before that, I actually need to practice smiling. An hour later, Takeo Kuki finally collapsed. TMD, I don't practice anymore. Isn't he just a swordsman? He has the ability to kill the old man. Takeo Kuki sat down on the ground, panting. What if he had practiced kendo all his life on a dog? After eating your home's rice, you still sucked your home's air. After a long time, Kuki Takeo finally calmed down the turbulent emotions. www.novel.com, calmed down completely, and once again remembered the record of the swordsman in his ancestors. After a short silence, he looked around with a guilty conscience and made sure that he was the only one. Ahem, let's practice again, I'm still a little boring anyway. Kuki Takeo was very embarrassed and chose Kungzin, stood up again, and started to practice in front of the mirror. Time is back to the present again. Kuki Takeo looked at the 16-year-old Jianhao in front of him. He couldn't remember all the drafts he had prepared in his head, and the embarrassment continued. Looking back at Aoba here, he was also a little confused, and looked at the 9 ghosts Mickey next to him strangely. Didn't I say that the old man was very curious about his swordsmanship? Why is it impolite to not say a word after I came here, and as a guest, would it be impolite to speak first? After all, such a big family should have strict house rules. The 3 of them continued to fall into the whirlpool of silence, until Mickey Kuki could not stand it anymore. Ahem, Grandpa, sword. After all, Mickey 9 ghosts couldn't hold back. Looking at the corner of Grandpa's cramped eyes, she probably guessed what was going on. Oh, ahem, yes. Kuki Takeo's brain was finally awakened by his granddaughter, and he glanced at Kuki Mickey with admiration, and then remembered what I had prepared before, and I hope to confirm it again. Kuki Takeo took out the knife that was passed down from generation to generation from the back of the 9 ghosts. Since the first 9 ghosts patriarch, it has been held in the hands of each generation of patriarchs, and Boike Yasuna. Please, taste this knife. Kuki Takeo gently stroked the scabbard of Boike Anzuna. When he used to get it, his heart was always full of enthusiasm, thinking that one day he could sound it. Chapter 59, Apparition? Mind? But this enthusiasm finally slowly cooled down day by day, until I saw the old look in the mirror that I could hardly recognize. The Kuki Takeo that day recognized the reality clearly, even if I didn't recognize it anymore. No matter how hard he worked, he was only a mortal after all, just one of the people in the Nine Ghosts family who couldn't break through the swordsman. Knife. Aoba looked at the knife Kuki Takeo handed out suspiciously. He recognized that this was the knife Kuki Miki held in her hand that night. However, why did he let him come to taste the sword? I don't understand this, but since the other party said so, it doesn't matter if I look at it for myself, just don't know how different it is from my own demon sword village. Okay. Aoba stretched out his hands and respectfully accepted the sword in the hand of Kuki Takeshi. The red-brown wooden scabbard, the thread under the knife body bound by a gold chain, a golden grimace-shaped millet shape, and turned back to the corner. It is also in the shape of a golden grimace, which looks very imposing. Aoba touched the historical traces left on the scabbard. Although I don't know which time it was cast, it was definitely made by a master in terms of craftsmanship. This is by no means just a beautiful piece of art. Nine Ghosts Miki said before that their family is a family with kendo inheritance, so this knife is probably passed down from the ancestors. Aoba hesitated in her heart. If she said ordinary things, she didn't know if it would arouse the anger of the opposing old man. After all, compared with her demon sword village Masaru, this was a bit stronger than the average sword. Although Aoba can still feel the vagueness of the inside of the scabbard and her own demon swordsman, but in comparison, it is like a pool of fish ponds compared to Tokyo Bay. However, since the old Nine Ghosts want to let his own taste, then he can't speak too harshly. Ahem, this knife. Hey! A clear and spiritual voice interrupted Aoba's words. He looked at the knife in his hand in a puzzled manner, and he couldn't make a mistake under his own perception. Just now, the sound came from the knife in your hand? Aoba picked up the knife in his hand and observed it carefully. I didn't expect this knife to have a weak consciousness. Is this still the ordinary world of the daily fan? How can this kind of thing also appear? However, for the specific situation, Aoba believes that the two present should be able to answer for him. Thinking of Aoba here, he placed the knife in his hand on the ground in front of him again, and looked up at the opposite Kuki Takeo, waiting for his explanation. Hey! That's true. Kunuki Takeo sighed, and looked at Asama Aoba with extremely complicated eyes. Before this, there was even a trace of contradiction in his heart. Maybe it's just that Miki read it wrong. After all, he was only a 16-year-old boy, but he thought of the goal of his nine-ghost family for dozens of generations, and he hoped it was true. Knowing that your heart is full of doubts right now, I will explain it to you now. After all, only the contemporary patriarch of the Kuki family and the inherited talents will know all the details. Kuki Takeo straightened his clothes. Looking seriously between the two, the boy Kei Anzuna lying quietly on the ground. King Yi is even more puzzled, why the old man of the Nine Ghosts has also begun to use the honorific name. Since it's a secret in your family, it's not necessary. Suddenly, Aoba remembered something. He looked at the knife in front of him, and met Nine Ghosts before. On Ji's night, after the knife made a clear sound, the painting style of the whole person was completely changed. At that time, Aoba didn't care, thinking that the Nine Ghosts were just because of her weirdness. Swordsmanship changed his attitude and was not connected with this sword at all. But now, Aoba has to think that everything that happened here, maybe everything is due to this sword. It seems that Miki the Nine Ghosts didn't tell the truth completely tonight. Inviting herself over may also be due to swordsmanship, but there are other purposes with this old man. Kunuki Takeo shook his head to Aoba. Then first, he turned his head to look at Miki the Nine Ghosts next to him, nodded for a moment, and then the two moved a bit in a kneeling posture, and at the same time looked at Aoba. Their expressions became more intense. Respectfully. Aoba looked at the two people who suddenly became serious in surprise. What is this going to do? Kyuki Takeo, the contemporary patriarch of the Kuki family, and his granddaughter Miki Kuki, I have seen Master Ken how. Kuki Takeo slowly lowered his head, put his hands on his knees, and bowed to Aoba, showing his respect. On the other hand, Nine Ghosts Miki put her fingertips in front of her, bowed to the bottom, and put her forehead on the back of her hand. Aoba was completely stunned. He thought of breaking his head and didn't expect such a scene to appear. Although he was indeed a swordsman, how did they know? You don't have to wonder, now I will answer for you. The knife you just tasted has been passed down from generation to generation. Since the first generation of patriarchs, it has been passed down to the next generation of patriarchs. As for the name, I believe you may have heard of it. It is the Boichean gang who has left various records and rumors in history. Bozakiri Yazu? That demon sword. Aoba was really shocked. I didn't expect that the demon sword boy Kiriyazu who appeared in the miscellaneous history of ghosts and gods would actually exist, and this one? Could there be monsters in this comprehensive world? Then, as recorded in history, Boy K. Anzuna was named after he cut off the head of Jadun Boy. Does a monster really exist? Aoba asked Kuki Takeo his doubts. This old man isn't fooling himself, but he shouldn't. Everything that Aoba has seen along the way, there is no need for this old man to lie to himself, a poor and white high school student. And after seeing the attitude of the old Nine Ghosts and Miki the Nine Ghosts just now, Aoba also felt that it was impossible to lie to herself about this kind of thing. Kunuki Takeo heard Aoba's question and shook his head slowly. I don't know if there are any monsters in the world. However, according to the records of the Nine Ghosts family, this boy Kiryamatsu didn't cut off the head of the monsters. Kyuji Takeo first denied the one in front of him. Knife-related ghosts and gods rumors, after all, are related to the first-generation patriarch of his family, and he feels that he still has a great say. As for whether those ghosts really exist in the world, he can't say for sure. Master Asama, since you are practicing kendo, you should know that there is a demon in the way of martial arts. Takeo Kuki turned to Asama Aoba. Well, this is naturally known. In fact, Aoba doesn't know www.novel.com, but as an otaku who has read all kinds of novels in his previous life, how could he not know what a heart demon is? Well, for a long time, there have been too many amazing talents in history. They try to break through their limits every day, but people's hearts are unpredictable. At first, the warriors were divided into two factions. Some people think the martial arts should be based on virtue, but some people believe that martial arts should be based on strength, and the two sides are arguing. Kunuki Takeo recalled the family records. Until a person appeared, he completely changed the two factions in relative peace. This person advocated that those with power should have the right to use it arbitrarily. He and his followers tried to completely destroy everything that was hostile to him. In this way, the war between the warriors has lasted for many years. Although the man was eventually defeated, the martial artists of all parties suffered heavy casualties. Kyuki Takeo sighed, recalling the shock on their faces when his grandfather was telling him this history. And in that record, when the writer was recording this period of history, the murderous aura left by the paper, every time he watched it, he would tremble in his heart. Aoba looked at the Kunuki Takeo, who suddenly fell into thought, and knew that the matter was definitely not over yet, otherwise it would not have been such an expression. Since then, people from all walks of life have begun to recuperate. Everyone thought that the world would return to peace again. What everyone did not expect was that just a few years later, the person who everyone thought had already died returned. He returned, and at the moment he reappeared in front of the world, he found that he was no longer a human being. Kyuji Takeshi paused. He was overly pursuing the ultimate power because of his desire for revenge, which caused him to finally lose to his own inner demon and completely degenerate into a demon who only knows to kill. Chapter 60, History. And this boy K. Anzuna was created during that time. The first generation of the 9 Ghosts patriarch visited various places and found a famous sword-making family at that time, and asked them to create it with a special ore that they got accidentally. This knife, after that, with the knife held by the patriarch, finally killed the devil. This is the story of the boy K. Anzuna recorded in the family records. Kyoki Takeo took a sip of the tea at hand, and took a deep breath. He was so old and had to repeat that story again, imagining the style of the ancestors of the 9 ghosts in history, and felt a little unstable. It turns out that this is the case, then this person is the guy who was later passed on as the Judun boy, who was passed down as a monster by later generations because of his infatuation and bloodthirsty. After listening to the story of Kyoki Takeo, Aoba probably understood it, and at the same time I also breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe in this world, there are no gods, ghosts, or monsters, but this world has its own unique development in the way of martial arts. Perhaps, his demon sword fairy is probably the only monster in the world. Thinking of this, Aoba gently turned the ring on his finger. Then why did you directly call me Jianhao? Aoba thought of the question before. He wanted to ask at first, but the old man suddenly turned the topic to this knife. You heard the tweet from the sword just now, too. Takeo Kuki put down the teacup in his hand, and after looking at each other with his granddaughter Miki Kuki, he looked at Aoba again. Yes, I did hear a crisp sound from the blade just now, so this is the sword Ming. Aoba said her guess. You guessed it, this is indeed the sword sound from it, but... Kuki Takeo stretched out his hand with a complicated expression, and picked up the boy K. Yasuna on the ground. In my hand, it can't make a sword scream. Because it screams only for Jianhao. Is this? Aoba suddenly looked at the quiet boy K and Tsuna in the hands of Kuki Takeo. Yes, I am not a swordsman, neither is Miki Kuki, nor is it a swordsman. The Kunoki Takeo who said this only felt bitter in his heart. It turned out to be like this. Now Aoba finally understands why 9 ghosts Miki and this old man are so sure of their own swordsman's identity. It turns out that this sword is still a swordsman's detector. However, I'm just a swordsman. It's not that the old man and Miss 9 Ghosts brought me here specially, do you have anything to say? Aoba asked the last doubt. Is it just a swordsman? Kuki Takeo silently looked at each other with Kuki Miki. They didn't expect Asama Aoba to ask this question. Did he really not understand what the swordsman represents to this world? Now Miki is really curious about your teacher. It stands to reason that this should be common sense in the martial arts world. Your master shouldn't have told you, although it is possible that your master did not tell you the truth for some reason. But the 9 ghosts, Miki, gave Asama Aoba a weird look. It is also possible that your masters and ancestors have been cultivating deep in the mountains, and have never communicated with the outside world of martial arts. However, with the changes of hundreds of years and the alternation of dozens of generations, this probability is too low. However, Miki the 9 Ghosts thought for a while, and felt that there was only this possibility. After all, the outside world has undergone hundreds of years of changes. Maybe the method that can truly break through the realm of swordsmen has been lost in history, or now the remaining kendo was artificially modified, causing no one in the current world to break through to that state. At the same time, the disaster that evolved because of the severance of the road of kendo 100 years ago, which lasted for 100 years of turmoil, did not stabilize the world until the generation of people died. Kyoki Miki looked at her grandfather, who was the survivor who had experienced the end of that period of disaster, and he truly had a deep understanding of that period. Aoba looked at the appearance of 9 Ghosts Miki. Do you want me to tell you that Lao Tzu arrived in China more than a month ago? I learned from the system's golden finger de Miyagi. With epic level equipment listed outside, will you become immortal in 1 day, in 2, and holy in 3 days? Miki. You have passed, is that what the Kuki's family taught you? Kuki Takeo saw Aoba's frowning brows, and thought he was dissatisfied with Miki's questioning, so he immediately sternly directed at Kuki Miki. It is a taboo question to repeatedly ask other people's teachers, not to mention that she is asking a swordsman's teacher, if the other party really wants to kill people. As the grandfather, Kunuki Takeo doesn't know what to do to stop it. Hug, I'm sorry, Miki is troubled, please forgive me. 9 Ghosts. Miki bowed in fear, because the young appearance of Asama Aoba is really confusing. Sex, even though he already knew that the other party was a swordsman, there was still no real feeling in his heart, so the momentary negligence caused him to speak unscrupulously. Master Asama, please forgive me. It was the old man's fault. I really spoiled her too much and caused the negligence of discipline. Kuki Takeo also lowered his head and took the fault on his own body. Don't do that. I didn't mind Ms. 9 Ghost's questions. I just didn't know how to answer, because even I didn't know what the real master was like. He only taught me the kendo and never followed. I have said anything other than kendo. Aoba quickly stopped the two, apologizing, just asking a question. Thank you for your forgiveness. Although you said so, this is the rudeness of the 9 Ghosts after all. If you have anything to help you in the future, please feel free to give instructions. The 9 Ghosts will definitely satisfy you. The 9 Ghosts raised his head again. Then, he looked at Asama Aoba with a serious face. Well, I will. King Yi felt a little subtle at this moment. A rich man held his thigh and begged for instructions. As a normal humanly speaking, can this be refused? At this moment, Kuki Takeo wants to give himself a thumbs up. Not only has he resolved the misunderstanding, but he also has a better understanding of the young man's character and has brought the relationship between the two parties closer. Even if the Kyuji's family encounters some accident in the future, you can also seek help from the other party. After all, in the current 9 Ghosts family, the only one who can sustain the overall situation is oneself. The eldest son is lying in the hospital, and the 2 sons are not doing their jobs all over the world. The granddaughter has not grown up yet. If you are not there, whether the 9 Ghosts can continue, I'll have see if those opponents are willing or not. However, there is now a familiar swordsman. Although I don't know what the force is, but it's no worse than himself. Suddenly Kuki Takeo wanted to say to those opponents, come on. Ahem, at this point, the old man would like to ask, what do you think of Jianhao in this world? Kuki Takeo seems to have discovered something wrong from the conversation just now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Asama Aoba is a good swordsman, but he doesn't know much about this kendo, or even some common sense in this martial arts world. Kunuki Takeo has always found it strange since the meeting. He never thought about it before. Until now, seeing Asama Aoba's dazed expression, he finally discovered this place that he had subconsciously ignored. It is that Asama Aoba may not understand at all what the so-called swordsman represents. His performance is too flat. Jianhao? It should be okay. Aoba gave his answer ambiguously. After all, he still had a dark eye on the world and knew too little. Kuki Takeo's heart is like this. Asama Aoba's master hasn't told him anything about this, even he himself hasn't understood it. Swordsman, it is a legend to this world. Kuki Takeo's tone became heavy. Legend. Aoba was a little surprised. Brother, are you sure you are right? Is this my own legend? Yes, the legend. Because the world has not been born a swordsman for hundreds of years. From the day when the last swordsman in the world died hundreds of years ago, there was no one before you appeared. The sword hero was born. Now Asama-kun, can you understand the weight of the sword hero to this world? Now Aoba finally understands, and all the doubts in her heart have been solved. He has always thought that he is only a sword tyrant of ordinary rank. To this world, it would actually be legend. And I am the only swordsman level kendo master in these centuries. No wonder the two of the 9 ghosts treat themselves so politely, no wonder the old man of the 9 ghosts and Mickey 9 ghosts were so shocked when they heard the sound of the sword. System Dad Race High.